Qin Mo was jolted awake by a violent bout of shaking. A second earlier, he had still been humming a tune inside his second-hand RV, basking in the sunlight of his highway road trip. The next second, the entire vehicle lurched sharply, as if something had rammed it hard from behind. Immediately, blaring horns, the screech of metal, and piercing screams surged in from all directions, merging into a chaotic roar. Qin Mo jerked upright and instantly looked outside the vehicle. With just one glance, his pupils constricted sharply. The once empty national highway had vanished, replaced by an endless snaking line of vehicles stretching beyond sight. All kinds of cars, trucks, and buses were crammed together in a dense mass, sealing the road completely. The sky was no longer the familiar blue, but a disturbing dark red that pressed down heavily over everyone's heads. The uncanny sight made Qin Mo's heart sink. He was not dreaming. At that moment, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the minds of every person present. Welcome to the highway survival game. Rule 1, proceed along the road and search for a chance to live. Rule 2, beware of monsters and of the human heart. Rule 3, stay alive. The voice seemed to originate from another world, yet it poured directly into their brains, crystal clear. After a brief, deathly silence, panic erupted in an instant. What is that? Who's talking? Survival game. Which bastard thinks this is a joke? Damn it, I'm going home. Get out of my way. Countless people slammed their hands on their horns in a frenzy, the shrill blasts merging into a torrent of noise. Some drivers floored the accelerator, trying to force their way through. The outcome was obvious. Bang! Clang! Deafening crashes of rear-end collisions rang out one after another. What had been a traffic jam was now completely paralyzed. Several vehicles slammed together, their front ends horribly twisted, spewing thick black smoke that blocked any chance of moving forward. Qin Mo's expression grew extremely grim. He did not follow the crowd into panic. Instead, his first move was to press the central lock and seal every door. This second-hand RV was something he had spent all his savings to buy and refit. Its soundproofing was excellent. Once the doors locked, the clamor outside instantly diminished by more than half, reduced to a muffled humming. Within the cramped interior, he instead felt a faint sense of safety. He drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm as his sharp gaze swept over everything outside. The chaos was still intensifying. Some people tried making phone calls only to discover their phones had no signal at all. Others wanted to get out and argue, but were met with furious drivers behind them, cursing right in their faces. Amid this growing cacophony, the first monster appeared. In a black sedan not far ahead of Qin Mo, a middle-aged man in a suit staggered as he pushed open the door. His face was ashen, his eyes rolled back, white drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a drunk madman. In the lane beside him, a young woman was anxiously pounding on a window, crying out to her husband inside. The man in the suit seemed drawn by her voice. He turned his head with a rigid motion, a hoarse rasp spilling from his throat. The next instant, he lunged at her. Ah! The woman was thrown to the ground. Her scream had barely left her lips before it was cut off. Like a starved rabid beast, the suited man sank his teeth into her neck. Blood spurted out at once. The sound of flesh being torn and chewed carried through countless windows and rearview mirrors straight into everyone's perception with brutal clarity. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone stared dumbstruck at the blood-soaked scene, their minds wiped blank. That was no longer a human being. It was a monster. Terror exploded along the entire road. Help! Zombies. They're zombies. The movies were real. Screams and sobs intertwined into a single deafening chorus. Worse still, the woman who had been bitten only convulsed for a dozen seconds before she too rose unsteadily to her feet. Her eyes turned white just the same as she hurled herself at the nearest living person. One person, then two, then 10. Those who were turned grew more and more numerous while the living dwindled. In just a few short minutes, the long chain of vehicles had become a grotesque hellscape of mangled flesh and blood. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Mo forced down the nausea churning in his stomach as he stared fixedly outside. His palms were slick with cold sweat, yet his mind was racing. Through observation, he quickly discerned certain patterns. These so-called zombies moved slowly, shambling as they walked, and possessed little to no intelligence. They were drawn only to loud noises and moving living people. His RV, thanks to its modifications, was well soundproofed, and the windows were covered with dark privacy film. As long as he made no sound and kept still, he would be safe, for now. But it was only temporary. Food, water, gasoline. If any of those ran out, the road ahead would be a dead end. At the thought of gasoline, Qin Mo instinctively glanced at the fuel gauge on the dashboard. He had set out on this long trip with not much fuel to begin with. The needle had already been close to the red warning line. Yet that one glance made his pupils contract to the size of pinpoints. The needle he knew so well was now pointing steadily at the F mark that meant a full tank. Impossible. Qin Mo rubbed his eyes, thinking terror had conjured a hallucination. But the needle remained motionless, firmly parked at full. A ridiculous yet audacious thought surged up wildly in his heart. With trembling hands, he slid the key into the ignition and gave it a gentle twist. Virum. The RV's engine roared to life with a steady, powerful hum, forming a stark contrast to the hellish tableau outside. Qin Mo's gaze locked firmly on the fuel gauge. The engine was running burning fuel. Yet the needle, as if welded in place, did not so much as quiver. His breathing grew rapid. Then, as though seeking final proof, he reached out to crank the air conditioner to maximum, and with several sharp clicks, switched on every light inside the RV. The load on the engine surged, its sound dropping into a heavier rumble. Even so, the needle on the fuel gauge still pointed unwaveringly at that large, unmistakable F. It truly was unlimited energy. Qin Mo slumped back against the seat, his heart pounding violently. He had no idea why the RV had mutated like this, but he understood perfectly what unlimited energy meant in an apocalypse. He would never have to worry about gasoline again, could turn this RV into a moving fortress. While others shivered in the cold wind, he could relax inside, bathing in warm air. When the entire world fell into darkness, there would always be light here. Just as Qin Mo was reeling from this discovery, the LCD screen on the RV's central console, the one he had personally installed, suddenly lit up on its own. Lines of text formed from eerie blue data streams rapidly surfaced on the screen. Detected host soul compatibility 100. God-tier RV system successfully bound. Qin Mo's gaze was locked on the central control screen. His heart seemed to stop for an instant, then started hammering wildly in his chest. Detected host soul compatibility 100. God-level RV system successfully bound. Streams of dim blue data flashed rapidly across the display before finally freezing into a clean, minimalist interface. At the very top of the screen, several function modules shimmered with a faint glow. Infinite Energy Core Basic Matter Conversion Platform Vehicle Scan Primary Armed Modification. Qin Mo's very breathing stalled for half a second. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the corners of his mouth began to curl up uncontrollably until his lips split into a broad grin. This was not a dream. The second-hand RV that had accompanied him across the country had truly mutated. This was the backing that would allow him to survive in this damned apocalypse. Qin Mo's fingers trembled slightly as he tapped on the first option. Infinite Energy Core. A brief line of explanatory text popped up. Description: this RV has been bound to a special energy source. For all functions including, but not limited to driving, air conditioning, lighting, and electricity, total energy consumption remains fixed at zero. Fixed at zero. Those 4 words instantly steadied Qin Mo. The anxiety and terror that had gripped him before seemed to vanish at once. The survivors outside who risked their lives for a single drop of fuel or 1 kilowatt of electricity could never imagine how elated he felt at this moment. He could park his vehicle in a safe place forever, keep the air conditioning running around the clock, and bask in constant light. Or he could slam his foot down on the accelerator and race along this endless apocalyptic highway all the way to the edge of the world. Forcing down his excitement, Qin Mo shifted his gaze downward to the second module. Basic Matter Conversion Platform. Even the name alone hinted at endless possibilities. His stomach growled loudly, his throat burned dry, and he tapped it almost without thinking. Introduction: insert any matter to convert it into standard survival supplies. The explanation was crude and to the point, yet Qin Mo's eyelids twitched as he read it. Any matter? He swept a half-skeptical glance around the interior of the RV. This vehicle was the home he had carefully arranged for himself, small but fully equipped with every sort of daily necessity. Now, however, all those things took on a new meaning in his eyes. His gaze settled on a dog-eared travel magazine on the passenger seat, something he had casually picked up at a service station long ago and completely stopped using. Qin Mo snatched up the magazine and, following the diagram provided by the system, located a compartment in the middle rear section of the cabin. That spot had originally been a small storage cabinet he had modified himself, but now it had become a seamless metal block with a smooth surface looking very much like a built-in mini-fridge. This was the conversion port. Qin Mo drew a deep breath, pulled the door open, and stuffed the travel magazine inside. Closing it, he pressed the convert button on the central control screen with a firm tap. A low hum arose. White light flared inside the compartment, accompanied by a faint crackling of current as some kind of device began to run. Qin Mo's heart leapt to his throat as he stared fixedly at the small compartment, not daring to blink. Those few seconds stretched into what felt like a century. A clear chime sounded, the white light dissipated, and the compartment door popped open on its own. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Inside, the travel magazine had vanished. In its place lay a sealed 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and a chocolate-flavored energy bar wrapped in silver foil. They lay there quietly, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Qin Mo felt his blood heat up. He reached out with trembling hands and picked up the water and the energy bar. The bottle was cool to the touch, solid and indisputably real, the print on the label crisp and clear. The energy bar in his grip was firm, its shape distinct beneath the wrapper. Without pausing to think, he twisted the cap off and tipped his head back to drink. Gulp after gulp, the icy, purified water slid down his parched throat, washing away all his irritation and heat until he nearly groaned with relief. This was the taste of water, the taste of life. After draining half the bottle in one breath, Qin Mo stopped and tore open the wrapper of the energy bar in one go. A rich chocolate aroma wafted out, making his empty stomach growl even louder. He opened his mouth and took a fierce, hefty bite. The texture was dense and substantial, the sweetness rich without being cloying. The gnawing hunger in his belly was quickly forced back. It was real. Every bit of it was real. Leaning back against the seat, Qin Mo looked at the half-eaten energy bar and half bottle of water in his hands and could not help but let out a low chuckle. The chuckle swelled, turning into louder and louder laughter. How was this apocalypse survival? This was outright cheating. His gaze swept across the interior of the RV once more. Useless maps, expired receipts, worn-out clothes, even the mud caked on the floor mat beneath his feet. At this moment, all those insignificant scraps and odds and ends turned into glittering treasures. They were no longer trash. They were water, they were food, they were the capital that would allow him to live comfortably in this shattered world. With this thing, he could leave everyone else far, far behind. The realization made Qin Mo's confidence soar. The apocalypse. For others it might be hell, but for him it might just be a new beginning. Just as Qin Mo was envisioning his bright future, a heavy bang resounded from the door of the RV, making him jolt in fright. He snapped back to himself, at once the smile vanishing from his face as his gaze turned razor-sharp. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding on the door grew fiercer, every blow making the entire vehicle shudder. A man's hoarse, panicked roar accompanied the assault. "You inside. Open up. Hurry and let me in. I saw your vehicle. This ride of yours is definitely safe. Don't you dare play dead. Open the damn door." His voice was thick with greed and menace. Qin Mo remained silent, quietly edging over to the peephole to look outside. Outside stood a burly man with a face full of brutish flesh, eyes bloodshot as he swung a fire axe of unknown origin, again and again hacking madly at the RV's door. The sturdy alloy door was already gouged with several deep dents. Worse, the tremendous commotion he was making had attracted several wandering zombies from nearby. They staggered around, turning toward the sound and shuffling stiffly in this direction. The burly man, however, did not care in the slightest, as if convinced that barging into the RV was his only chance at survival. His movements grew wilder, the axe rising and falling in crazed arcs as curses poured from his mouth. "Damn it, open up for me. I've laid claim to this ride. If you don't open up, I'll kill you." Through the peephole, Qin Mo could clearly see the man's face twisted with madness and greed. Qin Mo's eyes turned cold in an instant. The fire axe struck against the car door, producing a deep, resonant sound. Each impact caused the alloy door to dent inward, making the entire vehicle shake. Qin Mo peered through the peephole, coldly observing the crazed, burly man outside. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mix of greed and fear, treating the RV as his only road to survival in this apocalypse. "Open the door. Damn it, open the door for me." The burly man roared loudly while waving the fire axe. "Stop playing dead. I see you. This vehicle is mine. Behave and I might let you live, otherwise once I get in you're the first to die." His curses were filled with a commanding tone, as if the vehicle already belonged to him. Qin Mo's gaze grew colder. "Form an alliance." This guy's tone was not one of negotiation. It felt more like a robber demanding access to a treasure vault. In a world devoid of rules, such people were more terrifying than zombies. The burly man's frenzied actions quickly attracted trouble. The loud banging on the door caught the attention of 2 or 3 wandering zombies nearby, which began to approach with their stiff, unsteady steps. Qin Mo's brows furrowed tighter. Did this fool not realize that such a commotion would attract monsters? But the burly man paid no heed. He glanced at the approaching zombies, showing no sign of restraint. Instead, he smiled savagely and swung the axe harder. In his view, these slow-moving monsters were no threat. As long as he could rush into the vehicle, he would be safe. Bang, bang, bang. The dents on the car door grew deeper and the hinges began to creak. "Damn, did you hear that? If you don't open the door, it'll chop this damn door to pieces. When the monsters come in, well, all be done for." The burly man threatened, appearing to have Qin Mo cornered. A cold smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips. He was no good person. In this apocalypse, anyone threatening his survival was an enemy. When dealing with enemies, he never held back. His gaze shifted past the burly man to a zombie that was about to reach them, and a simple, brutal plan formed in his mind. Qin Mo hesitated no more, leaning back and returning to the driver's seat. No warnings, no small talk. He extended his hand, calmly buckling his seatbelt with a crisp click. Then he grasped the gear lever, smoothly shifting into drive. The entire process was without hesitation. His gaze was calm, as if what he was about to do was just another routine drive. In the next second, his right foot pressed heavily on the accelerator. Virum. The RV's engine instantly roared to maximum power, emitting a sound that was incongruous with its size. The entire vehicle lunged forward. Outside, the burly man who was raising the fire axe to strike again trembled at the sudden roar of the engine. Before he could react, he saw the dented door he had been hacking at come crashing toward him as if it had teleported. The greed and sneer on the burly man's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme terror. He wanted to dodge, wanted to run, but it was all too late. The RV's speed was so fast that his brain's commands hadn't reached his limbs yet. No. His desperate scream got stuck in his throat, only managing to utter a single word. Bang! The heavy front bumper of the RV slammed into the burly man's body like a ferocious beast. A crack echoed as bones shattered. The burly man's body flew back like a crushed tomato, also knocking the zombie that had just approached him away. The two bodies were thrust against a nearby abandoned red sedan. Boom! The RV did not pause, pushing them forcefully and colliding with the sedan's rear. The sounds of twisted metal and crushed flesh mingled together. The rear of the red sedan was severely deformed, the entire back half crushed into a flat pancake. The burly man and the zombie were sandwiched in between, turning into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Blood and chunks of innards instantly stained the sedan's rear window. After completing all this, Qin Mo expressionlessly released the accelerator, shifted into park, and pulled up the handbrake. The interior of the vehicle returned to silence, as if the bloody scene just now had never occurred. Just then a prompt sound echoed from the central control screen. Kill level 1 zombie X1, reward level 1 zombie crystal X1. Qin Mo's attention was immediately drawn to it. Killing zombies comes with rewards. His gaze passed through the windshield, landing on the chaotic scene. At the spot where the zombie's head had been crushed, a crystal the size of a fingernail, glimmering faintly with gray light, lay quietly in a pool of blood, particularly conspicuous. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly checked his surroundings through the rearview mirror and car windows. Despite the earlier commotion, fortunately it had been brief and had not attracted more zombies. Confirming that the area was temporarily safe, Qin Mo wasted no time unlocking the car door and jumping out. A strong smell of blood and gasoline assaulted him, making him frown. He quickly walked over to the pile of flesh and blood, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and bent down to pick up the gray crystal. The crystal felt icy to the touch, very hard like a polished stone, and seemed to have a faint light flowing within it. With no time to examine it closely, Qin Mo turned back to the vehicle and locked the door behind him. Once back inside the safety of the RV, he let out a long sigh of relief, opening his palm to carefully inspect this trophy. Level 1 zombie crystal contains faint mutated energy, seemingly usable for conversion. The system's prompt appeared in his mind. Conversion. Qin Mo's heart stirred, and he immediately turned his gaze to the conversion platform. Without hesitation, he tossed the bloodstained crystal into the input slot. He pressed the convert button on the central control screen. This time the system interface did not start immediately. Instead, two new options popped up. Detected special energy substance. Please choose conversion type. A. Basic conversion. Reward high energy stick X5. B. Special conversion. Unknown product. Surprises await. Looking at the two options on the screen, Qin Mo's eyes narrowed. 5 high energy sticks would be a substantial fortune for anyone in the apocalypse, enough to last a week. It was a safe choice. But special conversion. Unknown product. Those words seemed to have a magical allure, deeply attracting Qin Mo. Survival in the apocalypse required caution, but to become stronger, one must seize every opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Qin Mo hesitated little, his finger decisively tapping the option imbued with mystery. Special conversion. Virum. The conversion platform lit up again, but this time the light was no longer white. It transformed into a deep blue. The sound of electricity was more pronounced than before, as if undergoing a more complex energy reorganization. Qin Mo's heart raced, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. He fixed his gaze on the conversion platform, anticipating the unknown surprise. The light flashed for several seconds before suddenly fading. Ding! A crisp prompt sound echoed as the compartment door slowly opened. Qin Mo's eyes widened in an instant. Inside the compartment, there was no food or water. Instead, there lay a sleek, height-looking syringe quietly on the tray. The syringe contained half a tube of mysterious blue liquid that shimmered under the vehicle's lights. A brand new system prompt appeared on the central control screen, each word hammering into Qin Mo's heart. Congratulations, host. Special conversion successful. Reward basic strength enhancer X1. Description: a gene optimization agent, formed by analyzing the mutated energy in the zombie crystal restructured. After injection, it can break the human genetic lock, slightly enhancing strength, speed, and physical fitness. No side effects. Qin Mo felt his blood boiling at that moment. Strength enhancer. Killing zombies can actually yield a potion to enhance oneself. His hands trembled as he picked up the syringe. The cold metal feel and the flowing blue liquid within told him it was not an illusion. With this, he would no longer just be an ordinary person hiding in an RV. He could become stronger. This was not just for survival, it was a path to power. In this apocalypse, it was no longer just a crisis, but an unprecedented opportunity. Just as Qin Mo held the enhancer, feeling immensely excited inside. Roar! A terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the distant highway. The sound was filled with ferocity and cruelty, causing even the sturdy RV to tremble slightly. Qin Mo's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly looked up, peering through the windshield into the distance. At the end of the highway's horizon, a black wave was surging forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a black tide composed of countless zombies. They were running and roaring, moving several times faster than any zombies he had seen before. They were not merely walking, they were charging. Meanwhile, a blood-red warning box on the RV's central control screen flashed wildly, emitting a piercing alarm sound. Warning. High-energy zombie tide detected approaching. Countdown to end of novice protection period 0959. Is the novice period over? Break through to find a path to survival. Qin Mo felt the blood in his body heating up. A strength enhancer. Killing zombies can actually yield such a thing. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the syringe. The cold metallic texture and the flowing blue liquid within were strikingly real. With this thing, he wouldn't have to remain just an ordinary person hiding in an RV. He could grow stronger. This was not only about survival, but also a path to power. The apocalypse was also an opportunity. Qin Mo tightened his grip on the enhancer. Roar. A loud crash echoed from the end of the highway. The roar was filled with ferocity, and the sound wave even made the RV tremble. Qin Mo's expression changed as he suddenly looked up towards the distance beyond the windshield. At the end of the highway, a mass of dark figures was rapidly surging toward him. It was an uncountable number of zombies. They howled and sprinted, moving several times faster than the zombies Qin Mo had seen before, almost charging forward. At the same time, a blood-red warning box popped up on the central control screen, emitting a piercing alarm. Warning. High-energy zombie tide detected approaching. Novice protection period countdown 0959. The bright red countdown numbers made Qin Mo's heart tighten. The excitement of having obtained the enhancer vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling sensation rising from his feet. A horde of running zombies. With the novice protection period about to end, the implications were all too clear. Qin Mo's pupils constricted as he fixated on the blue syringe in his hand. There was no time left. He had to survive first. No longer hesitating, he grabbed the basic strength enhancer, rolled up his sleeve, and plunged the needle into a vein on his arm. As the needle pierced his skin, Qin Mo didn't even look. He pressed down hard with his thumb, injecting the entire tube of blue liquid into his bloodstream. A chill spread through his veins. But in the next second, that chill transformed into a burning sensation racing through his veins, as if his body were about to ignite from within. Ugh! Qin Mo grunted, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Agonizing pain radiated from his entire body, as if his bones were being shattered and reformed inch by inch, while his muscles were constantly tearing and regenerating. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, his body shaking uncontrollably, causing the driver's seat to thump loudly. Sweat quickly soaked through his back, making him feel as if he had just been pulled from the water. Yet amidst the pain, his gaze grew sharper. This torment lasted less than 10 seconds. When that surge of heat flowed into his heart and spread throughout his body, the pain vanished. A brand new sense of power filled his body. Qin Mo panted heavily, feeling as though his body had been completely transformed. This body was filled with strength, every muscle taut. His senses had also sharpened significantly. He could hear the distant sound of the wind blowing through the car windows, and he could clearly see the peeling paint on the car body several dozen meters away. The smell of blood in the air was also clearer. He could even distinguish between fresh and decaying scents. Just then, a line of green text appeared on the central control screen. Basic strength enhancement complete. Strength 10, speed 5, constitution 8. Congratulations, you have preliminarily broken the genetic lock and officially embarked on the path of evolution. Qin Mo raised his hand into a fist. Crack. The bones in his fingers emitted a crisp sound. He felt he could crush the air, even punch through the steering wheel. This was power. He felt a newfound confidence, no longer afraid of the approaching horde of zombies. But Qin Mo didn't allow himself to get carried away. He glanced at the countdown on the screen, 0721. Time was running out. He had no time to feel the changes in his body. He quickly stood up and, using the height of the RV, sharply scanned the blocked traffic ahead. On the main highway, various vehicles were crashed together, creating an impenetrable jam. His gaze quickly locked onto the emergency shoulder on the far right of the highway. There were a few cars parked there, but it was less congested than the main road, with gaps between the vehicles that could be passed through. The only trouble was that the entrance was blocked by a flipped sedan and a rear-end van. As long as he could crash through them, he could break free. That was the only path to survival. Qin Mo immediately formulated a plan. He returned to the driver's seat, no longer flustered, with determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath, fastened his seatbelt, and shifted into gear. The countdown on the central control screen was already below 5 minutes 0459. In the distance, the mass of dark zombies was getting closer. He could faintly see the outlines of the zombies flailing their limbs. No more waiting. Qin Mo's eyes sharpened as he slammed down the accelerator. Boom! The engine, strengthened by the system, let out a tremendous roar. The RV jolted violently, the tires spinning on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. This RV, weighing over 3 tons, charged forward with all its might towards the white sedan blocking the entrance. Bang! A deafening sound. The white sedan was no match for the reinforced collision beam of the RV. The vehicle twisted and crumpled instantly, glass shattering everywhere. The entire car was directly shoved aside, knocking the adjacent van away. A path to survival was forcibly opened by Qin Mo in this brutal and direct manner. The RV crashed through the barrier, the loud noise echoing on the desolate highway. The car that was hit tumbled to the side, pieces and glass flying everywhere. This violent commotion stirred all the zombies on the road. Those that were previously wandering or gnawing on corpses all halted their movements. They stiffly turned their heads, their hollow eye sockets all directed towards the RV that had created the huge noise. Next moment, a series of roars erupted as dozens of zombies abandoned their immediate targets, moving with stiff yet swift steps, charging towards the RV from all directions. Qin Mo had anticipated this, focusing even more intently on the road ahead. After clearing the path, his foot had not left the accelerator. His enhanced body allowed him to maneuver the massive vehicle with ease. Every minor adjustment of the steering wheel, every precise control of the accelerator sent the RV speeding down the narrow emergency lane. This so-called road to survival was equally filled with obstacles. Abandoned private cars, flat-tired trucks lay haphazardly across the road. But to Qin Mo, these posed no real trouble. Ahead, an SUV blocked most of the road. He calculated the angle, gently turned the steering wheel, and the heavy body of the RV scraped past. Creak! Amidst the piercing sound of metal grinding, the SUV was forcibly shoved aside, clearing a path for the RV. 2 more cars parked side by side blocked the way, but Qin Mo chose not to evade and pressed the accelerator harder. The front bumper of the RV slammed into them. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud crashes, the rear ends of the 2 cars were smashed to bits, directly pushed into the adjacent lane. The countdown timer on the central control screen continued to tick frantically. 0345. The horde of zombies in the distance grew ever closer. An overwhelming sense of pressure seemed to envelop the entire sky. It must be faster. At that moment, Qin Mo's eyes swept over a bus that had flipped onto the roadside a few dozen meters ahead. It was a tourist bus with shattered windows and a dented body, clearly having undergone a violent impact. Through the broken windows, he could vaguely see that it was packed with survivors, at least 20 or 30 people. Each of them looked pale, desperately blocking the doors and windows against several zombies trying to crawl inside. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside the bus. Several tall men were working together to grab a frail young man, ignoring his cries for mercy as they attempted to push him out through a broken window. Please, no, I don't want to die. Don't push me, the young man shouted, gripping the window frame tightly, his nails bleeding from the effort. Inside the bus, a woman holding a child looked on expressionlessly, even urging, hurry. Throw him out. His screams will attract more monsters. The others also wore blank expressions, as if what was being pushed out was not a living person. They needed a bait, trading one life for their own safety. With the combined effort of several people, the young man's last bit of strength was exhausted, and he was violently pushed out of the window. Oh! He fell to the ground before he could even get up. Several zombies outside pounced on him, instantly engulfing him. The sounds of flesh being torn and bones being broken mixed with the young man's last inhuman scream, clearly reaching Qin Mo's ears. Inside the bus, a sudden silence fell. Everyone sighed in relief, their tense bodies relaxing. The young man's death had bought them temporary safety. Qin Mo merely cast a glance, the veins on the back of his hand twitching as he gripped the steering wheel. He did not linger, driving the RV past the bus with a rush. However, just as he was about to dash through this area, the situation ahead suddenly changed. A black Hummer, clearly reinforced with steel plates welded to its front, had been following another slightly clearer lane. The owner of the vehicle had clearly seen the fierce momentum of Qin Mo's RV bearing down, as well as the relentless zombies chasing behind. He intended for the RV to act as a pathfinder while he followed behind to reap the benefits. Vroom! The Hummer's engine roared sharply, turning the steering wheel. It veered diagonally to block Qin Mo's RV. This move was extremely insidious. The emergency lane was already narrow, and with the Hummer's maneuver it nearly sealed off all of Qin Mo's routes forward. If Qin Mo were to slow down even for just a second, he would be instantly surrounded by the horde of zombies coming from behind. The Hummer's driver leaned out of the window, a sinister grin on his face, seemingly certain that Qin Mo would not dare to crash into him. After all, if the two vehicles collided, neither would escape. Seeing that twisted face marred by greed and selfishness, Qin Mo's gaze turned cold. Slow down. Not a chance. Just as the two vehicles were about to collide, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Not only did he not hit the brakes, but he also sharply turned the steering wheel to the right while pressing the accelerator down even harder. Boom. The RV's engine let out an even louder roar, slamming the strongest part of its front bumper hard against the side rear of the Hummer. Bang. A tremendous sound. The sinister grin on the Hummer driver's face froze, replaced by terror and disbelief. He felt an irresistible force coming from the rear, and the entire vehicle lost control in an instant. Under the massive impact, the Hummer lost control, spinning 180 degrees on the spot, and crashed into the densest cluster of zombies nearby. No. The driver screamed frantically, turning the steering while trying to back out. But it was all too late. The surrounding zombies, driven wild by the scent of blood, pounced on the vehicle like mad. Bang, bang, bang. They slammed against the windows with their bodies, scratching at the doors with their nails and teeth, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Soon one of the windows shattered. A rotting hand reached in. Help! Save me! I was wrong. The driver's cries quickly turned into a strangled wheeze, ultimately drowned out by the sounds of the zombies chewing. Inside the cabin, a cold system notification sound timely rang out. Eliminate the threat of hostile humans. Evaluation apocalypse. Iron rule. No mercy required. Qin Mo did not even glance at the Hummer being engulfed by zombies, controlling the RV to speed past it, breaking through the most heavily blocked section. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. Abandoned vehicles became sparse, no longer able to obstruct his path. He had burst out of this steel hell. However, just as he prepared to accelerate further and completely shake off the horde, his gaze was drawn to a scene not far ahead, his pupils narrowing slightly. About 100 meters ahead, a red SUV stood quietly in the middle of the road. On the roof of the SUV, a small figure stood alone. It was a little girl who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pink dress and tightly holding a somewhat worn teddy bear. Surrounding the SUV, 7 or 8 zombies were drawn to her, tirelessly banging on the vehicle, trying to climb up. After bursting out of the steel graveyard, the road ahead widened considerably. Qin Mo pressed the accelerator, the RV roaring as it left the chaos and death far behind. But he quickly noticed something 100 meters ahead, his gaze tightening. A red SUV was parked in the middle of the road with a small figure standing on its roof. It was a little girl around 6 or 7 years old, wearing a dirty pink dress and tightly clutching a similarly dirty teddy bear. Under the SUV, 7 or 8 zombies were surrounding the vehicle, incessantly pounding on its sides and howling upwards. The girl's situation was perilous. In the past, Qin Mo would have pressed the accelerator and barreled straight through. In this apocalypse, meddling in others' affairs could easily lead to one's own demise. However, when his gaze fell upon the little girl, something stirred in his heart. Her face was covered in dust, her body trembling, yet there were no tears in her eyes, nor was she on the verge of collapse. She just held her teddy bear tightly, staring defiantly at the zombies below with a determination far beyond her years. That gaze was pure, filled with a desire to survive. This stubbornness felt like a small thorn piercing into Qin Mo's already cold heart. He turned to glance at the rearview mirror. In the distance, the shadow of zombies was still pursuing, getting closer. To save her would cost precious seconds, maybe even over 10 seconds. Those seconds could allow the horde behind him to catch up and engulf the RV. Not saving her was the safest choice. Qin Mo's gaze returned to the little girl. A child who could survive in such an environment without crying or causing a scene must possess an unusual spirit. A gamble. Qin Mo no longer hesitated, sharply turning the steering wheel, the RV roaring towards the red SUV. He didn't slow down, instead pressing the horn. Beep. The piercing sound of the horn instantly attracted all the zombies surrounding the SUV. They turned in unison, staring at the oncoming RV, their throats letting out a roar as they staggered forward. Qin Mo's gaze was fixed not on the zombies, but on the girl atop the SUV as he pressed the button to lower the passenger window. Listen. Qin Mo's voice boomed through the open window like thunder exploding in the little girl's ears. I will drive past just once. I'll count to 3 and you jump over from the roof. If you catch it, you live. If you don't, you die. Choose. His voice was cold and resolute, devoid of emotion, yet carried an undeniable power. On the roof, the little girl shivered at his voice, but she quickly regained her composure and saw the huge RV hurtling towards her. She didn't cry or ask why, she just clutched her teddy bear tightly and nodded with all her might. A nearly invisible smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips. Good, she's a brave girl. The RV drew nearer. Qin Mo suddenly swung the steering wheel, the massive vehicle carving an arc its side, almost brushing against the red SUV. Screech. The two vehicles scraped against each other, producing a long, piercing metallic noise, sparks flying. 1. Qin Mo shouted. 2. The sides of the two vehicles were nearly aligned, the passenger window facing the little girl. 3. At the moment he shouted the last word, an astonishing courage erupted in the girl's eyes. She held her bear tightly, using all her strength to leap towards the open window of the RV. Her small body traced a parabolic arc in the air. Almost there. Just a bit more. Just as her body began to fall, about to brush past the window's edge and drop into the gap between the two vehicles, a hand shot out from the window like lightning. That hand, like a vice, accurately grabbed her arm. With enhanced speed and strength, Qin Mo leaned halfway out the window and yanked the girl's body into the vehicle in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a zombie, attracted by the noise, leaped high, its decayed, darkened claws just grazing the little girl's heel, creating a whooshing sound. Bang! The moment Qin Mo pulled the little girl into the RV, his other hand pressed the button to raise the window and lock the central control. The window quickly closed, the door locked tight. The entire process was completed in an extreme brevity of just 3 seconds. The little girl tumbled heavily onto the passenger seat, her teddy bear rolling aside. Her face was pale, gasping for breath. Qin Mo ignored her, straightened his posture, gripped the steering wheel, and floored the accelerator, continuing to speed forward. Thank you, thank you. After several seconds, the little girl finally regained her composure and spoke softly to Qin Mo's back. Qin Mo did not turn back, merely responding with a faint mm. Just then a cold system notification echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden achievement, a glimmer of hope. In the face of despair, extending a helping hand to a stranger has touched the glimmer of humanity. Achievement reward, vehicle scanning function upgrade. After the upgrade, it can preliminarily detect the basic tendencies of survivors within the scanning range. Green, kindness, trustworthy. Yellow, neutral, cautious. Red, malice, hostile. Qin Mo's eyes brightened. This was truly an unexpected surprise. With this function, he could make judgments before interacting with other survivors, avoiding many unnecessary risks. This reward was incredibly valuable. Saving this little girl was a gamble that paid off. However, before he could rejoice, a series of scratching sounds like nails on glass began to echo from all directions. Qin Mo's expression changed. The brief rescue had ultimately cost him time. The vanguard of the horde had caught up. He turned to glance at the side window, his gaze tightening instantly. A dozen zombies were running at almost the same speed as the RV, completely surrounding it. These zombies were completely different from those he had seen before. They had longer limbs, emaciated bodies, and moved as fast as leopards. They were the swift zombies the system had warned about earlier. They were scratching furiously at the RV's body and windows with their claw-like hands. The sturdy bulletproof glass was being marked with white scratches by their claws. One of the windows, under continuous assault, actually made a crisp sound and developed a fine crack. A crisp sound echoed particularly clear amidst the ear-piercing scratch. Qin Mo caught sight of a clear crack appearing on the window beside the driver's seat. The cracks swiftly spread across the bulletproof glass. These agile zombies' claws were capable of damaging the RV's defenses. The little girl in the passenger seat, having just caught her breath, let out a sharp scream upon seeing the distorted face close to the window, her small body curling up again, hands tightly covering her eyes. Qin Mo's expression turned cold. They could not be dragged down any further. Hold on tight, he roared, his voice not loud, but filled with an undeniable tone. His low shout caused the trembling little girl to stiffen, instinctively clutching the armrest beside her. Qin Mo's foot slammed down hard on the gas pedal again. Roar! The engine of the RV let out a roar. The massive body shook violently, and it surged forward recklessly. Qin Mo no longer attempted to drive in a straight line, but suddenly yanked the steering wheel to the left. The large rear of the RV swung wildly in a powerful arc, forcefully whipping towards the right rear. Bang! Bang! The two agile zombies clinging to the right side of the vehicle were caught off guard and were severely struck by the sweeping rear. Their bodies were sent flying, tumbling through the air for several rotations before crashing heavily against the guardrail by the roadside, the sound of shattering bones audible. Having shaken off, two more zombies were already lunging at them from the front. Qin Mo's expression remained impassive, his mind exceptionally calm. After the power enhancement, his reaction speed and dynamic vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. Though those agile zombies moved quickly, in his eyes, each action and angle of attack became crystal clear. Qin Mo manipulated the steering wheel, beginning a dangerous drift on the narrow road. The RV slammed to the left, crushing one zombie, with the front blood and flesh splattering onto the windshield. Then, with a sharp turn to the right, he squeezed another zombie against an abandoned truck, the sickening sound of metal twisting accompanying the gruesome squishing as the zombie was ground into a puddle of meat. The The sound of bones being crushed constantly resonated from beneath the vehicle. The little girl in the cabin turned pale, biting her lip tightly too, scared to make a sound. From between her fingers, she watched this big brother who had just saved her drive this enormous metal box through the encirclement of monsters in a way she could not comprehend. He looked so calm, so powerful. After breaking through the first wave of agile zombies, encirclement Qin Mo did not relax in the slightest. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Behind him, at least dozens of agile zombies were still clinging to the back of the vehicle, pursuing relentlessly. A road chase had officially begun. Hold tight. Qin Mo reminded, immediately shifting gears and flooring the gas. The speedometer of the RV skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 120 kilometers per hour and still climbing. Thanks to the infinite energy core, he could disregard any consumption, pushing the performance of this steel beast to its limits. The RV raced wildly on the empty highway, charging into the distance. The pack of agile zombies behind was equally relentless, sprinting on all fours like cheetahs, maintaining a speed of around 100 kilometers. What a nuisance! Qin Mo muttered under his breath, his sharp gaze sweeping ahead at the road conditions. Up ahead was a series of shaped curves with several overturned abandoned vehicles scattered by the roadside. A cold smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips. An opportunity had arisen. Not only did he not slow down, but he also accelerated even more. The moment he entered the first bend, he sharply turned the steering wheel while lightly tapping the brakes. Screech. The tires screeched against the ground as the massive RV took a perilous angle, nearly brushing against the inner guardrail as it forcefully drifted through the turn. The last agile zombie trailing behind reacted too late, crashing into the guardrail, its entire body rebounding and then being trampled by its companions rushing from behind. Qin Mo's actions did not pause. Utilizing the inertia from the drift, he slammed the gas again, the RV shooting towards the second bend as if catapulted. This time he did not choose the inner side, but deliberately veered towards the outer side, heading straight for an inclined fuel tank truck by the roadside. Just as the front of the vehicle was about to collide with the fuel tank truck, he flicked his wrist, turning the steering wheel again. The massive body of the RV brushed past the fuel tank truck at an astonishingly small angle. Following closely behind, another agile zombie, unable to see the obstacle due to the RV blocking its view, crashed into the underside of the fuel tank truck, its head being crushed in. In this way, Qin Mo leveraged his familiarity with the vehicle and his enhanced superhuman reflexes to make continuous extreme maneuvers. At times, he used the abandoned vehicles by the roadside to create traps, while at other times, he executed sharp turns and drifts, shaking off, crashing, and grinding those relentless agile zombies one by one. This life-and-death sprint lasted a full half hour. When the RV's speed stabilized above 160 kilometers per hour, the agile zombies were finally pulled further away. Another 10 minutes passed, and through the rearview mirror, Qin Mo finally saw the empty, desolate highway. He had completely shaken off the horde. He gradually eased off the gas, slowing the vehicle down, ultimately bringing it to a stable stop by the roadside. Inside the cabin, a dead silence reigned. The little girl remained motionless in her position. Qin Mo leaned back against the seat, exhaling a long breath. Even with his enhanced body, he felt a hint of fatigue after that intense half hour. He turned his head to glance at the passenger seat. The little girl seemed to sense the car had stopped, slowly lowering her hands that had covered her eyes. Her small face was streaked with tear marks, but her gaze no longer held the previous fear, instead reflecting a mix of shock and admiration. She stared blankly at Qin Mo, unable to utter a word. Qin Mo paid no mind to her gaze, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pushed the door open to exit. A heavy stench of blood mixed with the odor of oil assaulted him. He walked around the RV, checking its condition. It was better than he had anticipated. The side of the vehicle was covered with deep claw marks, several windows had cracks, but none were completely shattered. The front was in the worst state, almost unrecognizable, with unknown bits of flesh and biological fluids hanging from the crash beam, the entire front stained dark red. This RV was riddled with scars as if it had just endured a bloody battle. At that moment, Qin Mo's gaze was drawn to something on the ground. In the area he had just driven over, where the agile zombies had been thrown off, lay a dozen or so gray crystals shimmering with faint light. Qin Mo's eyes brightened instantly. They were zombie crystals. Without hesitation, he immediately retraced his steps. With his enhanced vision, he could easily spot the spoils scattered along the road. These were all earned through his life. 125. He tirelessly collected every visible zombie crystal along the way. After more than 10 minutes, he returned to the RV, his pockets completely full. Back inside, he shut the doors, sealing out the bloodstains. Qin Mo dumped the contents of his pockets onto the console. Clatter. A pile of zombie crystals, varying in size, but all emitting a gray glow, formed a small mountain. Qin Mo's eyes shone as he quickly began counting. 10, 20, 30. In the end, he arrived at an astonishing number. 58. A total of 58 first-level zombie crystals. This was undoubtedly a massive fortune. With these crystals, he had ample capital for exchanging food or enhancing himself. The enormous haul swept away his earlier fatigue. His gaze inadvertently fell on the still dazed little girl beside him. Her small face remained pale, her lips cracked, clearly both thirsty and hungry, as well as scared. Qin Mo paused for a moment, took one crystal from the pile, and tossed it into the transformation station. Basic transformation. With a slight hum, the door to the compartment popped open. A bottle of chilled purified water and an energy chocolate bar appeared inside. He took out the water and food and handed them to the little girl. The little girl was momentarily stunned, timidly looking up at Qin Mo and then at the items in his hands. "Go ahead and eat," Qin Mo said in a still calm voice. The little girl hesitated for a few seconds, extending her dirty little hand to take the energy bar and water, whispering, "Thank you." She clumsily tore open the wrapper of the energy bar, cautiously took a small bite, and then opened the water bottle, sipping it slowly. Watching her devour the food, Qin Mo felt no particular emotion. He was not being overly generous. He simply believed this little one deserved this bit of food. His gaze shifted back to the central control screen. With a vast amount of zombie crystals and some metal materials salvaged from abandoned vehicles along the way, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. It was time to give this RV genuine offensive capabilities. Qin Mo's eyes fell on the module on the system interface that had always been locked in gray. Basic arm modification. He reached out his finger and tapped it. A blueprint radiating a faint glow slowly unfolded in the center of the screen. Roof-mounted crossbow. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. It was time for this RV to grow some teeth. Inside the vehicle, the only sound left was the faint rustling of the little girl chewing on an energy bar. Qin Mo leaned against the driver's seat, watching the child huddled in the corner, fearfully yet curiously surveying her surroundings through the rearview mirror. She tightly hugged a worn teddy bear as if it were her only source of comfort. Qin Mo felt a stir in his heart and temporarily gave her a name. Nian, because she kept mumbling about her little bear unconsciously. He withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the little girl, and focused all his attention on the central control screen. A large amount of loot still remained in the system's backpack. It was time to convert them into strength. His gaze landed on a module that had been gray from the beginning due to insufficient materials. Basic weapon modification. Qin Mo extended his finger and decisively tapped on it. The screen immediately switched. A blueprint of a weapon glowing blue appeared in the center of the interface. It was a ruggedly designed crossbow with a line of explanatory text below. Guardian Type 1 rooftop crossbow. Required materials: standard steel X 200 GT, precision parts X10, level 1 zombie crystal X20. Note: a basic long-range weapon powered directly by an energy core capable of effectively eliminating medium to low-level soft targets within the range of 50 to 300 meters. Qin Mo's breath momentarily paused, and his eyes brightened. A long-range weapon. This was exactly what he needed right now. Previous battles required him to get close to the targets, which was very risky. With this thing, he could eliminate threats from a safe distance. 58 crystals, taking out 20 as manufacturing costs, didn't make him feel any pain. Now the only problem was the 200 kilograms of standard steel and 10 precision parts. Qin Mo's gaze passed through the bloodstained and cracked windshield, looking at the wrecked cars on the road outside. Aren't those ready-made materials? He stood up and said to Nian in the passenger seat, "Stay in the car, don't move around." Nian shrank back in fear from his sudden movement, and upon seeing his cold gaze, she hurriedly nodded. Qin Mo pushed the door open and locked the car door behind him. He walked towards a black sedan whose side was severely dented. Under Nian's watch, Qin Mo approached the car door, and without any tools simply extended his right-hand fingers, splayed, gripping the edge of the door. In the next moment, his arm muscles tensed, and he exerted force abruptly. Creak, a harsh metallic distortion sound echoed. That alloy car door was actually torn off by him with bare hands. The hinge at the connection snapped with a loud bang. The entire car door was ripped off and casually thrown to the ground, making a loud clanging sound. Inside the vehicle, Nian, who had just finished her energy bar, had her mouth wide open and her eyes widened. She forgot her fear and just stared blankly. Is this Big Brother a superhero? Qin Mo didn't have time to pay attention to the little girl's astonishment. He realized that the strength he had after enhancement was even greater than he had imagined. Tearing off a car door felt as easy as unwrapping a package for an ordinary person. He simply let loose his hands and feet. Car doors, hoods, trunk lids. Any large metal piece that could be torn off by hand was dismantled. In less than 10 minutes, that black sedan was reduced to a mere skeleton. He easily lifted the pile of scrap metal as if they were firewood and returned to the RV, tossing them all into the entrance of the basic material conversion platform. On the central control screen, a new prompt immediately popped up. Detected waste metal materials can be refined into standard steel, refining ratio 101. Estimated total time 2 hours and 30 minutes. 2.5 hours. Too slow. Qin Mo frowned, and the system immediately provided a new option. Would you like to consume level 1 zombie crystals X5 to shorten the refining time to 1 minute? Yes. Qin Mo unhesitatingly selected confirm. As 5 crystals were deducted from his account, a white light illuminated the conversion platform accompanied by a buzzing electrical sound. The scrap metal decomposed, melted, and reassembled at a visibly rapid pace. 1 minute later, the light faded, and a dozen neatly shaped steel ingots slid out from the discharge port stacked orderly on the floor of the vehicle. Qin Mo was very satisfied with this efficiency. Following this method, he dismantled 2 more wrecked cars, gathering enough steel and conveniently extracting enough precision parts from one of the engines. In total, he spent 15 crystals and completed what would have taken several hours in just a few minutes. Looking at the small piles of building materials on the floor, Qin Mo's gaze turned once again to the basic weapon modification interface. He extended his finger and tapped the construct button. Materials are ready. Would you like to start building the Guardian Type 1 rooftop crossbow? Estimated construction time 1 hour. Would you like to consume level 1 zombie crystals X10 to shorten the construction time to 1 minute? Qin Mo's lips curled slightly upward. Using crystals to buy time was always the best deal. Yes. After confirming, another 10 crystals were deducted from his account. In the next second, a change occurred inside the vehicle. Click. A soft sound came from above. Qin Mo and Nian instinctively looked up. They saw the RV's ceiling slide open from the middle, revealing the gray sky outside. Then a silver mechanical arm extended from the opening, hovering in the air of the vehicle. Arcs of blue electricity flickered at the joints of the mechanical arm, giving it a very technological feel. With a soft humming sound, the steel ingots and parts on the floor were lifted by an invisible force, slowly floating into the air toward the mechanical arm. Nian's mouth opened wide again, her eyes sparkling. She felt like she was watching a sci-fi movie. Under her gaze, the mechanical arm moved. Its movements were swift, leaving a trail of afterimages. The steel ingots melted into liquid in the air, then were molded into various shapes. The precision parts were embedded accurately, producing crisp, clicking sounds. The entire process was devoid of sparks and noise, only a dazzling display of lights and the sounds of mechanical assembly. It was as if something was created out of thin air. A minute passed quickly. The light and sound vanished, the silver mechanical arm retracted, and the ceiling closed again as if nothing had happened. But Qin Mo knew that everything was different now. He swiftly walked to the door, pushed it open, and looked up at the roof of the vehicle. There on the smooth surface was a massive crossbow exuding a metallic feel. Its main body was matte black, the barrel thicker than Qin Mo's body, with 3 launch tracks side by side on top. The entire crossbow was fixed on a base that could rotate 360 degrees, and through the transparent armor plate of the base, one could see the complex internal energy circuits. The tangible sense of oppression was much stronger than the blueprint. This was no longer just a crossbow, it was practically a mobile artillery platform. Just as Qin Mo was admiring this new weapon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Guardian Type 1 rooftop crossbow installation complete. Unlocked. Available ammunition, standard steel crossbow bolts, unlimited supply generated from metal particles, transformed directly by the energy core. In development, ammunition, explosive crossbow bolts, requires blueprint. Freeze crossbow bolts, requires blueprint. Armor-piercing crossbow bolts, requires blueprint. Unlimited supply. Seeing these 4 words, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. This meant he had gained unlimited firepower. He no longer had to passively endure attacks, he now had the capability to strike first. This RV finally had a means of long-range attack. However, he hadn't enjoyed his happiness for long, when suddenly a soft ding sounded from the central control screen in the driver's cabin. A warning window with a yellow border popped up. The upgraded vehicle scanning function was automatically triggered. Ding. Detected a survivor gathering point 3 kilometers ahead, approximately 40 people. Comprehensive tendency evaluation, yellow neutral, but very cautious. Internal instability factors exist. Qin Mo's smile immediately faded and his eyes sharpened. 40 survivors. That was not a small number. Moreover, the yellow evaluation given by the system along with the note stating internal instability factors exist made him even more alert. In the apocalypse, sometimes people can be more troublesome than zombies. Survivor camp. Qin Mo gazed at the flickering yellow dots on the central control screen, squinting his eyes. 40 people is not a small number. In a world where food and resources are scarce, gathering so many people usually means greater trouble. The system's yellow rating and the note about internal instability made him cautious. Yellow represents neutrality and vigilance, which is normal. But the words internal instability are quite interesting. This suggests that this small group is not united and may have troublemakers or ambitious individuals within. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. There was nothing wrong with taking a look. He was no longer the survivor who could only drive recklessly. The brand new Guardian Type 1 rooftop crossbow on top of the vehicle was his confidence. This mobile fortress finally had a means of attack. Qin Mo glanced back at the rear cabin. The curtain was drawn, and he could hear the even breathing inside. The little girl, having gone through a series of shocks, was now soundly asleep with a teddy bear. Qin Mo didn't disturb her. He simply dimmed the interior lights and started the RV quietly driving toward the location of the radar. The 3-kilometer distance was quickly covered. Qin Mo didn't drive straight in, but found a higher road slope about a kilometer from the target camp to hide the RV behind it. This position was excellent as it blocked the opponent's line of sight, while allowing him to have the high ground to observe the situation clearly. He picked up a high-powered military telescope, opened the car door, and quietly crawled to the top of the slope, hiding in the grass. Through the telescope, the situation ahead was crystal clear. That so-called camp was hardly a camp. 7 or 8 dilapidated cars and a van were haphazardly parked, forming a crude circle. Over 40 survivors, most of them pale and emaciated with tattered clothes, wore expressions of numbness and fear. The weapons they held were merely some fire axes, crowbars, and sharpened steel pipes, looking rather laughable. At this moment, this group was surrounding a large truck that had overturned in the middle of the road, each one anxious but afraid to approach. It was a truck transporting frozen food, with fresh logistics printed on its side. In the apocalypse, a truck full of food like this was a treasure. But treasures are always guarded by something. More than 20 zombies were attracted by the smell from the truck wandering around. Their presence became an insurmountable barrier, blocking the survivors' hope for survival. "Damn it, we can't rush through," a man with a steel pipe said anxiously to a middle-aged man with a square face beside him. "Boss, if this goes on, we'll starve to death." The square-faced leader's expression was also grim as he gripped a fire axe with a dulled edge, staring fixedly at the truck, his eyes filled with greed and reluctance. "Shut up. Who are you to teach me?" he shouted irritably, then softened his tone. "Let's try again. Well, organize another charge. Everyone on my command, 3, 2, 1, charge." With his command, a dozen bolder men shouted bravely, gripping their weapons and charging toward the truck. The remaining elderly women and children hid behind the truck, watching nervously. But in Qin Mo's eyes, their charge was simply a death sentence. The formation was chaotic and lacked any strategy. It was less a charge and more a delivery of meat. Sure enough, they had barely sprinted 10 meters when the wandering zombie horde was alerted. The nearest zombies roared and charged forward. Although there were many survivors facing these fearless monsters, their courage evaporated instantly. The young man at the front, before he could swing his steel pipe, was directly tackled to the ground by a zombie. "Ah, help me, help me," he screamed in terror, but his companions not only didn't rush to help, but were instead frightened into retreat by the bloody scene. The zombie bit through the young man's throat in one bite, blood spraying out. The smell of blood completely ignited the horde. Roar! All the zombies went berserk, lunging at the crowd. "Retreat! Quickly fall back." The square-faced leader's face turned pale. He could no longer care about the truck and was the first to turn and run back. The others also abandoned their weapons and scrambled back to their makeshift camp. Of the more than 10 who had rushed out, less than 10 returned, and one was injured with a zombie scratch on his arm, lying on the ground moaning in pain. This farcical attack ended in a miserable defeat. The camp was filled with a heavy atmosphere of despair. On the slope, Qin Mo put down the telescope, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A group of rabble. However, for Qin Mo, this was a great opportunity to test his new weapon. He silently slid down the slope and returned to the RV. He closed the door, completely isolating himself from the noise outside. He calmly returned to the driver's seat and directed his gaze to the central control screen. A metallic weapon icon had appeared on the main screen, resembling the rooftop crossbow. Qin Mo extended his finger and gently tapped on it. The screen instantly switched. A control interface similar to a shooting game appeared before him. In the center of the screen was a clear crosshair with parameters displayed beside it, such as wind speed, distance, and ammunition type. The main view was a high-definition image transmitted from the rooftop crossbow's perspective, clearer than the military telescope he had just used. Qin Mo tried sliding his finger on the screen, and the fierce-looking crossbow on the roof immediately rotated smoothly and rapidly with almost no delay. He could even zoom in on distant objects by pinching on the screen. At 10 times optical zoom, he could clearly see a zombie drooling at the side of the logistics truck a kilometer away. This is simply a mobile artillery platform. Qin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, excitement evident on his face. He no longer hesitated and slowly moved the crosshair to rest on the head of a zombie at the edge of the horde. That zombie had its back turned to the RV, bent over, gnawing on the unfortunate victim. Qin Mo felt no pity. His finger gently pressed the bright red launch button at the bottom right of the screen. There was no earth-shattering roar, not even a hint of vibration. Only a faint sound, almost negligible, came from the roof. A black line shot out from the launch rail of the crossbow, tracing a nearly imperceptible trajectory through the air, instantly crossing a distance of 1 kilometer. The next second, in the horrified gazes of the camp survivors, the zombie that had been feeding suddenly seemed to be struck hard in the head by something from afar. Puff! A muffled sound. Its entire head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Red and white matter mixed with shattered bones sprayed everywhere. The headless corpse even maintained the action of gnawing for half a second before crashing to the ground. A single-shot kill. The entire camp fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Well, what happened? How did that monster suddenly die? Who is shooting? The survivors stirred, fear etched on their faces as they looked around, trying to find where the attack came from. But the surroundings were empty. Apart from themselves, not even a ghost could be seen. The square-faced leader was even more shocked, drenched in cold sweat. He had seen most clearly that it wasn't gunfire. It was a force he could not comprehend, silently claiming the life of a zombie. A fear from the unknown suddenly gripped his heart. However, before they could react from their shock, the real nightmare began. Inside the RV, Qin Mo looked at the one-shot kill effect and nodded in satisfaction. His finger gently tapped an option on the screen labeled Burst Fire Mode. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, the rooftop crossbow transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. 3 launch rails operated simultaneously and black arrows rained down like a storm, shrieking sharply as they madly shot toward the distant horde of zombies. On the control interface, Qin Mo's expression showed no change. His fingers continuously clicked and slid on the screen, with each click meaning the crosshair locked onto a new target. With every lock, a line of deadly black streak shot out. For the survivors far in the camp, they witnessed the most terrifying and shocking scene of their lives. Just as they were still wondering about the bizarre death of the first zombie, the second, third, and fourth muffled sounds rang out continuously. Puff, puff, puff. A zombie that was howling to the sky suddenly had a blood hole appear in its forehead just as it began to roar. Another zombie charging toward the camp froze mid-run, half its skull blown off, brain matter splattering everywhere. One by one, zombies fell as if they had been called out, each one receiving a headshot. The speed of those arrows was breathtaking, and their power was terrifying. Whether it was a hard skull or rotting flesh, they were as fragile as tofu in front of it. Each arrow struck precisely at the head. Each arrow took away a target. Not a single shot missed. This was a one-sided and utterly inevitable slaughter. The survivors were all dumbfounded. They stood with their mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief, and finally settling into deep fear and awe. They even forgot to flee, standing dumbly in place, watching the horde of zombies that had just chased them in a panic fall one after another like cut wheat. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. When the last zombie's head was pierced by an arrow and its body convulsed, collapsing into a pool of blood, the whole world fell silent. The only sounds left in the air were the wind and the heavy breathing of the survivors. The more than 20 zombies surrounding the truck had all become corpses on the ground, each head pierced with a black, menacing arrow. Silence. The camp fell into a state of deathly stillness. Everyone remained frozen in place, not daring to move. They looked toward the high slope in the distance with eyes filled with a mix of horror, fear, and awe. Although they could see nothing, they knew that the being controlling all this, like a deity or a devil, must be there. The square-faced leader's lips trembled, his back covered in cold sweat. He dropped the fire axe in his hand, tremblingly raised both hands above his head, and shouted with all his might toward the slope, "We mean no harm. Friends on the other side, we mean no harm." The camp lay in utter silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and reverence, fixated on the distant towering earth mound. Though it was pitch black there, they knew that the powerful presence was surely watching them with a cold gaze. Changgu, the square-faced leader, trembled, his legs weak and barely able to support him. The veteran soldier, Ali, beside him, was also drenched in cold sweat, his hand trembling uncontrollably around his steel pipe. As a soldier, he understood better than anyone what level of firepower they had just encountered. Precise, deadly, and utterly silent. Even the top special forces armed with the most advanced weaponry could not achieve such a massacre in 30 seconds. This had surpassed their understanding of military power. In the deathly silence, Changgu and Ali exchanged glances, both recognizing fear and a flicker of faint hope in each other's eyes. After much hesitation, Changgu seemed to make up his mind. With a loud clang, he threw down the fire axe in his hand and raised both hands high, shouting with all his might towards the earth mound, "We mean no harm. Thank you for your help. We mean no harm." His voice echoed into the night sky, trembling noticeably. Behind the slope, inside the RV's driver's cabin, Qin Mo watched the live feed from the central control screen, capturing every subtle change in the expressions of the survivors. He did not respond immediately, allowing the oppressive silence to linger for nearly a minute until he could clearly see some of the survivors had collapsed to the ground in fear. Only then did he slowly extend his finger and press a button on the control panel. External speaker. The next second, a cold, emotionless voice boomed like thunder over the entire camp. State your identity and purpose. This voice, amplified by the powerful speaker, carried an inhuman sense of oppression that made all the survivors shudder, instinctively retracting their necks. Leader Changgu trembled, even more violently. Mustering what felt like the greatest courage of his life, he forced himself to look up and responded loudly towards the dark slope in a tone that bordered on reverence. Esteemed sir. We are a group of survivors who escaped from a nearby city. My name is Wang Chong, and I am their temporary leader. We mean no harm, we just want to find some food to survive. As Wang Chong spoke, he subtly gestured to the people beside him with the corner of his eye. A few quick-witted survivors immediately understood, scrambling to find all their remaining supplies from the trunk of a car, pulling out a dozen cans with unclear labels and a few bags of damp biscuits. They raised these items high like offerings to a deity. Sir, this is all our food. We are willing to offer it all to you. Thank you for saving our lives. Wang Chong shouted in an almost pleading tone. However, the response he received was Qin Mo's increasingly cold voice, tinged with a hint of disdain. Food. The authoritative voice rang out again, its dismissive tone almost unmasked. Such things are utterly meaningless to me. Boom. This statement had a more profound impact on the survivors than the previous 30 seconds of slaughter. Food to them was life itself, something they would trade anything for. Yet in the mouth of this mysterious powerhouse, it became utterly meaningless. Wang Chong was completely befuddled. He had no idea what else he could present to satisfy this mysterious sir. I am only interested in things of value. Qin Mo's voice sounded like the final judgment. Information or special materials. If you do not have those, then there is no need for a transaction. Information. Materials. Wang Chong and Ali exchanged puzzled glances. They were just a group of ordinary refugees. How could they possess any special materials? As for information, what valuable information could exist in a world that had turned into this? Just as everyone in the camp sank into despair, believing they were about to be abandoned by this capricious entity, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Ali's eyes. He thought of something. He hurried to Wang Chong's ear and whispered a few rapid words. Wang Chong's eyes widened in shock, and the despair on his face was quickly replaced by a hint of wild joy. He raised his head again, his voice turning slightly sharp from excitement. Sir, I have information. Very valuable information. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in the RV, indicating for him to continue. Wang Chong took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said loudly, we came from the east, and on our way here we passed a massive highway service area. It's about 15 kilometers ahead. That service area is enormous, with supermarkets, restaurants, gas stations, and even an auto repair shop. There are definitely mountains of supplies. But that place has also been overrun by monsters, and there are so many that we dared not approach. Moreover, we saw from a distance that another group has set their sights on it. That group's leader seems to be called Brother Lei, and I heard he is a retired special forces soldier with a gang of ruthless people, and they have guns. Service area, auto repair shop, and another group of armed survivors. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. This information was indeed valuable to him. The supermarket and restaurant in the service area implied a significant supply of resources, while the auto repair shop was essential for upgrading his RV. As for the team, led by Brother Lei, they represented a potential adversary. This news is barely adequate. Qin Mo's cold voice rang out again, causing everyone in the camp to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. As an exchange, and to make you understand what true resources are. Qin Mo paused speaking while retrieving 21st level zombie crystals from the storage compartment, tossing them into the conversion platform in batches. He selected basic conversion. A faint humming sound emanated from within the RV. Although the sound was not loud, it was distinctly heard by every survivor in the still night. They watched nervously as the RV, resembling a prehistoric beast lurking in the darkness, wondering what would happen next. Stay in place and send one person over to collect your reward. As Qin Mo finished speaking, he pressed a button on the electronic lock of a storage compartment on the side of the RV. With a soft click, a compartment door slowly rose. A chill of white mist billowed out from the compartment. Wang Chong and Ali exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was the bravest and most skilled Ali who trembling stepped forward towards the terrifying RV. Every step he took was excruciatingly difficult, as if what lay ahead was not a vehicle, but a man-eating beast. Finally, he reached the side of the RV. When he saw what was inside the open storage compartment, his breath caught. Neatly arranged within were 20 bottles of pristine water, still glistening with chilled droplets, and 20 brand new, beautifully packaged chocolate energy bars. In the apocalypse, a bottle of clean water and a piece of non-moldy biscuit could be worth a person's life. Yet now what appeared before him was enough to drive any survivor mad with desire. It felt like a miracle. Alice's mind went blank as he trembled, clutching the water and energy bars to his chest, then turned and ran back to the camp like a madman. When he placed these items on the ground, the entire camp erupted in commotion. The survivors surrounded the items as if they were holy relics, reaching out to touch them, but hesitating, their eyes fixated on the chilled bottled water and chocolate bars, swallowing their saliva frantically. God, it's clean water. And chocolate, am I dreaming? Who is this esteemed sir? Who is he really? In that moment, everyone's perception was completely overturned, shattered, and then reassembled into the most primitive awe for that unknown entity. At that moment, Qin Mo's emotionless voice echoed one last time in the night sky. Listen, this is an advance payment. I need a detailed map of the service area marking all the details you know. Additionally, bring all the scrap metal you can gather from around here to the slope where I am. Once you complete this, you may leave with those rewards. Remember, this is an equal transaction. Equal. Wang Chong and Ali felt a bitter smile creep onto their lips upon hearing this term. This was hardly an equal transaction, it was clearly a divine bestowal upon its followers. They did not dare to delay, even slightly, promptly organizing everyone with unprecedented fervor and efficiency to execute the divine will. Some brought paper and pens, quickly drawing a map of the service area from memory. More people, like frenzied worker ants, transported all the scrap metal, car parts, and road signs they could find in the vicinity, clanging and clattering them into a small mountain at the designated slope. Half an hour later, all the work was completed. Wang Chong led everyone to bow deeply towards the slope, then escorted the precious water and food away, disappearing into the night without looking back. Once they were far away, Qin Mo activated the RV, slowly driving toward the pile of scrap metal. He did not even get out of the car, merely opening the entrance of the conversion platform, unleashing an invisible force that swallowed the pile of scrap metal as if it were a whale gulping water. Simultaneously, a crumpled map was also drawn in by the mechanical arm. Qin Mo glanced at the map. The service area, supermarket, restaurant, and auto repair shop. All locations and routes were clearly marked. In the corner of the map, a skull was drawn in red with the words "brother" lay written beside it. A cold curve formed at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. He started the RV, turned the vehicle around, and sped off in the direction marked on the map. A new hunting ground awaited him. In the night, the RV sped along the highway. Qin Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other grasped a map drawn on a cigarette box. The map was drawn crookedly, but the key information was clearly marked: the locations and routes of the service area, supermarket, restaurant, and auto repair shop. In one corner of the map, a skull was drawn in red ink with the words "brother" lay written beside it. Qin Mo smirked and casually tossed the map onto the center console. A resource-rich service area and an opponent armed with a gun. This apocalyptic journey was starting to get interesting. The RV traveled for about 20 minutes. According to the markings on the map, they were not far from that large service area. Qin Mo did not drive straight there. Instead, he turned off the main road and entered a side road blocked by abandoned vehicles. He turned off all the car lights and switched the RV to silent mode. The vehicle immediately became soundless, blending into the darkness. He found a spot elevated and conveniently shielded by the wreckage of several large trucks to stop. They were approximately 2 kilometers from the entrance of the service area. This elevated location, shielded by the trucks, was an excellent observation point. Qin Mo glanced back at the rear cabin. The curtain was drawn, and he could hear the steady breathing inside. The little girl was fast asleep, hugging an old teddy bear, completely unaware of the dangers outside. Qin Mo retracted his gaze, his expression turning cold again. He did not rush to get out of the car, but instead opened the newly upgraded weapon control system. The central screen instantly switched to a high-definition view from the rooftop crossbow. He slid his finger, and the crosshair on the screen slowly moved. The 2-kilometer distance was brought closer under 10 times optical zoom, and the scene before him became crystal clear. It was a large-scale highway service area. The main building was a 3-story complex with the words Tianhai Service Area faintly visible on a giant sign in the night, appearing very dilapidated. Beside it were a gas station and a sizable auto repair shop. The entire service area was dead silent, devoid of lights or any sounds. The main entrances and exits of the service area were blocked by various vehicles and debris, leaving only a couple of narrow paths. The obstacles were arranged methodically, clearly placed by human hands. Qin Mo's gaze swept across the entire service area, his brow slightly furrowing. It was too quiet. According to Wang Chong's intel, there should be a large number of zombies lurking here. However, now, apart from a few ordinary zombies aimlessly wandering in the parking lot, he could hardly see the shadow of a massive horde. This was very abnormal. Qin Mo did not let his guard down. Instead, he focused more intently on controlling the crossbow's perspective, examining every inch carefully. He aimed the lens at the 3-story main building. The entrance of the main building was blocked by an overturned bus, and all the windows were sealed with wooden boards and iron sheets. Yet through some gaps, Qin Mo's dynamic vision still captured some movements. There were shadows swaying inside. Many densely packed shadows. They were jostling in a cramped space, constantly moving and colliding. In an instant, Qin Mo understood. The zombies had been lured into these buildings and then locked inside. What a clever tactic. A hint of approval flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Anyone who could come up with such a method had a sharp mind. This made clearing the perimeter of the service area much safer. They could confidently scavenge the resources from the abandoned vehicles in the parking lot. It seemed that the veteran known as Brother Lei was indeed capable. Qin Mo then activated the upgraded vehicle scanning function. The radar map on the screen unfolded and a multitude of red dots instantly lit up, nearly filling the outlines of the main building's supermarket and restaurant. Not far from the main building, a few yellow dots were flashing on a separate two-story building. Ding. Survivors detected number 3. Comprehensive tendency evaluation, yellow neutral highly alert. That should be the observation post of Brother Lei's team. Qin Mo aimed the crossbow's perspective at that two-story building. It was an employee dormitory situated cleverly to overlook the core area of the entire service area. On the rooftop terrace, Qin Mo saw a makeshift structure piled with sandbags with vague figures moving behind it. Just this remote reconnaissance was not enough. He needed more details, such as the firepower of Brother Lei's team, how many people there were, and their plans for clearing the service area. He must ascertain the opponent's background. Qin Mo closed the control interface, took out his night vision goggles from the storage compartment, and pulled out a military dagger from under the seat. He pushed open the car door and agilely got out, making no sound. The night wind was cold, carrying a faint smell of blood. Qin Mo's figure swiftly traversed the shadows of the abandoned vehicles, stealthily moving towards the service area. His enhanced physique allowed him to move with speed and agility far beyond that of ordinary people. The rough terrain and various obstacles did not hinder his pace at all. In less than 10 minutes, he had silently reached the outer perimeter of the service area, covering a distance of 2 kilometers. He did not enter through the front door, but instead circled around to the back of the auto repair shop. The wall here had collapsed halfway, forming a large gap. He slipped into the service area and immediately crouched behind an abandoned truck, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As he expected, the perimeter was very safe, with only a few dead zombies, all shot in the head with smooth wounds likely from a crossbow or bow. It seemed Brother Lei's team was very focused on conserving ammunition. Qin Mo's gaze fell on some traces on the ground, fresh footprints, discarded cigarette butts, and several food wrappers. He even discovered a few brass rifle cartridge casings in a corner. Qin Mo picked one up and twirled it between his fingers, his expression tightening. Standard rifle ammunition. This indicated that Brother Lei's team had at least one automatic rifle. This posed a far greater threat than a shotgun that could only fire one round. Following those traces, Qin Mo stealthily approached the base of the two-story dormitory. He circled around the dormitory without rushing to go up. The entire building had only one entrance, and the stairwell door was tightly locked, surrounded by a makeshift warning line made of barbed wire and broken glass. Anyone attempting to enter from the front would immediately alert the sentries on the rooftop. However, in Qin Mo's eyes, this defense was utterly useless. He took a few steps back and looked up at the second-floor windows. Most of the windows there were broken, leaving dark openings. Qin Mo took a few running steps, kicked off the wall, and leaped high into the air. His enhanced arms spread out, fingers precisely gripping the edge of the second-floor window. With a powerful flex of his arm muscles, he silently flipped into the second-floor corridor without making a sound. The hallway was filled with a musty odor, and it was very quiet. Qin Mo lightened his footsteps and stealthily made his way to the staircase leading to the rooftop. Before he could get close, a muffled conversation drifted down from the rooftop via the stairwell. "Damn it, how much longer do we have to guard this godforsaken place? The mosquitoes are about to carry me away," a young, impatient voice complained. "Shut up. Do you want Brother Lei to hear you, and have you hung up for a beating?" Another voice immediately rebuked, sounding more composed. "Just hold on for one more night. Tomorrow morning Brother Lei will lead the charge on the supermarket, and you'll have plenty to do then." "Charge? With just over a dozen of us and a few broken guns. There must be hundreds of zombies in the supermarket, not to mention that indestructible behemoth. Isn't that just asking for death?" The young voice was filled with doubt. "What do you know?" The composed voice snorted coldly. "Brother Lei has already investigated. The supermarket's fire suppression system is operational. At that time, we'll use high-pressure water guns to flush the monsters inside, then throw in a few homemade Molotov cocktails. Once the fire has done its job, we can go in to clean up. That behemoth may be formidable, but can it fear fire? Hiss. Brother Lei is ruthless. That's why I told you to use your brain more. Stop thinking about women all day." Below, Qin Mo listened to everything, clearly a hint of amusement appearing on his face. High-pressure water guns and Molotov cocktails. This brother Lei truly had some tricks up his sleeve coming up with such a combination tactic. However, now that he had heard it, this plan would be useless. He had already figured out the number of Brother Lei's team and their weapons, even knowing their attack plan and timing for tomorrow. Meanwhile, the opposition was completely unaware of his hidden presence. This was the advantage brought by the information gap. Qin Mo quietly retreated back to the second-floor window, and just like he had come, left the dormitory, without a sound, vanishing into the night. A few minutes later, he returned to his RV. The interior was warm and safe, a stark contrast to the dangerous world outside. Qin Mo sat in the soft driver's seat, his gaze once again fixed on the central screen. The layout of the service area was clear, with red dots indicating zombies and yellow dots representing Brother Lei's team, all in their respective positions. What was a headache for Brother Lei's team appeared to be within his grasp. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Mo's mouth. He did not want to be the ant laboring away, he wanted to be the one to take the cake directly. Now that he knew the opponent's plan, things would be much easier. He could very well act before Brother Lei made his move, using a more efficient and violent method to swallow this service area along with its resources whole. The night deepened as the motorhome glided silently among the skeletal remains of abandoned vehicles. Qin Mo's gaze did not linger on the road ahead, but fixed instead upon the reconnaissance feed displayed on the central control screen. 3 optically camouflaged dragonfly drones had already mapped every corner of the service area, inside and out. The strength of Lei Ji's team, the number and distribution of zombies within the main building, all were now known to him. His finger tapped the screen, isolating and magnifying the architectural blueprint of the auto repair shop. A green square locked onto its outline, and 2 bold characters materialized: New Stronghold. A faint wry smile curled at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. Competing with those fools trapped inside the building for scraps was inefficient. His objective was far grander: to seize the adjacent, far richer treasure vault in silence, and then watch the spectacle unfold at his leisure. "Brace yourselves," he said aloud toward the curtain separating the rear cabin. Whether or not Yin Yin heard him, he paid no mind, and immediately restarted the motorhome's engine. The massive vehicle slid noiselessly from its concealed ramp, skirting the edge of the parking lot as it advanced toward the auto repair shop. As it passed the main building, he even caught sight, through the roof-mounted crossbow cannon's camera, of a sentry's half-emerged head peering out from a second-floor dormitory window. The sentry had clearly spotted the hulking vehicle moving through the darkness, yet issued no alarm. Perhaps Lei Ge had forbidden it, perhaps the earlier massacre had left him paralyzed with dread. Qin Mo did not care. His sole focus now was securing his new domain. Separated from the main building by a vast expanse of asphalt, the auto repair shop stood encircled by some 40 or 50 shambling zombies. Drawn by the thick, acrid scent of motor oil and cold metal, they had lingered here for days. Qin Mo made no haste to provoke chaos. He guided the motorhome to a halt 200 meters from the shop, then opened the weapons interface. A crosshair drifted across the screen, locking onto a lone zombie lagging behind. The one stooped low, gnawing hungrily at a rubber tire. Whip! A soft, sharp whistle pierced the stillness of night. A black bolt tore through the air, burying itself precisely in the zombie's eye socket and piercing straight through its brain. The creature stiffened, then collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly silent. 3 more bolts followed in rapid succession. 3 zombies clustered together, clawing desperately at a sedan's door, dropped simultaneously. Each skull pierced at the exact same instant, their bodies crumpling like puppets with cut strings. Under the crossbow cannon's hushed surgical precision, over a dozen scattered zombies on the periphery were eradicated in under a minute. Every moment witnessed in chilling clarity by the sentry atop the dormitory roof, his binoculars glued to his eyes. A wave of icy dread surged up from his soles to his scalp. This efficiency of slaughter was terrifying, akin to a god methodically clearing refuse. Trembling, the sentry tumbled down the stairs and burst into Lei Ji's room. "Lei Ge, that monster, that vehicle, it's moving. It's heading for the auto repair shop." Lei Ge shot upright from his bed, snatched his rifle, and rushed to the window. Raising his binoculars, he caught sight of Qin Mo's motorhome, parked squarely before the shop's colossal steel rollop door. What does he think he's doing? Does he intend to seize the entire shop, alone? Xiaohai gasped. He's courting death. Inside there are dozens of monsters, several of those hulking variants we've seen before, strong enough to rip steel doors from their hinges. Another subordinate added. Lei Ge remained silent, binoculars steady, his expression grim and unreadable. A foreboding settled over him, that what he was about to witness would shatter everything he believed possible. At that very moment, the motorhome's engine roared to life. Not the subdued hum of before, but a ferocious guttural bellow. Boom! The deafening blast shattered the service area's profound silence like a slumbering beast rousing from its lair. Before the stunned eyes of Lei Ji's entire team, the motorhome's rear thrusters flared with sapphire light. and it charged forward, slamming headlong into the shop's reinforced steel door. Crash! A thunderous, ear-splitting detonation echoed across the compound, accompanied by the shriek of tortured metal. The rollop door, engineered to withstand impacts from light trucks, caved inward, warped beyond recognition, and finally tore free from its tracks, crashing heavily onto the pavement. The deafening noise instantly ignited the entire repair shop. Grara! Dozens of zombies long confined within erupted through the shattered entrance in a frenzied tide. Among them surged 3 or 4 grotesquely enlarged variants, muscle-bound, thick-skinned, towering over ordinary zombies. He's drawn them all out. Xiaohai cried. We're finished. Lei Ji's heart clenched tight, yet the words rising to his lips died unspoken as the next scene unfolded before him. The motorhome, having breached the gate, executed a razor-sharp pivot, swiveling its front end away from the surging horde, establishing a clean 50-meter buffer. Then the monstrous crossbow cannon mounted atop its roof began its lethal performance. Whip. A rapid, continuous whistle filled the air as black bolts streaked forth in a relentless barrage. The foremost zombies fell in waves, skulls pierced with clinical precision, bodies pinned motionless to the asphalt by sheer kinetic force, unable to close within 20 meters of the vehicle. Only the hulking variants pressed onward, their dense musculature absorbing the bolts, each arrow embedding only halfway, failing to deliver a killing blow. They roared, swinging massive arms, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He'll be overwhelmed, shouted Ali, Lei Ji's lieutenant voice, taut with tension. Qin Mo's expression remained utterly impassive. His finger tapped once on the control screen. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the chassis, and from the edges of all 4 tires, gleaming circular chain saws snapped outward, teeth whirring with lethal intent. Time to change tactics. With a cold, mirthless smile, he released the brake and slammed the accelerator, surging forward to meet the charging behemoth's heat. The motorhome did not charge straight. It veered violently at the last possible instant, pivoting sideways in a breathtaking high-velocity drift. The spinning chainsaws shrieked as they sliced horizontally across the legs of one charging variant. Shrike! Flesh and bone exploded in crimson spray. With a guttural howl of agony, the creature's lower legs, both severed cleanly below the knees, collapsed beneath it. Its massive frame toppled, crashing to the ground, only to be trampled instantly by the creatures surging behind it. One strike landed. Qin Mo wasted no time on celebration. He guided the motorhome across the cramped yard like a dancer wielding death, drifting, whipping, carving. Each arc of the chassis claimed another hulking variant, each collapsing in a gory heap. Their brute strength and armored hides proved laughably inadequate against this agile, merciless iron beast. On the dormitory rooftop, Lei Gu and his men stood utterly transfixed, mouths agape, eyes vacant, speechless. So, a vehicle could be driven like this. So, slaughter could be executed with such ruthless elegance, such overwhelming force. In under 3 minutes, the final variant skull was shredded by the whirling chainsaws, and not a single living thing remained standing inside or outside the auto repair shop. The blood-splattered motorhome rolled slowly to a halt at the workshop center. Its engine fell silent. Once more the world sank into absolute stillness. Qin Mo swung open the driver's door and stepped down, without glancing at the carnage littering the ground, and strode directly into the repair shop. It was a cavernous maintenance bay housing several half-assembled vehicles with tool racks, hydraulic jacks, and spare parts strewn throughout. The air hung thick with the pungent reek of motor oil and coppery blood. Qin Mo's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. This was a treasure vault, a forge where his motorhome would be reborn stronger than ever. He did not rush to loot. First, he maneuvered the motorhome deep into the bay and used its bulk to seal the ruined entrance completely. Then he inspected every other exit, a side door leading to the office's rear staff entrance. Each was welded shut using salvaged steel plates and the bay's industrial welder. He also discovered a fully intact surveillance system. Powerless, yet its wiring remained intact. Qin Mo connected it directly to a backup cable spooled aboard the motorhome. With a low hum, a dozen cameras, positioned across the shop and perimeter, flared to life, feeding crisp real-time feeds to a large central monitor. Only then did Qin Mo exhale, shoulders relaxing slightly. The auto repair shop was now his sovereign domain, a fortified, secure, resource-rich forward base. He approached a dust-covered workbench, brushed aside grime with one hand, and revealed a stack of abandoned blueprints. He picked up one sheet, a complex schematic detailing an engine overboost modification circuit. Technology blueprint detected engine overload boost system. Absorb. Absorption unlocks related tech tree branches and optimizes existing armaments. A slow, knowing smile spread across Qin Mo's lips. Far away in the main building, Lei Gu lowered his binoculars, his back drenched in cold sweat. Lei Gu, what do we do now? Xiao Hai's voice trembled uncontrollably. Lei Gu remained silent for a long, heavy moment, before grinding out his orders through clenched teeth. Issue my command: no one is to approach within 500 meters of the auto repair shop. Violators will be executed, without mercy. Classify him as the highest tier threat. No, classify him as a deity. We will observe and wait. Outside the auto repair shop, the night was deep and dark. A dozen figures appeared in the clearing. Leading them was Brother Lei, a burly man with a fierce expression. They stared at the corpses of zombies scattered across the ground, their faces filled with shock. Every corpse had been killed with a single shot to the head with identical wounds. The efficiency of this massacre sent chills down the spines of these combatants. Brother Lei's gaze fell upon the damaged roll-up door that had been forcibly pulled down. He could see the outline of a large RV behind the door. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the shock in his heart and stepped forward with a loudspeaker. After the sound of electricity, Brother Lei's cautious voice echoed in the silent service area. Friends inside, we mean no harm. I am Brother Lei, the person in charge of this service area. May I ask how you are referred and what brings you here? His voice reverberated in the empty factory, sounding particularly abrupt. Inside the repair shop, Qin Mo did not stop his work. He had just sealed the last ventilation hole with a welding machine, completely sealing the entire factory. Brother, someone is shouting outside. Nian, clutching a teddy bear, tugged at Qin Mo's shirt, a bit scared. Yeah, I heard it. Qin Mo replied indifferently, walking over to the newly opened surveillance screen, his expression neutral. The screen displayed 12 split images, clearly showing the situation outside the repair shop. Brother Lei and his 10 or so subordinates were clearly visible, along with the types of weapons they held. There was a semi-automatic rifle, several handguns, and the rest were machetes and steel pipes. This was all the equipment of Brother Lei's team. A cold smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips. The person in charge. He murmured, his eyes filled with mockery. In the apocalypse, strength is the only truth. Now this auto repair shop belonged to him. Outside, Brother Lei's face darkened as he received no response for a long time. The young man behind him, called Xiao Lu, could no longer contain his impatience. Brother Lei, this bastard is too arrogant. He doesn't see us at all. Shut up. Brother Lei scolded without turning around, his expression growing darker. The other party's silence put immense pressure on him, indicating that they didn't take them seriously at all. Brother Lei raised the loudspeaker again, his voice colder and harsher than before. Friends inside, I will say it again. This is my territory. No matter who you are or what your intentions are, come out immediately. I'll count to 10, and if you don't show yourself, we will treat you as hostile intruders, and you will bear the consequences. 10, 9. The countdown echoed in the night sky. The subordinates behind Brother Lei raised their weapons, nervously aiming at the tightly closed roll-up door. The air seemed to freeze. Inside the factory, Nian's small face turned pale as she tightly covered her ears. Qin Mo, however, seemed to have not heard anything. He calmly walked to the workbench and picked up an engine modification blueprint. 3, 2. Just as Brother Lei was about to shout one, suddenly, creak, a harsh sound of metal grinding came from the damaged roll-up door. To Brother Lei and the others' astonishment, the broken roll-up door was slowly pushed up over a meter high by a powerful force from inside. Behind the door, the cold front of the RV was revealed. Brother Lei's heart raced and his fingers tightened instinctively on the trigger of his rifle. Everyone prepare. However, the RV did not rush out. From under the roll-up door came something they had never seen before. It was a silver mechanical arm composed of countless precise parts gleaming with a metallic sheen. The mechanical arm was over 3 meters long, with blue arcs of electricity flashing at the joints. It extended from under the vehicle and deftly picked up a piece of scrap steel, half a meter square. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, a blinding white light illuminated the tip of the mechanical arm. Zzz. A beam of energy the width of a hair shot from the fingertip of the mechanical arm, striking the steel plate. The high temperature instantly melted the steel, and a burnt smell wafted through the air. What is this thing? Xiao Liu's voice trembled. Laser. What is he doing? Another subordinate looked on in shock. No one answered them. Everyone seemed to be frozen, staring at the unbelievable scene. The energy beam moved rapidly across the steel plate, as if it were writing. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The light faded. The silver mechanical arm lifted. Whoosh. The still steaming steel plate flew back, landing not half a meter in front of Brother Lei with a clang. The steel plate continued to tremble slightly, its edges glowing red from the heat. All of Brother Lei and his subordinates' gazes were fixed on that steel plate. There, in a domineering font, 3 lines of charred characters were burned into the metal. The first line read, "This place belongs to me." The second line, "Transactions are according to my rules." The third line, "Intruders will die." Silence. Outside the auto repair shop, there was a dead silence. Only the heat radiating from the steel plate distorted the air in the night wind. Brother Lei's face instantly flushed red. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped publicly. He had just shouted my territory, and now the other party threw a sign at him, declaring in a way he could not comprehend that this place had a new master. This person was too arrogant, too domineering. Brother Lei, this kid is too much. Let's fight him. Xiao Liu's face flushed as he prepared to charge forward with his gun. Come back. Brother Lei shouted, sternly stopping him. Fight. With what to fight? Brother Lei's gaze shifted from the steel plate to the retracted mechanical arm, his heart churning. As a veteran, he understood better than anyone what that represented. It was beyond any technology they knew. The ability to precisely cut and melt steel in such a short time exceeded the range of conventional weapons. Anyone with such technology was someone they could not handle with just a dozen men and a few broken guns. Charging in would be a death sentence. Beside him, Ollie, another veteran, turned pale. He trembled as he reached out, tugging at Brother Lei's shirt, and said in a hoarse voice, Brother Lei, let's retreat. We can't provoke him. Can't provoke him. These two words hit Brother Lei's heart like a hammer, shattering all his pride and luck. He fixed his gaze on the slightly ajar roll-up door, as if trying to see who was inside. Inside the auto repair shop, Qin Mo saw the expression on Brother Lei's face through the monitor. He did not look further, turning back to continue studying the engine blueprint. To him, this small conflict was already over. Outside, it remained silent for a long time. After more than a minute, Brother Lei slowly lowered his rifle, as if he had deflated. His eyes were filled with reluctance, fear, and a hint of awe. He waved his hand, hoarsely uttering a word. Retreat. The dozen subordinates sighed in relief, scrambling to follow Brother Lei as they fled the place in a disheveled manner. They had come in with great momentum, but left in a dejected manner. When the last figure disappeared from the surveillance screen in the distance, the roll-up door that had been pushed up fell heavily with a clang, completely isolating the two worlds. The factory returned to silence. Brother, they are gone, Yin said softly. Qin Mo replied without turning back, his gaze completely absorbed by the complex mechanical structures on the blueprint. With the resources from the auto repair shop, his RV could finally undergo a thorough upgrade. Brother Lei and his gang scurried away in a panic. Qin Mo watched them disappear into the night through the surveillance monitors, his face devoid of any expression. He did not let his guard down. Instead, he manipulated the newly activated surveillance system, carefully scanning every corner of the service area inside and out. After confirming that the group had indeed retreated to the main building without leaving any hidden sentinels or suspicious activities, Qin Mo turned off most of the surveillance feeds, keeping only real-time images of several key intersections. Having completed all this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. From now on, this auto repair shop, along with all its resources, would belong entirely to the Qin family. With a loud crash, the violently damaged roll-up door was forcibly pulled down by Qin Mo's mechanical arm. Though severely deformed, it managed to effectively separate the two worlds. The emergency lights in the workshop emitted a stable glow, dispelling the darkness and providing reassurance. Brother, did they leave? Nian asked, timidly peeking out from the RV while holding her teddy bear. They have left. Qin Mo nodded, revealing a rare smile to her. Come down, this will be our new home from now on. Hearing the words, new home, Nian's eyes lit up. She carefully jumped out of the car, curiously examining this vast new space. Her little mouth involuntarily formed an O shape. This place was larger than anywhere they had been before, with walls adorned with an array of oddly shaped tools and several massive machines standing quietly. To her, this was like a fun adventure playground. Qin Mo's reaction was similar to Nian's, except his eyes were filled with excitement. This place was practically a treasure trove prepared for someone like him who was skilled with his hands. The air was infused with a mixture of oil, rubber, and metal, a scent that was not only pleasant, but also made him feel safe and excited. His gaze swept over rows of shelves reaching up to the ceiling. Spark plugs, filters, brake pads, various models of bearings. All meticulously categorized and stacked full. In a corner, brand new tires were stacked higher than a person, glistening with a dark sheen under the lights. Qin Mo walked over to a wall covered with tools and casually picked up a heavy German torque wrench. The cold metallic feel and the precision adjustment scale made it hard for him to put down. These professional tools, which were already valuable in peacetime, were even more precious than gold in the apocalypse. With them, the next upgrade of the RV would have a solid foundation. However, Qin Mo did not dwell on his excitement for long. The urgent task was to quickly convert these visible spoils into real strength. His gaze fell upon the roll-up door he had crashed through and a few scrapped cars in the workshop corner that had been stripped down to their skeletons. These were excellent materials for conversion. He returned to the RV and activated the silver multifunctional mechanical arm beneath the vehicle. The arm stretched out silently and began efficiently clearing the site. The massive, twisted metal door panel was easily grasped, folded, and shoved into the material conversion inlet on the side of the RV. Next, the chassis and frames of the scrapped cars were torn into suitable chunks by the mechanical arm's immense power, continuously fed into the inlet. The conversion platform emitted a deep humming sound. A blinding white light illuminated the interior of the inlet, and the sizzling sound of metal being compressed and melted could be heard. Qin Mo stood in front of the control screen, his fingers flying over the controls. He did not choose to convert the materials into the most basic food or water. Please enter conversion target standardized high-density steel ingot. Please enter conversion target basic electronic component package. Converting. Resource utilization rate 91.7. A few minutes later, the humming stopped. Another large storage compartment of the RV opened automatically. A wave of heat rushed out. Inside, dozens of silver metal blocks, each about 1 cubic decimeter in size and still glowing red, were neatly stacked. In a small compartment next to it, there were hundreds of precision circuit boards and chips, each the size of a fingernail and shimmering with blue light. Qin Mo picked up one steel ingot and weighed it in his hand. It was substantial. The density and hardness of this item far exceeded that of the scrap metal he had just dealt with. Using them to reinforce the armor of the RV would increase its defense at least one level. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth involuntarily lifted. Turning waste into treasure, transforming stone into gold, this was the most formidable aspect of the God-level RV system. After dealing with the waste materials, Qin Mo began a more detailed search of the entire auto repair shop. He walked into the factory manager's office on the second floor. Inside, it was a mess, documents and debris scattered everywhere, clearly having endured a severe chaos when the apocalypse struck. Qin Mo's attention was quickly drawn to a heavy safe in the corner half his height. The safe's door was tightly shut, standing out starkly in the disordered office. He tried to turn the combination dial, but there was no response. The electronic lock had also failed due to power outage. Qin Mo smirked. This little trouble was nothing to worry about. He turned back to the workshop and grabbed a long-weighted pry bar from the tool wall. He forcefully inserted the sharp end of the bar into the gap of the safe's door, took a deep breath, and felt his arm muscles swell with strength. The enhanced strength exploded at that moment. Creak. Accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of twisting metal, that thick door, capable of resisting a drill, was forcibly pried open, creating a glaring gap. Qin Mo gave it no chance, adjusted his angle, and exerted force continuously. Clang. The safe door was completely dismantled with brute force and fell heavily onto the floor. Inside the safe, there were no bundles of cash or gold and silver jewelry, as Qin Mo had imagined. Instead, there were stacks of blueprints wrapped tightly in moisture-proof oilcloth and several sealed metal boxes printed with military-industrial logos. His heart skipped a beat. He picked up a roll of blueprint with confusion and quickly unrolled it. A highly complex mechanical structure diagram instantly came into view, filled with dense data and formulas that far exceeded the design scope of conventional vehicles. The title bar of the blueprint had a line of striking large characters that made his pupils constrict abruptly. Rhino Heavy Truck Chassis Armoring Modification Plan V3. 0. Qin Mo quickly opened another roll. Military Diesel Engine Overload Boost Technology Experimental Record. Electric Control Hydraulic Suspension System and Active Balance Technology Design Draft. This was not something a normal auto repair shop should possess. This was clearly a secret vehicle modification workshop, even a development laboratory for quasi-military armored vehicles. Just as he was stunned into silence by this discovery, a cold, prompt sound rang in his mind from the system. Detected high-value technology blueprint package available for absorption. Content analysis in progress. 10, 50, 100. Unlockable technology tree discovered: vehicle armor reinforcement, engine performance, overclocking, advanced suspension system, weapon mounting platform modification. Would you like to absorb? Absorbing will significantly expand the depth and breadth of the intermediate armament modification module. Qin Mo's breath quickened. He had struck gold. This was the true treasure of this trip to the service area. Materials would eventually be used up, but technology was the foundation that could bring about a qualitative change to his RV. Absorb. Absorb it all. He made his choice without hesitation. After collecting all the blueprints and the metal boxes containing core components into the RV's storage space, Qin Mo's mood gradually calmed. At this moment, the sky outside the factory had already begun to brighten. He prepared to return to the RV for a rest, and also to carefully plan the comprehensive upgrade scheme ahead. But just as he turned to leave the office, an extremely faint sound suddenly came from the deepest part of the factory. Clang. The sound was very light, like a small metal piece dropping to the ground. Qin Mo's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and his gaze sharpened instantly. He held his breath and listened carefully. The factory was very quiet. Apart from the faint sound of electricity from the emergency lights, there was nothing else. He initially thought he had misheard, but a few seconds later, clang, clang. The sound started again, intermittent, but carrying an inexplicable eerie rhythm. It was definitely not the moans of zombies, nor was it the sounds made by survivors. The sound was more like someone was tapping something with a small hammer in a closed space. Qin Mo's brow furrowed tightly. He quickly returned to the monitoring screen on the first floor, pulling up the images from all the cameras. Inside and outside the factory, it was eerily silent with no anomalies. Where was that sound coming from? He suddenly remembered that behind the auto repair shop, there was an independent parts warehouse he had not had time to check. And that was precisely the absolute blind spot of all the surveillance. Qin Mo's expression darkened instantly. He turned to the RV, gesturing with tactical hand signals to indicate that Nian should immediately return to the car, lock the doors, and not come out. Then he drew out a sharp military dagger from the car and casually picked up the heaviest pair of pliers from the tool rack. He lightened his footsteps, bent down, and silently crept toward the warehouse from which the strange noises were emanating. The heavy iron door of the warehouse was tightly shut with a large rusted lock hanging on it. Qin Mo pressed his ear against the cold door panel. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic tapping sound was clearer through the door. His heart involuntarily began to race. It seemed that this sleeping treasure concealed a surprise he did not know about. He gripped the dagger and pliers tightly, slowly reaching for the cold doorknob of the warehouse. Brother Lei has led the others to escape, and silence has returned outside the factory. This trivial matter did not concern Qin Mo at all. A group of guys who can hardly fill their bellies are simply not worth his attention. Nian, holding a teddy bear, poked her little head out of the RV and whispered a question. The tense atmosphere outside had made her a bit scared. Just a bunch of flies, they've already been chased away. Qin Mo responded casually, his tone light. He turned around and began to formally assess his new territory. It was a large automobile repair shop covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. The high steel structure roof made the entire space feel very spacious. The air carried a mixed smell of motor oil and rubber, accompanied by a hint of blood. Several large vehicle lifts stood silently in the center of the factory, with a few cars and trucks awaiting repair. Against the wall, there was a row of tall shelves filled with various models of tires, rims, bumpers, and engine parts, categorized and neatly stacked. On the opposite wall, all kinds of professional repair tools hung: wrenches, sockets, welding machines, cutting machines. Various tools gleamed under the emergency lights. In the corner, there was a small mountain of discarded parts and disassembled steel. As Qin Mo looked around, his eyes grew brighter. This was not just an auto repair shop, it was clearly a treasure trove. The food and water from the supermarket were merely bonuses for him, who possessed a material transformation device. The tools, parts, and metals here were exactly what he needed to transform the RV into a stronghold for the apocalypse. Qin Mo suppressed the urge to start upgrading immediately and decided to thoroughly inventory the entire auto repair shop first. He walked toward the vehicles parked on the lifts. One was a heavily damaged heavy truck, while the other was an off-road vehicle with a damaged chassis. Although these vehicles were already scrapped, many parts on them were still intact. For example, the truck had a massive engine, and the off-road vehicle boasted high-performance shock absorbers and reinforced chassis armor. These were great materials for modifications. Qin Mo approached the heavy truck, reached out, and gently placed his hand on its cold body. Detected decomposable target, T-800 heavy truck severely damaged. Proceed with basic material transformation. Transform. Qin Mo silently commanded in his mind. In the next moment, a blue light enveloped the truck he touched. The blue light spread, and wherever it passed, steel, rubber, and glass were decomposed into particles flowing into Qin Mo's palm as data streams, then transmitted through his body into the RV system. The entire process was quiet and efficient, without a sound. In less than a minute, the heavy truck vanished, leaving only a puddle of oil in its place. Transformation complete. Acquired standard steel X35, standard rubber X8, standard glass X3, standard electronic components X5. The system's prompt echoed in Qin Mo's mind. He smiled with satisfaction. This feeling was akin to playing a game, breaking down useless equipment into rare materials, which brought him a sense of achievement. He repeated the process, transforming all the scrapped vehicles and the mountain of discarded parts in the factory. Transformation complete. Acquired standard steel X188, standard rubber X45, standard glass X21, standard electronic components X37, precision parts X12. Watching the resource reserve numbers increase on the system panel, Qin Mo's smile never faded. Just cleaning up these scraps rewarded him with resources comparable to a small mine. Now the materials for the next comprehensive upgrade of the RV were completely sufficient. After clearing out the clutter in the factory, the entire space became even more spacious. Qin Mo's gaze fell on an iron door at the end of the factory, leading to the second-floor office. He walked over and found the door locked from the inside. This was not a challenge for him. He took out a cutting tool from the RV and began working on the lock. A few minutes later, with a click, the lock was broken and the iron door opened. A musty odor from long-term closure hit him. Qin Mo frowned and walked inside. The second floor was the office area of the auto repair shop, with a few independent offices and a large conference room. It was clear that this place had also experienced the chaos of the apocalypse, with documents and materials scattered all over and the desks and chairs in disarray. Qin Mo inspected each room one by one. In most of the offices, aside from some useless office supplies, there were no significant discoveries, until he pushed open the door of the innermost room, marked Manager's Office. This office was spacious and well-decorated. It had a solid wood desk, a genuine leather boss chair, and a bookcase that nearly occupied an entire wall. Unlike the other rooms, there were no signs of fighting or rummaging here, just a thin layer of dust. The bookcase was filled not with decorations, but with a variety of thick professional books. Modern automotive engine structure and principles, mechanical analysis of vehicle armor materials, military vehicle modification and practical applications, internal combustion engine extreme performance tuning manual. Qin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. These books were useless paper to ordinary people, but for him, this knowledge and technology could be directly transformed into combat power. He reached out, placed his hand on the bookcase, and activated the technology absorption function. Detected bulk technical materials, beginning scan absorption. A book transformed into points of light, flowing into his palm. Successfully absorbed engine structure and principles. Technology tree unlocked power system enhancement branch. Successfully absorbed mechanical analysis of vehicle armor materials. Technology tree unlocked defense system enhancement branch. Successfully absorbed internal combustion engine extreme performance tuning. Acquired blueprint engine overload boost technology. A series of system prompts echoed in Qin Mo's mind. He felt as if his brain had been forcibly stuffed into a vast database with countless knowledge and formulas about mechanics, materials, and dynamics being rapidly organized, classified, and synthesized by the system. Just as he was immersed in this feeling of rapidly increasing power, his gaze was drawn to a metallic box buried under a pile of documents on the desk. It was a briefcase spray-painted with a warning sign in red, accompanied by a line of small text: military supplies, highly confidential. Qin Mo felt a stir in his heart, walked over, brushed off the dust, and opened the briefcase. Inside, there were no gold or jewels, only a few sealed documents in leather envelopes. He tore open one of them and pulled out the blueprints. The moment he saw the title on the blueprint, his breath caught. Crusher, All-Terrain Assault Vehicle Chassis Modification Plan, Military Version, Guardian, Series Vehicle-Mounted Weapons, External System Modification Interface, Military Standard, Thor Electromagnetic Pulse Defense System, Experimental Design Diagram. If the earlier books were treasures, these blueprints were even more precious. Civilian modification techniques and military modification techniques are entirely different concepts. These blueprints saved Qin Mo a lot of exploration and experimentation time, pointing him towards a shortcut to arm the RV. What kind of person was the manager of this repair shop? A hint of suspicion flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. How could an ordinary auto repair shop have military-grade confidential blueprints like these? He shook his head, not delving deeper. In the apocalypse, life is like a blown-out candle. Everything from the past becomes unimportant. What matters is that these things now belong to him. He carefully stored these precious blueprints and prepared to leave the office, heading downstairs to plan the modifications for the RV. Bang! Bang bang! A faint knocking sound suddenly came from a corner of the factory. Qin Mo's movements froze, and his gaze instantly sharpened. He immediately held his breath and listened closely. Bang! 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 The sound echoed a few more times, intermittent, as if someone was rhythmically knocking on metal with something. Qin Mo quickly returned to the surveillance screen, bringing up all the camera feeds, meticulously checking them inch by inch. The factory's main door. No abnormalities. The back door and ventilation openings. All welded shut. The roof. Empty. Where did that sound come from? Qin Mo's brow furrowed tightly as his gaze swiftly scanned the surveillance footage. In the end, his gaze fixed on a corner of the factory. That was the parts warehouse, and a heavy iron door was tightly closed. And that intermittent knocking sound seemed to be coming from behind that door. Is there something in the warehouse? A survivor? Or some trapped mutated zombie? Qin Mo's eyes narrowed, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. It seems this treasure trove still hides secrets he has yet to uncover. Qin Mo's footsteps suddenly halted, his gaze turned sharp. He silently returned to the first floor, grabbed a half-meter-long steel crowbar from the tool rack, and took a handgun from the RV, tucking it behind his waist. He stepped lightly toward the independent parts storage room. The iron door of the storage room was thick, with a large rusty padlock hanging from it. Qin Mo gently pressed his ear against the cold door panel. Clang! Clang clang! The rhythmic knocking sound became clearer through the door. His heart raced. This must be a human voice. Moreover, the other party was smart, not shouting loudly, but using this rhythmic knocking to convey signals which could attract attention without alerting zombies in the distance. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He did not speak to inquire, but directly inserted the crowbar into the lock hole. The muscles in his arms bulged slightly as a surge of strength erupted. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the rusty padlock snapped. He did not immediately push the door open, but took 2 steps back, raising the crowbar and assuming a defensive posture. Inside, the knocking sound stopped abruptly. Both sides fell into silence. A few seconds later, the iron door emitted a creaking sound as it was slowly pushed open from the inside. A strange smell, a mix of motor oil and some acidic rot, wafted out from the crack of the door. A thin hand emerged from the gap, holding a small hammer. Following that, a head cautiously poked out. It was a girl appearing to be in her early 20s, with her face smeared with black oil and her hair tangled together, making it hard to see her original appearance. Her lips were cracked and peeling, her complexion pale as paper, and her large eyes were filled with fear and vigilance like a frightened little deer. Seeing the heavily armed Qin Mo, she trembled, nearly dropping the hammer. "Don't come closer." Her voice was hoarse, tinged with weakness from prolonged dehydration. Qin Mo's gaze swept over her, then he looked past her into the storage room. Inside, it was filled with various tires and parts. The space was cramped. In the corner lay a decayed, foul-smelling corpse that clearly had been dead for a long time. He found the source of the strange odor. She looked frail and showed no signs of infection. Just a trapped survivor on the verge of starvation. Qin Mo put down the crowbar, took out a bottle of pure water and a high-energy energy bar from his storage space, and tossed them at her feet. "Drink this, eat this." His tone remained cold, devoid of any emotion. The girl was taken aback by his action, glancing cautiously at Qin Mo before looking down at the food and water at her feet. The bottled water had cold droplets clinging to it, and the energy bar's packaging was intact. The sound of her swallowing could be heard clearly in the silent factory. Hunger and thirst ultimately triumphed over fear. She trembled as she picked up the water bottle, struggled to twist it open, and then drank greedily. The water came too fast, causing her to cough violently, tears streaming down her face. After downing more than half the bottle, she tore open the packaging of the energy bar and began to devour it, showing no hint of ladylike manners, as if she were about to swallow her own tongue. Qin Mo simply watched her quietly, neither urging her nor speaking. It wasn't until she had stuffed the entire energy bar into her stomach and drank the remaining water that she seemed to come back to life. Leaning against the doorframe, she breathed heavily, and her gaze toward Qin Mo held less fear and more complexity. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Qin Mo finally spoke. The girl paused to catch her breath, hoarsely replying, "I'm Superhuman. This is my uncle's auto repair shop. I was helping out here when the apocalypse hit. My uncle, to protect me, was attacked by the monsters outside." As she spoke, her eyes reddened. "I was scared, so I hid in the storage room and locked the door." "I see." Qin Mo nodded, aligning with his suspicions. "Who was that corpse?" "It was an apprentice from the shop. He tried to steal the food I was hiding, and we got into a fight. I didn't mean to." Superhuman's voice wavered with a hint of tears. "I didn't do it on purpose." Qin Mo's expression remained emotionless. In the apocalypse, such things happened every day, and he had no interest in being a judge. "Your name is Superhuman." Qin Mo looked at her. "Can you repair cars?" Superhuman paused for a moment, instinctively nodding. "I know a bit. My uncle taught me. I also studied this major in college." "Great," Qin Mo replied succinctly. "From now on, this auto repair shop belongs to me. You work for me, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and clothing, and you'll survive." "Are you in?" Superhuman was completely stunned. She had yet to recover from the shock of regaining her freedom and being full, and this cold man had directly offered her a job. But she wasn't foolish. She knew that in this world, having food to eat and living safely was a great luxury. Without much hesitation, she nodded vigorously, "I'm in." Qin Mo was very pleased with her understanding of the situation. He turned and casually pulled out a sheet from the pile of military blueprints he had just organized, tossing it onto the nearby workbench. It was the Crusher all-terrain assault vehicle chassis modification plan. "First, prove your worth. Understand this blueprint and tell me your thoughts." This was a test, but also an opportunity. Superhuman nervously approached, picking up the blueprint that was 100 times more complex than any design she had ever seen. At first, she couldn't understand it, but gradually her brows relaxed and her expression changed. The fear and timidity disappeared from her eyes, replaced by a focused and passionate glow. It was the brilliance that only a genius could exhibit in their field of expertise. Qin Mo's eyes slightly narrowed. He knew he might have struck gold. 10 minutes later, Superhuman transitioned from shock to an almost frenzied immersion. The timid and frightened look had completely vanished from her small face, replaced by an expression of concentration immersed in her domain. Her fingers lightly traced the intricate blueprint, and she murmured to herself. After another 5 minutes, she suddenly looked up at Qin Mo, her eyes bright. This design is genius. It's something only a madman could come up with." She was so excited that her voice trembled. "This multi-link floating suspension structure, along with the built-in hydraulic buffer system. Theoretically, it could allow the vehicle to traverse any extreme terrain effortlessly. Qin Mo remained silent, simply watching her. Su-Man seemed to realize her loss of composure and took a deep breath to force herself to calm down. But when her gaze fell back on the blueprint, her brow furrowed again. Wait, there's an issue here. She pointed to a corner of the blueprint which illustrated a structure connecting the power transmission shaft and the differential. The designer sacrificed too much power efficiency in pursuit of extreme stability. The energy transmission loss rate here is at least over 15%. This is simply wasteful. She seemed to completely forget her current situation, picking up a pencil from the table and directly making corrections on the precious military blueprint. If we replace the conical gear here with a planetary gear set and add a separate energy bypass pipeline. No, that won't work. It would increase structural complexity. Got it. Her eyes lit up as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. We can install a miniaturized electromagnetic clutch here. Using the main drive in normal conditions, then instantly switching to the bypass pipeline in moments of acceleration, channeling the engine's energy directly to the wheels. This way, not only can we reduce energy loss to below 5%, but we can also gain a burst acceleration capability. Su-Man looked up at Qin Mo with an eager expression, her eyes sparkling. What do you think? How's my idea? The factory was silent. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Qin Mo's face. This military blueprint was recognized by the system as advanced technology, representing the pinnacle of vehicle design concepts in this era. And this girl who had just crawled out of the storage room half-starved had not only understood it after merely glancing for a few minutes, but had also pointed out its flaws and proposed an optimization plan that even the original designer might not have thought of. An electromagnetic clutch, burst acceleration. This was no ordinary student who could repair cars. She was clearly a buried genius. Qin Mo looked at Su-Man, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. He had secured a safe and stable base, gathered vast resources, and now the person who could turn it all into reality had presented herself. Qin Mo slowly exhaled, suppressing the waves of emotions within him. He walked up to Su-Man, his gaze intense as he spoke in a serious tone, word by word. Su-Man, welcome to the Ark. From today on, you will be the chief engineer of this apocalypse Ark. Deal. Su-Man's hand shook hands with Qin Mo. Qin Mo directly led Su-Man into the RV. Su-Man was stunned by the comprehensive control platform in the cockpit. What is this? Her eyes sparkled as she rushed to the platform, her hands brushing over the unfamiliar operating interface. Qin Mo said, all control permissions here are handed over to you. You can use the materials and tools from the auto repair shop as you like. I have only one request: improve the combat power of this vehicle as quickly as possible. Su-Man turned her head, her cheeks flushed, pointing at the roof of the vehicle. Your request is too low. The design of this vehicle is great, but the armament is too crude. Take that crossbow cannon on the roof, for example. Su-Man spoke rapidly, spouting technical terms. The idea of an electromagnetic acceleration track is good, but the tensile strength of the bow arm material is insufficient, and the energy conversion rate is low, wasting 40% of the energy with each shot. That loading structure is too heavy, affecting the firing speed. Qin Mo did not interrupt, quietly listening. He knew he had found the right person. After Su-Man pointed out a dozen design flaws, she turned her gaze toward the pile of military blueprints confiscated by Qin Mo. Can you show me those blueprints? Especially that T2 vehicle power arm modification general blueprint. I have an idea. Qin Mo agreed. Su-Man received the blueprints and her eyes sparkled even brighter. Sure enough, it's like this, a microhydraulic structure, I understand. She picked up a pencil and quickly sketched on the blueprint. We can transplant the microhydraulic unit of the power arm onto the crossbow cannon's bow arm and design a 3-barrel automatic loading module using the principle of a revolving pistol. The stabilization system will use the gyroscope from the T2 blueprint. Qin Mo watched Su-Man, who was engrossed in her work, and stepped out of the RV. He leaned against the vehicle at the factory entrance and lit a cigarette. On the other side, the atmosphere in the dormitory of the service area was oppressive. Brother Lei sat in the center of the room with a solemn face while the man who had been shot through by Qin Mo's rifle knelt before him. Brother Lei, I was wrong. I won't dare again. The man repeatedly bowed his head and begged for mercy. Waste. Brother Lei kicked him to the ground. How many times have I told you not to provoke him? Did you not hear? The subordinates around didn't dare to speak. The young man called Xiao Hai's face turned pale as he described the scene he witnessed in a trembling voice. It was terrifying. Brother Lei, he's not human. His vehicle can transform and shoot. Lasers, yes, lasers. His description made the people in the camp increasingly uneasy. In the corner, a tall man with a beefy face sneered. His name is Zhao, who the second-in-command under Brother Lei, known for his violent temperament. He leaned close to several trusted subordinates and whispered, did you see that? Brother Lei has already been scared out of his wits. It's just a modified vehicle. He's alone, and we have over a dozen brothers. Are we really afraid of him? One of the subordinates whispered, but brother, who that guy's weapon is a bit sinister. Sinister my ass. Zhao Hu glared. No matter how powerful he is, he still has to sleep and eat. We can sneak up on him while he's asleep at night, and with more than a dozen people we can take him down with a flurry of blades. By then that vehicle, the woman inside, and the supplies will all belong to us. This talk ignited greed in the eyes of several subordinates. Zhao Hu continued to incite. Brother Lei is too weak. Following him will lead to starvation. Let's just act tonight. Eliminate the one surnamed Qin, and then we can take care of Brother Lei too, and from then on this service area will be under our control. The group exchanged glances and made up their minds. Let's do it. A conspiracy against Qin Mo began to brew. In the auto repair shop, Su Man was fully absorbed in her work. She entered the designs of the parts she created into the control platform and saw the robotic arm create the parts she wanted from high-density steel ingots in just a few seconds. She was awed by the capabilities of this RV. My God, this is amazing, she exclaimed, and then became even more focused on the modifications. Under her command, the multifunctional robotic arm of the RV quickly disassembled and reassembled the Guardian Type 1 crossbow cannon. The new hydraulic bow arm was installed, and the entire crossbow cannon grew in size. A 3-barrel automatic loading module similar to a revolver's cylinder replaced the original cumbersome structure. The gyroscope stabilizer derived from military blueprints was integrated into the base of the cannon. The entire process combined her wisdom and the system's capabilities. Qin Mo leaned at the doorway watching Su Man's busy figure and glanced at Nian Nian sitting beside her watching her operate. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Here it seemed to have a semblance of home. Several hours later, as night fully descended, Su Man with 2 dark circles under her eyes emerged from the RV, looking exhausted yet excited. It's done. Qin Mo looked up and saw that on the roof a weapon with a thicker barrel and more complex structure had replaced the original crossbow cannon. It was entirely black with dark blue energy patterns shimmering along the barrel. The system's notification sound echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Ding. Guardian Type 1 has been successfully upgraded to Guardian Type IA. Firing rate increased by 50. Accuracy increased by 30. Power increased by 20. New mode 3-round burst. Looking at this weapon, Qin Mo revealed a satisfied smile. Su Man's addition greatly enhanced his strength. Just as he was preparing to praise her, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the factory. Qin Mo and Su Man's expressions changed as they rushed to the monitoring screen. On the scanning system, more than a dozen red dots had detached from Brother Lei's camp and were spreading out from all directions, encircling the auto repair shop. A cold light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just right, a few fearless little mice are delivering themselves to my door. Let's use them to test the power of our new toy. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm echoed through the factory, shattering the midnight silence. Qin Mo and Su Man, who had just finished admiring the new weapon, exchanged glances and rushed to the monitoring screen. On the screen, more than a dozen red dots had left the main building and were encircling the auto repair shop from all sides. Each red dot represented an enemy. They're coming. Su Man's face showed signs of tension as she instinctively clenched her fists. This was the first time she would truly engage in a fight since joining Ark. Qin Mo, however, showed little expression. Instead, a cold smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. He extended his finger and gently tapped on the control panel. Don't be nervous, just a few rats. With his operation, the monitoring footage instantly switched. The upgraded RV system had taken over the entire auto repair shop surveillance, and Qin Mo had quietly set up his own miniature thermal sensors at key positions. In the darkness, the outlines of those dozen individuals became clear under the thermal imaging. They crouched low, using abandoned vehicles for cover, skillfully moving forward. Leading them was Zhao Hu. Get it together. Zhao Hu whispered fiercely to his loyal subordinates behind him. That kid is all alone. He's probably sleeping soundly like a dead pig. We rush and take him out first, and then that divine car, and that girl will all be ours. A thin man beside him licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. Brother, who is that car really that amazing? And there's a girl. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhao Hu snapped impatiently. That coward Lei Laohu was scared out of his wits, but we're not weaklings. Once we get that car, this hellhole will be our kingdom. A few reckless men were fired up by his words, their breathing becoming heavy. It seemed they could already envision themselves in luxury cars, embracing beautiful women, becoming local emperors. In the auto repair shop, Qin Mo watched the foolish antics of the group on the screen, his expression calm. Foolishness is the quickest way to death in the apocalypse, he commented blandly. As Su Man looked at Qin Mo's calm profile, her anxiety dissipated significantly. This man seemed born to control everything. They're about to cross the 100-meter warning line. Su Man pointed to the distance scale on the screen as a reminder. Let's wait a bit longer. Qin Mo's finger hovered over the weapon system's activation button, not pressing it immediately. Let them get a little closer. It'll be harder for them to run away then. Outside the factory, Zhao Hu and his men had crept to about 120 meters from the auto repair shop's entrance. This was an open area with no place to hide. Zhao Hu stopped and made a hand signal. There's nowhere to hide ahead. Everyone rush in at full speed. Attack the front door. Yes. More than a dozen reckless men responded in unison, leaping out of the darkness, wielding steel pipes and machetes, charging towards the damaged rolling shutter door. To them, that door was the entrance to a better life. But they were unaware that as soon as they crossed that 100-meter line, they had stepped into a death trap. Qin Mo watched the group of rushing figures on the screen, coldly uttering a few words as he pressed the attack button. On the roof, the freshly upgraded, entirely black Guardian IA crossbow silently turned its barrel. Along the side of the cannon, the triple-barrel automatic loading module resembling a revolver's chamber glimmered with a ghostly blue energy halo. The crosshairs on the screen moved, locking onto the head of the man at the front. There was no loud bang, not even a flash of fire. PFF. A sound almost imperceptible, like cutting through the air, came from the cannon. In the next second, the reckless man who was sprinting with all his might had his head explode with a bang like a rotten watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The headless corpse, propelled by inertia, staggered forward several steps before crashing heavily to the ground. The entire process was bizarrely fast. The companion behind him didn't react in time, tripping over the corpse and falling to the ground. Damn. Watch where you're going, he cursed while getting up, but as he looked up, he saw the twitching headless corpse. His cursing stopped. In its place was a sound from his throat born of fear, a raspy gasp. What's going on? Zhao Hu also halted, looking uncertainly at his fallen subordinate. The night was too dark, he couldn't see what had happened. PFF. Another faint sound echoed. The man who had just gotten up was jolted violently, a blood hole appearing in the center of his forehead. His gaze instantly went blank, and he fell backward. Now everyone could see clearly. A chill surged up from the soles of their feet, straight to the top of their heads. It's an ambush. There's a sniper. A reckless man screamed hysterically and turned to run back. But he had barely taken 2 steps. PFF. A third faint sound rang out again. A burst of blood flowers exploded from his back, and he collapsed forward, never to move again. 3 arrows, 3 lives. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Zhao Hu and his remaining subordinates were completely petrified by this invisible attack. They stood frozen in place, glancing around in terror, trying to find the hidden killer. But all that surrounded them was a deathly silence. No gunfire, no flashes of light, not even a shadow of an enemy to be seen. This fear of an unseen enemy was more torturous than a real fight. Devils. It's the devils attacking us. One man on the brink of a mental breakdown threw down his weapon and fell to his knees, crying out for mercy. Zhao Hu's face turned pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood why Brother Lei was so terrified. This was a power no human could withstand. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Zhao Hu squeezed out 2 words between clenched teeth, the first to turn and frantically run back the way they came. Thinking of running, Qin Mo watched the red dots on the screen scattering in all directions, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The game has just begun. His fingers quickly tapped on the control panel. The power of the Guardian IA was fully revealed at that moment. Activation mode, triple burst fire. The rotary magazine on the side of the turret spun rapidly, and 3 black crossbow bolts were instantaneously loaded into the firing track. PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 nearly simultaneous faint sounds. 3 shadows shot out in a small fan shape towards 3 different directions. In the distance, 3 fleeing figures suddenly froze in their tracks. Their backs exploded in 3 bursts of blood mist almost simultaneously. Then they toppled over stiffly to the ground. This scene completely shattered the remaining psychological defenses of everyone else. Oh, help! They cried out in desperation, rolling in fear, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. On the rooftop of the main building, Brother Lei and his loyal subordinate Ali were intently watching the direction of the auto repair shop through binoculars. When they saw Zhao Hu's group charge out, Brother Lei's heart leaped to his throat. These fools. They're going to get everyone killed. Brother Lei cursed through gritted teeth. But what happened next made them swallow all their words. Through the binoculars, they saw the charging, reckless men falling one by one. There was no sound, no flashes of fire. Only streaks moving so fast they were nearly invisible flashed through the darkness. Then came the fallen corpses. It was not a battle, it was a silent massacre. Oh my God! Alice's hand holding the binoculars trembled. Is this the true power of Mr. Qin? Brother Lei's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He felt immensely grateful that he had chosen to yield rather than confront. Otherwise, among the bodies lying on the ground, he would definitely be one of them. In the auto repair shop, Su Man watched the one-sided massacre on the screen, her face slightly flushed with excitement. She gazed at the Guardian IA on the roof as it calmly harvested lives, as if admiring her own creation. The shooting speed is 7 faster than theoretical calculations, and the trajectory stability error is below 0.01. It's amazing. It's simply a work of art. She murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with the unique fervor of a tech enthusiast. At this moment outside the factory, only Zhao Hu remained in frenzied flight. Behind him lay a sea of corpses. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode, the threat of death closely following him. He didn't even dare to look back. Just as he thought he was about to escape, PFF. The last faint sound rang in his ear. He felt a chill in his knee followed by a piercing pain. He looked down to see a black crossbow bolt had pierced through his kneecap, firmly pinning his lower leg to the ground. Zhao Hu let out a shrill scream, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to look back. All he saw was the eerily quiet auto repair shop, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the broken rolling shutter door seemed to mock him like an open mouth. Silence reigned. The battle was over. Qin Mo leaned back in his chair, his face as calm as a still pond, as if he had merely played a dull game. He glanced at the data on the control panel. 12 targets, time taken 1 minute and 37 seconds. Ammunition consumed 15 rounds. He turned to Su Man and said calmly, "Test complete, performance basically meets expectations. There is still room for improvement in the firing speed." Su Man nodded vigorously, immediately picking up her tablet to begin recording new data and improvement plans. Only then did Qin Mo activate the external loudspeaker. His cold voice echoed throughout the dead quiet service area. "My rules are not to be provoked. Intruders die. There will be no next time." With that, he turned off the loudspeaker and ignored everything outside, as if that massacre had merely been a trivial toy test. Having spoken, Qin Mo turned off the loudspeaker, ignoring everything outside. It seemed as if the massacre earlier was merely a test of toys. Half an hour later, a blood-soaked figure exuding a foul odor crawled back to the main building of the service area. It was Zhao Hu. One of his legs was pierced by a crossbow bolt, forcing him to drag himself on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind. He kept muttering, "Devil. It's the devil." The sentries were startled by the scene, quickly dragging him into the hall. Brother Lei and everyone in the camp were jolted awake. When they saw Zhao Hu's miserable state and the news of the slaughter he brought back, the entire camp was thrown into chaos, everyone fearing for their lives. Some suggested they should run away, the farther from that devil the better. Others believed Qin Mo's target was only Zhao Hu and his gang, and they wouldn't be harmed. A few who were close to Zhao Hu turned pale with fear, afraid of being implicated. Brother Lei's expression darkened. Standing by the window, he looked towards the direction of the auto repair shop, where it was dark and eerily quiet. But he knew that someone who could determine the fate of them all resided there. Just as the camp descended into chaos filled with arguments and cries, Brother Lei's authority was also being challenged. Suddenly, a harsh electric sound crackled from the corner of the hall where the already defunct emergency broadcast system was located. Everyone was startled by the noise and immediately fell silent. The next moment, a voice they both feared and recognized came through the broadcast. It was Zhao Hu's voice. "All of you, get your act together. That kid is all alone, and he's definitely sleeping like a dead pig right now. We charge in and take him out first. That coward Lei Lao Hu is scared out of his wits. We are not weaklings. Once we take control of that vehicle, we can come back and finish off Lei Lao Hu. From now on, this service area will be under our command." The broadcast played back everything Zhao Hu had said to his confidant when he instigated the rebellion more than half an hour ago. Every word was crystal clear. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the broadcast, then glanced at Zhao Hu, who was slumped on the floor, his face pale as a ghost. This recording was even more ruthless than the earlier slaughter. Brother Lei's body jolted, and he slowly turned around, staring fiercely at Zhao Hu, his eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. Those who had been loyal to Brother Lei also reddened their eyes, their fists cracking with tension. They finally understood that Zhao Hu and his gang were not only after Qin Mo's possessions, but also sought to eliminate them all. And those who had once colluded with Zhao Hu, even feeling a bit tempted, were now trembling, almost unable to stand. Their backs were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Qin Mo. Not only was he ruthless, but he could also see through everyone's secrets. In this service area, nothing could be hidden from him. The feeling of being seen through with all secrets laid bare was more painful than death. The camp was completely disbanded. At this moment, no one trusted anyone. Each person looked at those around them with suspicion and vigilance, fearing that the other was the next Zhao Hu. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the broadcast recording came to an end. After the crackling of electricity, Qin Mo's cold, emotionless voice began to resonate like a final judgment. "You've seen the fate of traitors. Now it's your turn to make a choice. I give you one night. Before dawn, all those involved, or who remain silent, should stand up, kneel at the door of the auto repair shop, and I can give you a quick end. As for the others, those who wish to survive must bring their loyalty to exchange for the right to live. Qin Mo's voice paused, becoming even colder. My patience is limited. After dawn, if my demands are not met, the slaughterhouse will roll into your dormitory building. As his voice fell, the broadcast returned to silence. Yet his words sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Thud. A man who had a good relationship with Zhao who broke down completely, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground, crying uncontrollably. It's not my fault. Zhao who forced me. I don't want to die. His breakdown was like the first domino falling. Then 2 or 3 more people collapsed, incoherently begging for mercy. The hall erupted into chaos. Brother Lei ignored the disgraceful behavior of these people. He simply stood there motionless, his expression unclear in the dim light. Brother Lei knew that Qin Mo was delivering an ultimatum to him, as well as to the entire camp. Either obey, surrender all power, and become Qin Mo's subordinate, or end up like Zhao Hu's group, disappearing from here. He had no choice. Since the moment Qin Mo shot that arrow, since that piece of steel plate inscribed with words, since this slaughter and the heart-wrenching recording began, he had already lost all options. Opposing someone decisive and ruthless with extraordinary means could only lead to a dead end. Brother Lei slowly exhaled, as if to expel all the unwillingness and anger within him. He raised his head and looked again at the darkness outside the window. The vehicle parked at the auto repair shop loomed like a monster staring at their group. After a long time, Brother Lei's hoarse voice broke the silence in the hall. Ollie. Yes, Brother Lei. His confidant Ollie walked over, fear evident on his face. Tie up everyone involved in Zhao Hu's plan. Brother Lei's voice was unervingly calm. After dawn, I will personally take them to Mr. Qin to confess. The voice from the broadcast faded away, yet those words echoed incessantly in the hearts of everyone in the main building of the service area. The entire hall was thrown into chaos. Fear and suspicion spread among the survivors. It's you. Zhao just mentioned you. You're a traitor. Bullshit. I have nothing to do with him. Don't slander me. I saw you sneak out with Zhao the night before last. He just want to take a piss? The sounds of arguing, cursing, and justifications blended together. Everyone looked at those around them with wary eyes, gripping their weapons tightly, as if their comrades would turn into daggers aimed at their backs in the next moment. Those named by Zhao who in the recording were now pale, as if all their strength had been drained, slumped in the corners. Some still held their ground, trying to argue. Others wept despairingly, kneeling on the ground and pleading for mercy from Brother Lei. More people were ordinary members who had been kept in the dark, watching all of this in horror, feeling as if their world had collapsed. It turned out that while they struggled to survive, those beside them were plotting how to betray them, how to push everyone into the abyss. Brother Lei stood motionless in the center of the crowd. His face was grim and his chest heaved violently. Zhao Hu's betrayal, Qin Mo's schemes, the camp's division. Each event struck him hard. He established this camp to allow more people to survive. He believed he had treated his subordinates well. Yet what he received in return was betrayal and the threat of annihilation. A wave of humiliation and anger surged within him. He wanted to kill. He wanted to rush out and fight tooth and nail against the Qin Mo who manipulated them. But reason told him it was impossible. He had witnessed that silent slaughter. He knew that in the face of Qin Mo's power, all his anger was a joke. Resistance would only bring the remaining innocent people to their doom. At that moment, a core member named by Zhao who, seeing that pleading was useless, suddenly jumped up from the ground with a ferocious expression. He swung his machete and shouted, "What are you afraid of? He is just one person. We have dozens of brothers. We can overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Fight back with everything we've got." He tried to incite the last frenzy. However, no one responded to him. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Fight back? With what? To confront weapons that could tear steel apart with their bodies. To battle against a devil that kills invisibly and can see through everything. This last frenzy completely crushed Brother Lei. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the anger and unwillingness in his gaze had vanished, leaving only a deathly calm and coldness. Ollie. Brother Lei's hoarse voice echoed in the hall. Here, Brother Lei, his trusted aide Ollie walked over with a face full of grief and indignation. Brother Lei did not look at him. His gaze swept over the terrified, desperate, or frenzied faces. Mr. Qin. He whispered this name with a hint of self-mockery. He said he only wanted the mastermind. So, Brother Lei's voice suddenly rose. Everyone involved in Zhao Hu's plans, leave none alive. Get to work. Boom. These 2 words ignited the powder keg. Ollie was the first to respond, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he swung the steel pipe, striking down hard on the head of the shouting traitor. Bang. Red and white splattered everywhere. The man fell before he could even scream. The bloody cleansing officially began. Brother Lei. You can't do this. We are brothers. Spare me. Brother Lei, spare me. The named traitors wailed, some knelt in pleading while others fought back desperately. The loyal members of Brother Lei were also blinded by rage. They could not forgive these people's betrayal as their foolishness and greed had almost dragged everyone into hell. Blades flashed and blood flew. The sounds of screams, curses, and breaking bones intertwined. The entire hall turned into a hell on earth. The ordinary survivors curled up, trembling in the corners, not daring to breathe. Brother Lei stood in the center of the inferno, allowing warm blood to splatter onto his face, his expression unchanged. He shattered the order he had established. He also severed all retreat paths and dignity with his own hands. He knew that from now on he was no longer Brother Lei of this camp. He was merely a dog under Qin Mo's command responsible for biting. After a few minutes, the hall finally quieted down. 7 or 8 bodies lay on the ground, blood pooling into small streams, staining the entire floor dark red. The survivors were all covered in blood, gasping for air, their eyes hollow and numbed. Brother Lei surveyed his remaining dozen or so subordinates and hoarsely uttered 2 words. "Come here." He walked over to Zhao Hu's cold body, bent down, and picked up the fallen machete. Brother Lei seized Zhao Hu's hair and lifted his head. With a swift motion, the blade fell. A head with wide-open eyes rolled to the ground. Brother Lei did not stop. He walked towards the next traitor's body, repeating the same action. 1, 2, 3. After all the traitors' heads were severed, Brother Lei casually tossed the dull machete onto the ground. He looked at the bloody heads, then at his blood-soaked hands, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than crying. "Ollie, take these tokens of betrayal with you." He stepped forward, leaving the blood-soaked and death-filled hall, heading toward the darkness he once dared not gaze upon. Ollie and a few other surviving team members silently picked up the heads, following behind him. The group moved like zombies, crossing the dead silence of the square step by step towards the auto repair shop lurking in the night. Every step felt like treading on their past dignity. Finally, they stopped in front of the tightly shut rolling door. Brother Lei took a deep breath, using all his strength, and shouted hoarsely at the cold iron door, "Mr. Qin, the people you wanted." His voice was filled with despair and humility. "Are all here?" After saying this, his knees buckled, and he knelt heavily on the ground. Ollie and the others neatly placed the bloody heads in front of him, then knelt down in unison. In the monitoring room on the second floor of the auto repair shop, Su Man watched the bloody scene on the screen, her face pale, her stomach churning. She couldn't imagine that the leader who had brought dozens of subordinates just an hour ago would now kneel before them in such a humble position. Qin Mo had merely moved his mouth, yet he caused an entire camp to turn on itself and disband completely. This method was far more terrifying than simply killing. She instinctively glanced at Qin Mo beside her. He was leaning against the back of the chair, playing with a dagger in his hand, his expression emotionless. He watched Brother Lei's desperate and submissive figure on the screen, a cold smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. He knew that from now on there would be no second voice in the entire service area. Daylight broke, and the last flicker of hope in the survivors' hearts was completely extinguished. The roll-up door slowly rose. Against the light, Qin Mo's silhouette appeared at the entrance, looking at the group kneeling on the ground, led by Lei Ge. His gaze was cold, sweeping over the heads of the people before landing on Lei Ge's pale face, devoid of any emotion. "I accept your letter of allegiance." Qin Mo's voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Lei Ge sighed with relief, his tense body nearly collapsing to the ground. He had bet right. With absolute obedience, he had exchanged it for a chance at survival. "From today on, your lives belong to me." Qin Mo's second statement made Lei Ge and all those kneeling behind him stiffen once again. They all understood the weight of this statement. From now on, they were Qin Mo's people, their lives and deaths resting solely in his hands. Qin Mo paid no mind to their thoughts and stepped aside to clear the way. "Clean this place up and gather all the surviving people in the middle of the factory." His tone left no room for rebuttal. Lei Ge did not dare to hesitate, immediately scrambling to his feet and shouting at his subordinates behind him, "Did you not hear Mr. Qin's orders? Move it." Minutes later, over 40 survivors still alive in the service area gathered nervously in the empty auto repair factory. They looked at the few corpses dragged in on the ground, then at Qin Mo, who stood before the RV with an expression of indifference, each of them not daring to even breathe. The events of last night had left them terrified of any thoughts of resistance. Qin Mo's gaze swept over everyone. There were men and women, old and young among them. Most of their faces reflected numbness and fear. "From today on, I call the shots here." Qin Mo's voice echoed in the spacious factory. "I do not care who you were before or what you did. Here there are only those who work for me and the dead." He paused, his icy gaze ensuring no one dared to meet his eyes. "If you work for me, you will have food, water, and a safe place to stay. What you need to do is follow my orders. Does anyone have objections?" A dead silence ensued. No one dared to voice any objections. Qin Mo turned to Lei Ge, and the remaining 10 people are now the base's combat team, responsible for fighting, guarding, and searching for supplies. Lei Ge's body trembled, and he straightened up instantly, replying loudly, "Yes. Mr. Qin." He hadn't expected Qin Mo would still trust him, and he felt a mix of emotions, but mostly gratitude. Qin Mo then looked at a middle-aged woman in the crowd. Were you a cook before? The woman was startled and quickly nodded yes. Yes. I worked in a restaurant. Very well, you take a few women and manage the logistics and meals for everyone. You and the few of you are responsible for cleaning. You few go and check all the usable items and take note. Qin Mo issued his commands one by one, clear and straightforward, leaving no opportunity for dissent. In just a few minutes, the originally chaotic survivors were given preliminary assignments, each with their own tasks. A crude outline of a base began to take shape. Those survivors who had been terrified all day despite still being scared after receiving their tasks had something new in their eyes. It was a goal, a hope for survival. Just as Qin Mo was about to announce the final rule, a low buzzing alarm suddenly resounded from the RV, echoing throughout the entire auto repair factory. Everyone's expression changed, fearfully looking around. What's happening? Are there enemies again? Is it those monsters? The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Lei Gu and his combat team members instinctively drew their weapons, nervously surrounding Qin Mo in a defensive posture. This was their first instinctive reaction since becoming the combat team. Qin Mo frowned slightly and turned to walk back to the RV. Su-Man was already at the control panel, her face a little pale, pointing at the large screen with a trembling voice. Boss. Look. Qin Mo looked up. On the panoramic scanning system upgraded in the RV centered on the auto repair factory, a large wave of dense red dots surged from the eastern horizon. Those red dots formed a tide of crimson, gradually advancing towards the service area. This is a tide of corpses. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Below the screen, the system provided cold data. Detected large-scale biological cluster signal. Estimated target number over 5,000. Target types 95 ordinary zombies, 4 strength type zombies, 1 unknown high-speed units. Estimated arrival time 27 minutes. 5,000. This number even made Qin Mo feel pressured. Previously, whether it was against Lei Guest Camp or the mutated dog pack, there were at most only dozens. Now there were 5,000. An overwhelming tide of 5,000 zombies. Enough to shred this small service area along with the few dozen people they had into nothing but bones. Qin Mo stepped out of the RV, looking at the panicked survivors outside. His expression darkened. Everyone quiet. His angry shout instantly silenced the scene. Everyone looked at him fearfully. What are you panicking about? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Qin Mo's voice was cold, filled with undeniable authority. Lei Gu, here. You have 5 minutes. Take your people and push all the drivable cars, scrap metal, and containers to the east entrance and build me 3 lines of defense. Quick. Yes. Lei Gu wasted no time, immediately leading his men out. Su-Man, I'm here. Su-Man poked her head out from the RV. Guard IA type switch to armor-piercing explosive arrow mode. Calculate the parabolic shooting angle. Cover the entire entrance area. Additionally, charge all drones and prepare for airborne surveillance. Understood. Su-Man quickly began operating at the control panel. Qin Mo looked at the remaining ordinary survivors who still wore expressions of fear, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. You. Qin Mo pointed at them. If you don't want to die, then go help. Move things, reinforce the defenses. Anyone who dares to slack off, I'll throw them out to feed the zombies. The threat of death was more effective than any words. The survivors were jolted into action, scrambling to join the defensive construction team. In an instant, the entire service area was set in motion. The sounds of car engines, the dragging of metal, and the shouts of people intertwined. The previously chaotic scene under Qin Mo's command surprisingly became orderly. He stood on the second floor of the auto repair factory, watching the entire battlefield through the RV's connected surveillance. His mind raced, issuing commands through the intercom that accurately reached every corner. Lei Gu, the first line of defense is too thin. Turn that abandoned fuel tanker sideways. Logistics team, send all the Molotov cocktails to the front lines. Drone number 3, lower your altitude. I need to see the gap on the left side of the defense. In this moment, Qin Mo resembled a calm general, perfectly integrating his powerful technology with the newly acquired manpower. This was the first true test he faced since becoming the leader of the camp. 20 minutes later, 3 makeshift lines of defense, made from various scrap vehicles and debris, were finally established at the eastern entrance of the service area. Lei Gu, along with a dozen combat team members, stood nervously behind the first line of defense, wielding steel pipes and machetes. Their faces were drenched in sweat, filled with fear. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. In the distance, a series of bone-chilling roars echoed. A dark line appeared on the horizon. That dark line rapidly widened and thickened. Soon everyone could see what it was. An unending horde of zombies. They came in various grotesque forms. Some were missing arms and legs, while others were so decayed that they were barely recognizable, but they had only one target: the fresh flesh ahead. They gathered together, forming a black wave of death, slowly yet inexorably descending upon them. Gulp. A young combat team member couldn't help but swallow hard. His grip on the steel pipe was so tight that his knuckles turned white. "Don't be afraid," Lega shouted loudly, trying to encourage everyone. "Right behind us is Mr. Qin. We will definitely win." Although he said this, he himself had no confidence. The zombie tide was drawing nearer. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Just as the zombies at the front were about to collide with the first line of defense, Qin Mo's cold voice echoed through the intercom, resonating in the ears of every combat team member. "Fire!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fearsome guard IA-type crossbow on the roof of the RV let out its first roar since the upgrade. A volley of armor-piercing explosive arrows shining with blue electric light arced over everyone's heads and precisely struck the densest part of the zombie tide. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions followed in succession. Each crossbow bolt that exploded sent a spray of flesh and limbs, instantly clearing all zombies within a 5-meter radius. A single round of fire created several large gaps in the zombie tide. However, the next moment those gaps were frantically filled by the zombies behind. The footsteps of the zombie tide showed no signs of stopping. The first round of volleys from the crossbows created several breaches in the horde of corpses, with pieces of flesh and severed limbs flying everywhere. Ray and his team on the front line were momentarily stunned, then erupted into cheers. "Good job. Blast these sons of bitches to pieces." They thought this was Qin Mo's method of attack. Though formidable, it was insufficient against the thousands of zombies. Sure enough, in the next moment those breaches were filled by the zombies behind, and the horde pressed forward without a moment's hesitation. The cheers from Ray and the others died down, their fleeting hope morphing into deeper terror. Everyone felt certain they were doomed. Their defense line in the face of such monstrous hordes was no different from being made of paper. The young combat team member, gripping a steel pipe, trembled more violently, his face pale, barely able to stand. Ray gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He knew he had to do something, or the team would fall apart. He raised his rifle and shouted to the sky, "Everyone hold your ground. Prepare for close combat. Fight to survive. Kill." But his voice was drowned out by the roars of thousands of zombies. Just as everyone on the front line was ready to fight for their lives, Qin Mo's cold voice once again came through the intercom, clearly reaching every combat team member's ears. "Who told you to go into close combat? Stand your ground and watch the show." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Guardian IA-type crossbow on top of the RV emitted a sound completely different from before. It was no longer the dull roar, but a high-frequency, continuous puff-puff sound. The 3-barrel rotating magazine on the side of the turret spun rapidly. Countless black regular crossbow bolts were loaded, accelerated, and fired, the entire process so fast that the naked eye could only catch a blur. This was no longer a single shot. This was a rain of arrows. Puff, 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 puff. Over 100 crossbow bolts transformed into a deadly fan of death, covering the forefront of the entire horde of zombies. In the RV's cockpit, Su Man's eyes widened, intently staring at the data flow flashing across the screen. Under Qin Mo's control, the Guardian IA-type entered automatic tracking and maximum firing speed mode. Every zombie at the forefront would be instantly locked onto by the system. Then 3 to 5 crossbow bolts would simultaneously shoot at its head from different angles without delay. A zombie that was about to leap onto the wrecked vehicle had its body still in midair when 4 crossbow bolts pierced through its head, exploding it into a mass of goo as it fell helplessly. The 2 companions beside it hadn't even begun to roar before their foreheads, eye sockets, and temples burst open, and they fell straight down. This was not a battle. This was a cold-blooded massacre. Ray and his combat team members were all left dumbfounded. They gaped, gripping their weapons, staring blankly ahead. Before them, the advancing horde of corpses abruptly halted 50 meters from the first line of defense. It wasn't that they didn't want to advance. Rather, any zombie daring to cross that line would be nailed to the ground by at least 3 crossbow bolts within a tenth of a second. The corpses that fell would trip their companions behind, and those that were tripped before they could get up would have their heads blown apart by the bolts from behind. In front of the defense line lay a bloody slaughterhouse. The air was filled with the sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air and the roars of zombies, occasionally mixed with the sound of skulls being pierced. What should we do?" the young team member asked, his voice trembling. The steel pipe in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ray did not answer. He simply stared blankly at the death line formed by the crossbow bolts, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. The rifle in his hand seemed like a toy compared to the monster on the roof. He finally understood what Qin Mo meant by watching the show. They were merely spectators. Time passed second by second. Within 5 minutes of the battle starting, hundreds of zombie corpses had already piled up before the first line of defense. Black blood pooled into streams on the ground. The corpses had formed a new wall, making it even more difficult for the zombies behind to charge forward. The situation seemed to be completely under control. Ray's team members shifted from fear to shock, then to ecstasy, ultimately transforming into fervent admiration for Qin Mo. He was so powerful. This man had used just one vehicle to withstand the onslaught of thousands of zombies. He was not human. He was a god. Long live Mr. Qin. It was unclear who shouted it first. Immediately after all combat team members seemed ignited, they tossed aside their heavy weapons and shouted fervently with all their might. Long live Mr. Qin. We won. We won. Their voices were filled with the excitement of survival and the submission to absolute power. On the second floor of the auto repair shop, Qin Mo looked through the window at the cheering soldiers, his face devoid of expression. His gaze remained locked on the footage transmitted back by the drone. He knew the battle had only just begun. At that moment, a roar completely different from ordinary zombies, filled with violence, thundered from the back of the horde, overwhelming all other sounds. The cheering stopped. Everyone on the defense line was startled, unsure of what had happened, and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. The horde of zombies began to stir. The fearless, ordinary zombies, as if encountering something terrifying, retreated to the sides, creating a pathway. The ground began to shake. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps grew closer, each step feeling as if it was stepping on everyone's hearts. A massive black shadow slowly emerged from the back of the horde. It was a giant zombie over 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging with gray-black skin. Its size was nearly comparable to that of a small truck. Most astonishingly, it held a large chunk of concrete guardrail pulled from the highway in its left hand, like a giant shield guarding in front of itself. What kind of monster is that? Ray's voice trembled. Without needing Qin Mo to give the order, the Guardian Eye-type had already automatically classified this most threatening target as the highest priority. The cannon adjusted slightly. Puff, puff, puff. 3 crossbow bolts flew in a triangular formation, shrieking as they accurately shot towards the giant zombie's head. However, the next scene sent everyone's hearts plummeting. The giant zombie simply raised its left hand, blocking with the concrete guardrail. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The crossbow bolts, capable of piercing through ordinary zombies' skulls, merely left shallow white marks on the guardrail before bouncing off uselessly. The giant zombie lowered its shield completely unharmed. Its crimson eyes crossing over the mountain of corpses and sea of blood locked onto the crossbow on the roof that was still continuously firing, letting out a deafening provocation roar. In the next second, its massive body lunged forward, taking heavy steps, ignoring all obstacles in its path, charging directly towards the RV like an uncontrollable heavy tank. In Qin Mo's mind, the system's cold warning sound also echoed. Warning. New elite mutated type tyrant detected. A cold notification from the system echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Warning. New elite mutant tyrant detected. The tyrant let out a terrifying roar, its crimson gaze piercing through the horde of corpses fixated on the RV. In the next moment, its massive body lunged forward, taking heavy steps straight toward the defense line of the service area. The ground trembled beneath its feet. It ignored all the ordinary zombies blocking its path, simply using brute force to smash them aside, forging a path through the tide of corpses. The smiles on the faces of the previously cheering survivors froze in an instant. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the approaching behemoth, a chill running up from their feet to their heads. What is that monster? Brother Lay's voice trembled. His strength and courage seemed laughable in the face of such a colossal figure and its overwhelming presence. Without needing an order from Qin Mo, the Guardian IA-type had already automatically locked onto this new target. The cannon adjusted slightly. The rapid-fire mode activated a series of alloy crossbow bolts shot straight at the tyrant. But what happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. The tyrant didn't even dodge, it simply raised its left hand, using the massive concrete barrier to shield itself. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. The bolts that could pierce through the skulls of zombies merely left shallow white marks on the concrete barrier before falling uselessly to the ground. The tyrant lowered its shield completely unscathed. It even raised its head, revealing a cruel and mocking grin directed at the roof of the RV, resembling a human. Open fire. Everyone fire. Brother Lay snapped back to reality from his shock, shouting orders. Aim for its eyes. Shoot at the unarmored areas. Stop it. The remaining dozen or so combat team members were roused by his shout. They raised their rifles and handguns, unleashing all their bullets toward the charging tyrant. Rat-a-tat. The gunfire erupted into a cacophony, flames flickering across the battlefield. This was their last hope. Yet this hope was crushed beneath the tyrant's defenses. The bullets struck the tyrant's dark gray skin, leaving no trace, as if throwing mud against a steel plate. A few bullets fortuitously hit its cheek and shoulder, embedding half an inch into its muscles, causing a few drops of black blood to flow. This amount of damage was trivial and only served to enrage it. Roar. The tyrant roared again, its charge accelerating. The first line of defense, a junked fuel truck weighing over 10 tons, appeared as nothing more than a toy before it. The tyrant did not slow down, crashing into it with its shoulder. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated, leaving everyone's ears ringing. The fuel truck was knocked away by sheer force, much to the disbelief of all. The massive vehicle rolled through the air, whistling sharply as it soared over the defenses, crashing down behind. Two survivors hiding behind cover responsible for throwing Molotov cocktails had no time to react. They looked up just in time to see a massive shadow enveloping them. Thud. No screams were heard. The fuel truck crashed down heavily, instantly turning the two living beings and their cover into a shapeless mass of flesh. The first line of defense was breached. In the face of the tyrant's overwhelming power, the painstakingly built defenses were like paper. Everyone's confidence shattered in that moment. Run. It's a monster. That's a monster. The morale that had just been established collapsed, fear spreading through the crowd. Survivors discarded their weapons, crying out and scrambling backward in panic. The line was completely in disarray. The tyrant smashed through the fuel truck, continuing its charge into the survivors' ranks. Its enormous body was a terrifying weapon. A slower combat team member was swept aside by its immense hand. The adult man was sent flying like a rag doll, along with his gun dozens of meters away, his body twisting into a strange angle before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The tyrant didn't even glance at him, crushing another would-be resister's skull underfoot, its crimson gaze fixed on the distant RV. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. The courage of the survivors, their weapons, and the fortifications they built were utterly insignificant against this second-tier mutant. Brother Lei watched this all with bloodshot eyes. His subordinates, those who had just fought alongside him, were being slaughtered unilaterally, and he could do nothing. In a fit of rage, Brother Lei let out a beast-like roar. He discarded his rifle and pulled out a bundle of explosives wrapped in tape from his waist. These were the last resort supplies from their camp. He lit the fuse, his eyes turning manic. Damn monster. He'll take you on. Brother Lei charged toward the tyrant's back, clutching the smoking explosives like a frenzied bull. He was determined to use his life to buy even a second for his companions behind him, for the one who had given him a chance to live, Mr. Qin. This was Brother Lei's final declaration of loyalty. The tyrant seemed to sense the threat from behind. It halted, slowly turning around. Looking at the tiny human rushing toward it, its massive mouth curled into a scornful grin. It raised its fist larger than a sandbag, ready to crush this ignorant bug into dust. Brother Lei closed his eyes, preparing to meet his death. Just then, whoosh. A sharp sound pierced the air. A specially designed crossbow bolt, glowing with electricity, flew in faster than Brother Lei. It struck the concrete ground half a meter in front of Brother Lei at an incredible angle. Boom. The bolt didn't explode, but the immense kinetic energy erupted instantly. The concrete was smashed into a deep pit and shockwaves radiated outward. Brother Lei felt an irresistible force surge from beneath his feet, lifting him off the ground and sending him tumbling in the air for several rotations before crashing heavily into the safety zone over a dozen meters away, unconscious. The fuse of the explosives in his arms extinguished during the tumble. The tyrant's giant fist swung wide, missing its target. It curiously bent down to look at the smoking pit on the ground, seemingly perplexed by what had just occurred. At that moment, Qin Mo's cold, emotionless voice came through the super loudspeaker of the repair shop, clearly reaching every survivor's ears. You worthless fools, fall back. The warm-up is over. The voice was not loud, yet it inexplicably brought a sense of calm to everyone. Those fleeing survivors instinctively halted, as if they had found a backbone. They turned back to see Mr. Qin rescuing Brother Lei, watching as the monster halted in place. Then, as if granted a reprieve, they scrambled toward the armored RV. The tyrant's gaze shifted from the pit on the ground back to the RV. It pounded its hard chest, producing a series of deep, drum-like echoes. It was taunting. In the next second, the tyrant accelerated again, this time with a clear target, the RV. Qin Mo's cold voice echoed through the entire service area via the loudspeaker. Full step back. The warm-up is over. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a reassuring strength. The survivors who were desperately fleeing instinctively halted, as if grasping a lifeline. They turned back and saw the massive RV blocking their path between them and the monster. Fear remained, but the urge to flee strangely dissipated. They crawled and rolled back toward the repair shop, hiding behind broken walls and wrecked cars, peeking out and intently watching the battlefield. The tyrant stopped. A glimmer of confusion flashed in its crimson eyes, seemingly unable to understand why this steel giant had not fled. But this moment of confusion was quickly replaced by a deeper rage. In its world, everything that did not submit must be crushed. Roar. The tyrant pounded its hard chest, producing thundering sounds, then its enormous body accelerated again. This time its target was clear. It was that vehicle. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The massive shadow carrying an intense sense of oppression instantly engulfed the RV. The survivors hiding in the distance felt their hearts leap to their throats. Many even instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of that vehicle being smashed into scrap metal. Boom. The tyrant's fist the size of a grinding wheel smashed down hard onto the RV's front armor. A tremendous metallic crash resonated throughout the service area. Everyone felt the ground shake violently beneath them, their ears ringing. Yet the anticipated scene of destruction did not occur. The RV's massive body merely jolted backward, its wheels leaving two deep imprints on the ground before coming to a steady stop. On the thick armor of the front, only a shallow fist imprint appeared. Warning: front armor integrity 96. Inside the cockpit, Qin Mo looked at the data flashing on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su-Man tightly held onto the safety handrail, her face pale, but her fingers were rapidly tapping on the passenger control panel without pause. Boss, its physical resistance is too high. Preliminary scans show its surface density is close to high-strength alloy. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Analyze its movement patterns and weak joints. Qin Mo's tone was calm, as if that punch capable of flattening a tank was merely a gentle breeze. His hands were firmly placed on the steering wheel and control panel. After the failed strike, the tyrant seemed momentarily stunned. It looked down at its fist, then at the almost unscathed armored shell, and a more ferocious anger erupted in its crimson eyes. It opened its massive mouth and let out an angry roar, raising its arms high, ready to use all its strength to utterly crush this thing that dared to provoke it. At that moment, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Like to fight up close. His finger gently pressed down on a bright red button on the control panel covered by an independent protective shield. Screech. A harsh sound of metal grinding erupted. The four massive tires of the RV suddenly revealed four circular alloy saw blades gleaming with cold light. The edges of the saw blades were sharp, and driven by the RV's infinite energy, they spun wildly at thousands of revolutions per minute, producing a piercing wail. Butcher, tire chainsaw activated. The distant survivors were left dumbfounded. What? What is that? Saw blades grew out of the tires. My God, what kind of monster is this vehicle? Their understanding was once again shattered. The tyrant's heavy fist was raised high and was about to strike down. However, at this critical moment, Qin Mo moved. He did not retreat, but instead slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The RV's engine roared violently, and immense torque exploded instantly. Under the horrified gaze of the tyrant and all the survivors, this several-ton heavy steel beast executed a tail whip at an angle that even a sports car would struggle to achieve. High-speed drifting. The heavy vehicle under Qin Mo's control seemed to lose weight in an instant. The tail, accompanied by a whistling wind, traced an unbelievable arc sweeping toward the tyrant's legs. The tyrant reacted quickly, immediately trying to retreat and dodge. But its massive body was too cumbersome, and all its movements appeared slow against the RV's agile drift. Slash! A piercing sound echoed. The high-speed spinning tire chainsaw swept mercilessly across the tyrant's thick right calf. Its tough skin was as fragile as paper in the face of such extreme cutting force. A massive wound deep enough to see bone instantly appeared on the tyrant's calf, black blood mixed with flesh and tendons spraying out like a fountain. Roar! The tyrant let out its first truly painful roar since its appearance. It staggered, nearly falling to one knee, and for the first time its gaze toward the RV was filled with terror and disbelief. Meanwhile, the distant survivors were completely petrified. They gaped with eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing the most unbelievable scene in the world. Drift. A RV is drifting. What? What is he doing? He's toying with that monster with that big vehicle. That saw can actually cut through the monster's body. So terrifying. One of Lei Guest's subordinates, stunned, dropped his rifle with a clatter, oblivious, murmuring, "This isn't driving. This is art. This is the art of slaughter." Qin Mo's attack did not cease. After landing a hit, he didn't pause, deftly turning the steering wheel and alternating between the accelerator and brake, allowing the RV to glide like a fish, tracing a smooth-shaped curve around the tyrant, the front instantly redirecting. The tyrant had just steadied itself and had yet to retaliate when the RV's second assault arrived. Another extreme drift. This time it was the left side tire chainsaw. Slash. The same location, the same angle, a wound deep enough to see bone. The tyrant's left leg was also slashed open with a massive gash. Blood gushed wildly. If the first time was an accident, the second time was a crushing blow. A comprehensive defeat in skill, performance, and intelligence. The tyrant's pride in its strength and defense became a joke in the face of Qin Mo's monstrous driving skills and the RV's terrifying capabilities. It resembled a clumsy bear being toyed with, possessing strength, yet unable to even graze its opponent. Roar, roar, roar. The intense pain and humiliation drove the tyrant to madness. It abandoned defense, wildly swinging its arms and recklessly striking at the RV in an attempt to catch that agile armored shell with indiscriminate attacks. However, all of this was in vain. Qin Mo's gaze was impassive, his mind functioning like a precise computer predicting every attack from the tyrant. The steering wheel in his hands seemed to have a life of its own. Accelerate, tail whip, handbrake, drift, reverse, and another tail whip. The cumbersome RV under his control executed lethal attacks around the tyrant. Each slide was accompanied by the sound of chainsaws slicing through flesh. Each turn sent splashes of black blood erupting. 1, 2, 3. The intersecting wounds on the tyrant's legs multiplied. Muscles were severed, tendons were cut, and even the white bones were exposed. The tyrant's roars, once filled with anger, gradually transformed into cries of pain. It wanted to flee, but the severe injuries to its legs made movement difficult. It wanted to strike, but Qin Mo gave it no opportunity. The distant survivors had transformed from initial shock to numbness, ultimately evolving into nearly fanatical admiration. Their gazes were locked onto the RV maneuvering beside the monster, their eyes filled with fervor and awe. In their eyes, it was no longer just a vehicle. It was the chariot of a god, and the man driving the chariot was a god walking among mortals. Finally, after another precise cut, the tyrant's ravaged legs could no longer support its massive body. Thud! Its enormous body heavily knelt on one knee, kicking up a cloud of dust. It begrudgingly raised its head, eyes filled with resentment and fear staring intently at the RV that slowly stopped before it. It had been defeated. Defeated so utterly, so humiliatingly. At that moment, Su Man, who had been engrossed in analyzing data, suddenly lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Found it, boss. I found it. Its weakness is at the back of the neck. The indentation where the spine connects to the skull. The bioenergy response there is the strongest, but the structure is also the weakest. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Received. Prepare to witness the final curtain call. Inside the cockpit, Su Man's voice came through the internal communication. Found it, boss. Its weakness is in the nape. The depression where the spine connects to the skull. The energy response is strongest there, but the structure is also the most fragile. On the screen, a flashing red cross precisely marked the tyrant's fatal weakness. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Receive. His voice echoed through the loudspeaker, clearly reaching the tyrant kneeling on the ground. Prepare to enjoy the final curtain call. This statement ignited the tyrant's fury. Roar. It roared, abandoning all defenses, allowing its massive body to lean forward, stretching out its giant arms to tightly embrace the front of the RV. It intended to crush this tin can that mocked it with its last ounce of strength. Creak, creak. The piercing sound of metal distorting echoed. The RV's sturdy armor began to buckle under the tyrant's terrifying strength, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. Inside the cockpit, the red alarm lights flashed wildly. Warning. Vehicle structure damaged. Armor integrity 85, 78, 70. The hearts of the distant survivors sank instantly. Oh no, the vehicle is caught. Look, the body is deforming. Mr. Qin, their recently built confidence began to waver at that moment. The monster's power was so terrifying that even this war machine was about to give in. At this critical moment, Qin Mo's face showed no signs of panic. His gaze was icy as he watched the armor values on the screen plummet, as if observing numbers unrelated to himself. Wanna die together? A trace of mockery flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he pressed another button. High-voltage electric net activate. Zzz. In an instant, tens of thousands of volts of blue arcs enveloped the entire body of the RV. A scent of ozone filled the air. Roar. The tyrant, using all its strength to squeeze the RV, let out a short, mournful cry. Its hard body was also an excellent conductor. The current flowed through its body instantaneously, causing its massive form to convulse violently, muscles stiffening uncontrollably, and its giant arms instinctively loosened. Now's the time. A glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The RV surged forward several meters, instantly breaking free from the tyrant's grip. Then a smooth turn drift. The massive vehicle traced a semicircle and placed the front, turning a full 180 degrees, and the crossbow on the roof aimed directly at the tyrant's back, which was now stiff from the electric shock. Qin Mo gave the tyrant no chance to react, unhesitatingly, pushing a virtual lever representing energy output to the maximum on the control panel. Energy core overload. Weapon systems supercharged. The I-type crossbow on the roof changed its energy patterns from blue to blazing white. In an instant, the barrel, turning red from the excessive energy concentration, and the surrounding air began to distort, emitting a burnt smell. Goodbye, big guy. Qin Mo pressed the launch button. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound had reached a level that transcended sound. A custom red crossbow bolt shot out. It made no sound as it flew, leaving a black vacuum that tore through the air. Time seemed to slow at that moment. All the survivors stared wide-eyed at the crimson beam precise, and without a doubt deeply embedding itself into the tyrant's defenseless nape. The tyrant's massive body froze. It slowly lowered its head, looking at its chest, a hint of confusion flashing in its scarlet eyes. A second later, puff! A blinding red light erupted from the wound on its nape. Then that red light instantly spread throughout its body. Cracks appeared on its hard skin. There was no violent explosion, only a muffled sound emanating from within. The tyrant's entire upper body exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. Black blood and shattered organs splattered across the ground for dozens of meters around. The massive headless corpse, left with only half its body, swayed in place, then with a loud crash, fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed a second-tier mutated organism tyrant. Obtained second-tier energy crystal X1, heart of the tyrant X1. A cold notification sound echoed in Qin Mo's mind. The entire world fell silent. Only the countless ordinary zombies, after losing their commander, stood dazedly in place, emitting meaningless roars. All the survivors gaped, staring blankly at the huge headless corpse, looking at the rain of blood on the ground, their minds blank. Is it dead? That invincible monster just died. Exploded from within with a single arrow. What kind of method is this? They were not watching a movie, nor were they dreaming. It was a scene that was truly happening before their eyes. At that moment, the RV's door slowly opened. A tall and upright figure walked down from the vehicle under the afterglow of the setting sun. It was Qin Mo. This was his first true appearance before this group of survivors. He wore no protective gear, casually dressed in leisure wear with no expression on his face. Standing under the blood-red sunset, his cold gaze swept over the distant, stunned survivors. No one dared to meet his gaze. The survivors, having survived a disaster, looked at him as if they were gazing upon a deity walking among men. A mixture of reverence, fear, gratitude, and admiration intertwined in their hearts, ultimately converging into a pure faith. It was unclear who was the first to drop their weapon, knees buckling and collapsing to the ground. This action was like a signal. Then came the second, the third. One by one, the survivors knelt down. They buried their heads deeply in the ground, adopting the most humble posture to pay their respects to their savior, to this newly risen king. Leech, who had just been saved by Qin Mo, struggled to rise from the ground. He looked at Qin Mo's figure and the crowd kneeling around him, revealing a complex smile. He knelt on one knee, lowered his once proud head, and with all his strength shouted out the voice of everyone. "We swear to serve you till death." The voice echoed in the empty service area, lingering for a long time. The sounds of loyalty echoed over the vast service area, lingering endlessly. Qin Mo stood under the sunset, his expression emotionless as he looked down at the kneeling survivors. His gaze was calm, yet everyone who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. In the cockpit, Su Man watched the panoramic screen, where dozens of light spots representing the survivors transformed simultaneously from unstable yellow and red to solid green. The hearts of the people completely submitted. Qin Mo slowly raised his hand. All sounds vanished in an instant. The entire battlefield was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The survivors lifted their heads, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed up at their king. "From this day forth, you are no longer homeless survivors." Qin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. "We call ourselves Ark. This vehicle is our Ark. And you are the first crew of the Ark. Ark, crew." These two words made every survivor shudder with excitement. They were no longer struggling to survive. They had a new identity, a new collective, a new hope. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon Brother Lei, who had just gotten up from the ground, his face filled with excitement. "Brother Lei, here." Brother Lei's body trembled as he immediately knelt on one knee, his voice booming. "From this day forth, you are the captain of the Ark's battle team. All combat personnel are under your command." Brother Lei's body shook violently, his eyes filled with disbelief, followed by immense excitement. He had gained true power and trust, not treated as a disposable tool. "Yes, my king." Brother Lei swears eternal loyalty. He buried his head deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. Qin Mo nodded, saying no more. He turned and walked towards the massive corpse of the tyrant, his cold voice resounding once more. "Battle Captain, your first task is to clean up the battlefield." "Yes." Brother Lei immediately stood up, roaring, "Battle team, get moving. Clean the battlefield and gather the spoils." Under Brother Lei's command, a dozen battle team members immediately sprang into action. They first dealt with the ordinary zombies that had become confused and chaotic due to the loss of the tyrant's command. After witnessing Qin Mo's power, these ordinary zombies were no longer terrifying in their eyes. Next, they cleaned the battlefield and collected the spoils. As the survivors began to dig out glimmering energy crystals from the corpses of the zombies, everyone was astonished. What? What is this? It's an energy crystal. I've seen it before. In the black market, someone traded a box of compressed biscuits for one. God, how many are here? Looking around, thousands of zombie corpses littered the battlefield, and almost every corpse contained a level 1 energy crystal. The scattered glimmers in the pools of blood appeared to the survivors as an unimaginable fortune. And all of this was brought by that man. Their gazes towards Qin Mo were filled with even more awe. Qin Mo disregarded the exclamations of the people and walked alone to the massive headless corpse. He bent down and reached into the tyrant's blasted and charred chest cavity, feeling around. Moments later, he pulled out 2 items. One was a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a fist with lightning flickering within. Level 2 energy crystal. Just holding it, Qin Mo could feel the vast and pure energy contained within. The other item was even more peculiar. It was a dark red piece of flesh still faintly pulsating, resembling a heart. Heart of the tyrant. It was only the size of a fist, covered in bizarre vein-like patterns. Holding it, one could clearly feel its rhythmic thumping emanating a burning energy. Qin Mo toyed with these 2 trophies, stowing them in his pocket before turning to walk towards the RV. Su-Man had already come to greet him, her small face still flushed with excitement. Boss, we struck gold. The preliminary estimate shows we can collect at least over 3,000 level 1 crystals this time. Qin Mo's response was very calm. Let's go take a look at our new home. Leaving Brother Lei to direct the others and continuing to clean the battlefield, Qin Mo took Su-Man and began to inspect the service area he had completely taken over. They entered the supermarket that had been looted countless times by the survivors. Although the shelves were askew, there were still plenty of items inside: canned food, biscuits, instant noodles, enough for dozens of people to eat for a while. They then went into the back kitchen of the restaurant. As they pushed open the heavy cold storage door, a wave of icy chill hit them. Inside the cold storage, rows of relatively fresh frozen meat hung, and the adjacent shelves were piled high with boxes of frozen vegetables and semi-finished products. Great! Su-Man's eyes sparkled. With these, we can finally improve our meals and supplement our vitamins. To her, this was more precious than gold. Finally, they arrived at the auto repair shop. This place, which Qin Mo had occupied from the very beginning, was the true treasure trove of the entire service area. Looking at the rows of professional repair tools, various car parts, unopened oil tires, and several vehicles waiting for repairs, Su-Man's breath quickened. She rushed over like a child who had seen her beloved toys gently touching a cold engine, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A look of obsession adorned her face. Boss. Su-Man turned around, looking at Qin Mo, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. With these tools, with these parts, and that heart of the tyrant, I have a bold idea. I am confident that we can evolve our Ark once more. An evolution that will change everything. Qin Mo looked at the flame of creation in Su-Man's eyes and slowly nodded. Night fell. The smoke of battle had dissipated, and the entire service area lit up with lights. The crew of the Ark, under Brother Lei's command, worked orderly to transport supplies, reinforce defenses, and clean the camp. Joy and hope radiated from everyone's faces, sweeping away the previous despair and numbness. Qin Mo stood alone on the roof of the service area office building. He looked down at the brightly lit burgeoning camp below, surveying his new kingdom and first subjects. Su-Man had dived into the office of the auto repair shop, furiously drawing something on a large blueprint, occasionally bursting into fits of excited giggles. Qin Mo took out the still faintly pulsating heart of the tyrant from his pocket. The warm touch and powerful thumping seemed to narrate its former strength. The moment his fingertip touched the surface of the heart of the tyrant, a line of cold system prompts quietly appeared in his mind. Special core detected. Would you like to initiate the next phase of arm transformation? After the great battle, the service area finally settled down for a while. Qin Mo established a set of rules and built a survivor base called Ark, and everything began to fall into place. Everyone was divided into combat teams, logistics teams, and construction teams. During the day, they cleared the battlefield, reinforced the walls, and moved supplies into the warehouse box by box. By night, they could enjoy a hot meal and sleep soundly. Each person's face radiated a sense of vitality. In the apocalypse, life felt unrealistically good. After Lei Ge became the captain of the combat team, his reputation grew steadily. He trained and patrolled daily with over a dozen brothers, exuding energy. That morning, Lei Ge received his first mission from Qin Mo. A calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. 5 kilometers west of the service area, there is a communication station. Go retrieve the spare cables and signal amplifier inside. Lei Ge felt a jolt throughout his body, straightened his back, and loudly responded, I guarantee the completion of the mission. His posture was identical to when he was in the army. He quickly selected 9 skilled members, took 2 pickup trucks reinforced with steel plates, and rushed out of the service area. After witnessing Qin Mo's overwhelming power, everyone felt emboldened. Everyone believed that there was nothing in this area that could threaten them anymore. This outing felt almost like a picnic. Lego, what does Mr. Qin want those cables for? Don't we have electricity here? A young team member asked while driving. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Lego shot him a glare, but his lips curled into a smile. Working with Mr. Qin means good days are ahead for us. Absolutely. Mr. Qin is amazing. Haha, when we return we can exchange for energy crystals. I want Mr. Qin to enhance me too. Laughter filled the truck. 5 kilometers wasn't far, and they quickly located the communication station in the wilderness. The process went surprisingly smoothly. There wasn't a single shadow of a zombie around the station. They pried open the large door and discovered a large stash of cables and new equipment in the warehouse. We struck gold. Hurry and move the goods. Lei Gu waved his hand, and everyone immediately began to work. Just as they were laboriously moving the cables to the truck, Suddenly Lei Gu's walkie-talkie emitted a burst of static followed by a scream. What the hell? Then came a flurry of gunfire and the shrill sound of metal tearing. Bang! Bang bang! Help! The sound cut off. Everyone in the warehouse froze, their smiles vanishing. Lei Gu's heart sank, sensing trouble. What's going on? Lao San, respond. He yelled into the walkie-talkie. All that came from the walkie-talkie was a crackling noise. Everyone retreat. Lei Gu tossed aside the cables and was the first to draw his rifle, charging out of the warehouse. As they burst out of the warehouse, the sight before them froze them in place. The pickup truck on guard had overturned. Deep claw marks marred its thick doors as if something had torn it apart. The 2 brothers guarding the truck were nowhere to be seen. Enemy attack. Back to back, stay alert. Lei Gu's eyes turned red as he barked orders. The remaining 8 team members quickly formed a circle, guns at the ready, anxiously scanning their surroundings. The area was deathly silent. Apart from the wind, nothing else could be heard. But the silence made it even more unnerving. At that moment, a blurry shadow flashed at the corner of the wall. Over there. Before a team member could fully shout, another shadow sprang from the darkness beside him. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Thud! The shadow zipped past the team member's neck, leaving a spray of blood droplets. The expression on the team member's face remained frozen, but a deep cut had already appeared on his throat, blood gushing out. He clutched his neck, gasping twice, then collapsed straight down. Fire! Lei Gu shouted, spraying bullets in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the wall and ground, kicking up dirt and sparks, but failed to hit anything. The remaining members panicked, huddling together, trembling uncontrollably, firing wildly at the fleeting shadows. But the bullets always arrived a moment too late. An unseen enemy was the most terrifying thing. Oh! Another scream pierced the air. A team member was tackled by a shadow that descended from the sky. This time Lei Gu saw clearly. It was a dog as large as a cheetah with gray-black fur and blood-red eyes. A mutated dog. Its claws pinned the team member down, and it opened its large mouth, biting through the man's neck in one swift motion. Then 3 or 4 similar mutated dogs burst from the shadows, pouncing on the corpse to gnaw at it. The sound of bones cracking and flesh being ripped apart clearly reached everyone's ears. Beasts. Lei Gu's eyes turned bloodshot. He understood these monsters weren't just random biters. They coordinated, ambushed, and knew how to utilize speed and shadows to kill. Get in the truck. Forget the goods, hurry up and get in the truck. Lei Gu immediately issued the command. If they didn't leave now, everyone would die. The remaining 6 people scrambled aboard the pickup, and Lei Gu floored the accelerator, the truck roaring back. Roar! Dozens of mutated dogs chased after them from all directions, howling as they followed the truck. Their speed was surprisingly on par with the pickup. A deadly chase unfolded across the wilderness. One mutated dog suddenly accelerated, leaping up to latch onto the back of the truck. Kill it! Lei Gu shouted. A team member in the back of the truck fired several shots at the dog's head. The bullets struck the dog's forehead, sparking but failing to penetrate. The mutated dog shook its head, then lunged, biting down on the team member's arm. With a crunch, the arm snapped. Oh! The team member screamed as he was dragged off the truck, instantly engulfed by the pack of dogs behind. The pickup truck bumped forward, and every person inside felt a chill in their hearts. In the end, the pickup truck, covered in claw marks and blood, crashed through the barricades back into the service area. The members of Ark who were busy in the camp heard the commotion and gathered around. When they saw the few people getting out of the truck, everyone was dumbfounded. 10 had gone out, but only 5 returned. Each was injured, their faces devoid of color and their eyes hollow. Lei Gu rolled down from the driver's seat, clutching his left arm, his face pale as paper. 3 deep claw marks visible on his arm were oozing blood. Qin Mo and Su Man rushed over upon hearing the news. Lei Gu struggled to stand, looking at Qin Mo with a mix of shame and fear. Mr. Qin, we failed. We encountered monsters. Su Man immediately stepped forward to examine Lei Gu's wounds and the claw marks on the truck. She pried a torn piece of steel plate off the truck and used tweezers to extract several black hairs from Lei Guess' wound, her expression darkening. Boss Su Man's voice tightened. Their claws can tear through steel plates 5 millimeters thick. Judging by the marks on the truck and their situation, those things are at least 5 times faster than ordinary zombies. She paused before stating an unsettling conclusion: the guns we have may not be effective against them. Just as she finished speaking, wailing sounds echoed from the wilderness outside the service area, each howl louder than the last. The sound seemed to declare that this territory now belonged to them. The atmosphere in the base, which had just stabilized for 2 days, suddenly became tense again. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. In the conference room of Ark Base, the atmosphere was stifling. The mingled sense of smoke and sweat combined with the odor of inferior ointment on wounds made one feel nauseous. Brother Lei, the newly appointed combat captain, was currently dejected. His left arm was hastily slung across his chest with a wooden board and bandages, and his complexion was pale. Next to him sat 4 other surviving combat team members, all with their heads lowered. Some had broken arms, others hobbled with injured legs, each one devoid of spirit. That's how it is. Brother Lei's voice was hoarse, tinged with a sense of loss. Those damn things are too fast, we simply can't hit them. Their claws can tear apart the doors of a pickup truck, and their teeth can snap bones. We are simply no match for them. He raised his head to look at Qin Mo seated at the front, who had remained silent, throughout his gaze somewhat evasive. Mr. Qin, I suggest that we don't go out for now and hold our ground in the service area. Those monsters are too terrifying. They can coordinate and ambush. They are nothing short of killers. That's right. Brother Lei is right. A team member who had lost a leg immediately echoed, his voice trembling. This is not a battle, it's a massacre. I saw Wang Wu dragged out of the car alive, and in less than a second, he was torn to shreds. Let's hold our position, Mr. Qin. We finally have a safe place. We can't take any more risks. We have so few people as it is. If we lose any more, we won't even be able to defend ourselves. In an instant, the morale in the room deflated. Faced with such astonishing speed and coordinated team hunting, the slight confidence they had gained from killing the tyrant completely vanished. Everyone looked towards Qin Mo, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Mo remained silent. He merely leaned back in his chair, subconsciously tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping over each person present. His expression was calm, yet everyone who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes. In the conference room, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. At the most oppressive moment, Qin Mo's tapping stopped. He picked up a first-grade energy crystal from the table, playing with it between his fingers, and spoke softly. Hold our ground. His voice was not loud, yet it sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. How much supplies do we have? Enough for a month. Or 2 months. Qin Mo's gaze fell on Brother Lei, his lips curling into a faintly mocking smile. Or do you expect that group of dogs once wealth will let us go, having brought the meat right to them? Brother Lei's face instantly flushed red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Indeed, those monsters had already discovered this place and tasted human flesh. How could they easily give up? The so-called holding ground was merely delaying death for a few more days. Mr. Qin, but we. Brother Lei's voice was filled with helplessness. We really can't fight them. Just because you can't fight them doesn't mean I can't. Qin Mo interrupted him, his tone firm. He stood up, looking down at this group of people who were terrified to the core. They'll handle those dogs. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone raised their heads, looking at Qin Mo with disbelief in their eyes. Brother Lei exclaimed in shock, Mr. Qin, no. Those things could even. He stopped mid-sentence as he recalled the chainsaw on the RV's tires and that thunderous strike. Perhaps. Mr. Qin really has a way. But those mutated dogs are not the tyrant. They are too agile and cunning. Have you forgotten my rules? Qin Mo's gaze turned cold. If I take action, all the spoils of war belong to me. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. At such a time was he still thinking about the spoils. A bolder team member couldn't help but mutter, Mr. Qin, if we lose our lives, why bother with those things? Lives? Qin Mo sneered, lightly tossing the first-grade energy crystal in his hand and catching it steadily. Because their lives are worth a lot. Qin Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice carrying an indescribable charm. Claws that can tear through steel plates, speed faster than bullets. What level do you think the energy crystals in their heads are? I can't guarantee there will definitely be one, but as long as there is one, it would be worth much more than a day's worth of digging for first-grade crystals. What could you exchange for a second-grade crystal from me? You can think for yourselves. Perhaps a rifle or enough canned meat for your team for a week, or... Qin Mo paused, revealing a hint of a smile. An opportunity for enhancement. Enhancement. These 2 words left everyone in shock, followed by a buzzing in their heads. They had all witnessed Brother Lei's wounds healing rapidly after Qin Mo treated him. Although they didn't understand the principle behind it, they realized it was a kind of power they dared not even imagine. If they could also gain such power. In the conference room, the breathing became noticeably heavier. Fear still lingered, but other thoughts began to rise within. Brother Lei looked at Qin Mo, his eyes flashing with intensity. He understood better than anyone how strong and enigmatic Qin Mo was, and he more than anyone else wished to become stronger. He didn't want to face the enemy like today, completely powerless, fleeing back like a useless coward. Mr. Qin, just tell us what to do. Brother Lei suddenly stood up, and the movement strained his injured arm, causing him to grimace, but he didn't care, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Mo. As soon as Brother Lei expressed his stance, the others grew excited as well. Yes, Mr. Qin, we will follow your lead. It's just a bunch of dogs. Let's do it. Those who had just moments ago appeared dejected now seemed to come alive again. Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Qin Mo stopped wasting time and issued a direct order. Brother Lei, I need a detailed map of the area within 10 kilometers of the service area. Draw it out immediately, marking all roads, canyons, tunnels, and abandoned buildings. Yes. Everyone else, gather all the old tires, scrapped engines, and oil drums you can find and bring them to the repair shop. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, shedding their earlier despondency, and immediately sprang into action. Under Qin Mo's command, the entire base came back to life. Soon only Qin Mo and Su Man remained in the conference room. Su Man did not leave. She had been quietly standing in the corner, holding a tablet computer, seemingly noting something. Once everyone had left, she approached Qin Mo and handed him the tablet. Boss, based on what Brother Lei and the others said, I examined the claw marks and tire tracks on the pickup truck and created a preliminary attack model. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, taking the tablet. On the screen was a complex dynamic 3D model. Several red lines representing the mutated dogs were surrounding a blue block, symbolizing the pickup attacking in a high-speed, interwoven manner. Beside it, a string of data was listed. Target temporarily named Swift Beast, biological classification, canine, mutant, average body length 1.8 meters, average weight 90 kilograms, maximum sprint speed approximately 85 km/h, estimated jump height 34.5 meters, attack mode pack hunting, proficient in using speed and terrain for harassment, division, encirclement, and deadly strikes. Weapon analysis, claws hardness exceeding Q2, 35 steel plates, extremely strong cutting ability. Teeth estimated biting force exceeding 800 kilograms. Weakness analysis, relatively weak abdomen and waist, lacking skeletal protection. When turning at high speed, the hind limbs become briefly stiff. Qin Mo looked at the detailed analysis on the tablet, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This data was far more intuitive and useful than those frantic descriptions. Well done. Qin Mo returned the tablet to Su Man. The map drawn by Brother Lei was quickly delivered. Qin Mo spread the map on the table, his gaze sweeping quickly across it. Finally, his finger landed on a narrow, abandoned road on the map, flanked by two small hills. Here the terrain is narrow with cliffs on both sides. The only entrance and exit are under our control. Qin Mo's finger made a heavy circle around that canyon section, which was less than 2 kilometers long. Let's choose this place as their graveyard. His tone was very calm. Su Man looked at the ambush point on the map, then glanced at her data model, her gaze focused, as if she were quickly calculating something in her mind. Seeing her focused expression, Qin Mo suddenly asked, Aren't you just a mechanic? Su Man, without lifting her head, continued to calculate quickly on the tablet, and casually replied, I majored in fluid mechanics in college with a minor in mechanical engineering and automation. She paused, adjusted her black-framed glasses that had slipped down her nose due to work, and calmly added, Modifying vehicles is just my hobby. In the nocturnal auto workshop, the lights burned bright. The air was laced with the acrid sting of motor oil and the singed metallic tang of welding. Qin Mo sat in a freshly refurbished cockpit, his fingers skimming across a virtual control panel as he fine-tuned the parameters. Beside him, Su Man inspected the ejection angle and power routing of the tire chainsaw over and over again. Boss, according to the model simulations, I raised the chainsaw's rotational speed by 15% and adjusted the tooth inclination. Against fast, low targets, the cutting efficiency should improve by another 30%. Su Man pushed up her glasses. The lenses reflected streaming lines of data. Qin Mo nodded without speaking. Through the panoramic screen, he could see Lei Gu and a dozen team members in the distance, busy carrying supplies. At that moment, Lei Gu's puzzled voice came over the radio. Mr. Qin, over at the canyon. Everything has been prepared as you instructed. But, are you really going to act as bait by yourself? There are dozens of monsters. He could not fathom why Mr. Qin would not simply use the RV's firepower and armor to charge, and instead of putting himself forward as prey. It was far too dangerous. If he became ensnared, there would be no chance of escape. Qin Mo smiled faintly and pressed the comms. Tell everyone to find good positions and be ready to watch the show. After he spoke, he cut the transmission. On the other end, Lei Gu stood frozen, stunned into silence. Watch the show. To suggest watching the monsters as if at a spectacle, His teammates heard Qin Mo's words and exchanged incredulous looks, each face registering disbelief. Lei Gu, what does Mr. Qin mean by this? This is suicide. He's playing with death. Lei Gu inhaled sharply. Memories of Qin Mo crushing the tyrant made it impossible for him to doubt the man's capability. At last he ground his teeth and barked, enough talk. Execute the orders. Mr. Qin will judge the situation himself. Dawn was just breaking when a low engine roar awakened the silent service area. Under the worried and bewildered gazes of all the Fangzhou members, the black RV crept out of the service area alone. 3 large barrels hung from the rear by steel cable, each dripping a dark red liquid. Su-Man had concocted a supremely pungent lure from every rotten carcass and blood bag in the cold storage, blended with special chemical reagents. That concentrated stench of blood laced with an odd sweet note spread far into the air, sufficient to draw every nearby monster. The RV moved slowly, almost leisurely. Yet every witness tightened with dread. They all knew a hunt was about to begin. Sure enough, not even 3 kilometers out, a shrill alarm blared in the cockpit. On the holographic scan before Qin Mo, a dense scatter of red blips surged in from every direction, converging on the blue dot that marked the RV. They're here. Su-Man's voice trembled. The red dots continued to multiply, 20, 30, 40, until they froze at Fortitwo, encircling the RV. Across the wasteland, a chorus of barks rose, hungry and greedy. Gray-black forms burst from the ruins and roadside grasses, lunging for the iron leviathan on the highway. They moved so fast the eye could only catch flickers. From their vantage on the service area's high ground, Lei Gu and the others felt their scalps prickle. My God, so many. We're done. Surrounded. They watched helplessly as the RV was instantaneously swamped by the Black Pack. Yet just when everyone expected the vehicle to be torn apart, Qin Mo said coolly, "Stay seated." Then he hammered the pedal to the floor. The RV's engine bellowed, the massive body shuddered, and then catapulted forward. Qin Mo's eyes were ice. His hands spun the wheel with furious finesse. Under his command, the RV began to execute a string of dizzying, extreme, evasive maneuvers on the asphalt. A mutant hound lunged from the left, jaws gaping to clamp onto the front wheel. Qin Mo yanked the wheel right and snapped it back with blinding speed. The gargantuan body of the RV skidded at an almost impossible angle, narrowly grazing the creature's fangs. The gust from the rear sent the beast staggering. With a screech, another leaper from the right rear raked claws down the side, armor showering sparks and a sharp grind. Warning. Right side armor integrity 99. 8. Qin Mo barely glanced at the alert as more mutant dogs surged forward. Their attacks were methodical frontal feints, winged harassment attempts to scale the roof. Qin Mo remained impassive, his mind racing with calculations. Throttle and brake moved in perfect harmony beneath his feet. The ponderous RV became remarkably nimble. A high-speed drift and a tailslide forced 3 or 4 would-be flankers to recoil. A sudden lane change left the descending hound grasping at empty air before it crashed hard to the ground. He used no weapons, only consummate driving skill and the rig's performance to burst free from the pack's assault. On the high wall of the service area, Lei Gu and the others were stupefied mouths agape. Their binoculars fell from slack hands. Is this driving? Is he toying with those things, eh? My God, that skill. Even the mountain racing god would bow and call him master. A former racer on the team went pale and muttered that it was impossible. A vehicle weighing tens of tons should have blown its tires performing such feats. This defied reason. Su-Man watched the data with trembling focus fingers flying over the keyboard as she logged readings. The blue dot weaving amid the red filled her with astonishment. She had known her boss driving was exceptional, but not to this degree. This was no longer mere technique, it was artistry. Qin Mo had lured every mutant hound and held absolute command of the chase's tempo. He kept the pack at a finely tuned distance, never allowing an easy strike, yet never so far as to let them give up the pursuit. In this way, he guided the beasts toward the slaughter ground he had chosen. The canyon entrance marked on the map lay less than a kilometer away. At that moment, the chaotic pursuit shifted. A deeper, more authoritative roar rose from the rear of the pack. Qin Mo's gaze tightened. In his rear view, he spotted a giant hound, clearly an entire size class above the others. Its coat shone with a black iron metallic luster that reflected the cold light. It was the size of a lion, muscles knotted and coiled with raw power. Most striking were its blood-red eyes, alive with an icy, calculating gleam. The Pack King. At its command, the mutant hounds altered their tactics instantly. They ceased their futile side skirmishes and swiftly closed ranks, forming a great body that trailed the RV at a constant distance. The once chaotic chase snapped into order. A pressure radiated from behind, as if they were gathering force and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A cruel smile curled the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Finally decided to reveal yourself. He glanced toward the canyon entrance within arm's reach, and his eyes went colder still. The real performance was only just beginning. With a low growl, the Dog King issued the command for a full assault. The dark mass of dogs trailing behind the RV erupted into chaos. A dozen of the fastest mutated dogs pushed off the ground, with their powerful paws leaping forward to pounce on the rapidly rolling tires of the RV from different directions. They aimed to use their bodies and claws to immobilize the wheels, creating an opportunity for their companions. The few watching from the high wall in the service area, including Lei Gu, felt their hearts race. They're coming. They're going for the tires. Mr. Qin, get out of the way. Everyone knew that the tires were the weakest point of the vehicle. Once damaged, the RV would become an immobile iron coffin. However, facing this deadly attack, Qin Mo wore a strange smile. Instead of accelerating, he slightly eased off the gas. The RV's speed decreased just a bit, almost imperceptibly. To others, this maneuver seemed like a mistake, but to the pack of dogs it signaled that their prey was losing strength. Roar! The Dog King roared again, its cunning and cold eyes finally revealing a hint of greed. No longer waiting, its massive body surged forward, leading all the mutated dogs toward the RV, which appeared to be unable to escape. Now's the time. Qin Mo's gaze turned cold as he slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Boom. The RV let out a furious roar as its speed surged just before the claws of the mutated dogs could reach the tires, transforming into a black shadow that plunged into the narrow canyon entrance ahead. The pack missed their target, but did not hesitate to follow the RV into the canyon. They had already caught the scent of victory. That vehicle was theirs. The canyon was about 1 kilometer long with steep stone walls on both sides. At its narrowest point, only 2 vehicles could pass side by side. This terrain rendered the pack's speed and agility useless. They had to crowd together, pushing forward on the narrow path. The Dog King led the charge, its red eyes filled with excitement. The prey was within reach. It saw that the RV ahead was slowing down, seemingly forced to do so because the road was too narrow. Victory was just ahead. Just as the Dog King fully entered the canyon, and the last mutated dog followed, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Through a separate communication channel, he issued a chilling command. Ignite. Above the canyon, behind a concealed rock, Lei Gu was intently watching the battle below. He saw the entire pack enter the encirclement, and hearing Qin Mo's calm command through the headset made him tremble with excitement. He grabbed the detonator next to him and shouted at his equally tense teammates with all his might. Detonate. Boom. 2 massive explosions resounded almost simultaneously at the entrance and exit of the canyon. The buried explosives detonated instantly, and the powerful shockwave sent loose rocks and soil raining down from the already unstable cliffs on both sides. Tons of stone and dirt cascaded down like a waterfall, fully sealing off both ends of the canyon in just a few seconds. The sunlight was blocked by the billowing dust, plunging the entire canyon into darkness. Closing the gate on the dogs. This elongated canyon had now transformed into a thoroughly sealed trap. The sudden change threw the pursuing pack into disarray. They halted in fear, uneasily howling as they looked at the 2 towering walls of boulders that blocked their path, sensing danger with their primal instincts. The Dog King also stopped, glancing up at the sealed exit, and then back towards the way it came, panic finally showing in its red eyes as it howled furiously. It had been tricked. This cunning human had never intended to escape. He aimed to lure them all into this damned trap. Roar, roar. The Dog King roared in anger, trying to stabilize the pack and direct them to find a way out. However, just then, Virum. The deep sound of the RV's engine suddenly echoed in the chaotic canyon, capturing the attention of all the mutated dogs. Qin Mo slowly brought the vehicle to a stop in the middle of the canyon. His cold voice echoed through the enclosed space via the loudspeaker, as if pronouncing their death sentence. Welcome to the slaughterhouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a red virtual button on the control panel. Hiss. With the sound of high-pressure gas being released, 4 gleaming circular saw blades sprang out violently from the sides of the RV's massive tires. Each blade's edge was filled with sharp alloy teeth, glinting ominously in the dim light. Chainsaw tires activate. Above the canyon, Lei Gu and his companions stared wide-eyed, fixated on the steel beast below that was about to reveal its fangs, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They knew that the real show was just about to begin. The pack trapped in the canyon also sensed the lethal threat emanating from the 4 chainsaws. They uneasily pawed at the ground, emitting low growls, their fur standing on end as they assumed an aggressive stance. However, Qin Mo gave them no chance to react. He abruptly turned the steering wheel sharply while flooring the gas pedal. Under the terrifying power of infinite energy, the RV's heavy rear wheels instantly lost traction, screeching loudly. The massive vehicle began to spin at high speed in place at an exaggerated angle. The front and rear of the RV whipped like 2 black whips, striking fiercely at the clustered mutated dogs. The 4 rapidly spinning tire chainsaws acted like a meat grinder half a meter off the ground. The dozen or so mutated dogs at the front could not escape in time and were instantly sucked in. There were no screams, because at the moment the sound was made their bodies had already been sliced into countless pieces. Splat, splat. The noise of the chainsaw cutting through flesh and bone echoed relentlessly. Blood and bits of flesh were flung in all directions by the enormous centrifugal force staining the gray-white stone walls a vivid red. This was no longer a battle but a one-sided massacre. The speed that the mutated dogs prided themselves on was utterly useless in the narrow space. Their tough fur and claws felt as fragile as paper before the high-speed spinning alloy chainsaws. They huddled together, unable to find refuge, unable to evade. They could only watch helplessly as the black steel gyroscope accompanied by a howling whirlwind of death slowly approached them. The sounds of screams, wails, bones being crushed, and flesh being torn apart intertwined into a lament of death. In just a few seconds, more than half of the mutated dogs turned into a mass of debris. However, amidst this bloody scene, the Dog King was far smarter than its fellow canines. At the moment Qin Mo began spinning in place, it did not panic and flee like the other dogs. Instead, it leaped back, creating distance. Its red eyes fixed intently on the RV's movements, calmly observing and searching for an opportunity. As the RV crushed all its fellow dogs nearing its position, it made its move. It chose not to run, but instead leaped toward the deadly whirlwind, pushing off the ground with great force and soaring high into the air. It used the body of a recently severed mutated dog as a springboard, gaining additional momentum in midair. With a twist of its body at an awkward angle, it dodged the chainsaw sweeping from the rear of the RV. Moving with incredible speed, it crossed the threshold of death, its target clear. The only place that seemed safe on the RV. The roof. Bang! A heavy thud rang out distinctly clear amidst the roar of the chainsaws. The Dog King's hefty body crashed down onto the roof of the RV. Bang! A muffled sound came from the roof, causing the entire RV to shake violently. The ear-piercing sound of tire friction faded away. In the canyon, only a ground littered with shredded flesh and limbs remained. Warning! An unidentified organism has landed on the roof. Estimated weight 150 kilograms. Warning! The armor on the roof is being continuously damaged. The shrill alarm echoed constantly in the cockpit. Qin Mo raised his head and saw the unexpected guest through the special glass above the cockpit. It was the Dog King. Its massive body was sprawled on the roof, with its 4 sharp claws firmly gripping the metal shell of the RV, making a series of teeth-gritting, scraping sounds. From its elevated position, its crimson eyes pierced through the special glass, locking onto Qin Mo in the cockpit. That gaze seemed to say, "Got you." Whoosh! The Guardian Eye-type automatic crossbow immediately reacted, the turret spinning rapidly, attempting to lock onto the creature that had climbed aboard. However, the Dog King's position was too tricky. It was pressed tightly against the base of the turret, its massive body perfectly wedged in the turret's blind spot. The crossbow's barrel futilely turned, unable to aim at the Dog King. The Dog King seemed to understand this, letting out a low growl and barely glancing at the crossbow that was aiming at it. From the very beginning, its target was clear. It aimed to destroy the weapon that posed the greatest threat to it. It opened its massive jaws, revealing yellow fangs, but instead of biting the turret, it raised its claws and viciously tore at the base, connecting the crossbow to the RV. Screech! Sparks flew. The alloy base was ripped open by the Dog King's claws, exposing the internal wiring and mechanical structure. Above the canyon, Brother Lei, who witnessed this scene through a telescope, gasped. "Not good. That beast is going to dismantle the crossbow." A teammate beside him trembled as he spoke. "It's over. If the crossbow is lost, Mr. Qin will be in danger." Qin Mo's expression darkened. He did not expect this beast to be so intelligent. He immediately slammed the steering wheel and floored the gas pedal. The massive RV began to sway violently in the narrow canyon. The vehicle rocked violently from side to side, attempting to shake off the Dog King on the roof. But the Dog King's 4 claws were firmly gripping the body, remaining immovable despite the shaking, only tearing at the base of the crossbow again and again. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed as a thick power cable was torn apart by the Dog King, causing the crossbow's movements to become jerky. Qin Mo frowned tightly. This was not a sustainable solution. The crossbow would be completely destroyed in 10 seconds at most. Just then, Su Man's anxious, yet clear voice rang in Qin Mo's earpiece. "Boss, I've built its data model. After each paw swipe attack to counteract the recoil, its waist muscles will undergo a forced contraction. During that moment, its center of gravity will shift, and its grip strength will decrease by 30%. This process only lasts 0.3 seconds. It's its only flaw. Moreover, it just tore open a spare high-voltage line. The line's port is exposed right next to its left front paw." Su Man spoke quickly, but each word clearly reached Qin Mo's ears. Qin Mo instantly understood Su Man's meaning, his face regaining calm. While continuing to shake the RV violently to disorient the Dog King on the roof, he swiftly operated on the virtual screen with his finger. He abandoned the automatic targeting and switched to manual mode. As the Dog King raised its claws again, preparing to deliver the final blow to the crossbow, Qin Mo manually controlled the half-damaged turret, rotating it slowly at a strange angle. The barrel did not aim at the Dog King, instead it aimed at the sky above. A trace of disdain flashed in the Dog King's crimson eyes. It thought this human had given up. It gathered all its strength, its claws whistling as they struck down hard at the core of the crossbow. Now is the time. At the very moment the Dog King swung its paw, shifting its center of gravity in that 0.3 seconds. Qin Mo's eyes glinted with cold light as he pressed the fire button. By manually controlling, he forced the crossbow's energy supply to overload, releasing the energy originally meant for firing arrows in another form. Zing. No bolts were fired. A dazzling blue arc of electricity burst from the barrel, accurately striking the exposed high-voltage line. The powerful current instantly surged through the entire metal roof. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the canyon. The Dog King's massive body stiffened abruptly, its black fur standing on end, muscles convulsing violently. Electricity coursed through it, filling the air with the stench of burnt flesh. Its claws, which were gripping the roof, lost strength under the electric shock, and it could no longer hold onto the vehicle. As the RV shook, its charred body rolled off the roof with a thud, crashing heavily onto the pile of corpses below. The canyon fell silent, with only the sound of the Dog King lying on the ground, its body twitching from the powerful electric current. Qin Mo slowly brought the RV to a stop, his cold gaze landing on the Dog King, which was still trying to struggle to get up despite being on the brink of death. Its eyes were still filled with unwillingness and madness. A faint cold smile appeared on Qin Mo's lips. He slowly turned the vehicle's head, aiming the gleaming chainsaw tire at the Dog King on the ground. The final curtain. In the canyon, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The machine that had been churning flesh and blood came to a halt. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the Dog King lay among the pile of corpses, its body charred and convulsing uncontrollably. It was not dead yet. Its powerful life force had allowed it to endure under the high-voltage arc, but it was ruined. Its muscles had suffered extensive necrosis from the powerful electric current, emitting a foul smell of charred protein. The speed and strength it once prided itself on were now nearly non-existent. It struggled, using its last ounce of strength to try and rise from the heap of its fallen kin. Its scarlet beast eyes fixed intently on the slowly halting black RV, filled with bloodstains and the resentment of the vanquished. As the former ruler of this wasteland, it could not accept such a disgraceful defeat. It lifted its head, expelling its last breath to emit a hoarse roar, a hint of regal authority still resonating within its cry. A woo! It was a declaration of its final dignity. Inside the RV's cockpit, Qin Mo's face revealed no expression. His cold gaze pierced through the specialized glass, landing on the former king below, whose life was hanging by a thread. His eyes held neither sorrow nor joy, only a calm observation of a piece of upgrade material about to be acquired. Dignity. In the apocalypse, only the victors have the right to speak of dignity. The defeated must rely on the victors to grant them the status of nourishment. Qin Mo's fingers gently tapped the virtual control screen. Hiss! The four circular chainsaws stained with blood and flesh sprang forth again from the tire's sidewall, glinting ominously in the dim canyon. The engine emitted a low growl, the infinite energy propelling the steel beast as it began to slowly turn the vehicle. The heavy wheels rolled over the scattered limbs and severed arms, producing a creaking sound as if gnawing on bones. Watching the approaching black beast, observing the four chainsaws slowly spinning and dripping black blood, a trace of fear finally flickered in the Dog King's crimson eyes. It was afraid, yet the ferocity ingrained in its bones ignited a final frenzy at the edge of its fear. Run. It could no longer escape. Then it would die. But before dying, it would tear a piece of flesh from this damned human. The Dog King growled low, channeling all its remaining strength into its still relatively intact hind leg. Its muscles tensed violently, its charred body crouched lower like a bow drawn tight. It no longer foolishly aimed to leap onto the vehicle's roof. Its target was beneath the seemingly indestructible body of the RV. That was where the drive shaft and chassis wiring lay. It was the only fatal weakness of this steel beast. Be careful. In the command center far away at the service area, Su Man had been closely monitoring the live feed. Upon seeing the Dog King's strange posture, she immediately understood its intent and gasped in alarm. Boss, its target is the chassis drive shaft. If the drive shaft were destroyed, even with infinite energy, the RV would instantly become an immobile hunk of metal. However, there was no response from Qin Mo in the earpiece. Now was the moment. As the RV came within 5 meters, the Dog King sprang into action. Its battered body shot forth like a black arrow skimming the ground, fueled by a desire for mutual destruction, abandoning all defenses as it transformed into the most primal weapon, charging fiercely towards the bottom of the RV. Hurry! It was about to reach its peak. This was the final crescendo of its life, the last strike of its reign. Its scarlet eyes even reflected the complex mechanical structure of the RV's chassis. It seemed to have sensed the sound of its sharp teeth shattering the drive shaft. Yet just as it was about to succeed, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Not a bad determination, he murmured softly. But this could not change its fate. Qin Mo did not evade. He didn't even slow down. Instead, he violently turned the steering wheel to the left while flooring the accelerator. Boom! The front left wheel of the RV slammed hard against the steep slope of the canyon wall. Under the immense power and inertia, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The RV, weighing several tons, used the rock wall as a ramp, lifting its entire right side high, creating an eerie angle close to 45 degrees between the vehicle and the ground. It resembled an out-of-control giant approaching the Dog King with a posture that defied logic. And the two rapidly spinning tire chainsaws on its right side descended like a guillotine from the heavens, whistling through the air as they accurately slashed towards the rushing black lightning. Time seemed to slow at this moment. A flicker of astonishment and confusion flashed in the Dog King's eyes. It did not understand. Why was this hunk of metal airborne? This was its last thought in this world. The next second, puff! No screams, no struggles. From head to tail, the Dog King's massive body was cleanly split in two upon contact with the spinning alloy chainsaw. Black blood and shattered entrails splattered in all directions, dyeing the entire right wheel along with the rotating chainsaw into a horrifying crimson. The RV landed heavily, producing a dull thud. The canyon returned to silence. Only the two blood-stained chainsaws continued to spin tirelessly, flinging off the bits of flesh and sinew clinging to them. The former king left behind, not even a complete corpse. Qin Mo's mind resonated with the cold yet melodious notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the second-tier elite mutated creature, the King of Beasts. Calculating loot. Acquired level 2 energy crystal X10. Acquired special item wind speed core X1. Listening to the system's prompt, the tension at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth finally relaxed, slightly curling up. This time the effort had paid off handsomely. In the canyon, there was no longer a single enemy standing. Qin Mo ceased the operation of the tire chainsaws and opened the car door. A strong, almost suffocating stench of blood mixed with the smell of charred flesh wafted in. He stepped out of the car unfazed, treading on the sticky blood and bits of flesh without a hint of discomfort. He walked straight to the severed body of the Dog King. The cut was impeccably smooth, not a single jagged edge visible even at the fracture of the bones, showcasing the sharpness of the chainsaw. Qin Mo crouched down, ignoring the colorful entrails, and reached into the Dog King's split skull. Moments later, he retrieved a fist-sized but extraordinary crystal. Unlike ordinary energy crystals that appeared diamond-shaped, it was an almost perfect sphere. Its surface exhibited a faint azure hue, translucent and resembling the purest jade. Within the crystal, countless tiny air currents seemed to swirl and spiral, forming an enigmatic energy cycle. Even more remarkably, the moment Qin Mo grasped it in his hand, a cool light energy surged through his palm and into his body. He felt as if his body lightened at that moment, and his breathing became smoother, as if shedding a heavy burden. Wind speed core rarity, exceptional category, special fusion material, personal enhancement item. Effect 1. I can be fused with vehicle engines as material, providing the vehicle with temporary explosive acceleration capabilities. Effect 2. Can permanently enhance the absorber's agility and neural reaction speed by 10 upon direct absorption. Note the absorption process requires a certain physical quality. Those with weak physiques have a 5 chance of bodily collapse upon absorption. With the system's description in mind, a glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. A great find. Whether for the RV or for himself, it was a significant enhancement. He pocketed the azure core, stood up, surveyed the battlefield that resembled a hellish scene, and a smirk returned to his lips. It was time to clean up the battlefield. The piles of rubble at both ends of the canyon were cleared by directed explosions, creating a passageway. Brother Lei, accompanied by his team, cautiously stepped into this bloody place. A nauseatingly strong smell of blood rushed towards them, mixed with the bizarre scent of burnt protein, causing several young team members to bend over and gag immediately. Even for someone like Brother Lei, who was accustomed to life and death, the sight before him made his pupils shrink sharply and his heart raced uncontrollably. All around lay severed limbs. Gray-black and dark red flesh along with organs covered the ground, and thick blood flowed like streams, slowly trickling through the gaps in the corpses. In the center of this gruesome backdrop, a black RV stood quietly. The vehicle's body was smeared with blood, especially the 4 chainsaw tires that had just been retracted, still glinting ominously, with flesh and sinew lodged between the teeth. Despite this, it exuded a cold, clean aura that stood in stark contrast to everything around it. A man stepped out of the vehicle, standing amid the carnage, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. Everyone was frozen in shock, their minds blank, unable to connect the scene before them with the chase that had just occurred. Dozens of monsters capable of tearing through steel. Just gone. All crushed by this vehicle and this person. Qin Mo glanced at the dumbfounded brother Lei, pocketed the green wind speed core, and spoke in a tone as calm as if instructing someone to clean the yard. What are you still dawdling for? Clean up the battlefield. Gather all the energy crystals. Brother Lei snapped back to reality, looking at Qin Mo's calm gaze, bowing his head in reverence. Yes, Mr. Qin. He turned around and shouted at the group of still-dazed team members, get moving. Start working. Only then did the team members awaken from their stupor, suppressing the turmoil in their stomachs, armed with shovels and bags, beginning to sift through the sea of corpses and blood. Found one. There's a crystal here. A team member exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a gray-white crystal from the head of a mutated dog that had been cut in half. I found one too. Oh my god, all these guys have them in their heads. Be careful not to step on the intestines. Initially, everyone felt excited due to their finds. But as time passed, this excitement gradually turned into numbness. Because there were simply too many. They hardly needed to exert effort to find them. Simply flipping over a piece of rotten flesh would reveal a glowing energy crystal within the skull. The bags in their hands quickly became heavy. Once one bag was filled, they would switch to another. Their movements evolved from initial caution to mechanical repetition until every face showed only deep reverence. This was no longer about collecting spoils. It felt more like witnessing a miracle created by that man and his vehicle. When the last corpse was examined and all the spoils were gathered before Qin Mo, everyone present held their breath. 3 large boxes. 3 full boxes of energy crystals emitted dazzling light in the dim canyon. Brother Lei's hands trembled as he was responsible for tallying the final count, but he felt his mind was not functioning properly. He took several deep breaths, finally mustering the courage to approach Qin Mo, his voice slightly stammering. Qin. Mr. Qin. I've counted it all. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Brother Lei swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry as if it were on fire. Level 1 energy crystals, 312. Level 2 energy crystals, 45. When these 2 numbers left Brother Lei's lips, all the team members behind him gasped in unison. It was insane. This number was simply outrageous. The entire camp, all the people working tirelessly for over a month, had combined to gather less than a third of this amount. And now Mr. Qin had brought back such a fortune in just one morning. The team members stared at the 3 boxes of crystal-clear energy crystals, their eyes wide, their breathing becoming heavy. Their gazes towards Qin Mo changed completely. If before they had respected and obeyed him for his strength, now that respect was imbued with admiration. With a leader like him, not only would they have enough to eat, but eating meat every day would also not be a dream. This was the true pillar of support in the apocalypse. A god. Qin Mo's reaction, however, remained calm. He merely nodded, as if the mountainous wealth before him was nothing more than worthless stones. He casually grabbed a handful from the boxes weighted, and then selected 20 level 1 crystals and 5 level 2 crystals, packaging them in a small bag and tossing it to the still-dazed Brother Lei. Take this, it's what you deserve. Brother Lei instinctively caught the bag, its heavy weight nearly causing him to stagger. He stared at Qin Mo, his mind unable to process. Mr. Qin. This was 5 level 2 crystals. At black market prices, 1 crystal could be exchanged for a well-maintained rifle and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Now Mr. Qin just casually gave them this. In this operation, you set the trap timely without delaying the opportunity for battle. Qin Mo's tone remained steady. I said the Ark does not support idleness, but will never mistreat anyone who contributes. This is the rule. Brother Lei listened to Qin Mo's words, looking at the bag of wealth that could drive any survivor mad. His eyes instantly reddened. He suddenly knelt on one knee, deeply bowing his head, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. I, Brother Lei, pledge my life to you from now on. Through fire and water, I will not hesitate. The group of team members behind him, equally astonished, also knelt on one knee in unison, shouting in unison, willing to serve you until death. In that moment, they sincerely dedicated their loyalty to this unfathomable man before them. As the convoy returned to the service area loaded with spoils, the entire camp erupted in excitement. Everyone surrounded the boxes of energy crystals being unloaded from the vehicle, gasping in amazement. Waiting at the entrance, Su Man did not gaze at the envious wealth. From the first second the RV appeared, her eyes were fixated on the vehicle itself. She slowly walked around the steel beast that had just endured a bloody battle, her eyes filled with obsession. Her fingers lightly traced the deep claw marks on the vehicle's armor. Her gaze lingered on the charred hole on the roof caused by electric arcs, unwilling to move away for a long time. She even crouched down, carefully observing the subtle wear and tear on the tire chainsaws. What others saw as battle damage in her eyes were unique data in the world. She murmured softly to herself, her voice barely audible. So that's how it is. So it works like this. The structural strength of the base is indeed insufficient. I-10 cross supports need to be added. When the chainsaw cuts through bones at high speed, excessive torque can cause slight energy overflow. An energy recovery module can be installed. The electric arc attack from the roof. This idea is brilliant, if it could be normalized. Su-Man's eyes grew brighter as she took out a tablet from her pocket, her hands flying over it, as if she had forgotten everything around her. Data. All the data is complete. My new plan is feasible. Qin Mo returned to the auto repair shop, and Su-Man immediately rushed out from a pile of discarded parts. She was holding a reinforced tablet in her arms, her face smeared with a few streaks of black oil, yet the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with brilliance. She ignored the 3 large boxes of energy crystals that Qin Mo had brought back and shoved the tablet in front of him. Boss, the battle report is out. On the screen was a 3-dimensional perspective of the RV marked with hundreds of red warning tags. According to the return data analysis, there are numerous problems. Su-Man's fingers slid rapidly across the screen, her speech fast, as if firing bullets. First, the base structure of the rooftop crossbow has serious defects. It can only withstand conventional recoil, and when facing the sustained physical destruction from the Dog King, the structural strength is completely insufficient. It was inevitable that the wiring would be torn apart this time. Second, the material of the tire chainsaw. While high-carbon steel is hard during prolonged high-speed cutting of mutated biological skeletons, the wear rate reaches 7%, which is too high. Moreover, under extreme operation, the chainsaw will have a 3% energy overflow, which is a complete waste. Third, the rooftop armor. The Dog King can easily jump onto the roof, indicating that our design is too smooth and lacks any anti-climbing structures. Additionally, this electric shock plan is merely a stopgap. If it had rained or the Dog King had insulating materials on him, we would be in trouble. Su-Man rapidly listed over a dozen issues, each targeting the core problems. What seemed like glorious achievements to Lei Gu and others were in her eyes nothing but fatal flaws. Qin Mo quietly listened, not interrupting her. He watched this girl whose cheeks were flushed with excitement and whose eyes sparkled with genius, and for the first time, he began to see her as something beyond a mere mechanic. So what is your solution? Qin Mo asked calmly. Of course I have one. Su-Man seemed to have been waiting for this question, and she decisively swiped her finger across the tablet. A model of an RV that was larger, heavier, and deadlier than the current one appeared on the screen. This is the next stage upgrade plan I designed, combining our existing materials and the 2 special cores you brought back. I call it the Jack the Ripper modification package. Su-Man's eyes were filled with excitement as she pointed at a newly added structure on the model. First, the power system. The second-tier core from the Tyrant's heart is essentially a biomass energy heart. We can separate it out as the exclusive energy core for the weapon system. This way, even if the main engine shuts down, our weapons can continue to fight. Next, the wind speed core. Boss, this thing is simply miraculous. Its internal energy structure has a peculiar rhythm. If we integrate it into our main engine and combine it with the energy boost circuit I've designed, I have a 70% confidence that I can give the Ark a temporary explosive acceleration capability. I call it wind speed cruise mode. Once activated, within 10 seconds, the RV's maximum speed can increase by 50%. This is enough for us to escape any predicament in an instant. Su-Man became more and more excited as she called up the weapon system. And the crossbow. I will redesign the base using a cross-cross stable structure and adding an arc defense grid on the outer layer. Anything that dares to climb up will first taste the shock of 10,000 volts. The tire chainsaw will also be replaced with a special alloy infused with memory metal, enhancing both wear resistance and toughness by over 3 times. Qin Mo looked at the crazy design on the screen, then at the girl in front of him, who was gesticulating excitedly and speaking passionately like a mad scientist, and fell silent. Su-Man felt uneasy under his gaze, her excitement slowly cooling down as she nervously asked, Boss, is it too far-fetched? Qin Mo did not answer her question. Suddenly he reached out and turned off the tablet in Su-Man's hands. Su-Man was stunned. Qin Mo's gaze was unprecedentedly serious as he looked into Su-Man's eyes and asked word by word, Su-Man, I need a partner who can help the Ark continuously evolve, turning my ideas and even things I haven't thought of into reality. What I need is a chief designer who can work with me to build this Doomsday Ark, its chief technician. Qin Mo's voice was calm, yet each word sent a shockwave through Su-Man's heart. Su-Man was completely stunned. Her brain, which had just been processing thousands of part data, rapidly crashed at that moment. Partner. Chief Technician. She stared blankly at Qin Mo at his deep and serious eyes. Having struggled for survival in the apocalypse for so long, she had been coveted, pitted, and protected as a weak subordinate. But no one had ever given her such serious recognition as Qin Mo did. It was a feeling of being truly needed. Not needed for her body, not needed for her to be a vase, but for her wisdom, her talent, her thoughts. A wave of warmth mixed with sorrow and excitement surged into her eyes. Her lips moved, yet she couldn't say anything. She could only bite her lip tightly, using all her strength to nod vigorously at Qin Mo. This nod was more resolute than any words. I am willing. After several seconds, she finally squeezed out these 3 words from her throat. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was full of unprecedented strength. Qin Mo smiled. It was the first time he had shown Su Man a genuine smile. He turned around and picked up the 2 trophies he had just put away from the workbench. One was the tyrant's heart, still pulsing slightly and radiating scorching energy. The other was the wind speed core, emitting a faint blue light, as if a gentle breeze was swirling within it. He gently placed these 2 cores on the workbench in front of Su Man, which was covered with blueprints. They, along with this vehicle, are now entrusted to you. I only want results. Su Man looked at the 2 rare treasures on the table, then looked at Qin Mo's eyes filled with trust, and could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. But she immediately wiped them away with the back of her oil-stained hand, forcing a smile that was more awkward than crying. She carefully cradled the 2 cores in her palms, as if they were the most fragile treasures in the world. The warm, pulsing, and cool rhythm spread through her body via her palms. She raised her head, her gaze filled with fervor and determination enough to ignite anything. Boss, please give me 24 hours. In 24 hours I will show you a brand new Ark. Qin Mo nodded and turned to walk toward the 3 boxes stacked high with energy crystals. Su Man's modifications had already begun. He could not afford to stop either. The comprehensive upgrade of the Ark officially commenced from this moment. Su Man locked herself in a temporary laboratory after obtaining 2 cores never to be seen again. She requisitioned half of a car repair shop, surrounding it with barriers and canvas, forbidding anyone from approaching. Qin Mo did not interfere. He understood that Su Man needed absolute quiet during this time. Su Man was responsible for the structure and weapon systems of the Ark. As for Qin Mo, he prepared to replace the vehicle's power core with a more powerful one. He drove the RV into the largest maintenance workshop of the car repair shop, lowered the roll-up door, and locked it from the inside. The upgrade of the RV was his trump card, and he could not let anyone see it. Only the roar of the engine remained in the workshop. Qin Mo approached 3 metal boxes filled with supplies. 312 first-level energy crystals. 55 second-level energy crystals. This was his largest haul to date, and it constituted all the capital for this evolution. Qin Mo walked to the core control console and opened the seldom-used material conversion chamber. He directly picked up a box of first-level crystals and poured them all into the conversion chamber with a clatter. The more than 300 first-level crystals were immediately engulfed by the blue light emitted from the chamber. Next came the 55 second-level crystals with stronger energy fluctuations. As the last crystal vanished, the RV's core system emitted a low hum. System prompt sounds echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Warning: super high concentration of energy injection detected. Energy reserves have exceeded the current threshold limit. Upgrade conditions have been met. God level RV system LV1. Evolving to LV2. Energy is being converted. Core structure is being reorganized. Estimated evolution time 10 minutes. Warning: severe energy reactions will occur during evolution. Please move at least 100 meters away from the vehicle immediately. Qin Mo immediately turned and rushed towards the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the RV. Buzz, the workshop lights instantly went out, then flickered wildly. The ground began to shake violently. Outside the workshop, the members of the Ark, who were busy, felt the sudden tremors. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No. Look over there at the car repair shop. Someone shouted, pointing towards the direction of the repair shop. In the largest maintenance workshop, blinding white light shone through the gaps in the doors and windows, as if a sun was locked inside. A pressure radiated from within the workshop, making everyone feel a sense of suffocation. Lei Guess' expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone step back. Do not approach the car repair shop, it's an order." He knew this was Qin Mo's doing. This leader was once again doing something they couldn't comprehend. Inside the workshop, Qin Mo stared intently at the outline shrouded in white light, his heart pounding. The sight before him shattered his understanding. The high-strength alloy shell of the RV was slowly flowing in the white light, as if being reshaped. Creak, crack. The sounds of metal twisting and stretching echoed continuously. The outline of the RV was forcibly elongated and expanded. The originally 7-meter-long vehicle stretched to 9 meters before it stopped. Its size was now close to that of a small bus. The height of the vehicle also increased by more than half a meter, making the entire body appear taller and more robust. The armor on the surface of the vehicle transformed from a glossy black to a matte black that absorbed all light. The lines of the vehicle became more angular and aggressive. The rounded edges became sharp and the front of the vehicle jutted out, forming a ram. 10 minutes felt as long as a century. After the final roar, the blinding white light swiftly receded back into the vehicle. The shaking in the workshop stopped, and the flickering lights returned to normal. Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, which were slightly pained by the light, and looked ahead. A brand new steel creation stood before him, exuding an unsettling aura in its silence. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The God-level RV core has successfully upgraded to LV2. The basic attributes of the vehicle have been comprehensively enhanced. Current vehicle information is as follows: vehicle name Ark No. LV2. Vehicle length 9 meters. Vehicle width 2.5 meters. Vehicle height 3.5 meters. Basic armor strength 300 increased by 150. Maximum speed 220 km/h increased by 50. Internal space 80 cubic meters increased by 100. Energy conversion efficiency increased by 200. Looking at the skyrocketing data on the attribute panel, Qin Mo gasped. Whether it was armor speed or internal space, the changes were immense. The current Ark No finally resembled a Doomsday fortress. However, it was not over yet. The system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding. LV2 permissions have been unlocked. New functional modules have been generated. Please check them promptly, host. Qin Mo immediately opened the system function interface. Below the familiar icons of infinite energy and basic material conversion, 2 new icons shimmering with golden light appeared. Qin Mo's gaze fixated on those 2 icons, his breath momentarily halting. The first icon depicted a crossed battle axe and shield with 4 large characters written below: intermediate weapon modification. The second icon was even more complex, depicting a humanoid figure made up of countless gene chains, and the words below caused Qin Mo's pupils to contract sharply: gene optimization chamber. Qin Mo's breath paused for a moment. He stared intensely at the 2 shimmering golden icons on the system interface. Intermediate weapon modification. Gene optimization chamber. A new function unlocked with LV2 permissions. Qin Mo's heart raced. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and directly clicked on the icon formed by gene chains. Gene optimization chamber. In the next second, several lines of system text appeared in his mind. Module name: Gene Optimization Chamber. Beginner function: introduction. Consumes energy crystals to optimize genes, comprehensively enhancing physical qualities, including strength, agility, reaction speed, as well as cellular vitality and self-healing capabilities. Optimization requirement: at least 10 secondary energy crystals for each use, or equivalent high-level energy crystals. Special note: 1. The optimization process is extremely painful and requires strong willpower to endure. Special note: 2. Beginner optimization has an 11 failure rate. Of these, May 10th result in permanent damage due to optimization failure, May 1st lead to gene collapse and immediate death. Qin Mo gasped in shock. He fixed his gaze on the screen's introduction, particularly the last 2 lines of red text, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The risk of failure is significant. A 1 death rate sounds low, but when it falls on oneself or a companion, it becomes a 100 disaster. Yet behind the risk lies immense reward. This is not merely simple enhancement, but a fundamental transformation of life, allowing one to be reborn and ascend to the extraordinary. If successful, he could create true superhumans. In this world rife with monsters, and where human lives are cheap, nothing brings greater security than personal strength. Qin Mo's gaze grew fervent. Without hesitation, he chose Generate Module on the system interface. A faint hum resonated from beneath his feet. Qin Mo immediately took a few steps back, warily observing the changes within the compartment. He saw the metal walls of the small storage room beside him silently slide apart, revealing the space within. Then, accompanied by a series of mechanical sounds, a white sci-fi metal chamber slowly rose from beneath the floor. It resembled a medical hibernation chamber from a movie, its shell made of an unknown alloy, the surface smooth as a mirror with not a single seam visible. The translucent hatch glimmered with blue light. Inside lay a reclining chair surrounded by various probes and sensors. A wave of cold, clean sensation enveloped him. Qin Mo reached out, touching the cold metal shell, excitement swelling within him. This device could change a person's essence. With it, his core team would no longer be ordinary survivors, but a superhuman task force. He suppressed the urge to experience it himself and turned his attention to another golden icon. Intermediate weapon modification. He focused and clicked on it. A weapon library interface 10 times larger than the beginner modification unfolded. This time it was no longer simple weapons like crossbows and chainsaws. The items on the new blueprints exuded an aura of destruction. Hive micro-tracking missile launcher 1-2 launchers manufacturing requirements high-strength titanium alloy X50 units micro-rocket propellers X12 high-precision tracking chips X1 level 3 energy crystals X5 guardian type 2 electromagnetic crossbow manufacturing requirements superconducting coils X2 high-energy capacitors X4 special alloy steel X100 units level 3 energy crystals X10 ripper high-frequency vibration chainsaw manufacturing requirements, memory metal X20 units, ultramicro. Vibration motors X4, level 2 energy crystals, X20 bunker, heavy alloy RAM manufacturing requirements, composite armor steel X200 units, level 2 energy crystals, X10. Scanning through the rows, Qin Mo's eyes twitched. The power of these new weapons was evidently immense. The Hive missile launcher, once completed, could effortlessly flatten a small building. And the Guardian Type 2 electromagnetic crossbow, just by its name, clearly surpassed the damaged one atop the vehicle in multiple tiers. However, similarly, their manufacturing costs are alarmingly high. Not to mention the level 3 energy crystals that are required in abundance. Qin Mo had yet to even see a single one. It seems that arming the Ark to the teeth will be a long journey. However, this also points him toward the future direction to hunt stronger mutated creatures and obtain higher-level materials and crystals. Just as Qin Mo contemplated future plans, the roll-up door of the repair workshop was suddenly knocked upon with a series of bang bang bang. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow and unlocked the door. As the roll-up door slowly lifted, Su Man rushed in excitedly, holding her tablet computer. "Boss, I've finished the final design for the Ripper modification package. I've also optimized the energy circuit, increasing energy utilization by an additional 5%. And then, her words halted halfway as she stood there, as if frozen, her eyes wide open, staring at the transformed steel behemoth before her, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. This. Her mind, which could complete complex model constructions in seconds, now completely stalled. The Ark before her was simply not the same vehicle she had seen a few hours ago. It had grown at least 2 meters longer. Its height and width had also increased substantially. The contours of the entire vehicle exuded a sense of power and oppression, resembling a ferocious beast. The matte black coating on the body reflected no light under the illumination, giving it a mysterious appearance. "Boss." Su Man's voice trembled as she pointed at the behemoth before her, struggling to swallow it. "It has grown." Su Man quickly dashed forward, reaching out her trembling hand to gently touch the cold, smooth new armor as if it were a treasure. The perfect texture and seamless integration completely exceeded her understanding. "This is not a modification. This is evolution." Qin Mo observed her ghostly expression, the corners of his mouth curling up as he casually remarked, "Just a small upgrade. Look at this metal chamber that just rose in the compartment." He turned sideways to reveal the white metal chamber inside the vehicle. "You should be more interested in this." Su Man followed Qin Mo's gaze and saw the gene optimization chamber in the compartment. Her pupils constricted once more. Su Man, a genius in engineering, immediately recognized that the device was extraordinary. She rushed into the compartment and leaned against the observation window of the gene optimization chamber, her eyes filled with fascination. "This is a medical hibernation chamber." "No, wait. The structure is more complex. There are biological pheromone collectors here. This is a gene probe array. Oh my God, and energy injection conduits." She babbled on as if she had discovered a new continent. Qin Mo leaned against the door of the vehicle and spoke leisurely. "It's called the gene optimization chamber." He continued, "Its sole function is to consume energy crystals, strengthening biological entities at the genetic level, transforming people into superhumans." Su Man's hand froze as she touched the chamber. Gradually, she turned her head in segments, looking at Qin Mo as if he were an alien, her voice sharp with astonishment. "Boss, what did you say?" "It can create." Qin Mo looked at her, slowly nodding, and uttered a word that left her stunned. "Superhuman." Su Man's mind erupted with a loud bang, as if it had exploded. She stared dumbfounded at the gene optimization chamber before her, then glanced at the calm Qin Mo. A thought uncontrollably surfaced. A team composed of true superhumans. And the person who created all of this stood right in front of her. When Lei Gu was called to the maintenance workshop by Qin Mo, he was still a bit dazed. He had just finalized today's training schedule when he received a private communication from Qin Mo instructing him to come over immediately. As the heavy roll-up door slowly descended behind him, Lei Gu's half-burnt cigarette dropped to the ground with a clatter when he caught sight of the massive machinery in the center of the workshop. "Qin. Mr. Qin." Lei Ge's eyes widened in shock as he circled around the vehicle again, and again his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment, ultimately culminating in disbelief. This car, how does it seem? Like it has grown. He reached out, carefully touching the matte black cold armor, the sleek contours of the car body, and that fierce front, and feeling his mind buzzing. This was no mere modification. This was as if an entirely new vehicle had been swapped in. Leaning against the car door, Qin Mo observed Lei Ge's astonished demeanor with a faint smile. Just a minor upgrade. He turned slightly, pointing to the white metal pod that had just risen inside the vehicle. This is the real reason I called you here. Lei Ge's gaze followed Qin Mo's finger, instantly captivated by the strange white contraption. Su Man was nearby, engrossed in examining something, while muttering to herself. Boss, I'm here, this is. Before Lei Ge could finish his question, as he approached, Qin Mo succinctly explained the function of the genetic optimization pod. It included enhancement effects that could drive anyone crazy and mentioned a staggering 11% failure risk. The shock on Lei Ge's face was gradually replaced by an overwhelming desire. His breathing grew heavy. His fists clenched uncontrollably, veins bulging on the back of his hands. A superhuman. To escape the body of a mere mortal and transform into a true superhuman. For someone like him who struggled on the brink of life and death every day, this allure was stronger than anything else. He felt as if he could already sense his fists breaking through steel plates, his speed outpacing that of a cheetah. That kind of powerful force that grasped fate in one's own hands. However, Qin Mo's next words chilled him. But there is only one slot for the first enhancement opportunity. Qin Mo's voice was calm, yet it made the air in the workshop tense. The fervor on Lei Ge's face instantly faded as he turned sharply to look at Su Man. Su Man was also jolted from her fascination with the new equipment as she raised her head, her eyes behind the lenses flashing with complex emotions. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward at that moment. One slot. For whom? Lei Ge was well aware that as the combat captain, if he could undergo the enhancement, the survival capabilities of the Ark would be greatly improved. He could better protect everyone, could lead his brothers into more dangerous places, and seek more resources. This was the most direct and effective improvement. And Su Man understood her value as well. Her intellect was the key to the technological development of the Ark. If her genes were optimized, both her mental and physical capabilities would improve. She would be able to study the technologies provided by Qin Mo, more quickly design stronger weapons, and hasten the evolution of the Ark. In the long run, her enhancement might hold more significance for the entire team than that of a super soldier. They exchanged a glance, both seeing desire as well as a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. They both wanted to grow stronger, but they also knew how important the other was to the team. To Qin Mo and Su Man's surprise, it was Lei Ge who spoke first. This rugged-looking man suddenly bowed deeply to Qin Mo. His voice was hoarse yet sincere. Mr. Qin, I believe this opportunity should be given to Miss Su Man. Su Man was taken aback, staring at Lei Ge in disbelief. Lei Ge did not look at her, only gazing earnestly at Qin Mo. You saved my life, to be where I am today, being able to eat my fill and sleep soundly. I am already very satisfied. I am just a rough man strong enough to charge into battle for you. He continued, but this Ark wants to navigate further in this hellish weather. It cannot rely solely on me. It must depend on Miss Su Man's intellect. She is the guarantee of how far we can go. If I am enhanced, it only determines how fierce we can fight for a moment. But if she is enhanced, it can determine our future. His words were powerful. Su Man's eyes turned red instantly. She never expected that this man, who usually appeared rough and brutish, could be so insightful. A glimmer of approval flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He had not misjudged the person. Lei Ge's words not only proved his loyalty, but also demonstrated a vision that most survivors lacked. He was able to distinguish which was more important, the individual or the team. However, Qin Mo slowly shook his head. Lei Ge, you are mistaken. Su Man's intellect and your fists are equally important to me and to the Ark. Both are indispensable. However, Qin Mo's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. The first enhancement carries the greatest risk. I need the person with the strongest willpower and the best physical condition to endure that 11% failure rate. I need him to use his body to forge a path for us and gather precious data from the first human enhancement. This task cannot be completed by Su Man. Qin Mo's gaze finally settled on Lei Ge as he spoke each word clearly. So Lei Ge, it's you. His words left both Lei Ge and Su Man stunned. They finally understood Qin Mo's true intention. This was not a simple reward or an investment in the future. It was a chillingly precise calculation of risk versus reward. Su Man was the chief technician of the team, the core of technology, and was irreplaceable at this moment. To gamble her on that 11% failure rate, that would be foolish. If it failed, the blow to the entire Ark would be devastating. But Lei Ge was different. He was the strongest warrior with the most resilient will and the most robust body, making him the best candidate for this enhancement debut. If it succeeded, the team would immediately gain a super combat power boosting morale. Even if it failed, although they would lose a key player, the Ark could still bear that loss. This was the decision of a leader. It was devoid of any personal feelings, only for the benefit of the team. Lei Ge's body trembled violently from excitement. He had already prepared to give up, yet unexpectedly this opportunity ultimately fell to him. This was not just a chance for enhancement. This was also Qin Mo telling him through his actions, "I need you, I trust you." Mr. Qin. Lei Ge's eyes brimmed with tears. This man, who rarely showed emotion, could no longer contain his feelings, and suddenly knelt on one knee, his head bowed deeply. 1,000 words finally condensed into a hoarse vow. "I, Lei Gu, am willing to be the first to charge through for you." Su Man watched the scene before her, her heart in turmoil. She looked at Qin Mo's calm face and felt for the first time the terrifying decisiveness of this man. She felt neither jealousy nor disappointment. What she felt was a deeper sense of awe and a grounded feeling of completely entrusting herself to his control. "Prepare yourself." Qin Mo did not go to assist Lei Gu. He simply watched this combat captain he had personally promoted with calm eyes. "Remember, the process will be painful, but you must survive. This is an order." "Yes." Lei Gu took a deep breath filled with excitement, apprehension, and determination as he approached the genetic optimization pod. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Mo and Su Man, he lay down without hesitation. Qin Mo moved to the control panel and opened the energy slots. Without hesitation, he placed the 10 recently acquired level 2 energy crystals neatly inside. Energy confirmed. Target organism locked. Initiating primary genetic optimization process. With a soft hum, the semi-transparent pod door slowly closed, completely shrouding Lei Ge's figure. In the next second, a blinding blue light illuminated the interior. A muffled cry of pain erupted from within the pod. On the data screen on the surface of the optimization pod, the various life signs representing Lei Gu began to fluctuate wildly at a terrifying rate. Su Man stared intently at the screen, her voice sharp with tension. Heart rate exceeds 200. Blood pressure skyrocketing. Cellular activity is undergoing massive collapse and reorganization. She looked up at Qin Mo, who had a serious expression, her voice trembling. "Boss, will he be able to pull through?" In the gene optimization chamber, Brother Lei's painful howls gradually faded away. Then there was a deathly silence. The atmosphere in the maintenance workshop was oppressive. Su Man stared intently at the few lines on the monitor representing Brother Lei's vital signs, her face paler than her white lab coat. Heart rate continues to drop, falling below 40. Blood pressure is below the safe value. Brainwave activity is weakening. With each piece of data, she reported, her voice trembled, almost breaking into tears by the end. On the screen, the green line representing the heart rate was wavering smaller and smaller, on the verge of becoming a straight line. Failed. The man who had given her a chance was about to die like this. Su Man's lips were bitten white, tears welling up in her eyes. She dared not look at Qin Mo's face and struggled to utter a few words. "Boss. It's almost over." But just as she finished speaking, ding! A piercing alarm erupted from the monitoring console. On the screen, the green line that was about to flatten suddenly surged upwards at a near 90-degree angle. 40, 80, 150, 200. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, blurring into a shadow. The green line shattered the limits of what the human body could bear, then continued to rise frantically in an unreasonable manner. Su Man was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at the explosive data on the screen, her mind a blank. What was happening? Resurrected. Standing beside her, Qin Mo, whose calm eyes finally sparkled with a hint of brilliance. It worked. Almost simultaneously, the cold, melodious prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Basic gene optimization completed. Target organism has successfully merged and absorbed energy. Body functions have undergone super specification evolution. Overall quality increased by 300. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight hissing sound, the semi-transparent door of the gene optimization chamber slowly opened. A white mist mixed with the scent of sweat and blood sprayed out. A tall figure stepped out of the steam. When he fully emerged from the mist and appeared under the bright lights of the workshop, everyone present gasped. Is this still Brother Lei? His once nearly 185-meter tall frame had now been elevated to nearly 195 meters, nearly as tall as Qin Mo. His combat suit, which was still fitting, was stretched tight by his bulging muscles, as if ready to burst at any moment. His muscle lines had become smooth and full of explosive power, no longer the lifeless muscle of the past. Every contour was clear, veins bulging under the skin, as if something was flowing within. Most astonishing was his gaze. The innocence and bravery in his eyes were gone, replaced only by the sharpness and coldness of an eagle. He stood there quietly, exuding a fierce aura that made a few timid team members instinctively take half a step back. This was no longer a person. This was a ferocious beast wearing human skin. Brother Lei slowly raised his hand, looking down at his now broad hand, the joints more robust, filled with strength. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt as if a giant beast had taken residence within him, an inexhaustible power, surging through every cell, ready to burst through the confines of his skin. In his eyes, the world had changed as well. The dust in the air, the scratches on Su Man's lens, the faint smile on Qin Mo's face. Everything became extraordinarily clear. He could even hear the rapid heartbeat of a nervous team member outside the workshop. "How do you feel?" Qin Mo's voice broke the silence. "I feel." Brother Lei was startled when he opened his mouth. His voice was deeper than before, with a penetrating quality. "Better than ever." He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, a smile full of wildness. He suddenly turned around, fixating on a solid steel column the size of a thigh, which was used to support the truck axle. He didn't run, he simply walked over in large strides. Everyone's gaze followed him. Brother Lei stood before the cold steel column and took a deep breath. In the next second, his right arm muscles instantly bulged, his arm thickening, and he swung a powerful punch at the steel column. Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the workshop. Several timid team members were startled by the sound, their hearts skipping a beat. Brother Lei slowly retracted his fist. Everyone's eyes were glued to the steel column. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. On that solid steel column, made of special steel which could withstand dozens of tons of pressure, there was suddenly a clear fist mark that was half an inch deep. The edge of the fist mark showed that the hard steel could not withstand this immense force, twisting into folds. Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the air. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes nearly popping out. One punch. A barehanded punch. To create a fist mark on a solid steel column. Is this still human strength? This was more exaggerated than the superheroes in movies. However, this was not over yet. Speed. Qin Mo casually uttered 2 words. Brother Lei instantly understood, turned around to face the wall at the other end of the workshop, slightly crouched, assuming a starting position. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, Brother Lei vanished from his spot. A blur flashed through the empty workshop. A gust of wind stirred up the debris and dust on the ground. When everyone saw him again, he was steadily standing at the other end of the workshop, 100 meters away. The entire process took less than a second. Fast. Too fast. So fast it was unbelievable. This speed was not slower than the mutated dogs they feared, perhaps even faster. My goodness. A young team member collapsed on the ground, muttering to himself, already dumbfounded. And the others, after a brief silence, erupted into cheers. Brother Lei is amazing. So strong. Brother Lei is a superhero now. Huh. Next time we encounter those mutated dogs, I'm not afraid of a single one. The morale of the entire Ark team reached its peak. Qin Mo's strength instilled awe in them, feeling distant and unreachable. But Brother Lei's transformation provided them with the most direct hope. It turned out that ordinary people could also become superheroes with the boss' help. They looked at Qin Mo with eyes that held not just reverence, but also fervor and loyalty. Qin Mo watched this scene with satisfaction, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. A fortune spent to buy bones. Brother Lei's success was not just about gaining a powerful warrior, but also a comforting reassurance for everyone. His gaze turned to Su Man, who was frantically recording data while holding a tablet, muttering to herself, her eyes shining with excitement. Qin Mo's lips curled into a smile. He took out the tyrant's heart, still pulsating and radiating heat from his storage space. He walked up to Su Man and gently placed this second-tier core in her hand. The warm touch startled Su Man from the sea of data. She looked up, puzzled, at Qin Mo. Qin Mo pointed at the humanoid beast in the distance, surrounded by team members, showcasing their excitement, and spoke slowly. Brother Lei's data is the framework. This tyrant's heart is the flesh. Now I entrust them to you. You must use your wisdom to fuse the framework and flesh together. Qin Mo looked at the increasingly bright eyes of Su Man, speaking slowly and deliberately. To create a power exoskeleton exclusively for our battle captain. Boom. The words power exoskeleton struck Su Man's mind like a thunderbolt. Her breath halted. The eyes behind her lenses burst forth with an unprecedented fervor. After Lei Gu completed the modifications, Su Man dived straight into her laboratory. This place, transformed from a service area restaurant, had now become her domain. In the laboratory, blueprints and mechanical parts were strewn everywhere, and the screen displayed a continuous stream of data. The air was filled with a mixture of machine oil, solda, and ozone. Qin Mo pushed the door open and saw Su Man with dark circles under her eyes and disheveled hair, bent over the workbench, quickly sketching on a virtual blueprint with an electronic pen. She was murmuring to herself, her expression intensely focused. In front of her, precise instruments housed the pulsating tyrant's heart and the glowing wind speed core. Countless data cables connected them, converting their energy into scrolling codes on the screen. Qin Mo walked behind her, watching the complex structural diagram on the screen without interrupting. After finishing her last stroke, Su-man let out a long breath and finally noticed someone behind her. Boss! Su-man was startled, but immediately became excited. She grabbed the tablet and rushed in front of Qin Mo, handing the screen over. It's done, boss. I've designed what you asked for. On the screen was a 3D model of a mechanical arm. Its shape was striking with smooth lines and a core section that had a slot for the tyrant's heart. I call it the Tyrant Type 1 power arm. Su-man's eyes sparkled as her fingers swiftly glided across the screen, bringing up performance parameters. It uses lightweight composite materials and weighs less than 30 kilograms. When connected to the tyrant's heart as a power source through the biological current amplification system I designed, it can instantly enhance the user's arm strength by more than 5 times. Currently, leg guess punching power is about 800 kilograms. With it on, he could theoretically hit out 4 tons. A single punch could easily break through a wall. Qin Mo looked at the design drawing and nodded. Su-man's efficiency and talent once again exceeded his expectations. However, what Su-man said next raised an eyebrow for Qin Mo. However, Su-man's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if suppressing a thought. Boss, I think this plan is too safe and also wasteful. She directly crossed out the design of the power arm and switched to a more complex blueprint. It was a perspective drawing of a motorhome's core engine with a designated installation spot for the wind speed core in the center. Boss, I studied these 2 cores all night. Su-man's speech accelerated and her eyes changed. The energy attribute of the tyrant's heart is biomass. It's alive, and its output is stable and sustained, making it suitable for individual equipment power supply. But the wind speed core is different. She pointed at the blue core on the screen, her voice trembling slightly. Its energy is a pulsed explosion, rhythmic. Each energy pulse peak is very high, so making it into equipment wouldn't yield good results. But what if we integrate it with the Ark's engine? Qin Mo's expression changed. Su-man took a deep breath and said, I can add an energy boost loop next to the engine to store the pulsed energy from the wind speed core. When needed, all that energy can be injected into the engine at once. Theoretically, this can allow the Ark to explode to over 50% of its maximum speed within 10 seconds. I call this mode Wind Speed Cruise. Qin Mo's pupils constricted as he immediately understood the value of Su-man's idea. In the apocalypse, speed sometimes equates to life. This meant they would have a trump card for escape in critical situations. Su-man looked at Qin Mo nervously, her heart racing. She knew her idea was bold and carried significant risk. Boss, is this too risky? She asked, somewhat uncertain. Qin Mo fell silent. He didn't look at Su-man, merely staring at the blueprint on the screen, his mind rapidly turning. The air in the workshop was very quiet. Every second felt exceptionally long for Su-man. 3 seconds later, Qin Mo looked up, met Su-man's eyes, and simply said 3 words, I approve. Su-man's brain buzzed. She had succeeded. The boss supported her idea. What materials and manpower do you need? He'll provide whatever you require. Qin Mo's tone was calm, but left no room for rebuttal. Great, boss. Su-man almost jumped up, quickly pulling up a materials list. Most of the structural materials and components are available at the service area's auto repair shop. But her brow furrowed again, the excitement from before having faded significantly. There are 2 key items that we don't have. She pointed to 2 highlighted entries on the list. To synchronize the wind speed core's energy pulses with the engine's mechanical operation, I need a high-precision biological chip for coordination. And to allow the system to withstand energy shocks, all energy conduction lines must be wrapped in a special neural connection catalyst. Su-man looked somewhat helpless. According to the database information, both of these items belong to pre-apocalypse biological technology products. They can only be found in well-equipped large hospitals or biological research institutes in big cities. The workshop fell silent again. Cities. These 2 words made the atmosphere heavy. There it was, a forbidden zone for survivors and a death zone. Countless zombies roamed the city along with various unknown monsters hidden within the buildings. Qin Mo walked to the window of the laboratory, gazing into the distance. In that direction, the outline of a city could be faintly seen. To make the Ark stronger and secure that life-saving trump card, this step had to be taken. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. A city, huh? The risk was high, but so were the potential rewards. In the brightly lit service area under the night sky, the restaurant had been transformed into a temporary conference room shrouded in smoke. Qin Mo gathered all the core members he trusted, including Brother Lei Su-man and several veteran team members who had excelled in combat and logistics. The people in the room were chatting and laughing, the atmosphere very relaxed. Brother Lei's newfound strength had instilled hope in everyone. Each person was thinking about how powerful they could become if they were also chosen for optimization. Qin Mo remained silent, quietly smoking a cigarette while waiting for everyone to look at him. He extinguished the cigarette and slowly began to speak. Tomorrow we will go to the city. His words instantly silenced the conference room. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces. To the city. to that dead city teeming with millions of zombies. An old team member responsible for reconnaissance turned pale, his voice trembling. Qin. Mr. Qin, we can't go. The situation in the city is different from the highway. The zombies there are endless. With just a handful of us driving in, it would be futile. As soon as he said this, others immediately echoed his sentiments. Yes, Mr. Qin, it's too dangerous. We finally have a home. There's no need to take this risk. There are definitely monsters in the city that are 100 times more terrifying than the mutated dog pack. Going there is just asking for death. The confidence that had just been rekindled by Brother Lei's strength vanished instantly upon hearing about the trip to the city. Brother Lei's face, now defined and sharp after his enhancement, darkened. Bang! His fist, as large as a clay pot, slammed down hard on the conference table. The solid wooden surface was dented by his powerful blow. The loud noise startled everyone, causing them to shudder. Shut the hell up. Brother Lei stood up abruptly, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. His sharp eyes scanned each person, his voice booming. Have you forgotten how you survived to this day? Who led us to repel the tide of zombies and defeated the tyrant? Who saved us from the jaws of the mutated dogs? In front of Mr. Qin, what qualifications do you have to speak out? I trust every decision of Mr. Qin. If he says we are going to the city, then we shall go. Anyone who dares to waver in morale should not blame Brother Lei's fists for being merciless. Brother Lei's imposing presence silenced everyone. Those who had intended to say something shrank back, swallowing their words. They respected Qin Mo but feared this human-like monster who could dent steel with a single punch. Qin Mo cast an approving glance at Brother Lei. What he wanted was absolute obedience. Qin Mo ignored the pale faces of the others, walked over to the wall, and pulled down a curtain. Behind the curtain was a huge map of the city. The map was detailed, featuring every street and important building. This was painstakingly pieced together by Su Man through deciphering old municipal systems and weak satellite signals. Qin Mo's finger pointed to a place marked with a red circle on the edge of the map. Our target is not the city center, but the first central hospital here. He looked at Su Man, who immediately understood, opening the tablet beside her and projecting 2 pieces of data next to the map. These are the core components of the wind speed cruising engine and the Tyrant's power arm, high-precision biological chips and neural connection catalysts. Both of these materials belong to cutting-edge technology from before the apocalypse and can only be found in well-equipped large hospitals or biological research institutes. And this first central hospital is currently the closest place we can find which is most likely to have these materials. In other words, if we want the Ark to have a momentary acceleration card and allow Brother Lei to flip a truck with bare hands, we must go there. Qin Mo's finger traced a clear red line on the map. Enter the city from the No. 3 highway entrance, follow the North Ring Road, and head directly to the underground parking entrance of the hospital. The entire journey is about 15 kilometers, expected to take 20 minutes. There are 2 retreat routes. If anything goes wrong, we will evacuate from here or here. With a detailed plan, precise target, and clear route. Looking at Qin Mo's calm and confident demeanor, the fear in everyone's hearts dissipated significantly. They realized this was not a mission to seek death. This was a meticulously planned, high-risk, high-reward operation. I understand, Mr. Qin. Brother Lei's eyes lit up. He'll go pick people now. Our combat team will clear the way for you. No. Qin Mo shook his head, stating a decision that left everyone stunned. This mission does not require the combat team. He surveyed the crowd and calmly announced, only 2 people will go to the hospital. Me and Su Man. The conference room fell silent once again. Everyone looked at Qin Mo as if he were crazy. 2 people. 1 car. To venture into that forbidden zone for humanity. Mr. Qin. No way. Brother Lei was the first to panic, stepping forward, his voice trembling with excitement. It's too dangerous. The city is different from the outside. The road conditions are complex, and there are obstacles everywhere. If the car gets stuck, 2 people won't be able to cope. Please take me with you. My strength will surely clear the way for you. Exactly. Mr. Qin, take us along. We're not afraid of death. Several combat team members began shouting as well. Qin Mo raised his hand, silencing all the voices. He walked up to Brother Lei and patted the shoulder of this burly man who was half a head taller than him. A playful smile flickered across his face. Brother Lei, your task is to protect our home. The service area is our foundation. There can be no mistakes here. As for us. Qin Mo's gaze swept outside at the Ark amidst the night, smiling confidently. The Ark is no longer that rusty shell it used to be. Sometimes having too many people becomes a burden. This statement left Brother Lei and all the combat team members in shock. They looked at Qin Mo, who appeared calm and composed, and thought about the significantly enlarged RV. A thought sprang to their minds. Just how powerful had the upgraded Ark become? Could it really allow Mr. Qin to venture into that dead city with only 1 technician? Qin Mo did not explain further. He turned around, leaving the crowd with an undeniable silhouette. The meeting is over. Everyone prepare for tomorrow's operation. With the order given, no one dared to dissent. The entire service area immediately became busy. Brother Lei loudly commanded the combat team to reinforce the perimeter defenses of the service area. The logistics personnel checked supplies, preparing provisions for Qin Mo and Su Man for the journey. Meanwhile, Su Man locked herself in the RV, checking every system of the vehicle over and over, inputting the city's map and all known data into the onboard computer. Everyone felt a wave of nervousness, but was also filled with a sense of mission. This was the first proactive strike since the establishment of the Ark. The sky was just beginning to lighten. At the service area exit, a matte black behemoth was parked there. The upgraded Ark was longer and heavier, exuding a sense of power. In the morning light, this vehicle presented an overwhelming presence. Lei Gu and all the members of Ark stood on either side of the exit, sending Qin Mo off. Their eyes reflected worry and tension, but more so trust. They believed that no matter where Qin Mo went, he would be victorious and return with hope. The car door opened, and Qin Mo, dressed in a black combat suit, sat expressionlessly in the driver's seat. Su Man followed behind, clutching her tablet, her small face slightly flushed with excitement and anxiety. Qin Mo rolled down the window, looking at Lei Gu standing in front of him. He did not say any words of encouragement, only 3 words: protect our home. Lei Gu straightened up sharply, his modified body radiating strength. He nodded vigorously and said loudly, Mr. Qin, please rest assured. As long as I'm alive, our home is safe. Without saying more, Qin Mo closed the window. The engine let out a low growl, and the Ark slowly began to move. Under everyone's gaze, the vehicle exited the service area and entered the highway leading to the city. Its departing silhouette seemed to herald the beginning of a new era. Ark picked up speed. As it approached the city, the highway became increasingly dilapidated. Abandoned vehicles littered the road, some crumpled into heaps of scrap metal, blocking a large portion of the way. Scattered zombies began to appear. Drawn by the sound of the engine, they staggered over from beyond the guardrails. Su Man, sitting in the passenger seat, tightened her grip on the tablet nervously. Boss 3 on the left, 5 in front, all ordinary zombies. Qin Mo showed no expression, not even glancing at the zombies. His grip on the steering wheel remained steady. He did not use the crossbow or start the chainsaw, maintaining speed as he drove straight into them. Bang! Bang bang! The impact felt less like hitting people and more like rolling over a few sandbags. The RV weighed over 10 tons and had reinforced armor, making it impossible for these ordinary zombies to withstand. As the wheels rolled over, only blood and flesh were left behind. Su Man watched as the red dots indicating threats on the screen vanished in an instant, swallowing hard. For the first time, she directly felt just how terrifying this vehicle truly was. Qin Mo's words, "the more people, the more of a burden," now sounded incredibly accurate. The vehicle continued forward, with more and more zombies appearing on the road, transforming from scattered individuals into small groups of 10 or so. Qin Mo remained expressionless, driving straight through them. Ark crashed through the pile of abandoned vehicles, smashing all the zombies in its path into pieces. After sending who knows how many zombies flying, the silhouette of a vast and desolate city appeared in the distance. Ark slowly came to a stop on a high slope. Neither Qin Mo nor Su Man spoke. Before them stood a steel graveyard. The towering skyscrapers resembled gigantic tombstones with shattered glass walls riddled with holes. Intersecting overpasses loomed over the city, filled with cars resembling the skeleton of a giant python that had died many years ago. What was once a bustling area was now left with only a sense of desolation. There were no lights or sounds in the city. The wind blowing through this concrete jungle carried a scent of decay. "This is the city," Su Man murmured, her eyes behind the lenses filled with shock. "This place buried millions of lives." Qin Mo's expression also grew serious. He restarted the RV and, following the map's guidance, headed toward the designated highway exit. The destination was the first central hospital. Ark slowly descended the highway via the ramp, officially entering this dead city. The wheels had just touched the city's surface. Beep, beep, beep. The vehicle's scanning system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Su Man was startled and quickly looked down at her tablet. On the 3D map at the top of the first central hospital building, a deep red that representing extreme danger flashed fiercely for a moment before vanishing instantly. Almost simultaneously, a chill enveloped Qin Mo and Su Man. They felt as though they were being watched by something. It was as if from a high vantage point, a pair of emotionless eyes were coldly observing them, looking down as if at an intruding insect. This feeling was different from the greed of zombies, and unlike the ferocity of mutated beasts. It was more akin to a hunter observing its prey, filled with intelligence and malice. Well, what was that? Su Man's face turned pale as she pointed at the screen where the light had disappeared, her voice trembling. The scanning system just detected a biological signal, but it couldn't identify what it was. The energy reaction is also unknown. Qin Mo remained silent. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixating on the hospital building shrouded in shadows in the distance. He knew that this trip to the hospital to find something was likely not going to be simple. The real challenge was only just beginning. The RV parked 5 kilometers away from the edge of the city on the highway. Inside the cockpit, Qin Mo and Su Man looked solemnly at the main scanning screen. There, a deep red light point representing extreme danger had just flickered across the rooftop of the first central hospital, only to vanish without a trace. The atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly became oppressive. Boss, based on the intensity of the momentary energy response, we just captured this unknown target far exceeds all the enemies we have encountered before, including that dog king. Su Man's face was somewhat pale, but her voice remained calm, characteristic of a researcher. She quickly performed data analysis and deductions on her tablet. But it seems to be stationary, or rather its activity range is very small, which gives us an opportunity. She pushed her glasses and looked at Qin Mo. My suggestion is to proceed as planned. Enter during the day, quickly obtain the biological chip and neural connector catalyst we need, then evacuate immediately. This is the most reliable plan at the moment. Qin Mo remained silent, gently tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Danger and opportunity coexisted. In order to equip the RV with a wind speed engine and to enable the Ark to have the possibility of evolving again, this trip was imperative. Let's do it your way. Qin Mo's gaze regained calmness and determination as he restarted the RV and drove off the highway. The abandoned city lay before them. The streets were piled with rusty vehicles and garbage resembling solidified scars. Scattered zombies roamed the streets, drawn by the sound of the RV's engine howling as they approached. Qin Mo directly activated the crushing mode. The upgraded Ark resembled a black heavy tank, smashing and crushing all obstructing junk cars, roadblocks, and zombies. Before it, these obstacles were utterly vulnerable. Soon the RV reached the outskirts of the hospital. Qin Mo did not approach recklessly, but instead parked the vehicle in a corner of an abandoned parking lot surrounded by high walls, a place sufficiently concealed. He'll scout ahead. He activated the vehicle's mini-drone. A palm-sized drone resembling a dragonfly silently ascended and flew toward the hospital. On the central control screen, high-definition images streamed in real time. The hospital's main entrance was locked from the inside, covered in dried blood. The rooftop was empty, and the dangerous red light point had not reappeared. The drone circled around and quickly found a breakthrough. The side employee entrance, the electronic door lock has lost power and can be physically breached, Su Man said, pointing to a corner of the screen. Prepare to act. Qin Mo retracted the drone. The two donned lightweight black combat suits carrying necessary weapons and sample collection tools and quietly left the RV. The night was a hunting ground for mutated creatures, but during the day, unknown dangers lurked as well. The two moved like shadows, using abandoned vehicles as cover, swiftly approaching the employee passage. The door to the passage was a heavy steel electronic door. Qin Mo signaled for Su Man to step back, taking out a specially made alloy crowbar from his backpack. He inserted the crowbar into the gap of the door, took a deep breath, and his enhanced muscles instantly tensed, a terrifying power surging through his arms. With a crack, the sturdy lock structure was directly destroyed under the immense force. The door opened silently. The two successfully entered the hospital's interior. A strong smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint odor of decay rushed toward them. The corridor was eerily silent. Only the emergency lights on the ceiling flickered stubbornly, intermittently, illuminating their shadows, stretching them long and short. On the ground lay several completely shriveled corpses devoid of obvious wounds, as if their lives had been drained by some entity. Strangely, there were no wandering zombies here. This abnormal silence made the atmosphere feel even more oppressive and terrifying. Su Man took out a portable biological detector from her backpack. Upon activation, the screen displayed many faint green dots representing biological signals, but they were very dispersed and all in a stationary state. It seems they are all asleep. The signals are weak, not resembling living beings, Su Man analyzed in a low voice, pointing to a sign deep in the corridor. Let's head to the central pharmacy. It contains the most comprehensive biological agents and samples, which is also our core objective this time. Qin Mo nodded. The two exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly, proceeding cautiously into the deeper darkness. In the hospital, a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with decay lingered heavily. The corridor was devoid of any people. The emergency lights flickered above, elongating and shortening the shadows of Qin Mo and Su Man on the walls and floor. It's too quiet, Su Man whispered, her palm sweating around the flashlight. This silence sent a chill down her spine, more unsettling than the distant roars of zombies outside. This place was a metropolis with millions of inhabitants, and hospitals were usually filled with people, yet now not even a shadow of a zombie could be seen. A few desiccated corpses lay on the floor, the only evidence of death. They were dressed in patient gowns, their bodies curled up, skin drained of moisture, tightly wrapping around their bones, their faces frozen in the moment before death. There were no wounds or signs of bites on the bodies. The signal points on the detector haven't moved, and they're very weak. Su-Man frowned as she looked at the device in her hand. The signals are distributed throughout the entire building. Qin Mo remained silent, gripping his tactical axe tightly, as his gaze swept across the doors of the hospital rooms lining the corridor. He sensed something in the darkness watching them. The central pharmacy is on the second basement level. We can access it through the safe passage. Su-Man pointed towards the end of the corridor while looking at the hospital layout on her tablet. The two did not linger, moving one after the other with light steps towards the deeper darkness. The door to the safe passage was ajar, and the stairwell was a mess littered with medical waste and carts. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench of decay became. On the second basement level, a wide corridor appeared before them, at the end of which stood a thick silver-gray metal door blocking their path. A line of red letters on the door reads Central Pharmacy, Restricted Area. This is it, Su-Man said excitedly. With such stringent security, there must be valuable items inside. This door was locked with both an electronic password and a mechanical lock. Without external power, it was just an iron block that couldn't be opened from the outside now that the city had lost electricity. Can we open it? Su-Man asked. Qin Mo did not respond. Instead, he pulled out a half-meter-long black alloy crowbar from his backpack. He motioned for Su-Man to step back a few paces and approach the door lock. He wedged the tip of the crowbar into the gap beside the door lock, took a deep breath, and his arm muscles bulged as the veins stood out. A tremendous force was applied to the connection point of the door lock through the crowbar. Crack, screech, grind. A series of metal distortion sounds echoed. The lock, made of special steel, began to deform and crack under Qin Mo's brute strength. Su-Man stood by, stunned. She knew that Brother Lei could bend steel columns with a single punch, but now witnessing the power Qin Mo unleashed made her realize just how strong he truly was. Bang! With a dull thud, the entire lock was forcibly torn from the door and fell to the ground. The heavy metal door sprang open a crack. Qin Mo discarded the slightly bent crowbar, grasped the edge of the door with both hands, and yanked it hard, fully opening the door. As it swung open, a gust of cold air mixed with the scent of medicine rushed out. Su-Man was taken aback upon seeing what was inside. Before her was a space of several thousand square meters. Tall metal shelves were neatly arranged, filled with various labeled bottles and boxes of medicine. White, blue, and red packaging filled the area under the light of the emergency lamps. We've hit the jackpot. Su-Man adjusted her glasses, her eyes shining with excitement. She dashed inside, trembling slightly as she looked at the names of the medicines on the shelves. Broad-spectrum antibiotics. So many. Enough to equip a regiment. High-concentration nutrient solution. For intravenous injection. 1 vial can sustain for 3 days. And these painkillers, anesthetics, hemostatic sprays. She couldn't help but exclaim with each new discovery. These precious medicines, any one of which could trade for food and weapons in the apocalypse, were stacked everywhere here. Qin Mo ignored these and glanced around the pharmacy, heading straight for an independent room at the back. The door to the room had a sign reading Biological Products, Temperature-Controlled Storage. Qin Mo broke the door using the same method, unleashing an even colder chill. The room was small, just a few dozen square meters, and the shelves inside held metal boxes marked with yellow and black biological hazard symbols. Su-Man followed him inside, quickly finding the target by looking at the data on her tablet. She carefully opened one of the metal boxes, revealing dozens of transparent chips the size of fingernails, with golden patterns running through the center. Found it. High-precision biological sensor chips. Su-Man's voice trembled slightly. She opened the adjacent box, which contained rows of test tubes filled with a glowing blue liquid. Neuronal connection catalysts. Fantastic. They're all here. With both targets located, Su-Man felt as if she were dreaming. Don't just stand there, gather the items. Qin Mo's voice pulled her back to reality. All right. Su-Man quickly reacted, pulling out several large folding bags from her backpack. The two began to gather supplies. Qin Mo focused on collecting antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and emergency supplies, items of real value. He didn't look closely, waving his hand as rows of medicines were sucked into his storage space. Su-Man pushed a stainless steel cart, specifically selecting rare special medicines and biological agents. Boss, the latest generation of anti-rejection drugs. These will be useful for future modifications. Wow. And this? Military-grade stimulants. They can instantly unleash potential and save lives at critical moments. Heavens. There's even a whole box of T7 virus inactivated vaccines. Its culture medium and stabilizers will be incredibly useful for my research on genetic drugs. Su-Man's excitement grew as she felt like she was not searching for items, but digging for treasure. The two darted back and forth in the massive pharmacy. Qin Mo's storage space quickly filled up, and the large bags Su-Man carried were also stuffed full. Looking at their haul, both felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The trip to the hospital during the day had indeed been fruitful. Just as Qin Mo was putting the last box of glucose into his space and preparing to leave, a harsh scraping sound suddenly came from the ceiling above them. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet underground pharmacy, it was crystal clear. Qin Mo and Su Man froze in their tracks. They shot each other a quick glance. Su Man instinctively looked at the detector on her wrist. On the screen, the green dots that had previously been motionless had all turned red without her noticing. And they were moving. The dots were converging from various corners of the hospital towards the second basement level. That shrill grating screech served as a signal. Qin Mo and Su Man froze mid-motion. The elation of their harvest in the underground pharmacy vanished, instantly replaced by sharp vigilance. "Boss." Su Man's voice tightened as she stared at the screen of her wrist-mounted scanner. There were green blips had once scattered across the entire building, every single one now burned blood red. They were moving. Velocity accelerating, energy readings spiking. Her voice trembled. On the map, hundreds, no thousands, of crimson dots surged from every corner of the hospital, converging upon a single focal point. That focal point was precisely where they stood, the sub-basement level. "They're targeting us," Su Man concluded, a chill crawling up her spine. Qin Mo's gaze hardened. He dropped the final crate of medicine and seized Su Man, pulling her behind him in one fluid motion. "Go." Not a moment's hesitation. Yet the instant they turned to bolt for the exit, tum! A deep muffled thunderclap erupted from the hospital's depths. It resonated directly through bone and viscera, making both their hearts clench violently. Tum! The second strike followed, deeper, heavier. The entire subterranean space seemed to shiver faintly in its wake. Qin Mo's expression darkened utterly. This was no explosion, no impact. It sounded like the colossal heartbeat of some slumbering leviathan. Tum! 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 The rhythm quickened, faster, denser, more insistent. The emergency lights overhead flickered erratically, pulsing in time with the heartbeat. Light and shadow warring down the corridor, twisting their silhouettes into grotesque, writhing shapes upon the walls. Creak, creak. 1,000 tiny scrapes echoed from all directions. Within ventilation ducts, inside wall cavities, along ceiling fissures, something was crawling, frenzied and relentless, drawing ever closer. On Su Man's scanner, dense clusters of red blips now completely encircled their position. "Boss, they're inside." As Su Man cried out, the last emergency light flared once, then burst with a sharp crack and died. Tum! The final heartbeat landed. Absolute darkness swallowed the world. Silence descended, oppressive, suffocating. The heartbeat ceased. In its place rose a chilling chorus, countless claws rasping against concrete. SHHHSHHHSHH. In the blackness, Qin Mo snapped on his tactical flashlight. A piercing beam sliced through the void, illuminating the pharmacy door. Su Man immediately activated hers as well. Those two beams became the sole sources of light in the abyss. Plop! A thick, acrid droplet fell from the ceiling vent, splattering beside Qin Mo's boot. Qin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. His flashlight beam snapped upward. Behind the vent grill, a monstrous face flashed past. Not a zombie. Its body resembled a colossal, skinless locust, undulating muscle visible beneath translucent, pulsating flesh. It had no eyes. Only a gaping chrysanthemum-like maw ringed with dense rows of serrated fangs. A semi-transparent sac bulged from its abdomen, filled with luminous emerald fluid that rose and fell with each breath. And fused to its back, parasitically grafted, was the desiccated torso of a human corpse, the very body they'd seen earlier in the corridor. A parasite. Slumbering within the hospital lay a horde of unspeakable parasitic abominations. Before Su Man could even gasp, bang! The pharmacy's reinforced metal door slammed inward from outside. Bang! 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 The impacts intensified, furious, as if an army besieged them. Crack! Crack! The ceiling vent grills warped under pressure. Several identical parasites tore through the metal mesh and dropped from above. The moment they hit the floor, they coiled, then launched themselves forward like black bolts, hurtling toward Qin Mo and Su Man. "Watch out!" Qin Mo barked, his tactical axe carving a silver arc through the air. Schlick! The lead parasite split cleanly in two, hewn apart by a single brutal stroke. Foul viridian blood mixed with viscous, white ichor sprayed outward. The severed halves writhed on the floor, jaws snapping open and shut. Hissing, hissing. The neural node in its head, that's the weak spot. Su Man shouted from behind. Qin Mo needed no such warning. Even as his first axe blade bit deep, he pivoted sideways, dodging another lunging parasite, and lashed out with lightning speed, his left foot striking true at the creature's skull. Crack! The parasite's head exploded, green pulp splattering across the wall. Its body convulsed twice, then went still. But this was only the beginning. More parasites poured forth, spilling from ducts, oozing from wall cracks, endless, unrelenting. They moved with terrifying speed and precision, and felt no fear of death. Within seconds, the underground pharmacy transformed into a monstrous arena of slaughter. "Boss, the door won't hold much longer." Su Man's voice cracked with tears. The reinforced door, already damaged by Qin Mo, shuddered violently under the onslaught, hairline fractures spiderwebbed around its frame where it met the wall. They couldn't wait here to die. A flash of cold resolve ignited in Qin Mo's eyes. "Stay close." He seized Su Man's arm and pulled her firmly behind him, his tactical axe whirling into a lethal vortex. Schlick, schlick, schlick. Each swing decapitated or cleaved a parasite in half. He didn't retreat, not an inch. Instead, he charged into the tide of monsters, driving straight toward the crumbling doorway. Boom! Just as they reached the threshold, the metal door shattered inward, hurtling into the room like a broken shield. Beyond it stretched an endless sea of writhing blackness. The corridor walls, ceiling, every surface, teemed with them. They shrieked, hissed, surging forward like a living flood. Su Man's mind went blank at the sight. "Close your eyes." Qin Mo's roar detonated beside her ear. In the next heartbeat, she felt herself hurled forward by immense force. Qin Mo held the front line alone. Monsters crashed against him, bit-clawed tore, but his stance never wavered. His axe blurred, each swing honed to ruthless surgical efficiency. Horizontal sweep, vertical cleave, upward slash, direct thrust. Emerald blood rained down around him, drenching his body in deep inky green. Shattered limbs and severed heads piled high at his feet. Yet these creatures knew no terror. As one fell, another vaulted over its corpse, relentless, unyielding. "We must get out of the basement." Qin Mo's voice cut through the cacophony, calm, commanding, utterly focused. Against crushing pressure, he advanced, step by agonizing step, toward the emergency stairwell. Each stride demanded a dozen axe strokes. Each second brought a dozen more parasites scrambling up his legs and torso. Su Man clung behind him, her flashlight beam trembling wildly across the walls, unstable, frantic. She could do nothing, only grip Qin Mo's uniform with desperate strength, surrendering her life entirely to the man before her. At last they staggered to the stairwell entrance. Inside the stairwell, hell reigned anew. Parasites cascaded downward from the floors above. They were utterly trapped, sealed in the sub-basement. No way forward. No escape behind. For the first time, Qin Mo's breath grew ragged, his stamina draining rapidly beneath the ferocity of sustained combat. In the gloom, one parasite slipped past his guard, scuttling up the wall, then launching silently from behind, aiming its maw at Su Man's nape. "Watch out!" Qin Mo roared, without turning, and swung his axe backward in a single savage arc. The blade pinned the creature to the wall, impaled, twitching, dead. But that split-second distraction was enough. Another monster breached his defense, slamming into his calf, its fangs punching through his combat trousers, driving for flesh. "Get away!" Qin Mo's left leg vibrated, once, with concussive force, launching the parasite airborne where it struck the wall and collapsed into a pulpy smear. He glanced down, his trousers torn, but his skin bore only a faint pale scratch. Enhanced physiology, level 2 ARV-grade augmentation, had granted him extraordinary muscular density and dermal resilience. Yet while he remained unharmed, Su Man, jolted by the impact, lost her footing and crashed to the floor. Her flashlight flew from her grasp, rolling into the corner, its beam tilting upward toward the ceiling. Darkness reclaimed most of the world. Countless crimson points ignited in the void, compound eyes glowing with predatory hunger. From every direction they surged, rushing toward the fallen Su Man. This was absolute entrapment. Murderous intent blazed in Qin Mo's eyes. He prepared to charge, heedless of consequence. Then, tum, the eerie heartbeat returned, this time echoing from above, terrifyingly close, just one floor up, directly overhead. With that pulse, every parasite poised to strike, Su Man froze, mid-lunge, as if time itself had paused. Slowly, deliberately they turned, tilted their heads upward, their crimson eyes no longer fixed on Qin Mo or Su Man, but burning with feverish devotion toward the stairwell above. From the impenetrable blackness beyond the stairs, a vaster, heavier silhouette began to emerge, silent, immense, and ancient. In the darkness, the sudden sound of a heartbeat became the only rhythm. In the safety corridor, all the parasites that were about to pounce on Su Man suddenly froze in their movements. It was as if they were controlled by some unseen force, slowly and orderly raising their heads. Their emotionless compound eyes were all fixed on the darkness above the staircase, exuding a fervent intensity. Qin Mo pulled Su Man up from the ground and shielded her behind him, gripping his tactical axe tighter, his eyes locked onto the darkness. A massive shadow was slowly emerging from around the corner of the staircase. That thing was not a single monster, but more like a moving nest. It was covered in twisted flesh metal pipes and rotten corpses forcibly stitched together. Dozens of withered corpses were fixed to the surface of the nest, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles with expressions of terror frozen on their faces from their last moments. Atop the nest, a massive tumor crawling with dark blue veins pulsed rhythmically in time with the thumping sound. That was the heart of the building. Beneath the heart, a large mouth slowly opened, revealing layers of sharp teeth inside. A shrill scream erupted from that giant maw. The shriek directly assaulted the mind. Su-Man felt as if a needle had brutally stabbed her brain, letting out a cry of pain as her face turned pale instantly. Qin Mo also felt a headache, but with his strong physique he endured it, merely letting out a low groan. With that scream, the previously motionless ordinary parasites seemed to receive orders and were reactivated. The red light in their eyes surged, and their movements became organized, splitting into two groups to encircle them. One portion of the parasites crawled along the walls and ceiling, coming from various angles, sealing off every possible escape route for Qin Mo and Su-Man. The other group advanced from the front, forming a defensive line with their claws and mouths pressing forward step by step. This way, Qin Mo's eyes flashed with cold light. He knew that fighting Hedon would mean death. He did not charge up the stairs, but suddenly turned and kicked a closed hospital room door. Bang! The wooden door shattered. Behind the door were also countless parasites trying to crawl in through the windows. Damn it! Qin Mo cursed under his breath, then swung his axe and cleaved a parasite that lunged at him in half. The foul green liquid splattered all over Su-Man, making her gag involuntarily. The escape route was completely blocked. All around them were endless monsters. With his back against the wall, Qin Mo shielded Su-Man in the gap between himself and the wall, swinging his tactical axe in the tight space to fend off all attacks. Chop! Chop! With every swing of the axe, a shower of green blood rained down. Qin Mo's stamina was quickly depleting, and his arms began to ache. No matter how he tried, these monsters seemed endless. At that moment, the beam of Su-Man's flashlight accidentally swept across the wall behind Qin Mo, and she seemed to have discovered something, urgently shouting, "Boss! Here! It's the fire escape." Qin Mo turned his head to take a look. It was a dark red iron door embedded in the wall. That was the escape route to the other side of the building. "Stay close." Qin Mo shouted, no longer defending himself, charging forward with all his strength. He charged like a mad bull, pushing through the parasites toward the iron door, forcefully carving a path with his axe. The short distance of less than 10 meters was exceptionally difficult to traverse. Countless sharp claws and mouths left scratches all over his body, but they were blocked by his tough skin and muscles, unable to inflict real harm. Finally, they reached the iron door. A parasite hiding in the ceiling seized the moment and lunged down from above Qin Mo's head, targeting Su-Man behind him. The sense of crisis in that instant made Qin Mo's hair stand on end. With no time to turn around and block, Qin Mo reacted purely on instinct. He forcefully shoved Su-Man aside. Thud! A faint sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. The parasite's claws missed Su-Man, but left a deep gash on Qin Mo's arm, revealing bone. A sharp, intense pain radiated from his arm. Qin Mo furrowed his brow deeply. With no time to examine the wound, he swung his axe back and cleaved the attacking monster along with half the ceiling down. "Boss!" Su-Man was knocked to the ground, letting out a startled cry. "Don't worry about me. Open the door," Qin Mo shouted. He pressed his body against the monster at the door, buying time for Su-Man. Su-Man scrambled to the iron door, her hands trembling uncontrollably from fear, but she clutched the doorknob tightly, using all her strength to push down. Creak! The iron door opened. Behind it was a narrow, dark passage that was empty. "Hurry!" Qin Mo shoved Su-Man into the passage, then swung his axe a few more times at the door to repel a few parasites trying to follow, then quickly turned, and together they forced the heavy fire door shut. Boom! The moment the door closed, the sound of countless monsters violently crashing against it erupted outside. The entire iron door trembled violently, as if it would be smashed open at any moment. "Go! Quick!" Qin Mo grabbed Su-Man and ran deeper into the passage without looking back. At the end of the passage was another door leading to the first-floor lobby of the building. The two kicked open the door and rushed out, but the sight before them made their hearts sink. The spacious lobby of the hospital had now turned into a wasteland. The ceiling had completely collapsed. Countless twisted steel bars and concrete blocks had completely blocked the way to the outside. The rubble formed a small mountain, completely sealing off their escape. "It was that big guy from earlier." Su-Man's voice changed. "It cut off our retreat." Creak, creak. The sound of the fire door being slammed against grew louder from behind, with frightening dents already appearing on the door. "This way." Qin Mo's gaze quickly swept across the lobby and found a relatively intact doctor's office. He pulled Su-Man inside, then used all his strength to wedge a heavy wooden desk against the door. The office was in disarray. But there were no windows here, only a vent serving as the only entrance and exit. They were temporarily safe. The two finally managed to catch their breath leaning against the cold wall, gasping for air. Su-Man slumped to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, tears finally streaming down her face. Qin Mo leaned against the door, quietly listening to the increasingly closer sounds of crashing and scraping outside, his expression very grim. "Boss, your hand." Su-Man's voice, tinged with sobs, snapped Qin Mo back to reality. He raised his left arm. The wound that the parasite had inflicted was no longer bleeding, but the flesh around the wound had turned a dark blue, with web-like black patterns rapidly crawling along his blood vessels, spreading throughout his arm. A strange sensation of coldness mixed with heat surged from the wound, rapidly penetrating his body. Not good. Qin Mo began to see double. A strong sense of dizziness surged to his brain. He felt his body uncontrollably growing cold, while his blood felt like it was burning hot. "Boss." Su-Man watched as Qin Mo's face quickly turned pale, his lips beginning to turn purple, and she was so frightened that she was dumbfounded. Qin Mo shook his head, trying to clear his mind, but his body was no longer obeying him. His legs went limp, and he slid down against the door. A violent trembling engulfed his entire body. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a clattering sound. The infection? So fast. Qin Mo managed to squeeze out a few words through his clenched teeth. He could feel an external malicious energy rampaging through his body, devouring his life. "Medicine. I have medicine." Su-Man finally reacted, frantically rummaging through her backpack, filled with supplies. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, coagulants. She pulled out a pile of medications, but realized she had no idea which one to use. She had no understanding of how this parasite infection worked. Looking at Qin Mo, who was convulsing and losing consciousness, her mind went blank, unsure of what to do. This man had always shielded her from all dangers, but now he was on the verge of collapse. Outside, the banging against the door grew louder. From the ventilation duct, the sound of scratching also emerged. Su-Man held Qin Mo's burning body, watching the black patterns spreading from his arm to his shoulder, feeling his increasingly faint breaths, her mind blank. They were trapped here. Her only support was slowly dying in her arms. The office was enveloped in a deathly silence. The sound of clattering was not a heartbeat, but the uncontrollable chattering of Qin Mo's jaw. He lay in Su-Man's arms, his body alternating between scorching heat and chilling cold. Those eyes, usually filled with confidence, were tightly shut, and his brows were twisted in pain. Dark blue-black veins spread from the wound on his arm, creeping up to his neck. "Boss, wake up." Su-Man's voice trembled with tears as she frantically rummaged through her backpack for medicine. Antibiotics, adrenaline, high-concentration, nutrient solutions. She randomly pulled out several vials, her hands shaking as she injected Qin Mo, but the medications were of no use at all. The poison continued to spread, showing no signs of slowing down. "No, it can't be." Su-Man's tears fell on Qin Mo's pale face. Her mind was a chaotic mess, unable to think of anything. This man was her only support in this apocalypse, the sole source of her sense of security. Now he was dying, and she, a brilliant scientist, could only watch, helplessly unable to do anything. Boom. The office door was violently struck by something, sending wood chips and dust cascading down. The desk braced against the door was shoved forward an inch. Rustle, rustle. The sound of claws scraping metal grew closer and more frequent from the ventilation duct above. Su-Man felt a chill run through her body, completely at a loss. She held on to Qin Mo's gradually cooling body, curled up in the corner, watching the door that was about to break, waiting for death to arrive. The banging sounds from outside grew louder, and the desk had already cracked. Perhaps dying here with the boss could be considered a form of closure. This thought uncontrollably emerged from the depths of her heart. She closed her eyes. Just as she was about to give up, Qin Mo let out a faint groan from his throat. Water. A vague word. This single word made Su-Man's entire body tremble. He had not given up. He was still alive. Su-Man's eyes widened in shock, a glimmer of light returning to her tear-filled gaze. They couldn't die. They couldn't die here. The instinct to survive made her brain race. The door was blocked, the ventilation duct was a dead end. Where else could they escape? Her eyes scanned the small office quickly. Walls, bookshelves, the floor. Finally, her gaze landed on a painting in the corner. There was a square outline behind it. Hope ignited fiercely in Su-Man's heart as she carefully leaned Qin Mo against the wall, scrambling over to rip down the painting. Behind the painting was a small iron door covered in dust. It had a crude handle. A service elevator. This was the internal service elevator shaft of the hospital for transporting documents and small items. Su-Man's heart raced as she mustered all her strength to pull open the heavy iron door. Behind it was a narrow, dark vertical passage that emanated a musty smell. Inside the passage was a maintenance ladder that led upward, its end hidden from view. There was a way. Su-Man's eyes sparkled. She glanced back at the shaking office door, not daring to delay, and immediately rushed back to Qin Mo's side. "Boss, we have a way out. He'll get you out." She tried to lift Qin Mo, but at over 6 feet tall, he was far too heavy for her, a frail woman who had spent all her time in the lab. She tried several times, but could not lift him at all. Boom. The office door was slammed again, a large crack forming in the center of the door panel. "There's no time." Su-Man's expression hardened as she quickly undid her belt, and Qin Mo's tactical belt, tying them together, one end under his armpit and the other tightly wrapped around her wrist. She knelt on the ground, bracing her shoulder against Qin Mo's chest, half dragging, half carrying him toward the elevator shaft. With each movement, she felt as if her bones might shatter. Sweat mixed with tears, blurring her vision. But she did not stop. "Boss, you can't die. You said you'd take me to see the sea. You still haven't made that special weapon for me. Please wake up." She continued to pull while mumbling in a choked voice. In the last second before the office door shattered, she finally managed to shove Qin Mo into the elevator shaft. Then she climbed in herself and slammed the iron door shut behind her. Bang! Bang! Countless parasites slammed against the iron door, producing a muffled sound. Su-Man dared not linger. She secured the belt tying Qin Mo to the ladder and began to climb upward. She climbed one rung and stopped, using all her strength to pull the unconscious Qin Mo up another rung. The passage was pitch black, with only the crimson eyes of monsters visible through the crack of the door, and the continuous banging reminding her that danger was close behind. Her palms quickly became scraped by the iron ladder, burning with pain. Her stamina was depleting rapidly, but she dared not stop. The only thought in her mind was climb upward. Second floor, third floor. She didn't know how long she had been climbing. Just when she felt she could barely hold on, she finally reached another iron door on the side of the passage. Fourth floor. With her last bit of strength, she pulled open the iron door, scrambled out using her hands and feet, then turned around, and with all her might pulled Qin Mo out of the passage. This place resembled a storage room filled with discarded medical equipment. Su-Man closed the iron door and braced it with several heavy cabinets, allowing her to finally loosen the belt that had dug into her wrist. She collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. After a brief pause to catch her breath, she struggled to crawl over to Qin Mo's side. His condition had worsened. His breathing was faint, dark blue-black veins nearly covered half of his face, and he looked like he was at death's door. The flicker of hope that had reignited was extinguished once more. So what if they escaped to the fourth floor? They were still trapped in this building, and Qin Mo's infection was worsening. A death was merely a matter of time. Su-Man hugged her knees, sitting on the cold floor, gazing at the lifeless cityscape outside the window, feeling Qin Mo's increasingly weak life signs, and a deeper sense of helplessness washed over her. She thought of death. But at that moment, her gaze inadvertently swept across a distant building where a red aviation obstacle light was still flashing. Electricity. This city still had power. A wild thought suddenly sprang to mind. She sprang up from the ground, rushed to the window, and stared intently at the thick high-voltage cables below the hospital. Electricity. Yes, electricity. Su-Man suddenly felt invigorated as she dashed back to the storage room, pulling out the cracked tablet from her backpack. Fortunately, there was still 20% battery left. With trembling hands, she accessed the blueprint of the first Central Hospital project that she had downloaded earlier, her fingers gliding swiftly over the screen. Power systems, distribution room, circuit diagrams. Found it. Her fingers stopped on the structural diagram of the fourth floor. The main distribution room, area A, is on this floor. It controls the power supply for all high-powered medical equipment from the first to the fifth floor. There are independent transformers and circuit breakers here. A wild determination gleamed in Su-Man's eyes. She was not a warrior unable to kill all those monsters, but she was a top scientist. She could use her knowledge to create a path for them. She turned around, looking at the unconscious Qin Mo, her voice trembling with excitement. "Boss, we have a way out. This building is a nest for monsters, but it's also a perfect steel cage. As long as I can find the main distribution room and connect it to the high-voltage electricity from the city's power grid, I can turn the entire fourth floor into a deadly electric grid of 100,000 volts. At that point, those parasites and monster embryos won't be able to get close. We can build a safe fortress here." Her voice grew louder and more confident. She seemed to envision the monsters turning to ash in the electric arcs. This plan was crazy, but it was their only hope. Su-Man took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She took out the last military-grade stimulant and a broad-spectrum antiviral serum from her backpack, and without hesitation injected them into Qin Mo. It wouldn't cure him, but perhaps it would buy him a little more time. After doing all this, Su-Man stood up. She looked around and grabbed a half-meter-long solid steel pipe from the corner. Her eyes were devoid of fear, replaced only with calmness. "Boss, hold on. Wait for me to come back." She took one last look at Qin Mo before turning and opening the storage room door. Outside was a deep, silent corridor shrouded in unknown dangers. But Su-Man did not hesitate. With one hand gripping the steel pipe and the other holding the tablet displaying the blueprint, she stepped into the darkness. The corridor on the 4th floor of the hospital was pitch black, devoid of any sound. Su-Man held a steel pipe in one hand while the tablet in her other hand emitted a faint glow illuminating a small area in front of her. The screen displayed a blue hospital layout. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the storage room. The sound of her high heels echoed in the empty corridor with a distinct clack-clack. She didn't dare to run, fearing the noise would be too loud, so she quickened her pace, sticking close to the wall as she moved towards the main power distribution room marked on the map. From downstairs came the urgent sound of bang-bang against the door. Her greater concern was for Qin Mo in the storage room. She didn't know how much longer he could hold on. "Hold on, you must hold on," Su-Man repeatedly chanted in her mind, forcing herself to stay calm. According to the map, the main power distribution room was just at the end of the corridor, less than 50 meters away. But those 50 meters felt exceptionally long at that moment. Some doors of the hospital rooms on either side of the corridor were slightly ajar, dark and ominous, as if something could leap out at any moment. Su-Man's heart raced as she passed each door, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Just as she reached halfway, a sudden hiss came from one of the rooms. Su-Man froze in place, unable to move. Slowly, she turned her head to look at the half-open door. A red eye was staring intently at her from the crack. The parasite remained still, merely observing her. Su-Man felt dazed. She knew she couldn't outrun it, and the steel pipe in her hand wouldn't be enough to fight this monster. As her palms became sweaty, a hard object in her pocket pressed against her. It was the alcohol spray she had taken from the pharmacy. A thought flashed through her mind. Su-Man remained still, slowing her breath, and glanced at the fire alarm on the wall out of the corner of her eye. She slowly moved her right hand, holding the steel pipe behind her back, then swung it suddenly. Clang! The steel pipe struck the fire alarm with great force. The piercing alarm sound immediately echoed throughout the building. Woo woo woo. Stimulated by the deafening sound and red light, the parasite behind the door shrieked and lunged out of the room. Now was the time. Su-Man quickly aimed the alcohol spray at the creature's face and pressed down. Hiss! A large cloud of alcohol mist sprayed all over the parasite's face. The monster clearly hadn't expected this, and its movements slowed for a moment. Without hesitation, Su-Man discarded the spray bottle and turned to run. She sprinted with all her might towards the end of the corridor. The monster behind her roared as it chased after her. The creature was getting closer, and Su-Man could already smell its foul stench. The door to the main power distribution room was right in front of her. Su-Man lunged forward, grasped the doorknob, and twisted it forcefully, but the door wouldn't budge. It was locked tight. No, no. Su-Man shouted, glancing back to see the parasite was less than 5 meters away, its mouth wide open with jagged teeth. She felt certain she was doomed. Su-Man steeled her gaze, disregarding the door, and turned around, raising the steel pipe above her head, with all her strength ready to smash it down on the monster. She thought, even if I die, I'll take one down with me. Just as the steel pipe was about to strike. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The parasite's body stiffened, its head suddenly splitting in two, green blood spraying out. It twitched a couple of times before collapsing to the ground. Behind the monster's corpse, Qin Mo's figure emerged. He held an axe covered in green blood in one hand, while the other hand supported himself against the wall. He staggered, his face pale as a ghost, but his eyes remained calm. Boss. Su-Man's tears flowed unexpectedly. She wanted to rush over to help, but was stopped by Qin Mo raising his hand. Open the door. His voice was hoarse and weak, and the dark green markings on his arm had deepened, almost spreading to his chest. The military-grade stimulant had given him a bit of strength back, but it was only temporary. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. Su-Man couldn't afford to delay. She wiped her tears and began to pry at the door lock with the steel pipe. With Qin Mo's guidance, she quickly found the weak point of the lock cylinder. Bang! The lock was pried open, and she pushed the iron door aside. Behind the door was a room filled with dust and cobwebs, with rows of large metal cabinets standing tall. The instruments and switches on top flickered with sporadic red and green lights. The two rushed inside and immediately locked the door behind them. Qin Mo could no longer hold on. He leaned against the distribution cabinet and collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Don't worry about me, there's no time. He looked at Su-Man and said with great effort, find the main circuit breaker and connect to the external power grid. Okay. Su-Man nodded heavily, knowing that this was no time for hesitation. She opened her tablet and quickly located the target on the blueprint. In the center of the room was a large control console covered by a glass dome, was a big red lever. Found it. But to connect to the external power supply, we need to manually disconnect the hospital's internal backup circuit first and recalibrate the transformer frequency. As Su-Man spoke, she opened the door of a distribution cabinet. Inside were colorful wires and complex switches. To an ordinary person, it looked like a foreign language. But for Su Man, this was her area of expertise. Her expression immediately changed as she was no longer flustered but intensely focused. She took tools from her bag and began to operate quickly, cutting, stripping, wires, connecting. Her hands moved swiftly, reassembling the complex circuits one by one. Qin Mo leaned against the wall, his consciousness becoming hazy, but he still forced himself to watch Su Man work. For the first time, he noticed that the girl who usually appeared somewhat fragile seemed to glow when she was focused on her task. Boom. The door of the distribution room was violently slammed against. The monsters outside had found them. Almost done, just give me 30 more seconds. Su Man shouted without turning her head, her forehead drenched in sweat. Boom. Boom. The banging grew louder with every hit. The iron door began to deform, and the hinges creaked ominously. Qin Mo struggled to stand, gripping the axe, tightly bracing it against the door. Each impact made his weak body tremble. The dark markings on his arm had started to spread to his face. Done. Su Man shouted, closing the last distribution cabinet door, rushing to the central control console, lifting the glass dome, and grasping the big red lever with both hands. Boss, get away. Qin Mo used his last bit of strength to lunge to the side. Almost simultaneously, with a loud crash, the door of the distribution room was smashed in. Outside the door, a multitude of parasites surged in. They spotted the two people in the room and shrieked excitedly. Su Man glanced back at the incoming monsters, and then at the nearly unconscious Qin Mo on the ground. With a fierce look in her eyes, she shouted, "Give me power on." Then, summoning all her strength, she pulled the red lever down with all her might. Click! A heavy mechanical closing sound echoed in the room. The entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment. In the next second, zzz, a massive current flowed through the lines Su Man had connected, surging from the city power grid into the building. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling, which had remained dark, flickered once. Then a second time, a third. Instantly, the lights in the entire fourth-floor corridor illuminated the blinding white light, dispelling the darkness. The parasites that had just rushed into the distribution room froze in place. The metal floor beneath their feet, the metal pipes on the walls, and the fire sprinklers on the ceiling erupted with dazzling blue arcs of electricity. Zzz. Countless arcs of electricity danced wildly in the air. The first few dozen parasites at the front were instantly charred in the electric arcs rising in smoke. The parasites behind them had no time to retreat. The entire fourth floor became a 100,000-volt electric field. The current spread through the corridor, with countless parasites twitching, burning, and bursting in the electric light. The once pitch-black corridor was now as bright as day, the dazzling electric light clearing out all the monsters within. Su Man collapsed in front of the console, panting heavily, watching the flickering electric light, and the scene of charred remains outside the door, feeling utterly drained. She succeeded. She truly succeeded. With her knowledge, she had created a safe zone here. After taking a moment to catch her breath, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly crawled to Qin Mo's side. Boss, we are safe. Qin Mo half opened his eyes, looking at the glaring lights on the ceiling, then at Su Man, who was a mess, but wore a face full of pride and happiness. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. You did beautifully. After saying those 3 words, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness completely. The dark markings that had spread to his cheek looked even more terrifying. The power grid had blocked the monsters, but it couldn't dissolve the poison within him. Su Man's smile froze in an instant. They were temporarily safe, but the real battle had just begun. The electric light turned the fourth floor into a blue and white haze. The air was filled with the stench of burnt protein and the crackling sound of electricity as those parasites fell in droves under the 100,000 volts of high voltage, turning into charred remains. Su Man slumped in front of the control panel, her chest heaving violently, her body completely drained. She had succeeded. In this hospital occupied by monsters, she had managed to establish a safe zone through her knowledge. But she couldn't relax for long. Su Man scrambled to Qin Mo's side, noticing the dark blue veins spreading across his face, and feeling his weak breathing. The hope that had just risen in her heart vanished. The electric grid could fend off the monsters outside, but it couldn't cleanse the poison in his body. Boss. Su Man's voice trembled as she vigorously shook Qin Mo's body, but he merely groaned unconsciously, showing no reaction. She couldn't just wait to die. Su Man suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and her gaze became resolute. She was a scientist. Even without precise instruments in a laboratory, she had to find a way to survive in this ruin for Qin Mo and for herself. She needed a temporary laboratory and research samples. Su Man's gaze shifted to outside the door, where the bodies of parasites twitched in the electric arcs. She fetched an insulated long pole, cautiously extending it through the electric grid to pry a piece of still wriggling tissue from a monster's corpse, quickly retracting it. With samples in hand, she needed equipment. Su Man quickly acted, dragging the unconscious Qin Mo into a relatively clean doctor's office, then began scavenging for supplies on the fourth floor. This floor had not only patient rooms, but also several departmental offices and small laboratories. Under the protection of the electric grid, this became Su-Man's safest logistical base. She quickly found a usable optical microscope, a hand-cranked centrifuge, and dug up some beakers, test tubes, and basic chemical reagents from a corner. Though rudimentary, they would suffice. Su-Man cleared a table, arranging the collected equipment. She found a white lab coat in the wardrobe and put it on, donning latex gloves. At that moment, her eyes were focused and calm. She had fully entered the state of a scientist. This was her battlefield. Su-Man first placed the parasitic tissue sample into a petri dish and began observing it under the microscope. The scene beneath the lens tightened her heart. That piece of tissue was a conglomerate made up of countless tiny translucent unicellular organisms. These little creatures swam rapidly in the green liquid, displaying high activity as they consumed and fused with one another, maintaining the shape of the tissue. So it's a symbiotic bacterial colony. Su-Man murmured, her brain racing with thoughts. This explained why the parasites could still move after their bodies were severed, as each part was an independent entity. Next, she began analyzing that green liquid. Su-Man used the centrifuge to separate the sample, extracting a small amount of pure toxin. She grabbed a pack of medical plasma and dripped in a drop of toxin. Under the microscope, the moment the red blood cells came into contact with the toxin, their membranes rapidly dissolved and ruptured, turning into a puddle of protein solution within seconds. This is a highly active dissolving enzyme. Su-Man's mood grew heavy. This destruction was physical and irreversible. Conventional serums and antibiotics were utterly useless. Time passed slowly, and Qin Mo's breathing became weaker, his body temperature also starting to drop. The beads of sweat on Su-Man's forehead dripped onto the experiment table. She tried all the chemical substances she could find: strong acids, strong bases, alcohol, formalin. These could eliminate the parasitic colony, but they could also kill Qin Mo. She had to find a method that was effective only against the parasites, but harmless to humans. What could it be? Su-Man anxiously tugged at her hair, her mind a chaotic mess. She recalled every detail of her encounter with the parasites, the high voltage of the electric grid, the monster's reactions to the alarm, and that mental pulse from the mother body. Wait. Pulse. Frequency. An overlooked detail flashed in her mind. It was sound, or rather vibration. These parasites seemed particularly sensitive to specific frequencies. Both the alarm and the mother boda's heartbeat confirmed this point. Su-Man's eyes brightened. She dropped the test tube and rushed out of the office, searching the corridor. The physical therapy room. Su-Man found her target and kicked the door open. Inside there were several dust-covered ultrasonic therapy machines and infrasonic detection devices. She quickly pushed the most powerful ultrasonic generator back to her makeshift laboratory. Su-Man placed a small piece of parasitic tissue on a slide and turned on the power to the ultrasonic generator. She took a deep breath and slowly turned the frequency knob. 10 Hz, 20 Hz, the tissue showed no reaction. At 100 Hz, the bacterial colony in the tissue began to get agitated, swimming faster. At 1000 Hz, the colony started colliding with one another, growing chaotic. It worked. Su-Man's heartbeat quickened as she continued to raise the frequency. When the frequency exceeded 20,000 Hz, entering the ultrasonic range, and precisely settled at 37,500 Hz, a change occurred under the microscope. The writhing tissue in the petri dish suddenly stiffened. Then the countless tiny unicellular organisms that comprised it began to vibrate violently. Their cell membranes were torn and collapsed from within in high-speed resonance. It took only 3 seconds. The entire piece of tissue completely disintegrated before Su-Man's eyes, turning into a murky green liquid with no signs of life. Resonance, it's resonance. Su-Man clenched her fists. She had found it. She had discovered the fatal weakness of these monsters. Their cellular structure would resonate under specific ultrasonic frequencies, leading to self-destruction. This was a precise strike on a physical level. Su-Man trembled with excitement as she didn't rush to tend to Qin Mo. Instead, she turned to a desk, grabbed paper and pen, and quickly sketched a structural diagram. She needed to create an ultrasonic emitter that could precisely control frequency and power using the equipment at hand in the shortest time possible. A device that could penetrate Qin Mo's body and only eliminate the parasitic toxins within him. Outside, the roar of the electric grid still echoed. Inside the office, Su-Man leaned over the desk, her gaze focused. The drawings she created were their only hope of surviving until tomorrow. This battle, which belonged solely to her, had just entered its most critical moment. Su-Man found the weakness. This discovery invigorated her spirit. However, as her gaze shifted from the microscope to the barely breathing Qin Mo on the ground, the flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Finding a weakness and creating a usable weapon are two entirely different matters. Qin Mo might not last until that time. Time is running out. No, you cannot die. Su-Man murmured to herself, Her dazed expression transformed into unwavering determination in an instant. She was the chief scientist of the Ark. Her king could not fall before her. Su-Man abandoned everything and rushed out of the temporary laboratory, her figure disappearing into the depths of the corridor. She immediately began to rapidly scavenge for any usable parts in the surrounding area. In the physical therapy room, she smashed open the casing of the ultrasound therapy device with an iron pipe, extracting the core frequency generator and power amplifier module. The imaging equipment in the radiology department had its high-precision focusing coil dismantled by her. Even the transformer and capacitor from an old radio at the nurse's station were stuffed into her pocket. In less than 10 minutes, Su-Man returned to the laboratory. She dumped a large pile of seemingly useless parts onto the table, yet her eyes shone brightly. Her mind raced countless circuit diagrams and physical formulas flashing and combining within her brain. I'm a cell biologist, and now I'm actually creating a sonic weapon. This cross-disciplinary leap is too vast. Su-Man internally complained, but her hands did not stop moving. Lacking professional tools, a heated steel needle became her soldering iron. Several infusion tubes became the insulating covers for the wiring. She grabbed a handful of wires, her fingers flying as she connected the frequency generator amplification module focusing coil and a high-voltage power source found in the distribution room in a crude manner. An hour later, an ugly contraption made of countless wires and parts haphazardly bound to a half-dismantled infusion stand appeared on the workbench. It looked more like a pile of junk that could fall apart at any moment. Su-Man wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at her masterpiece with a hint of doubt. But now she could only give it a try. She carefully extracted the last bit of still active cell sample from the pool of parasitic liquid and placed it under the microscope. Then, taking a deep breath, she aimed the ugly muzzle at the slide. She flipped the switch. The expected explosion did not occur, only a faint humming sound emanated from the center of the coil. Su-Man immediately leaned closer to the microscope. Under the lens, the active parasitic microorganisms instantly froze. In the next moment, there was no violent reaction. Those microorganisms silently and swiftly decomposed under Su-Man's watchful gaze, ultimately vanishing completely. Under the microscope, only a clean piece of glass remained. It had been purified. At the cellular structure level, it was completely erased. Su-Man stared blankly at this, seeing her mouth gradually opening in shock. She knew the theory was feasible, but she never expected the effect would be so powerful. What kind of monster have I created? Su-Man looked at the ugly sonic cannon, feeling fear for the first time. But this fear was quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. She abruptly turned, looking at Qin Mo lying on the ground, her eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. There is hope. Qin Mo is saved. She rushed to his side to check his condition. It was worse than before. The dark blue veins had crept up to the corners of his eyes, and his heartbeat was almost inaudible. Su-Man dared not delay any longer. She carefully pushed the sonic cannon next to Qin Mo, adjusted the power to the lowest setting, and aimed the muzzle at the wound on his arm. "Boss, it might hurt a little, just bear with it," she said softly as if Qin Mo could hear her. Then she closed her eyes and pressed the switch. The invisible sound waves slowly swept over Qin Mo's body. In Su-Man's view, the dark blue veins on his arm began to recede at a visibly rapid pace. Those parasitic microorganisms that had invaded his body were silently decomposed and purified within his muscles and blood vessels. "It's effective. It's really effective." Su-Man trembled with excitement, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She carefully operated the sonic cannon, gradually clearing the toxins from Qin Mo's body from his arm to his shoulder, then to his chest. This was a mentally exhausting task. She had to precisely control the frequency at 37500 Hz. Any slight deviation could harm Qin Mo's body. Time passed by the second. When the last trace of the dark blue veins completely disappeared from Qin Mo's cheek, Su-Man could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. She did it. She forcefully pulled Qin Mo back from the brink of death. His breathing began to stabilize and strengthen, and a hint of color returned to his face. Although he remained unconscious, the most lethal crisis had been averted. Su-Man looked at his peaceful sleeping face, and all her fatigue and fear vanished, replaced by a sense of satisfaction and relief. She crawled next to Qin Mo, curled up her body, and gently rested her head on his chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long it had been. Su-Man was startled awake by a faint coughing sound. She opened her eyes abruptly, discovering that Qin Mo had somehow sat up, leaning against the wall, moving his still somewhat stiff arms while surveying the temporary laboratory. His gaze finally landed on the ugly sonic weapon. "Boss, you're awake," Su-Man exclaimed in surprise, quickly getting up to check his condition. "I'm fine." Qin Mo's voice was still hoarse, but full of strength as he looked at Su-Man, his eyes holding a softness that he himself was unaware of. "Thank you for your hard work." Just those simple 4 words made Su Man's nose sting, and her eyes instantly turned red. Qin Mo said no more. He stood up, walked to the sonic cannon, and touched the cold metal frame. Did you make this? Yes. Su Man nodded vigorously like a child waiting for praise, proudly introducing it. I call it the parasitic purifier. By using ultrasonic resonance at a specific frequency, it can completely dismantle their structure at the cellular level. Purifier. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Qin Mo's mouth. No, that name is too gentle. He gently tapped the cannon modified from the radio parts. From now on it shall be called Requiem. Wherever it goes, all will fall silent. After speaking, he turned and looked out at the corridor sealed by the electric net. Although the 4th floor was temporarily safe, they were still trapped here. The mother hidden deep within the hospital remained the greatest threat. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He was not someone who enjoyed passively taking hits. Can you make another one? Qin Mo turned to Su Man. Su Man was taken aback for a moment, then understood Qin Mo's intent, nodding vigorously yes. As long as there are parts. Very good. Qin Mo's gaze swept across the entire 4th floor. Clean this place up, and then we will confront the owner of this building. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with power. Su Man looked at Qin Mo's tall figure, and the sense of relief she had felt was once again filled with a fervent feeling. The omnipotent king had returned, and this time she would no longer be just a burden hiding behind him. Su Man would be his sword fighting alongside him. This battle in the Hospital of Death has only just entered its second half. In the dimly lit temporary laboratory, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness was initially shrouded in haze, then a sharp pain surged in his head, and finally, he felt as if his body had been dismantled and reassembled. He sat up, stretching his body as his bones emitted crisp cracks. The terrifying wound on his arm had healed, leaving only a faint scar, and the dark veins beneath his skin had vanished. Yet he could sense that something remained. A strange, cold, yet powerful energy flowed slowly through his blood, as if it had merged with him. His gaze fell upon Su Man curled up beside him, already fast asleep. Her white lab coat was covered in dust, and stains her small face weary with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Beside her stood the grotesque, sound-wave weapon, the lullaby, quietly in place. A hazy memory flickered in Qin Mo's mind from before he lost consciousness. It was her. In his weakest moment, it was this seemingly delicate girl who bore the brunt of everything. Qin Mo looked at Su Man, his eyes softening. He removed his coat and gently draped it over her. Just then the terminal on his wrist activated, its screen flickering to life. A new stream of data appeared before his eyes. Warning: host genetic sequence is undergoing violent conflict due to unknown parasitic toxin invasion. Detected external high-frequency resonance interference. Gene optimization program passively activated. Conflict resolved, beginning gene integration. Integration complete. Congratulations, host, you have turned misfortune into fortune, successfully suppressing and absorbing some characteristics of the primal virus. Attributes of physique, strength, and agility greatly enhanced. New ability unlocked: biological sensing. Biological sensing, you can perceive the energy fluctuations and approximate location of non-human life forms within a certain range around you. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Primal virus. That parasitic toxin is a virus, and I've absorbed it. He closed his eyes, attempting to channel the new energy within him. In an instant, an entirely new world unfolded in his mind. In the corridor outside the electric grid, there remained faint energy from the parasitic corpses that had been charred to charcoal. Below, on the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, countless weak light points representing the parasites were densely packed. And higher up on the 5th floor, 6th floor, and beyond, an unimaginable, terrifying energy pulsed slowly and rhythmically like a deep-sea whirlpool. That energy was filled with malice, greed, and brutality. That was the heart of this building, the so-called mother body. Just as Qin Mo immersed himself in this newfound perception, a resounding crash heavier than any before suddenly echoed from above the building. The entire hospital shook violently. Dust from the ceiling began to fall. The overhead lights flickered wildly, emitting a buzzing electric sound. Qin Mo's expression changed, and he immediately shielded Su Man beneath him. A second heartbeat followed with a heavy thump. This time the tremors were even more intense. In the 4th floor corridor, the 10,000-volt electric grid constructed by Su Man flashed violently, then all the lights along with the protective electric grid went out in an instant. Darkness and silence descended once more. The mother body had, in a way Qin Mo could not comprehend, cut off the building's external power supply. Have I angered it? Qin Mo's eyes flashed with cold light. He knew that Su Man's recent cleansing of the 4th floor with the electric grid and soundwave weapon had thoroughly provoked that lofty king. He picked up the still sleeping Su Man and gently laid her on a relatively intact hospital bed. After doing this, he stood up and stretched his neck. In the darkness, a cold smirk curved at the corners of his mouth. Good, this saves me the trouble of looking for you. Just as he finished speaking, rustle, rustle. A rapid and sharp scraping sound came from the ventilation duct above. That sound was quickly approaching this room. Qin Mo did not move, standing silently before the hospital bed like a guardian. Bang! The iron grate of the vent was violently smashed open from the inside. A black silhouette fell from the sky, silently landing in the center of the room. This was a new monster. It was smaller than ordinary parasites, pitch black, its form more agile, resembling a skinned leopard. At the ends of its limbs were razor-sharp bone claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its head was covered with crimson compound eyes, appearing both intelligent and cruel. Shadowhunter. Qin Mo immediately named this new enemy in his mind. After landing, the Shadowhunter turned its compound-eyed head, scanning the room's environment. Its gaze first fell upon the grotesque, sound-wave weapon, revealing a hint of caution. Then its gaze swept over Qin Mo. In its perception, while this man stood still, his life force was weak. Finally, its gaze fixed on Su Man, unguarded and breathing evenly on the hospital bed. Hunters always prioritize eliminating the weakest target. Hiss! The Shadow Hunter let out a low growl, its hind legs exerting force. Its body morphed into a bolt of black lightning, ignoring Qin Mo, standing nearby, and lunged straight for Su Man on the hospital bed. The sharp bone claws aimed at Su Man's throat. However, just as its claws were about to touch Su Man's skin, a hand, moving too swiftly to be seen, appeared before its claws without warning. Then it gently grasped its wrist. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The Shadow Hunter's head, made up of countless compound eyes, displayed shock and confusion for the first time. It saw. The man it had judged as heavily injured had somehow moved into its attack path. His face bore no expression, but his eyes, which seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, coldly gazed back at it. Who gave you the courage? Qin Mo's voice was soft yet cold enough to send a shiver down the Shadow Hunter's instinct to kill. Dare to touch my woman. The moment his words fell, crack, a crisp sound of shattering bones rang out. Qin Mo's hand exerted force, crushing the bone claw capable of piercing steel along with the entire arm of the Shadow Hunter into a pulp. Hiss! The intense pain made the Shadow Hunter emit a piercing scream. It tried to retreat, but found itself firmly immobilized by an immense force. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mo's other hand had already seized its neck, lifting it entirely off the ground. The Shadow Hunter struggled frantically, its other intact claw desperately clawing at Qin Mo's chest. Clang, clang, clang. However, the sharp bone claws only made metallic clashing sounds when hitting Qin Mo's combat suit, leaving not even a white mark. Too noisy. Qin Mo frowned slightly. He twisted his hand, gripping the monster's neck violently. Crack! The Shadow Hunter's head twisted at a bizarre angle, and its screams ceased. Yet it was not dead, its body continued to convulse violently. A flicker of disgust crossed Qin Mo's eyes as he exerted force, slamming its body harshly against the wall. Boom! A tremendous sound. The Shadow Hunter's body embedded itself deep into the concrete wall, causing the wall to crack like a spider's web. Green fluid mixed with shattered organs slowly dripped down the wall. Qin Mo shook off the green blood on his hands and turned back to the hospital bed. Su Man was still peacefully asleep, seemingly undisturbed by the commotion. Qin Mo gazed at her sleeping face, the coldness and killing intent in his eyes gradually fading, transforming back into gentleness. He reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. After completing this gesture, he slowly straightened up, lifting his head, as if penetrating through layers of ceiling to lock eyes with the enormous pulsating heart at the top of the building. His biological sensing allowed him to clearly feel that the enormous energy had generated a ripple of anger due to the death of his hunter. A cold smirk once again crept across Qin Mo's lips. Don't be impatient. They'll be up there soon to have a chat with you. Qin Mo shook off the green liquid from his hands and walked back to the bedside. The battle just now had not disturbed the sleeping Su Man. She remained curled up quietly, her breathing steady. Qin Mo gazed at her sleeping face, the murderous intent in his eyes slowly fading, replaced by tenderness. He reached out, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Su Man's ear. After completing this action, he straightened up, lifted his head, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling, locking eyes with the pulsating heart at the top of the building. His biological sensing could clearly feel that immense energy disturbed by the death of the hunter was producing a slight wave of displeasure. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth curled into a cold arc again. Don't rush. They'll be up shortly. His words had barely left his mouth. Boom! The entire hospital building shook violently without warning. This tremor was more terrifying than any previous heartbeat. Large chunks of cement from the ceiling peeled away and crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Qin Mo's expression changed, and he instantly dashed to the bed, using his body as a shield to completely protect Su Man from the falling debris. Rumble. A tearing sound came from above. Qin Mo looked at the fourth floor ceiling along with the fifth floor. A massive hole was forcefully torn open by a brute force. Reinforcements twisted and snapped, concrete blocks rained down like a storm. Following this, a giant shadow slowly descended from the hole, crashing heavily into the center of the fourth floor corridor. Thud! The moment that thing hit the ground, the entire floor suddenly sank, as if unable to bear its weight. Qin Mo's pupils constricted instantly. It was a monster. A giant forcibly stitched together from dismembered corpses, twisted medical instruments, and metal parts in an extremely cruel manner. Its torso was made up of 5 or 6 swollen corpses with countless arms extending from various angles, some wielding scalpels, some holding bone saws, and others fused with sharp metal bed frames. Its legs were 2 enormous support pillars that had been forcibly bent. Each step left deep imprints on the cement floor. In the center of its chest cavity, a red tumor wrapped in countless wires and flesh pulsated slowly, emitting an ominous red glow. This is the Stitched Giant, the strongest guardian under the mother body. Su Man was jolted awake by the violent tremors as she opened her eyes in confusion and immediately saw this terrifying creation crawling out from the depths of her nightmare. Oh! A short, sharp scream caught in her throat. Her mind went blank and her body was almost unable to move. Don't be afraid. A calm and powerful voice rang in her ear. Qin Mo had somehow already stood in front of her, his not particularly tall, but exceptionally upright figure blocking all danger. Prepare the requiem. Aim for the red light on its chest. Qin Mo commanded without turning back. Su Man suddenly snapped awake. She glanced at Qin Mo's resolute profile, and then at the ugly weapon she had named Requiem. That's right, she was no longer the weak girl who could only scream. She was the chief scientist of the Ark. Su Man took a deep breath, leaped from the ground, and rushed to the sonic weapon, gripping the control stick tightly with both hands. Her gaze became immensely focused and calm. Almost at the moment she was ready, the Stitched Giant moved. Roar! It let out a roar composed of the simultaneous wails of thousands of mouths. It took heavy steps like a freight truck crushing towards the two. Dozens of arms waved various deadly weapons, creating gusts of wind. Boss, be careful, Su Man shouted in panic. Qin Mo did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, his body sinking slightly as he assumed a combat stance. His gaze was as cold as frozen earth. Just as the giant's claws were about to tear him apart, Qin Mo moved. His figure left a faint afterimage in place as he flashed through the gaps between the attacking arms at a speed that defied the laws of physics. He appeared at the giant's left side. His right fist clenched tightly, the cold power absorbed from the virus instantly surged through his body. Bang! A straightforward punch smashed violently into the knee of the giant, made up of support pillars. The dull sound was like a battering ram striking a city wall. However, the giant merely swayed slightly, not a single crack appeared on its knee. Its defensive power was beyond imagination. The giant roared in pain, letting out an angry howl as dozens of arms immediately changed direction and swept towards Qin Mo's position. Qin Mo exerted force under his feet, his body again evading like a ghost. He no longer attempted to confront it head-on, but instead moved swiftly around the giant, searching for its weak points. It's useless. Boss, Su Man's urgent voice came from behind. Most of its body is covered by metal skeletons and high-density keratin. Physical attacks are very ineffective. Its weak points are at the joints. The connections there are sewn together with tendons and flesh. Attack there. Su Man's eyes were like a high-precision scanner, having discerned the enemy's structure in just a few seconds of confrontation. A glint of light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He immediately changed his strategy. His figure accelerated again. This time, he no longer merely dodged, but simultaneously swung his tactical axe, sending glimmers of cold light accurately slicing towards the flesh joints connecting the arms and body. PSSHD. PSSHD. The sound of sharp blades entering flesh echoed continuously. Dark green, foul-smelling liquid gushed out from the severed joints. 2 arms holding scalpels were severed at the roots, helplessly falling to the ground. Roar! The effective attack thoroughly enraged the giant. The red tumor in its chest began to pulsate faster. One of its modified arms suddenly raised, and the end of the arm turned out to be a modified cardiac defibrillator. ZZZZ. Blinding arcs of electricity jumped wildly between the 2 metal plates of the defibrillator. The next second, a blue current as thick as a human arm shot towards Qin Mo like a raging electric snake. Qin Mo's biological sensing had long predicted the danger. The moment the current shot out, he rolled to the side, barely dodging this deadly strike. The current struck the wall behind him, leaving a charred large hole. This monster could even use ranged attacks. The battle situation suddenly became extremely unfavorable for Qin Mo. He had to dodge the impenetrable close-range attacks while also guarding against the sudden electric currents. For a time, Qin Mo was completely suppressed, having to dodge awkwardly in the corridor, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. This won't do. Su Man's heart sank to the bottom. She looked at Qin Mo, who was in peril during the attack, and then at the Requiem weapon in her hand. Boss, its core is in its chest, but it's protected by multiple layers of ribs. My weapon can't penetrate. Su Man shouted loudly. I need a clear shooting window, even if just for a second. Received. Qin Mo's voice came amidst the chaos, still steady. He suddenly stopped dodging, his legs seeming to root themselves in place as he braced against a massive horizontal sweep from the giant. Boom. Qin Mo was jolted back several meters by the immense force, his arms numb, but he held firm. He lifted his head, looking at the giant, roaring in triumph from the attack, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He did not retreat, but instead pushed his speed to the limit, charging straight towards the giant like a cannonball. This was a suicidal move. All the giant's arms bore cruel smiles as they slammed down towards this tiny human. However, Qin Mo's target was not its body. Just before the impact, he suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping upward at an incredible angle. He actually stepped on a sweeping metal arm, using it as a springboard, rolling through the air and instantly reaching several meters in height, landing on top of the giant. The giant's attacks all missed, and several arms crashed into each other due to their inability to halt. All its eyes instinctively looked upwards, tracking Qin Mo's figure. To look up, the defensive posture of its chest created a half-second gap. Now's the time. Qin Mo roared in midair. This roar was the signal. Su Man had long infused all her focus into the weapon in her hand. The moment she heard the roar, her finger unhesitatingly slammed down on the firing button. Buzz! There was no sound, no light. Only an invisible spear of destruction composed of ultra-high frequency vibrations crossed the space and accurately struck the pulsating red tumor on the stitched giant's chest. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The pulsating tumor suddenly stiffened. Then the flesh and blood tissue that formed it seemed to be plunged into millions of nanoscale drill bits, violently vibrating, collapsing, and disintegrating at a terrifying frequency. Roar. Ugh. The giant's earth-shattering roar turned into a cry, filled with pain and confusion. Its body trembled violently, and countless arms flailed uncontrollably. Qin Mo's figure silently landed behind the giant. He slowly turned around, looking at this colossal creature that had fallen into madness due to the devastating blow to its core, his eyes devoid of any pity. The game is over. His voice was like the pronouncement of death. He moved. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing before the giant. His right hand was clenched into a fist, the dark energy absorbed from the virus gathering and condensing on his fist, emitting a series of chilling hums. Facing the giant's wildly flailing arms, Qin Mo did not dodge or evade. One punch. He struck fiercely into the already decaying red tumor. Qin Mo's entire arm smoothly plunged deep into the giant's chest cavity. He felt the core that was still struggling in its final moments. Then he gripped tightly and yanked outwards with force. A fist-sized core, still pulsating violently and emitting an eerie red glow, was forcibly extracted from the giant's body. All of the giant's movements came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Its massive body collapsed like a puppet, with all its strength drained, crashing into a heap of rotting flesh and scrap metal, emitting a foul odor. The corridor returned to silence. Qin Mo stood beside the pile of scrap metal, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down his stern face. He looked down at the still struggling red core in his hand, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes as he tightened his grip. Crack! The core was instantly crushed. It transformed into a pure red energy that surged wildly into his body along his arm. Ding. Absorbed high-purity primitive virus aggregate. Gene evolution sequence 5. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Qin Mo could feel a slight, yet tangible increase in his power. Boss. Su Man dropped her weapon and rushed over, rolling and crawling, her face filled with concern. Are you okay? Qin Mo shook his head, looking at the girl before him, dust-covered, yet with starlight flickering in her eyes, and then at his hand that faintly emitted a red glow from absorbing energy. An unprecedented tacit understanding flowed between the two of them. They did not need words. A single glance was enough to understand each other's feelings. This was their first real victory belonging to just the two of them. However, just as they exhaled in relief, an indescribable thought filled with brutality, resentment, and madness surged down from the top of the building like a mental tsunami. Su Man didn't even have time to scream before feeling as if her head had been struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Her vision went dark and she knelt on the ground, clutching her head in pain. Qin Mo also felt a violent dizziness. His nostrils burned and 2 streams of blood flowed uncontrollably down. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to avoid fainting thanks to his resistance to the viral energy. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as lightning fixed on the end of the ceiling. The true master that had been hiding behind the scenes. the terrifying mother body that only existed within his biological sensing. After its strongest guardian was slain by the two of them, it was finally thoroughly enraged. Qin Mo wiped the blood from his nose, looking at Su Man curled up on the ground in agony, and the fury in his eyes almost erupted. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, sinister smile, finally willing to come down personally. The mental shock came swiftly and left just as quickly. After the tearing malevolence receded, the corridor fell into a dead silence. Cough, cough, cough. Su Man knelt on the ground, coughing violently, her face pale and drenched in sweat. Qin Mo was slightly better off, but the blood trickling from his nose and the sharp pain in his head reminded him of the peril he had just faced. He wiped away the blood and helped the curled-up Su Man to her feet. "Are you okay?" "Still alive." Su Man leaned against Qin Mo, gasping for breath, her eyes still filled with fear. That kind of attack directly targeted the mind, leaving no room for defense. Qin Mo raised his head, coldly staring at the end of the ceiling. Although the malice had subsided, it still lingered in the upper floor, ready to pounce again at any moment. "Boss, we can't go up there." Su Man grabbed Qin Mo's arm, her voice trembling. "That thing has set a trap on the top floor, waiting for us to walk in and meet our doom." Qin Mo's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Su Man was right, our rashness would not solve the problem now. His strength had increased significantly, but facing an unknown entity capable of mental attacks posed too great a risk. He never undertook actions without certainty. "Let's leave this place first." Qin Mo made a quick decision. "We'll talk in the RV." He glanced at the Enhun beside him. It was powerful, but too cumbersome. "Do you have something smaller?" Su Man seemed to have anticipated his question and quickly pulled out a compact pistol-sized device from her backpack. "I assembled it from leftover parts. Its power is only 1/10 of the Enhun, but it's sufficient for dealing with ordinary parasites." Qin Mo took the compact sonic gun and strapped it to his tactical belt. "Let's go down the stairs." The two did not hesitate, carefully maneuvering around the hole smashed by the stitched monstrosity as they descended the stairs. The third-floor corridor was in shambles, filled with the charred corpses of monsters. They did not linger and continued downward, quickly reaching the second-floor staircase. However, upon arriving at the second floor, Qin Mo halted. It was too quiet. Unlike the carnage above, the second-floor corridor was unnaturally clean, with only a thin layer of dust. There was an unsettling odor in the air. Qin Mo activated the sonic device at his waist. Buzz! A low hum resonated, the sound waves expanding forward. At that moment, in the darkness at the end of the corridor, a pair of crimson compound eyes lit up. Then came a second pair, a third pair, and a 10th pair. In the blink of an eye, dozens of parasites appeared at the entrances of the adjacent patient rooms. But unlike before, they did not charge forward with howls. They simply stood quietly, maintaining a safe distance, their cold compound eyes fixated on the two. They were observing, waiting. "They are learning." Su Man's voice trembled. They calculated the attack range of the sonic weapon through the death of their companions. Qin Mo's expression darkened as well. These monsters, under the command of that entity, had transformed from mere beasts into a tactical army. The path ahead was blocked by a slightly ajar patient room door. Behind the door, it was pitch black, silent like a dark maw. An obvious trap. "Fall back," Qin Mo whispered to Su Man. Instead of approaching directly, he picked up a chunk of concrete from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the door. Bang! The stone smashed into the door, flinging it open. The moment the door was pushed aside, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! The iron grating of the ventilation duct above Qin Mo's head was smashed open by a tremendous force. 3 black figures dropped down in a triangular formation from the ceiling. Their target was Su Man, who was behind him. This was a 3-dimensional ambush, perfectly avoiding the range of Qin Mo's frontal sonic weapon. "Watch out!" Su Man barely had time to shout. Qin Mo did not turn around or look at the monsters. The instant the ventilation duct was breached, his body was already in motion. He stepped forward, shielding Su Man with his back, while flipping his wrist to throw the tactical axe upwards. Whoosh! The heavy axe began to spin rapidly in the air. Thud! 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 3 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The 3 parasites that had jumped down were severed midair by the spinning axe before they could reach Su Man, their green fluids and entrails bursting forth as they crashed heavily to the ground. The tactical axe traced an arc in the air, landing steadily back in Qin Mo's grasp. But this was just the beginning. Just after eliminating the 3 ambushing monsters, all the patient room doors along the corridor were simultaneously flung open from the inside. Roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss. More parasites, mingled with some zombies controlled by the fungus, surged out of the rooms like a tide. They instantly sealed off all escape routes for the two, forming a circle of encirclement. These monsters did not rush in, they advanced slowly, gradually tightening the encirclement. Their goal was clear: to wear down Qin Mo's stamina with this method, then find an opportunity to attack Su Man, who was wielding the sonic weapon. This was a deadlock set by a thinking hunter. Stick close to me. Qin Mo growled, a flash of killing intent in his eyes as he charged towards the swarm of monsters. Swoosh. The tactical axe glinted coldly as it cleaved a zombie in half from head to toe. Qin Mo did not hesitate. He kicked a parasite that lunged at him aside and swung the axe again, decapitating another monster behind it. The battle erupted in an instant. Each of Qin Mo's strikes was swift, accurate, and lethal. Su-Man closely followed behind him, the sonic gun in her hand, emitting a continuous hum, helping him clear the monsters from the sides and rear, creating a small safe space amid the monster horde. Blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere. After absorbing the virus, Qin Mo's strength and speed had increased significantly. Yet there were simply too many enemies. For every one he killed, two more took its place, as if they were endless. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his breathing grew heavy as his stamina rapidly depleted. "Boss, over here," Su-Man shouted as she noticed a weaker spot in the encirclement to their left front. Without hesitation, Qin Mo swept his axe to push back the monsters in front, then suddenly turned and pulled Su-Man toward the gap. Roar! A few parasites seemed to have guessed his intention and immediately surrounded them. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he pressed forward, crashing his shoulder into a parasite. Crack! The parasite's ribcage collapsed, but its claws also left several bloody scratches on Qin Mo's arm. Using this brutal method, Qin Mo carved out a path. Go! He pulled Su-Man and charged through the gap. The two ran toward the stairway to the first floor without looking back. The horde of monsters behind them roared, relentlessly pursuing. They were close. The staircase was just ahead. But when they reached the staircase and saw the scene before them, their steps suddenly halted. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The staircase ahead was severed in the middle. Below the break, the entire stairwell leading to the first floor was completely blocked by a massive, foul-smelling, viscous mass of blood-red flesh. The mass resembled a giant heart, still faintly pulsating, its surface veined like blood vessels. The path was blocked. Su-Man stared at the living wall, her face turning pale. Her voice trembled slightly. The mother body is altering the environment. It wants to trap us here forever. The roar of the monster behind grew louder, and the wall of flesh and blood before him was moving slowly in a stomach-churning rhythm. With their retreat cut off and the path ahead blocked, Su-Man's voice trembled slightly, yet there was a calmness born from desperation. Boss, we're trapped like dumplings. Ignoring the threat behind him, Qin Mo quickly scanned the entire stairwell. His gaze eventually fixed upon the tightly shut, dust-covered elevator door beside him. Here, Qin Mo said succinctly. Without hesitation, he swung his tactical axe at the door. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the elevator door was cleaved, creating a dent. Bang! 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 Qin Mo did not stop delivering blow after blow, tearing the metal door apart in the most direct manner, creating an opening wide enough for a person to pass through. A mingled stench of machine oil, dust, and mildew assaulted him as he peered inside. The elevator shaft was pitch black. Su-Man immediately took out a powerful flashlight from her backpack and shone it downward. The beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the top of the elevator car at approximately the next floor down. We can slide down using the fire hose. Su-Man's eyes lit up, immediately pointing to the fire hydrant in the corner. This was their only way out. Qin Mo nodded, stepping forward to kick open the glass door of the fire hydrant, pulling out the dusty hose and tying one end firmly to the stair railing. They'll go down first, you follow. Qin Mo said no more, handing the sonic gun to Su-Man, and without hesitation, he grabbed the hose and jumped into the dark elevator shaft. Su-Man followed closely behind. The two slid quickly down the fire hose. The roars behind them were cut off above, and all that remained was the sound of the hose rubbing against the metal shaft, along with the increasingly clear thump-thump of their heartbeats, as if resonating in their ears. Thump! Qin Mo landed steadily on the dust-covered top of the elevator car, his feet hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Su-Man followed safely down. Without delay, Qin Mo found the safety exit on top of the car, exerted force with both hands, and lifted the heavy cover. The moment the cover was lifted, a suffocating stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of decaying flesh surged up from below. Su-Man was caught off guard. The smell hit her like a wave, causing her stomach to churn violently, nearly making her vomit. Qin Mo's brow furrowed tightly as he leaned forward to look down. The instant he saw the scene in the first-floor hall, even he felt his pupils constrict sharply. Su-Man peered out behind him, and the next second, she clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Everything before them was composed of flesh and blood. The originally spacious and bright first-floor hall had completely vanished. The ground walls and ceiling. Every surface was covered with a thick layer of dark red, writhing biological tissue. Countless semi-transparent strands of slime hung down from the ceiling, their ends dripping with glistening saliva plopping onto the ground. On the walls, translucent eggs of varying sizes pulsated rhythmically within the flesh with hints of undeveloped larvae curled up within. The entire hall resembled the stomach of a colossal creature, and they were two uninvited intruders. "Welcome to the Queen's Dining Hall." Qin Mo swallowed hard, muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear. He jumped down from the exit, his feet landing on the soft, slippery flesh, feeling as if he was stepping on a massive hunk of raw meat. Su-Man followed suit, staying close behind Qin Mo, her sonic gun aimed at their surroundings, alert for any potential danger. Strangely, in the core area of this nest, not a single parasite could be seen. The two cautiously moved deeper into the hall. In a relatively clean corner, they discovered what appeared to be a makeshift defensive position. Several iron hospital beds had been toppled over, forming a semicircle covered in claw marks and dried blood. Behind the makeshift position leaned several corpses, now mere skeletons, still dressed in white doctor's coats, tightly gripping firearms that had long since ceased to be useful. Next to one of the skeletons, a hardbound diary, soaked with blood, caught Qin Mo's attention. He stepped forward and picked up the diary. Flipping to the first page, he found several lines of hurried handwriting. "Director of Deland City Hospital Zhang Wenyuan." Su-Man leaned over, and the two began to peruse the diary, illuminated by the flashlight. The first half of the diary recorded mundane hospital affairs until a certain page where the writing became frantic and uneasy. October 4th, the third day of the apocalypse. The hospital lost power, communications were cut off, and we were trapped. Monsters are everywhere. Thank God the hospital's security system is still relatively sturdy. October 7th, food is starting to run low and patients are beginning to die. We have to temporarily store the bodies in the morgue underground. October 9th, something went wrong. The orderly responsible for moving the bodies, Li Wei, was bitten by a corpse we thought was already dead. That corpse released terrifying worms from its body. October 12th, Li Wei has also turned into a monster, infecting more people. They are reproducing and their numbers are multiplying. We can only retreat, abandoning the underground and the first floor. October 15th, we were surrounded, running out of ammunition and food. These monsters, they seem to have a unified will guiding them. We call it the mother body. October. Date obscured by blood. We discovered the secret of the mother body. It appears to be utilizing the low-temperature environment of the underground morgue for some terrifying evolution. The refrigeration system in the morgue is still operational, making it a breeding ground. Low temperature. Low temperature can accelerate its growth. Who would have thought? The last page of the diary contained only a few blood-soaked words deeply embedded into the paper. "God, save us." The diary ended here. Su-Man closed the diary, her body trembling uncontrollably. This diary had filled in all the truths regarding the fall of the hospital and revealed a terrifying fact. The monstrous mother body was hiding in the underground morgue. It had been utilizing the low-temperature environment of the morgue for unknown evolution. Just then, a series of rustling, dragging sounds came from deep within the hall, from the direction of the entrance to the underground. The two immediately held their breath and hid behind a weight-bearing pillar wrapped in flesh and blood. They saw several robust parasites working together to drag a large, freshly killed, mutated dog corpse step by step into the dark entrance leading underground. That was the entrance to the Mother Botus dining hall, and that mutated dog was its main course. Qin Mo and Su-Man exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. There was no retreat left. Either they went in and killed the mother body, or they stayed here and became its nourishment. Qin Mo took a deep breath and placed the bloody diary back in the embrace of the skeleton. "Dust to dust, earth to earth," he murmured softly. "Rest in peace, we will avenge you." With that, he lifted his battle axe, no longer hesitating, and strode toward the dark entrance leading underground. Su-Man followed closely behind. Just as the two were about to step into the darkness, the writhing flesh and blood on the entrance wall surged violently. Countless blood vessels quickly converged, twisting and reorganizing. Within seconds, a gigantic, indistinct human face emerged on the wall. The face had no features, only a gaping maw that took up half of its visage. It made no sound. Yet Qin Mo and Su-Man could both distinctly hear the mocking, silent laughter. It was taunting them. It was saying welcome. The grotesque, bloodied face on the wall vanished, merging back into the surface. Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged. The provocation from his opponent tightened his grip on the weapon. He no longer hesitated, pulling Su-Man as he stepped into the dark entrance leading underground. A cold and damp odor rushed at him, mingled with the stench of blood and formaldehyde. The passage was short, barely a dozen meters, but each step was difficult. Underfoot was a sticky, slippery mass of flesh and blood, while the walls pulsed, as if alive, narrowing the already cramped space. Numerous fist-sized growths hung down from above their membranes, revealing clearly defined blood vessels that seemed ready to burst at any moment. The dull thump-thump of heartbeats echoed here, amplifying the pressure in both their chests with each pulse. Su-Man gripped her sonic gun tightly, her other hand clutching Qin Mo's clothing. The oppressive sights and atmosphere here held her up through this action. Soon a heavy metal door appeared at the end of the passage, half covered by dark red mucus, faintly revealing the words morgue. Qin Mo was just about to push the door. Sizzle. The two largest growths above suddenly split open. Two dark figures dripping with mucus fell heavily in front of them, blocking the path. Bang. Bang. The heavy thuds shook the entire passage. Qin Mo quickly shielded Su-Man behind him, scrutinizing the two creatures warily. They were two specialized monsters, each the size of a grizzly bear. Their forms resembled enlarged mantises covered in shiny black exoskeletons that looked metallic. Their heads were small, each possessing a single massive red compound eye that glimmered with ferocity. Most alarming were their two pairs of scythe-like forelimbs with blades as sharp as razors, nearly the same length as their bodies. In Qin Mo's mind, these two monsters were instantly named Mother Nest Guards. They were the last line of defense for the mother body. Su-Man immediately raised her sonic gun, aiming at one of the guards. Buzz. An invisible sound wave swept through. The guard's movement only stiffened for a moment before it let out a furious shriek, its red compound eye fixating intensely on Su-Man. The sonic weapon was ineffective against them. Roar. The left guard moved first, pushing off with its hind legs, its massive body charging forward, the right scythe arm raised high, slicing down towards Qin Mo's head. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, he exerted force beneath his feet, narrowly dodging to the side. Clang. The scythe arm struck where he had just stood, carving a several-inch deep groove into the concrete, sparks flying. Qin Mo's heart sank. The strength and defense of this creature far exceeded that of the previous stitched behemoth. Before he could regain his footing, the other guard also moved, targeting Su-Man behind Qin Mo. Watch out. Qin Mo had no time to think. Twisting his body, his tactical axe swung upward with all his might against the guard's sweeping scythe arm. Clang. Another loud crash. The tactical axe collided with the scythe arm, a surge of force transmitted through, causing Qin Mo's hands to ache painfully, nearly losing his grip, and he was thrust back several steps. The Mother Nest Guard only hesitated briefly, but its scythe arm bore no marks. Its strength was completely suppressed. The two guards, having missed their attack, quickly adjusted their stances, their red compound eyes sweeping back and forth between the two, as if assessing who posed the greater threat. No good, their physical defenses are too high. Qin Mo whispered through the earpiece, I can't find a flaw. Separate them. I'll draw one away, you look for an opportunity. Su-Man's voice was steady. Without waiting for Qin Mo's response, she darted out from behind him, switching on her flashlight, aiming the beam at the compound eye of the right guard. Hiss. The guard, blinded by the bright light, let out a pained shriek, instinctively raising its other scythe arm to shield its eye. It was in this instant. Su-Man turned and ran towards the other end of the passage. The enraged guard immediately abandoned Qin Mo and took long strides after Su-Man. To it, this human who could disrupt it posed a greater threat. The pressure on Qin Mo alleviated significantly. He took a deep breath and focused all his attention on the guard before him. Without a partner to coordinate with, the guard's attacks became wide and sweeping, each swing of its scythe arm carrying tremendous force. Qin Mo stopped confronting it head-on and instead utilized his speed advantage gained from absorbing the virus. He swiftly maneuvered around the Mother Nest Guard, dodging through the gaps in its scythe arm attacks. He was observing, searching for weaknesses. Meanwhile, Su-Man was in a precarious situation as well. She was more agile than the monster, constantly dodging in the narrow passage, occasionally using the flashlight's bright beam to disturb the guard, barely maintaining a safe distance. Her eyes were fixated on the guard's body, her mind racing. Metallic exoskeleton compound eye, scythe arm. Where were the weaknesses? Where exactly were the weaknesses? After narrowly dodging another sweeping attack, Su-Man's gaze locked onto a specific point. She saw the joint connecting the guard's scythe arm to its body, right in the armpit. She saw it. At the moment the scythe arm swung to its limit, the shell at the joint would open briefly to allow muscle movement, a fleeting moment nearly imperceptible. That spot was not fully covered by the shell. Qin Mo. Su-Man immediately shouted into the earpiece, with all her might attack the joint. The armpit connection. That's the weak spot. Qin Mo, who was entangled with the guard, heard her reminder, his eyes lighting up as he quickly grasped Su-Man's meaning. He stopped dodging and deliberately slowed his movements, appearing as if he were fatigued, exposing a significant flaw. The guard indeed took the bait, letting out an excited shriek as it leaped high, its two scythe arms crossing in the air, aiming to slash down at Qin Mo's neck. This was its decisive strike. However, just as the scythe arms were about to close in, Qin Mo's body suddenly dropped at an odd angle, sliding out close to the ground. He barely brushed against the guard's belly, slipping behind it. The guard's all-out attack missed, causing it to lose balance in midair, and its scythe arms had to spread wide to stabilize. The joint in the armpit was fully exposed. Now's the time. Qin Mo slid behind the guard. Without pausing, he exerted force from his waist, propelling himself upward. He gripped the tactical axe tightly with both hands, pouring all his strength into it, driving it forcefully into the exposed flesh joint. Plop! The sound of the axe blade entering flesh was muffled but distinct. The entire tactical axe was plunged deep into the guard's body. Hiss! The excruciating pain caused the mother nest guard to emit a sharp wailing cry. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake off Qin Mo. But Qin Mo's gaze was icy, gripping the axe handle tightly. He twisted downward fiercely. Crack! A sharp tearing sound echoed as Qin Mo brutally ripped the entire scythe arm along with half the shoulder from the guard's body. Greenish fluid mixed with bits of flesh sprayed out. The guard's cries ceased. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. The other guard, which had been pursuing Su Man, saw its companion dead, its red compound eye filled with madness. It abandoned Su Man, turning to charge at Qin Mo, moving faster and with more ferocity. But its fate was already sealed. With the experience of success, Qin Mo and Su Man's coordination became more adept. Su Man feigned an attack with her flashlight, drawing the guard's attention. Seizing the moment the guard swung its scythe arm, Qin Mo employed the same tactic. Plop! The same spot, the same angle, a clean, decisive strike. The second mother nest guard fell with an unwilling shriek. The entire passage finally returned to silence. Qin Mo leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his combat suit drenched in sweat. Su Man also slumped to the ground, her chest heaving violently. They exchanged a glance, both weary yet filled with trust for one another. Once again, they had triumphantly fought side by side against powerful foes. Qin Mo stepped forward and pulled Su Man up from the ground. After resting for a moment, their gazes turned once more to the metal door looming just ahead. The final line of defense had been destroyed by them. Qin Mo took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to press his palm against the cold, slick doorknob. The moment his palm touched the doorknob, thump, 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 the heartbeat that had been echoing in their ears suddenly quickened, the sound reaching a peak. It was no longer a dull thumping, but sounded like war drums. Each beat felt as though it was striking directly against their hearts. A chilling cold seeped through the door crack, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Qin Mo knew that behind this door lay the root of everything. The entity that had taken residence in this death hospital, constantly evolving, was waiting for them. Behind the heavy metal door, the sound of a heartbeat like war drums echoed, causing both of them to feel a sense of panic. He took a deep breath, channeling the dark energy within him to forcefully suppress the palpitations. Qin Mo glanced at the pale-faced Su Man beside him. Her gaze remained resolute, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement. Without further hesitation, Qin Mo exerted his strength with his arm. Creak! Amidst the piercing friction sound, the heavy metal door was slowly pushed open. A wave of cold air rushed in from the crack of the door, mingled with the nauseating stench of blood and formaldehyde. Su Man stumbled back 2 steps, unable to suppress a dry heave. Qin Mo's body also stiffened slightly from the chill. As the door swung fully open, the sight beyond made even him, accustomed to apocalyptic scenes, feel a shiver run from his feet to his head. Before him lay a vast space. The former morgue had transformed into a nest of living creatures, or rather, a womb. All the cadaver cabinets were pulled open, with corpses linked together by numerous thick vein-like flesh strands suspended in midair, ultimately converging in the center of the room. There, a massive fleshy sphere over 10 meters in diameter formed of twisted corpses, and blood pulsed gently in rhythm with the heartbeat. On the surface of the flesh sphere, one could see faces contorted in agony. At the center of the sphere was a semi-transparent heart the size of a house. With each beat of the heart, the vascular structures connecting it contracted, drawing energy from the corpses. This was the parasitic mother body, the source that turned the entire hospital into a hell. It had no eyes, no mouth. Yet the moment Qin Mo and Su Man stepped into the room, they felt an immense and malicious consciousness lock onto them. The anticipated attack did not come. Just a second after they entered the morgue, a surge of negative emotions, despair, regret, and fear, invaded their minds without warning. Mental pollution. Qin Mo's surroundings suddenly transformed. He found himself standing in the middle of a highway with the sound of shrieking and the acrid scent of blood in his ears, while the blinding red and blue lights of an ambulance flashed before him and cold rain hammered against his face. Before him were 2 mangled cars. In the familiar sedan, his father was slumped over the steering wheel, blood staining the driver's seat. His mother lay in the passenger seat, her chest pierced by a deformed rebar, her eyes wide open, staring in Qin Mo's direction, filled with reluctance and concern. Dad, Mom. Qin Mo reached out only to grasp a handful of cold rainwater. A powerful sense of regret and helplessness tightened around his heart, leaving him breathless. Why? Why wasn't he in the car at that time? If he had awakened his powers, could he have saved them? If only. His consciousness sank deeper into guilt and regret. Meanwhile, Su Man was also trapped in her own nightmare. She stood in a familiar laboratory surrounded by colleagues and mentors. Su Man wanted to greet them, but no sound came out. Looking down, she saw her hands transformed into monstrous claws covered in green slime and ugly shells. She recoiled in horror, crashing into a mirror. In the mirror, a figure stared back at her. Half of its face rotted away, sprouting writhing tentacles, while one eye had turned into a blood-red compound eye. She had become a monster like those parasitic entities outside. Monster! Her colleagues screamed in horror, retreating with expressions full of disgust and fear. She saw Qin Mo standing among the crowd. He looked at her with cold, unfamiliar eyes as if viewing trash, and slowly raised the tactical axe in his hand. Please, don't look at me with that gaze. Su Man screamed frantically in her heart, yet her throat could only produce a monstrous hissing sound. However, just as the axe was about to fall, a flash of insight struck Su Man's mind. No, this is a lie. The boss would never look at her with such a gaze. Absolutely not. She was Su Man, the chief scientist of the Ark, not a monster. This unwavering faith in science and trust in Qin Mo transformed into a formidable willpower. In reality, Su Man suddenly clutched her head and screamed forcefully, breaking free from the illusion. She gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly drained. When she finally saw the scene before her, her heart sank. Qin Mo still stood in place, his eyes vacant, pupils unfocused, and the tactical axe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. He had given up resisting. Boss, wake up, Qin Mo. Su Man shouted anxiously, rushing forward to shake his body vigorously. But Qin Mo was like a soulless statue, entirely unresponsive to the outside world. He had completely lost himself in the hell of regret tailored for him by the mother body. Su Man's voice seemed to stir the mother body. The massive flesh sphere in the center of the morgue pulsed once. It seemed to sense that this frail human had actually broken free from its mental control. Among the countless agonized faces on the surface of the flesh sphere, one mouth slowly split open like a knife wound. SSHH, a dark red tentacle tipped with bony spikes wrapped in slime, erupted forth from that opening. Its speed was so swift that it created a sharp, whooshing sound. The target was the unsuspecting Su Man. The heavy sound of a heartbeat penetrated the metal door, striking at the hearts of the two individuals. Qin Mo's hand rested on the cold doorknob, steady as ever. He took a deep breath, channeling the energy within him to suppress the palpitations. He glanced at the pale-faced Su Man beside him. Her gaze remained relatively calm, so he nodded. Without further hesitation, Qin Mo pushed the door open with force. With a creak, the heavy metal door swung open, releasing a gust of strange wind that was both cold and pungent. Su Man staggered back 2 steps, unable to suppress a dry heave. Qin Mo felt his body freeze in shock as he took in the sight behind the door. The space here was vast. The former morgue had transformed into a colossal nest for a monstrous being. All of the corpse cabinets were pulled open, and the bodies were connected by countless blood vessel-like tissues suspended in midair and converging in the center of the room. There, a massive meatball larger than 10 meters in diameter formed from corpses, and flesh pulsed slightly in rhythm with the heartbeat. On the surface of the meatball, distorted human faces could be seen as if trapped in amber, silently wailing. At the center of the meatball was a semi-transparent heart the size of a room. With each beat of the heart, the blood vessel-like structures connected to it contracted, drawing energy from the bodies and sending it back to the meatball. This was the parasitic mother body, the source of hell for the entire hospital. It had no eyes or mouth, merely a mass of flesh and blood purely for the purpose of reproduction and consumption. As Qin Mo and Su Man stepped into the room, they felt a massive, malevolent consciousness lock onto them. The anticipated attack did not come. In the next moment, an invisible force surged into their minds, impossible to defend against. It was mental pollution. The scene before Qin Mo suddenly shifted. In his ears was a piercing shriek. The scent of blood and gasoline filled his nostrils. The red and blue lights of an ambulance distorted in the rain, while icy raindrops pelted his face. He stood in the middle of the highway, facing 2 cars that had crumpled upon collision. He saw it. In that familiar sedan, his father was slumped over the steering wheel, blood streaming from his forehead, staining the driver's seat. His mother lay in the passenger seat, impaled by a guardrail steel bar, her eyes slightly open as she looked at him through the twisted window, her expression devoid of pain, filled only with deep reluctance and worry. Dad, Mom. Qin Mo reached out, but only grasped a handful of icy rainwater. A profound sense of regret and helplessness gripped his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Why? Why wasn't he in the car at that time? Why did he go to that classmates' gathering? If only he had awakened his powers, could he have torn the truck apart and saved them? If only. Countless if only sliced through his mind like knives. The powers gained after the apocalypse felt so absurd at this moment. He could kill zombies, fight monsters, yet he could not turn back time and rectify this regret. His consciousness sank deeper in self-blame, and remorse ultimately consumed. On the other side, Su-Man was also trapped in her own nightmare. She stood in a bright laboratory surrounded by familiar colleagues and mentors who were enthusiastically discussing around the experiment table. "Professor Wong, my new plan can." She tried to greet them, but no sound came out her throat, only produced indistinct croaks. She looked down in confusion, trying to see what was wrong with herself. Then she saw her hands, clawed monstrosities covered in green slime and shells. Terrified, she stumbled back, crashing into a full-length mirror. In the reflection was a figure she recognized, yet found utterly foreign. Half of her face had rotted away, the skin dripping like melting wax, with several thin, flesh-colored tendrils writhing at the corners of her eyes. The other eye had transformed into a scarlet compound eye. She had become a monster. An ugly creature, just like those parasites outside. "Monster!" The surrounding colleagues screamed in terror, retreating in horror, their eyes filled with disgust and fear. Professor Wong pointed at her, his face pale. "You monster! Get out of my laboratory!" Su-Man's mind went blank. She wanted to explain, to refute, but all her words turned into monstrous hisses. At that moment, she spotted Qin Mo. He stood in the crowd looking at her with a cold, unfamiliar gaze. In his eyes there was no anger or fear, only pure revulsion. Then he slowly raised the tactical axe in his hand, its blade smeared with the green ichor of his kind. Don't look at me with that expression." Su-Man screamed inwardly, her body trembling violently from fear. She didn't care if the whole world abandoned her, but that look from Qin Mo shattered her completely. However, just as the axe was about to fall, a thought flashed through Su-Man's mind. "No, this is fake. The boss wouldn't look at me like that. He promised to protect me." She was Su-Man, the chief scientist of the Ark, a genius who mastered countless technologies, not some creature to be slaughtered. This absolute trust in science and in Qin Mo transformed into a powerful will. In the real world, Su-Man abruptly clutched her head, letting out a piercing scream as she forcibly extracted her consciousness from the illusion. She gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. When she saw the scene before her, her heart sank. Qin Mo still stood there, his eyes vacant, a bizarre expression of pain and relief on his face. The tactical axe in his hand clattered to the ground. He had given up resisting. "Boss, wake up, Qin Mo!" Su-Man shouted anxiously, disregarding her weakness, struggling to get up and rushing to shake his body vigorously. But Qin Mo was like a statue, unresponsive to the outside world. His body trembled slightly, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. He was completely lost in the hell of regret custom-made for him by the mother body. Su-Man's cries startled the mother body. The massive meatball in the center of the morgue pulsed once. It seemed to sense that this weak, human female had managed to break free from mental control through her will. Although this drained her mental energy, it was seen as a provocation by the mother body. On the surface of the meatball, a pained human face's mouth slowly split open, forming a narrow slit. With a hiss, a dark red tentacle covered in slime and tipped with bony spikes shot out from that opening. The speed was so extreme that it created a sharp sound of slicing through the air. Its target was Su-Man, completely defenseless with her back fully exposed. The psychic assault shattered, the ambushing tentacle was severed. The matriarch let out a furious, piercing shriek, a sound saturated with primal biological rage. Boom! The underground morgue trembled violently. The colossal fleshy orb suspended in midair began contracting and pulsing with alarming speed. Corpses embedded within its flesh exploded outward, then peeled away one by one, rotting masses crashing onto the floor. As the flesh sloughed off, the matriarch's true form emerged, a monstrous entity, forged from pallid bone and chitinous carapace. Its former flesh had transformed into black sinewy cords binding the skeletal frame. 8 elongated spike-like legs braced its body, deeply impaling both floor and walls. At its core loomed a heart the size of a house, encased in layered rib-like bony armor. Only narrow fissures remained open, radiating crimson light and biting cold. Within seconds, the morgue's temperature plummeted to freezing. Every exhalation crystallized into mist. HSSSS. The matriarch shifted into battle form and shrieked once more. Its 8 bony legs surged with explosive force. The massive creature lunged forward at terrifying speed, straight toward Qin Mo and Su-Man. "Boss!" Su-Man cried out in alarm, recoiling instinctively under the onslaught of sheer presence. Fury burned in Qin Mo's eyes, the phantom torment of the illusion now fully transmuted into lethal intent. "Excellent!" Qin Mo roared, not retreating, but shoving Su-Man backward before gripping his tactical axe and charging headlong at the skeletal leviathan. Clang! His axe slammed against one of the matriarch's thrusting bone legs. A deafening metallic screech tore through the air, showering sparks. A tremendous force jolted up the axe handle. Qin Mo's arms convulsed violently, his palms split, open, blood gushing freely. He was hurled backward, feet carving deep furrows across the floor, until his spine crashed hard against the wall, halting him abruptly. Blood erupted from his mouth. The matriarch merely staggered momentarily, the impacted leg bearing only a faint chalky scar. Its heart is shielded by bony armor. Conventional strikes are useless. Su-Man's voice cracked with panic and urgency. Each time it moves, the black sinews connecting its legs to its torso become exposed. Strike there, that's its weakness. Qin Mo wiped blood from his lips. Hearing her warning, his gaze steadied. Cold, focused, utterly lucid. Brute confrontation was suicide. Then he would dismantle it, piece by piece. Emboldened by its first blow, the matriarch drove all 8 bone legs downward in unison, aiming to pierce and crush him beneath them. Qin Mo drew a sharp breath, abandoning resistance, unleashing the enhanced velocity granted by the absorbed virus. His figure blurred, leaving behind a ghostly afterimage, as he skimmed low across the ground, slipping with hairbreadth precision between 2 stabbing bone legs. He circled the matriarch's hulking form at blinding speed. Shink! Seizing the instant one bone leg lifted and missed its mark, Qin Mo swung his axe in a flash of frost-laced steel, striking with surgical precision at the thick black sinew exposed where leg met torso. The razor-edged blade sliced deep. Fetid black ichor sprayed forth. HSSSS. The matriarch shrieked in agony. The severed sinew caused that leg to buckle, throwing its motion wildly off balance. It worked. Qin Mo's assault intensified, every evasion now a prelude to a devastating counterstrike. Each swing of his axe sent arcs of viscous black fluid flying. Shink! Shink! 2 more sinews severed. 3 of the matriarch's 8 legs were now crippled. Its colossal frame collapsed sideways with a thunderous crash, clumsy, unsteady, vulnerable. Relentless injury ignited its fury. HSSSS. It shrieked again, and ceased moving entirely. A cacophony of grinding, clicking bone echoed through the chamber. The bony armor shielding its core flared open wide, exposing bare and beating the house's heart veined with pulsating vessels. A gambit of desperation. The creature had laid bare its most fragile essence. The moment the carapace parted, the massive heart contracted sharply. Dozens of bulbous growths swelled across its surface, then detonated in unison. Hiss! 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 Dozens of high-pressure caustic streams erupted in all directions. Where droplets struck the floor, white smoke billowed, and sizzling pits bloomed instantly, corroding deep craters into concrete. A suicide maneuver, yet in its fatal gamble it had surrendered its ultimate vulnerability. Boss! Su-Man screamed a warning, forced back by splashing acid, her arms searing with pain, where even a trace had grazed her skin, flesh instantly necrotizing. But Qin Mo's eyes gleamed, not with fear but fierce, incandescent anticipation. This was the opening he had waited for. At the exact instant the corrosive barrage erupted, he channeled every ounce of strength into his legs, and launched himself skyward, twisting midair to evade the majority of the deadly spray. His sole objective, the colossal, throbbing heart, exposed now at the center of bleached bone. The nest heart. He soared past every obstacle, arriving directly above it. Gripping the tactical axe with both hands, he poured his entire being into the blade. Gazing down upon the titanic organ, he unleashed a guttural roar. Died. Raising the axe high, he plummeted, body coiled like a striking serpent, aiming the full weight of his descent straight into the pulsing, exposed heart. Qin Mo's tactical axe tore through the air forcefully, cleaving into the exposed heart of the mother nest. Puff! The axe blade embedded deeply into the surface of the heart, and foul blood erupted out. However, the axe blade only penetrated the surface. The resilience of that heart exceeded imagination, firmly trapping the axe within, not allowing it to advance any further. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, the severely wounded heart throbbed violently. Boom! A pure energy shockwave erupted violently from the heart. Qin Mo, caught in the blast, felt a sharp pain in his chest as his body uncontrollably flew backward, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. Su-Man's cry was drowned out by the tremendous roar. Qin Mo's body crashed heavily against the distant wall and then rolled to the ground, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted, his vision fading to black. The terrifying mother body did not give Qin Mo any chance to breathe. A series of crack, crack, crack sounds echoed as the pale bone armor slowly began to close at a visible speed. It aimed to protect its only weakness. At the same time, the wound on the heart, cleaved by the tactical axe, writhed frantically, with countless granulation tissues intertwining and growing, trying to heal the injury. This was the last chance. Once the bone armor completely closed, they would never be able to kill this monster again. Qin Mo struggled to get up, but the intense pain within made it difficult for him to even move a finger. At that moment, Qin Mo's gaze was locked onto the tactical axe still stuck in the heart. A frenzied thought flashed through his mind. I'll take the risk. Qin Mo abandoned his struggle to rise, lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly closing, pouring all his mental energy deep within. Qin Mo could feel that cold, violent, dark energy acquired through absorbing the virus, which had not yet been completely controlled. Previously, he had passively utilized this power, but now he aimed to actively detonate it. Move for me. Qin Mo roared silently in his heart. Qin Mo mobilized all the power within him. The dark energy, along with his own life force, surged towards the tactical axe in a frenzied infusion through a peculiar sense. This was a gamble. If successful, it might trigger the axe to cause secondary damage. If failed, Qin Mo would exhaust his strength and become a mere victim. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The tactical axe began to emit a violent humming sound after receiving the power infused by Qin Mo. A faint red glow illuminated the axe blade. Driven by Qin Mo's will, the glowing blade of the tactical axe began to cut deeper into the core of the mother nest at an even faster speed. Hiss! The mother body seemed to sense the deadly threat, letting out a sharp and mournful wail. This wail was pure, emanating from the depths of its soul and fear. It desperately tried to close the bone armor, but it was already too late. Empowered by the red light, the axe blade sliced through the resilient myocardial tissue, piercing toward the core. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The mother body's wail suddenly ceased. The heart, the size of a room, throbbed violently and then became still. Then, centered around the tip of the tactical axe, spiderweb-like cracks frantically spread across the surface of the heart. A second later, boom! A violent explosion occurred. The mother nest's heart erupted with a thunderous blast. Countless chunks of flesh mixed with icy blue energy surged outwards, reducing the not yet fully closed bone armor and everything around it to dust. The entire underground mortuary was engulfed by this raging energy. Su-Man was thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily against the wall, losing consciousness on the spot. Qin Mo was also buried beneath countless debris and flesh, his fate unknown. After an indeterminate time, when the energy storm subsided and the dust settled, at the epicenter of the explosion, where the mother nest's heart once was, a strange sight appeared. The explosive energy did not entirely dissipate. Instead, it was bound by an invisible force, forming an energy vortex several meters in diameter. At the center of the vortex, a crystal only the size of a fist and completely transparent quietly floated there. It slowly absorbed all the surrounding chaotic energy. Core of the parasitic mother nest, Qin Mo's eyelids fluttered, and he laboriously opened his eyes. He pushed aside the concrete blocks weighing down on him from a pile of debris and wobbled to his feet. Aside from the intense pain and slight fatigue, he found he had not sustained any fatal injuries. His gaze was immediately drawn to the crystal suspended in midair. Qin Mo could feel that the core contained a cool and pure life energy. Qin Mo walked step by step towards that core. He reached out, tightly grasping the core in his hand. Just as he held the core, a gentle icy energy surged wildly into his body through his palm. Qin Mo felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The black spiderweb-like patterns on his arm, caused by the viral infection, rapidly dissolved and faded at a visible rate under the cleansing of this energy. In just a few seconds, the skin on his arm regained its original color, even smoother than before. The injuries within his body also healed at an extraordinary speed. His infection was cured. Not only was it healed, but Qin Mo also felt that the dark power within him had become denser and easier to control due to the neutralization and purification by this pure life energy. However, before Qin Mo could fully sense the changes in his body, boom! The entire space shook violently once more. With the death of the mother body, the flesh nest it constructed began to collapse. The writhing tissues on the walls were rapidly withering and weathering at an astonishing pace, turning into gray-black powder that flaked away. The ceiling above cracked open, huge gashes, and countless debris and twisted steel bars fell down. This building was going to collapse. Qin Mo's expression changed, and he immediately rushed to the corner, lifting the already unconscious Su-Man onto his shoulder. Hurry! After the demise of the mother entity, the nest it built began to crumble. The flesh and blood on the walls rapidly withered and petrified, flaking off like cracked mud. A thunderous roar erupted from above, massive fissures crazily spread, and countless fragments of stone and steel mixed with dirt cascaded down. The building, hollowed out at its foundation and relying on the mother entity's flesh and blood for support, was about to collapse. Qin Mo had no time to process the changes in his body. Grasping the core of the parasitic nest tightly, he dashed toward the corner. Su-Man had already fallen unconscious, covered in dust and blood, her brows tightly knitted, seemingly in great pain. Qin Mo directly scooped her up, shielding her with his body. Hold on tight. Although he was speaking to an unconscious person, Qin Mo instinctively lowered his voice. He looked up at the direction he came from. The flesh and blood passage leading to the first floor was already blocked by fallen debris. With no way back, he would carve a path forward. Qin Mo exerted his legs with great force, charging towards the direction of the hospital's entrance from his memory. After absorbing the viral energy, his strength and speed far surpassed his previous abilities. Carrying someone posed no burden for him. Boom. A concrete block the size of a tabletop smashed down from above. Qin Mo did not dodge and instead crashed shoulder first into it. The moment the massive stone struck his shoulder, it shattered explosively into fragments. Qin Mo's charge did not falter. He barreled through the collapsing ruins with no one able to impede him. Walls blocking his path were directly breached. He leaped over the broken floor. He tore through the entangled steel bars with his bare hands. His eyes were fixed on a single target forward. Su-Man seemed disturbed by the jolting. She moaned in pain in his embrace and instinctively clutched his clothing tighter. Qin Mo glanced down, held her more securely, and increased his speed once again. The sound of collapse grew closer behind them, and the shadow of death loomed over the entire space. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was the blown-open door. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Qin Mo concentrated his strength in his legs, and just before the ground cracked beneath him, he leaped out from the impending darkness. The moment his feet touched the ground, boom, a deafening sound erupted from behind him. A shockwave mixed with dust and smoke swept outward. Qin Mo stood firmly in place, bracing himself against the shockwave, while Su-Man in his arms remained unaffected. He slowly turned around to face the source of the noise. The hospital building that had subjected them to a night of nightmares had vanished without a trace. In its place lay a massive ruin, still emitting smoke and dust. Darkness, terror, death, and struggle were all buried beneath this rubble. The battle was over. They had survived. Qin Mo's taut nerves finally relaxed. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground while still holding Su-Man. Both were panting, heavily grateful to still be alive. At that moment, a beam of morning light pierced through the gaps in the tall buildings and smoke showering them. The light brought a long-lost warmth. Dawn had arrived. The day had broken. Qin Mo lifted his head, squinting at the rising sun, a relaxed smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Su-Man in his arms stirred, slowly opening her eyes. The blinding sunlight made her instinctively raise a hand to shield herself, and then she saw Qin Mo's dusty but smiling face. "Boss." Her voice was hoarse and somewhat confused. "We survived?" "Yes, we survived." Qin Mo's voice was weary yet strong. "Welcome back to the human world." Su-Man stared at him blankly, then glanced around. When she saw the massive ruins behind them, she confirmed this was not a dream. Her eyes instantly turned red. She said nothing, simply burying her head in Qin Mo's chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. Qin Mo did not try to comfort her. He quietly held her, letting her vent the fear and grievances of the night. After a while, Su-Man's emotions finally calmed. She shyly lifted her head from Qin Mo's embrace, wiped her tears, and revealed a bright smile. "We're going home." "Okay, home." The two supported each other as they stood up. Each step tugged at their wounds, yet their hearts were filled with joy and peace. They walked step by step towards the massive RV at the end of the street. As the heavy metal door of the RV slowly closed behind them, click, a soft sound isolated them from the outside rubble and dust. A sense of security instantly enveloped them. This was their mobile fortress, their home. Qin Mo carefully settled the extremely fatigued Su-Man onto the soft bed, covering her with a blanket. Su-Man fell asleep almost as soon as her head touched the pillow, a hint of a peaceful smile still on her face. Qin Mo looked at her for a moment before turning towards the central control area of the RV. He spread his palm, revealing two items resting quietly within. One was the biological chip he had found in the dean's office during the day. The other was a new trophy acquired after the explosion, translucent and sparkling with the appearance of a core of the parasitic nest swirling with galaxies inside. Qin Mo gazed at these two items, excitement flickering in his eyes. It was time. It was time to see what this adventure would yield for him and this ark. He took a deep breath, walked to the analysis platform at the core of the RV, and gently placed the two items into the analysis slot. Qin Mo took a deep breath and placed the core of the parasitic mother nest and the biological chip into the analysis slot of the RV's core control panel. As the slot closed, the light inside the vehicle dimmed, as if all energy had been drawn in and concentrated on this small analysis platform. Ding. Detected unknown high-level biological core. Scanning. Core structural integrity 98. Contains high-density pure life energy. Detected unknown technological creation biological chip. Scanning. Chip structural integrity 72. Contains fragmented neural control protocols and biological field architecture. Detected two items available for correlational analysis. Would you like to start? Start. Qin Mo confirmed without hesitation. The next moment, the analysis platform erupted with blinding blue light, illuminating the entire vehicle. Data streams, genetic sequence diagrams, and energy structure models that Qin Mo could not understand flashed rapidly on the virtual screen. The system was extracting the last value of these two trophies at an incredible speed. Qin Mo could feel the energy reserves of the RV rapidly depleting. The consumption of this analysis was surprisingly greater than that of creating a Guardian Eye-type robot. But he didn't care, his eyes fixed on the rolling progress bar, his heart pounding. What kind of reward could he gain this time, risking everything? 5 minutes later, the light gradually converged. The progress bar froze at 100. Ding. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host has acquired level 3 energy crystals X50. Congratulations, host has acquired special blueprint biological interference field primary level. A series of prompts sounded. Qin Mo's breath hitched. 50 level 3 energy crystals. This was more than all the energy he had collected at the service area combined. Just this gain was enough for the RV to undergo a comprehensive upgrade and armament replenishment. However, Qin Mo's gaze was immediately drawn to the glowing blueprint radiating a faint golden light. His mind focused, and the detailed information of the blueprint unfolded before him. Blueprint name: Biological Interference Field, Primary Level Category, Strategic RV Function, Module Function Description: Constructs a special biological field covering a wide area, using the parasitic mother nest core as the energy conversion hub and the biological chip as the control logic core. Field effect: once activated, it can consume energy to release a special wave field with a radius of 500 meters. Within the field, all biological enemies of level 3 and below, including zombies, parasites, and mutated beasts, will experience severe interference to their basic nervous systems, significantly slowing their movement capabilities, decreasing their attack accuracy, and increasing the error rate of collective command transmission by over 80, greatly weakening their overall combat effectiveness. Note: this field is ineffective against non-biological units, mechanical units, and biological units of level 3 and above with advanced intelligence. Construction cost: Parasitic Mother Nest Core X1, available biological chip X1, available high precision energy wires X50, neural signal amplifiers X3, A field stabilizers X1. Qin Mo read through the introduction of the blueprint word by word, his heart racing faster, and his hand, holding the blueprint, began to tremble slightly. Weapons? No. Qin Mo's mind held only one thought: this is not a weapon, this is a divine skill, a strategic level domain aura. Faced with thousands of zombie waves, he no longer needed to rely on crossbows and electric nets to resist. As long as he activated the field, the overwhelming tide of zombies would instantly become sluggish and unsteady, unable to maintain their footing. They would crash into walls, attack their own companions, and lose the threat of being a tide altogether. At that time, his RV could crush everything without restraint. I've struck it rich. Qin Mo couldn't help but murmur, the fatigue on his face dissipating as a grin spread from ear to ear. What do you mean by striking it rich? A voice laced with sleepiness and a hint of hoarseness came from behind. Qin Mo turned to see Su Man, who had woken up at some point, still covered with a blanket, rubbing her eyes as she stepped down from the bed barefoot. She had apparently been startled awake by the commotion from the analysis platform. Boss, what are you doing? Su Man asked, still dazed, and her gaze was drawn to the glowing blueprint in Qin Mo's hand. As a top scientist, she had an almost instinctive sensitivity to objects filled with special energy fluctuations. What is this? Su Man's eyes widened. She rushed over in a few steps, disregarding any notions of propriety, almost pressing her head against Qin Mo's, her gaze glued to the blueprint. After just one glance, Su Man's body stiffened suddenly. In the next second, the sleepiness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a glow that Qin Mo had never seen before, one that seemed to ignite with intensity. Heavens! Su Man's voice trembled as she reached out her hand, wanting to touch the blueprint, but was too excited to dare, only covering her mouth tightly. Biological field. Neural signal interference. Large-scale collective weakening. My God! My God! She muttered incoherently, her body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. Qin Mo had never seen her like this. Whether it was when she created the Guardian robot or upgraded the sonic weapon, she had only shown happiness and pride. But this time her reaction was one of complete upheaval and genuine terror. Boss! Su Man suddenly looked up, grabbing Qin Mo's arm with astonishing strength. Her eyes shone with intensity, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Do you know what this is? This is not a weapon. This is a strategic level rule modifier. A mobile disaster miracle. No matter how powerful a weapon's attack is, it will eventually run out of energy. No matter how strong a fortress defense is, it can be breached. But this thing is different. It directly eliminates our greatest enemies at their roots. It strips the zombie and beast tides of their only advantage in numbers. With it facing hundreds of thousands, even millions of zombies will feel no different from strolling through our backyard. We can crush them from any angle in any posture. Boss, this is not striking it rich. This is achieving divinity. Qin Mo was infected by her excitement and couldn't help but smile. He knew this thing was impressive, but he hadn't expected the evaluation from Su Man, a professional, to be so outrageous. Calm down, let's finish reading the materials list first, Qin Mo reminded. Su Man's gaze then returned to the densely packed materials list at the bottom of the blueprint. She scanned it quickly. High-precision energy wires. We have enough in stock. Neural signal amplifiers. This is a bit tricky, but I can substitute parts from the medical equipment. I can handle it. Field stabilizers. We will need some rare metals for this. We'll have to look in the old vehicles at the service area. Her brows sometimes relaxed and sometimes furrowed, completely immersed in her own world. Suddenly her gaze fixed on the very top of the materials list. Core materials: parasitic mother nest core X1, biological chip X1. Su Man's breath stopped once again. She abruptly looked up at Qin Mo, then glanced at the now dim shell of the mother nest core and the remnants of the chip on the analysis platform. An incredible thought surfaced in her mind. Boss, her voice carried a barely detectable tremor. Was this blueprint parsed from those two things? Exactly, Qin Mo nodded. Su Man gasped, her gaze toward Qin Mo, completely changed, mixed with shock and an indescribable fervor. She had initially thought that Qin Mo was just lucky to have obtained a powerful RV. Now she realized how utterly wrong she had been. This RV was not just a tool. It possessed the astonishing ability to analyze unknown entities and reverse engineer them for its own use. What does this mean? It means that as long as there are sufficiently powerful materials, Qin Mo could continuously, limitlessly add all sorts of incredible, game-changing functions to this mobile fortress. What incredible potential. I understand. I completely understand. Su Man murmured to herself, releasing Qin Mo's hand and rushing toward her workstation. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes, kneeling on the ground as she rummaged through a pile of components to find her spare tablet. Her fingers danced wildly on the screen, pulling up the inventory list and existing equipment schematics from the service area. Boss! Su Man shouted loudly without turning her head, her voice filled with unprecedented vigor. We have most of the substitute options for the auxiliary materials needed to construct it. The two critical core materials you've already obtained. As long as we can return to the service area immediately. Give me 3 days. No. 2 days. I only need 2 days. She spun around abruptly, declaring to Qin Mo. I can make this miracle operate on our vehicle. Qin Mo was awakened by the aroma of food. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in the driver's seat, covered by a blanket. The fierce battle and escape from last night had drained too much of his energy. Even after healing his injuries, his spirit remained tense until he returned to the RV, where he finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Sunlight streamed through the reinforced windshield, warming the interior. Inside the vehicle, a rich aroma of meat porridge wafted through the air. Qin Mo sat up, stretched lazily, and felt a series of crackling sounds from his body. He could sense the dark power within him now flowing gently through his body after being neutralized and purified by the core energy of the mother nest. His control over this power had strengthened, becoming more manageable, and the previous dangers of losing control were gone. This feeling was wonderful. He glanced toward the back of the RV, where Su Man, dressed in a small apron, stood in front of the makeshift kitchen, diligently stirring the meat porridge in the pot. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, her face slightly pale, but her eyes shone with an alarming brightness, full of vitality. Hearing Qin Mo move, Su Man turned her head and broke into a broad smile. Awake, boss. Come eat. This is my last stock of lunch meat. Qin Mo chuckled and stepped down from the driver's seat. After a night past, the RV's energy had automatically replenished to 100. 50 third-level energy crystals had also boosted his confidence significantly. This perilous adventure had yielded more than he had anticipated. The two spoke little, quietly finishing their breakfast. After eating, Su Man quickly wiped her mouth and dove back into her workstation. She held a backup tablet, her fingers flying across the screen as she muttered to herself. No, this alternative plan has too low an energy conversion rate, only 60, which will waste the energy of the mother nest core. I must redesign the structure of the amplifier. The blueprints for the wind speed engine can also start being researched. With this experience, when we return to the service area and find enough materials, we can work on both projects simultaneously. She was completely engrossed, her eyes shining, as if the cold parts before her were not mere components, but the hope for the future. Qin Mo did not disturb her. He knew that in this state, Su Man was at her most efficient and formidable. He returned to the driver's seat and placed his hand on the ignition button. It's time to go. Hold on tight, Qin Mo reminded her. MHM. Su Man replied without looking up, her attention fully on the complex schematics. Qin Mo pressed the ignition button. Vroom. The RV's engine emitted a deep and powerful roar, perfectly matching its massive size. This sound was no longer just a mechanical roar, it carried a hint of vitality. Qin Mo's gaze swept through the rearview mirror. In the reflection, the vast ruins of the hospital appeared particularly serene in the morning light. Countless deaths were buried there. Qin Mo slammed the accelerator, and the RV, like a steel behemoth, smoothly and swiftly turned around, heading back down the road toward the service area. The journey back was much smoother than the way there. With the night gone, the dilapidated buildings along the road no longer posed a threat in Qin Mo's eyes. The atmosphere in the vehicle was calm. Su-Man held her tablet, sometimes frowning in thought, other times excitedly raising her small fist as she solved a technical problem. Qin Mo drove, while feeling the flowing power within him. Their shared experience of life and death had subtly changed their relationship. They were no longer just a boss and an employee, but more like comrades who could trust each other's backs. Perhaps something more. Qin Mo shook his head, refocusing his attention on the road ahead. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away on a highway overlook, a convoy composed of a dozen modified vehicles was resting here. All these vehicles were painted matte black, equipped with thick ramming horns and steel spikes, looking quite intimidating. Each vehicle's front bore a black flag on which a fierce raven was painted in red paint. The Black Raven Convoy. Along the roads for hundreds of kilometers around, this name was enough to instill fear in any survivor. They lived like ravens, surviving through robbery and murder. At the front of the convoy, atop a war fortress modified from a heavy truck, a burly man with a scar running from the corner of his eye to his mouth was watching intently into the distance through a military telescope. In his field of vision, a massive silver RV was speeding down the highway at an alarming pace. Brother Crow. A small man climbed onto the roof, eagerly offering a jug of water. Is that the precious RV that Lei Zis group mentioned? The scarred man, referred to as Brother Crow, did not lower the telescope, but let out a chuckle from his throat. No doubt about it, that's it. Look at its speed and stability. That waste lazy thinks he can take this treasure with just a few broken guns. Dream on. Brother Crow speaks the truth. The little brother quickly flattered. That lay guy isn't even worthy to shine your shoes. This treasure belongs only to you, Brother Crow. The scarred man lowered the telescope, licking his cracked lips, the grotesque scar twisting as he moved, appearing quite frightening. A fierce light shone in his eyes. Looking at the direction the RV is heading, they must have come out from that ruined city. And it seems they are completely unscathed. We know better than anyone what lies within that city. If they emerged unscathed, it indicates that there are certainly plenty of good things hidden inside that vehicle, or they might have already dug out the treasures of that city. The little brother's eyes instantly brightened. Brother Crow, what are we waiting for? Let's go take him down. Not so fast. Brother Crow waved his hand, a look of certainty on his face. He lifted the telescope again, watching the RV draw nearer, as if gazing at a treasure soon to be his. This is a big fellow. If we clash heat in, even if we can take it down, we will suffer losses. In business, one must consider the cost. According to Lei Zis intel, the nest of this vehicle is right at the service area ahead. Once they return home and let their guard down, we will go over and give them a surprise. We'll catch them off guard. Brother Crow is wise. The little brother's flattery was perfectly timed. Brother Crow smiled in satisfaction, lowering the telescope and waving to his resting subordinates below. Relay my orders. Everyone prepare to depart. To the service area? His voice carried a hint of cruelty. To receive our new toy. Inside the RV, Su-Man finally completed a phase of her design. She stretched lazily, standing up from her workstation and loosening her stiff neck. Boss, would you like something to drink? She walked to the small refrigerator and poked her head in to ask. Just a bottle of water will do, Qin Mo replied without glancing away. Su-Man took 2 bottles of water, walked to the driver's seat, and handed 1 bottle to Qin Mo. She gazed at his focused profile as he drove, then looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery, feeling quite at peace. However, just then a series of urgent alarms shattered the tranquility in the vehicle. The radar scanning screen on the central console popped up automatically. On the screen, several green dots representing their RV were now being chased by a dozen similar green dots that had appeared behind them. They clustered together like an arrow, rapidly closing in. Su-Man's expression changed instantly. It's a convoy. What do they want? Qin Mo's eyes also turned cold as he watched the ominous dots on the radar screen, his grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Looks like we just came out of the wolf's den and ran into hungry dogs. Instead of speeding up, he gradually eased off the accelerator, allowing the RV's speed to decrease slightly. Since guests have arrived, there's no reason to turn them away. The RV sped along the highway in the morning, filled with the spoils of this journey. The atmosphere was relaxed. Qin Mo gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other felt the tamed power within him. This sense of powerful control made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. Su Man, holding a tablet, her eyes shining, was engrossed in the structural diagram of the biological interference field, muttering professional jargon. After a night of life and death, an unspoken understanding grew between the two. But this tranquility was soon shattered. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing sound of an alarm suddenly rang out in the cabin. The radar screen on the central console popped up, automatically displaying several green dots several kilometers behind the RV, rapidly gathering together to form an arrow formation, charging towards them at high speed. The target of this group was clear. It was them. Su Man's expression changed as she was about to speak. Zzz. A burst of static crackled through the encrypted communication channel, followed by Lei Ge's anxious voice, which was rising in pitch. Mr. Qin, help. We are surrounded by the Black Crow convoy. A piece of bad news suddenly struck. Don't panic, explain clearly. Qin Mo's gaze turned cold, yet his voice remained steady. It's the Black Crow convoy, the most notorious marauders on this highway. Lei Ge's voice was quick and urgent, filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions in the background. Their boss is called Crow, a madman. There are more than 30 modified war vehicles, and over 100 people. Their firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold on much longer. The Black Crow convoy. Qin Mo recalled that Lei Ge had mentioned this group before, notorious for their ruthlessness and greed, occupying the nearby highways. Why would they suddenly attack the service area? Qin Mo wanted Lei Ge to hold on for now until he returned. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the minds of Qin Mo and Su Man at the same time. Regional announcement: a high-energy supply box will be airdropped to coordinates XXX in 72 hours. The supply box contains rare upgrade modules, but the energy it emits will attract all Tier 3 elite creatures in the area. Swarmas. All survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. Another piece of bad news, even more deadly than the last. Swarmas. Just hearing the name made Su Man's face turn pale. She had seen the data on these monsters in the Academy's database. They were biological weapon-level creatures, fast, powerful, with sharp claws, and moved in packs, a nightmare for all survivors. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze. On one side were the well-equipped marauder convoy, and on the other the horde of monsters that would soon be attracted. Two monumental troubles pointed to the same place, their lair, the ghost service area. What should we do? Su Man's voice was dry as she looked seriously at Qin Mo. The Black Crow convoy has come knocking. The service area can't hold out much longer. But the high-energy supply box contains rare upgrade modules which are very important to us. Moreover, once the swarmers are attracted, the entire service area will be doomed. This put them in a dilemma. To seize the airdrop would strengthen the RV, but if they returned to rescue, they would miss this opportunity. The communication device crackled with the sounds of the Black Crow convoys, shouting and gunfire growing louder. Mr. Qin. Cough, cough. Don't worry about us. You all hurry and go for the airdrop. Lei Ge's voice came through again. To be able to fight alongside you, it's worth it. For the brothers. Revenge. Zzz. The communication was cut off. It seemed the situation on that side was already very dangerous. Su Man clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, anxiously watching Qin Mo, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Mo, however, remained calm. He turned off the external communication, and the cabin fell silent once more, leaving only the low roar of the engine. His gaze swept over the pursuing group on the radar, then glanced at the airdrop coordinates on the map. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but resolute. Let's seize the airdrop. We might make a fortune and greatly enhance our strength. He looked at Su Man, his eyes firm. But without our home, we are nothing but stray dogs. Su Man was taken aback. Before she could react, Qin Mo suddenly yanked the steering wheel. Screech. The RV drew an exaggerated arc on the highway, the tires screeching against the ground, leaving behind dark marks. The vehicle tilted sharply, causing Su Man to scream in fright, gripping the nearby handrail tightly. Qin Mo executed a tailspin drift, forcing the car to turn around 180 degrees. After stabilizing the RV, without a moment's pause, the engine let out a furious roar and sped back towards their original direction, the ghost service area. Qin Mo looked ahead at the road, his gaze icy. First secure our own, then deal with the outside. This is my territory, no one gets to touch it. The RV sped along the highway, the roar of the engine echoing. Su Man gripped the armrest, her body swaying with the vehicle, yet her heart remained calm. She glanced at Qin Mo, who was focused on driving. His profile eased her worries. This man had made an incredible yet reassuring decision. He gave up the benefits in hand and turned toward the dangerous battlefield solely because it was his territory and his people. Qin Mo ignored Su Man's gaze, grabbing the walkie-talkie and pressing the talk button. A crackling sound erupted from the walkie-talkie, filled with gunfire and explosions, creating a chaotic noise. Qin Mo's voice came through clearly, brief, yet powerful. Consolidate the defense, hold them off. They'll arrive shortly. After saying this, he hung up the communication. The ghost service area. Brother Lei leaned against a shattered wall, blood covering half his body. He felt he was nearing the end. The firepower of the Black Crow team was overwhelming and impossible to counter. The defense line had been pushed to the vicinity of the gas station with half of his brothers dead and the remaining ones wounded, running low on ammunition. Just as he was about to give in, that familiar voice came from the walkie-talkie. "They'll be there soon." These 5 words stunned Brother Lei and the remaining guards who could still breathe. The dwindling morale reignited slightly. "Brothers, did you hear that?" Brother Lei shouted with all his strength. "Mr. Qin is back. He'll be here soon. Hold the line." The guards' eyes regained their light. Ignoring their wounds, they gritted their teeth, piling up anything they could use as cover to build their last line of defense. Inside the RV, Su-Man couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what about the airdrop and the scavengers?" Qin Mo looked ahead, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A team that can't even protect its own home, what use is an airdrop to them?" His voice was cold, as if stating a truth. "They will only attract stronger people who will come and take it away. The spoils always belong to the strong. I want everyone here to know what happens to those who touch my people, who invade my territory. I want all those who have designs on me to think twice before acting. This is my rule." Su-Man was taken aback by Qin Mo's words. For the first time, she felt that this man had a domineering aura deep within him. He was not merely trying to survive, he intended to establish his own rules here. "Don't be dazed." Qin Mo's voice interrupted her. "Quickly install the core module of the biological interference field. Use all the materials from the hospital. When I reach the battlefield, I want it to be operational." His tone was calm, as if he were not charging into 100 desperate men, but rather a flock of sheep. "Also find the blueprints for the impact electric net and install them together. Energy should be prioritized for these too." "Understood." Su-Man immediately regained her focus, a surge of determination igniting within her. She rushed to the workbench, dumping out all the parts she had brought back from the hospital. Her fingers flew over the components with speed. Inside the RV, Su-Man nervously modified the equipment. Meanwhile, outside the service area on the high ground, Brother Crow sat in a modified truck, swinging his legs, watching the people in the service area struggle. To him, this was cat and mouse. He enjoyed watching the hope gradually drain from his prey. One of his subordinates climbed up and said, "Brother Crow, that group can't hold out much longer. Should we rush in?" "Not yet." Brother Crow put down the binoculars, smiling. "Let them live a little longer." Another subordinate suddenly pointed at the surveillance channel, surprised, and said, "Brother Crow, it seems they're waiting for reinforcements." "They keep shouting that Mr. Qin is coming back." "Reinforcements?" Brother Crow was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Just because they mentioned that precious RV. Perfect. I was worried I couldn't find that vehicle, but it has come right to me." Brother Crow stood up, his eyes fierce, licking his lips and waving his hand at his subordinates. "Relay my orders. Stop firing, clear the way, let that RV in. Today I will dismantle this precious vehicle in front of all the survivors in this area and hang that so-called Mr. Qin's head on my truck. I want them to know that those who follow Brother Crow will prosper, while those who oppose him will perish." The men of the Black Crow team laughed, turning their vehicles around, waiting for their prey to come. They had no idea what they were about to face. The RV cast a black shadow along the highway. Inside the vehicle, Su-Man was drenched in sweat, her hands swiftly connecting the last wire. Once the wire was connected, a buzzing sound emerged, sending a wave of energy radiating from the RV. Su-Man slumped back in her chair, breathing heavily, but her face was filled with excitement. She shouted at Qin Mo in the driver's seat, "Boss, the biological interference field and impact electric net are fully loaded, ready to activate at any moment." Qin Mo's gaze passed through the windshield. He could already see the outline of the service area and the billowing smoke in the distance. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. "Brother Lei, the show is about to begin." The RV's engine roared loudly, shattering the tranquility of the service area. Thick smoke and flames reflected coldly in Qin Mo's pupils. His voice came through the intercom, clearly reaching Brother Lei's ears. "The show is starting. Ghost Service Area Gas Station." Brother Lei leaned against a crumbling low wall, panting heavily. On the ground beside him lay 7 or 8 brothers who had lost their breath. The remaining dozen guards were all injured, their faces covered in ash and blood, their eyes vacant. The gunfire had seemingly ceased. The 30 or so modified war vehicles of the Black Crow squad surrounded the small gas station tightly, yet they did not launch another attack. This silence was more uncomfortable than the previous gunfire. The scarred face of Crow appeared atop his heavy truck. He held a loudspeaker, his voice echoing playfully throughout the service area. "Lazy, the game is over. They'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and surrender. Call out that Mr. Qin who sold you this service area, and I may consider killing only you, letting you die a quick death. Otherwise." A cruel smile appeared on Crow's face. "They'll let my baby have a good time with you." Brother Lay spat out a mouthful of blood foam, struggling to stand up. Raising his empty rifle, he roared, "I spit. Come if you dare. Even if I die, I'll take a chunk out of you. You have guts." Crow clapped his hands, but the smile on his face grew colder. "I enjoy crushing those with guts bit by bit." He snapped his fingers at the largest modified truck behind him. Caramel. The back compartment of the truck emitted a piercing mechanical sound, and heavy metal panels slowly descended, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. A strong stench of blood and the foul odor of beasts suddenly spread from the dark compartment. All the guards in the gas station instinctively held their breath, staring intently at the dark opening. The desperados of the Black Crow squad began to howl excitedly, as if welcoming their god. Roar. A massive roar erupted from the darkness. That voice was filled with brutality. Just listening to it made the already tense guards under Brother Lay's command feel their legs go weak. A gigantic black shadow slowly walked out from the compartment. It was a bear. A giant bear towering over 4 meters, its entire body muscular and grotesque. Its brown-black fur had become sparse, revealing scarred skin underneath. Its limbs were shackled with thick iron chains, the other ends fixed inside the compartment. The scariest part was its left eye. Its left eye was a mechanical eye, glowing red, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura. My God, what kind of monster is that? A young guard trembled as he looked at the giant bear. A mutated beast. Such a large mutated beast. We're doomed. Another guard slumped to the ground, giving up the fight. Brother Lay's heart sank. He had seen mutated beasts before, but never one this large. This was beyond what a human could handle. Crow, seeing the despair on Brother Lay and the others' faces, laughed triumphantly. "Huh, did you see that? This is a treasure I bought for a hefty price from a mad scientist. A Tier 3 mutated giant bear. A war machine specially modified." He boasted about his treasure, his face filled with pride. "Baby, go say hello to them." Crow unlocked the electronic lock on the control panel. Clang. The chains binding the giant bear's limbs fell away with a resounding sound. The freed giant bear let out a mighty howl, a shockwave sweeping out from it. Its red mechanical eye instantly locked onto the fragile structures of the gas station. Boom, boom, boom. The giant bear took heavy steps, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly. It completely disregarded the bullets fired by the guards. The bullets struck its thick fur without leaving a mark. It charged towards a discarded car that served as a barricade. Bang! A loud sound erupted. The car, weighing over a ton, was swatted away by its massive paw, tumbling through the air and crashing into the convenience store of the gas station, causing a deafening shatter of glass. The guards' defenses completely collapsed. Everyone was stunned by this power. Crow and his subordinates erupted into even louder laughter, this scene exceeding their expectations. The giant bear shattered their hopes with a single paw, its red mechanical eye turning to Brother Lay, who stood at the front. To it, this standing figure was a provocation. It emitted a low growl, carrying a strong scent of blood, charging towards Brother Lay, its massive paw raised high, ready to turn this defiant figure into mush. Brother Lay looked at the rapidly enlarging shadow in his vision, giving a bitter smile as he closed his eyes. Everything was over. At that moment, Virum, a piercing roar of an engine approached rapidly like a lightning bolt, piercing everyone's eardrums. This sound was filled with a sense of power and futurism, completely different from the rough engine sounds of the Black Crow squad's modified vehicles. Everyone, including the giant bear about to strike, instinctively turned to look towards the direction of the sound. At the end of the highway, a massive black RV was racing towards them at high speed. Its body had smooth lines, and on the chaotic highway it looked like a steel beast patrolling its territory. Crow's laughter stopped, and a greedy light exploded in his eyes. "It's it. That's the treasure RV." Brother Lay and the other guards recognized the vehicle, a glimmer of hope igniting in their desperate eyes. "It's Mr. Qin. It's Mr. Qin's car. We're saved." As everyone looked on with greed and surprise, that massive RV executed a jaw-dropping maneuver less than 100 meters from the battlefield. Screech. The RV suddenly swung its rear, its massive body drifting dramatically at an angle, its 4 giant tires screeching and kicking up a cloud of smoke. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the edge of the battlefield, its front facing the Black Crow squad, shielding the survivors of the gas station behind it. This impressive driving skill left everyone dumbfounded. As the vehicle came to a stop, a cold voice resonated through the loudspeaker on the roof. "Who gave you the guts to touch my people?" Crow was initially taken aback, but then a crazier smile spread across his face as he pointed at the RV, yelling at his giant bear. "You've come at the right time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Baby, don't bother with those scraps. Tear that tin can apart." The command from Yage echoed over the battlefield. The mutated giant bear, which aimed to turn Liege into meat paste, suddenly halted. Its crimson mechanical eye rotated, locking onto the massive black vehicle 100 meters away. In its chaotic mind, this new iron can was larger than the previous scraps of metal, making it a more appealing toy to dismantle. Roar! The giant bear abandoned its current prey and let out a roar. Its massive body turned sharply, its limbs powered up, charging directly towards the direction of the RV. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath its feet, each step leaving a shallow crater in the concrete. Witnessing this momentum, the guards at the gas station, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts leap again. It's over. It's charging at Mr. Qin. Can the RV's exterior withstand such a colossal monster? The members of the Black Crow team erupted with louder laughter and whistles. Huh. Well done, baby. Tear that iron shell apart for me. Let that clueless brat see how powerful our Yag's trump card is. Yage stood on the roof of the vehicle, the scar on his face twisting, as if he could already see the RV being torn to shreds by his pet. Inside the RV, however, there was complete silence. Qin Mo leaned against the driver's seat, watching the giant beast rush forward on the screen, curling his lip. He didn't even entertain the thought of activating the electromagnetic crossbow. Su-Man sat beside him, her palms sweating. She stared intently at the screen, her voice tense. Boss, it's coming. The impact will definitely be huge. Our armor. Don't worry. Qin Mo's voice was calm as he extended a finger and gently pressed a glowing blue button on the console. Perfect, let's test the power of the new toy on it. Ding. Vehicle impact electric net activated. Just as the system alert sounded, the vehicle underwent a transformation. Buzz. A layer of blue electric arcs instantly erupted from the bottom of the RV, enveloping the entire vehicle. ZZZT. ZZZT. Electricity danced across the black exterior of the vehicle, producing a sizzling sound. The entire RV now resembled a charged iron shell waiting for its prey to crash into it. Laughter and shouts on the battlefield came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The mutated giant bear showed no fear. It ignored the electric arcs on the vehicle and charged right up to the RV. It roared, raising its massive paw, the protruding claws whistling through the air as they came crashing down on the side of the RV. Yage and his subordinates stared wide-eyed, waiting for the armor to be torn apart. The piercing sound of metal tearing did not resonate. The bear's paw met the electrified surface of the vehicle. In that instant of contact, the next second, ZZZT, a blinding white light exploded from the point of contact. A surge of high-voltage electricity coursed through the bear's paw and into its entire body. A whoa! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the giant bear's throat, drowning out all sounds on the battlefield. Its towering figure began to convulse violently. Its fur stood on end, emitting black smoke, the air filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Its crimson mechanical eye flickered a few times before finally bursting with a bang, scattering sparks. After convulsing for less than 3 seconds, its massive body slumped down, crashing heavily to one side. Boom! The enormous frame thudded down to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It lay on the ground, its limbs twitching, slightly foam at the mouth, and then it became still. The entire service area fell into instant silence. Yag's wild laughter froze his mouth half open, and he appeared completely dazed. His subordinates stared with wide eyes, their expressions frozen in shock. Inside the gas station, Liege and his men were equally stunned. They gaped, unable to utter a single word. One hit. No, it wasn't even a hit. Just a touch. That giant beast, which seemed invincible to them, capable of swatting a vehicle away with a single paw, just fell over, lying there like a puddle of mud, completely oblivious. And that RV had not moved an inch from start to finish. What kind of surreal scene was this? At this moment, everyone's minds were blank. This silence was broken by a calm voice. Qin Mo's voice emanated from the RV's loudspeaker. His voice locked onto the scar-faced man on top of the truck, who had become dazed. Your baby has fallen. Now it's your turn. Qin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout the service area. Now it's your turn. On top of the truck, Yage's facial muscles twisted and his smile vanished. His trump card, the mutated giant bear that he relied on to dominate this region, was actually incapacitated at a glance. Yagu howled to the sky, the scars on his face contorting together. He grabbed the communicator and shouted with all his might. What the hell are you all doing? Get in there. Open fire. Blow that vehicle to pieces. His roar awakened the dazed outlaws. The boss' command and the death of their comrades suppressed the fear in their hearts. Kill him. Avenger for the baby. Get him dead. Boom, boom, boom. More than 30 modified battle cars roared to life, their engines roaring in unison. The tires kicked up clouds of dust with dark machine gun barrels, crossbows, and homemade rockets, all aimed at the black RV in the center of the scene. In the gas station, Lei Gu and his subordinates had just breathed a sigh of relief, but upon seeing this, their faces turned pale again. It's over. A guard murmured. With this firepower, even a bunker would be torn down. Lei Gu's palms were slick with cold sweat as he stared intently at the RV. Facing firepower capable of decimating a small army, could Mr. Qin withstand it? Yet the RV remained calm. Qin Mo didn't even glance at the clamoring enemies. His fingers slid across the control panel again, pressing down on the last newly illuminated icon. He muttered under his breath, "A bunch of useless fools who can't even control their own bodies. What do they think they can use to fight me?" Ding. Biological interference field activated. With the system prompt, an invisible wave spread outwards from the RV. This ripple was silent, yet carried an indescribable pressure enveloping the entire battlefield. In the Heye team, the strongest fighters were the first to encounter problems. A muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, who had just taken a shot of a stimulant, was preparing to fire a rocket launcher. But just as he aimed, a wave of weakness surged through his body. He felt his strength being drained. The world around him began to spin, and his head throbbed, as if it would explode. Ugh! The muscular man groaned, his grip faltering, and the heavy rocket launcher clattered to the ground. His own legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs feeling as if they were being cut by knives. On the other side, in a speeding modified off-road vehicle, a gunman was leaning half his body out of the window, holding a large-caliber sniper rifle. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and he couldn't muster any strength. The drug that had previously enhanced his nerves now felt like poison. His body swayed, and he fell from the speeding off-road vehicle, rolling on the ground a few times before becoming still. "What's going on? Ahu, what happened to you?" "My head. It hurts so much. I can't see clearly." Such scenes were occurring everywhere in the Heye team. The core members reliant on drugs or crude genetic modifications were encountering problems one after another in the biological interference field. The lighter ones felt dizzy and weak, unable to even hold their guns steadily. The heavier ones fainted outright, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Yage's command to concentrate fire became a joke. Bang, bang, da-da-da, whoosh. The sounds of gunfire and rocket launches became chaotic, yet not a single shot was aimed at the RV. Bullets flew into the sky, rockets spiraled off course, crashing into a nearby derelict building and exploding into a burst of flames. Some vehicles that were too close collided and overturned on the ground due to the drivers suddenly losing control. The entire Heye team was thrown into disarray before they even opened fire. Amidst this chaos, the black RV moved. The engine let out a low roar as its massive frame silently slid into the disordered enemy ranks. On the roof, the previously unmoving Guardian II electromagnetic crossbow silently raised its barrel. The barrel locked onto the first modified pickup that was still resisting. There was no flash of fire, no deafening roar. Only a very soft whoosh. A bolt glowing with blue light shot out, piercing precisely through the pickup's front windshield. In the driver's seat, the outlaw's head jerked back violently, a small hole appearing in his forehead. The expression on his face remained frozen at the moment he pulled the trigger. The pickup lost control, crashing headlong into a nearby concrete barrier, its front crumpling instantly. The electromagnetic crossbow's barrel slowly turned, locking onto the second target. That was a Humvee mounted with a heavy machine gun. The gunner on the roof was spinning the gun wildly, having lost all sense of direction. Whooshed! Another flash of blue light passed by. The gunner's chest erupted in a spray of blood, his body limp as he fell from the roof of the vehicle. Fear spread among the outlaws who could still think. The numbers and firepower they prided themselves on were utterly useless in front of this RV. They couldn't even aim effectively, while each of the opponent's attacks was incredibly precise, taking a life with every shot. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Devil! It's a devil! An outlaw threw away his gun, screaming as he jumped from the vehicle, trying to escape. But he hadn't even taken 2 steps. Whooshed! A bolt pierced through his back, pinning him to the ground. Yagu stood atop the truck, feeling icy cold, watching helplessly as his team disintegrated within minutes. His most trusted subordinates fell one by one for unknown reasons. The remaining ones were shot down like headless flies by that black RV. He had lost. He lost horribly and inexplicably. Until his death, he could not comprehend what kind of sorcery the opponent had used. He felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, his body freezing. Begging for mercy. Yagu could not do it. His eyes turned blood red in an instant. "Since I can't live, you won't have it easy either." He leaped down from the truck's roof, rushing back to the driver's cabin, grabbing the massive lever protected by a red glass cover in the center of the control panel. He threw open the glass cover and, using all his strength, slammed the lever down to the bottom. Viru. The heavy truck shook violently beneath him, and below the front the thick armor plates split apart, revealing a huge metal ram covered in spikes. The surface of the ram lit up with energy patterns, emitting a buzzing sound. This was his last resort, a makeshift siege ram salvaged from the ruins, specifically designed to deal with heavily armored targets. "Crazy. I want you to accompany me to the grave." Yage's eyes turned blood red as he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the massive truck charged toward Qin Mo's RV like an enraged bull. The heavy truck driven by Yagu charged towards Qin Mo's RV like a mad bull. The attack horn on the front of the truck glowed brightly and emitted a buzzing sound, plowing a deep trench into the ground. This was his last resort, intending to perish alongside Qin Mo. "Boss, be careful." Su Man's scream came through the communication channel. "That's military-grade breaching equipment capable of disassembling metal. Our armor won't hold." At the gas station, Lei Gu and his men had just sighed in relief, but their hearts sank again. They could only watch helplessly as the heavy truck, billowing thick smoke, barreled straight towards Qin Mo's RV. In their eyes, crashing like this would only result in two vehicles exploding into pieces. The remaining members of the Black Crow team felt a flicker of hope. "It's the boss wrecking hammer. Ram him, boss. Fight him to the end." Everyone stared at Qin Mo, but he showed no signs of panic, a smirk even creeping onto his lips. Dodge. He intended to shatter Yage's last hope and dignity right before everyone's eyes. Qin Mo not only maintained his speed, but slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Viru. The RV's engine roared as the vehicle shook, then accelerated forward, heading straight for the heavy truck. Madness. Those witnessing the scene believed Qin Mo had lost his mind. Facing military siege weaponry, not only did he choose not to evade, but he dared to accelerate into a collision. Wasn't that asking for death? Yage's scarred face twisted in delight as he saw Qin Mo charging towards him. "Fool. Come on. Let's die together." The two steel behemoths rapidly approached each other in everyone's line of sight. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. A terrifying collision was imminent, causing some timid guards to close their eyes. Just as the two vehicles were about to make contact with the glowing horn, less than 10 meters from the RV's front, Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his right hand slammed down hard on a red sawtooth icon on the control panel. The gutting hand tire chainsaw has been activated. Clang, 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 clang. For metallic popping sounds rang out. The armor plates surrounding the RV's four tires sprang open, revealing four massive chainsaws. The saw teeth on the chainsaws immediately began to spin at high speed, emitting a piercing shriek. "Now's the time." Qin Mo growled viciously, yanking the steering wheel to the left. Screech. A deafening sound of tires screeching filled the air. The RV, charging at high speed, executed an incredible maneuver that left everyone in disbelief. The massive vehicle instantly shifted half a parking space to the left. It accomplished an unbelievable close dodge just as the impact was about to occur. Yage's siege hammer, capable of breaking through city walls, barely grazed the front of the RV, crashing heavily into empty space. Yage's pupils constricted as he failed to react. The RV had already pressed its entire body against the side of his heavy truck. The two colossal steel constructs executed a deadly crossover at high speed. In the next second, screech. A metallic cutting sound, even more deafening than before, erupted suddenly. Sparks flew. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, the four tire chainsaws on the side of the RV viciously sliced into the 8 massive tires of the heavy truck. The thick military-grade explosion-proof tires appeared as fragile as paper before the menacing teeth of the gutting hand. Rubber, steel wires, and rims were instantly shredded into fragments. In just a second of crossing paths, when Qin Mo's RV detached from the side of the heavy truck, that massive vehicle had already lost its tires. All 8 tires were severed at the base, leaving only bare axles scraping against the ground, sparking brilliantly. Boom! The heavy truck, now devoid of all tires, completely lost control. Its massive body spun under inertia, crashing into a nearby dilapidated 3-story building. The violent impact shook the entire building 3 times, causing countless bricks and concrete to come crashing down, burying much of the truck's body. The glowing attack horn on the front of the truck flickered a few times before finally extinguishing. Yage's last frenzy ended in the most disgraceful manner. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the guards at the gas station or the remaining members of the Black Crow team, they all stood with mouths agape, eyes wide, frozen in place like stone statues. Their minds could not comprehend. What just happened? Extreme drift dodge. Chainsaws popping out of tires. Shredding 8 tires in a second. Was this a science fiction blockbuster? Amidst the stunned gazes, the undamaged black RV traced an arc, slowly coming to a stop beside the pile of rubble. It came to rest right beside the heavily deformed cabin of the heavy truck. Hiss! The window slowly rolled down, revealing Qin Mo's expressionless face. His gaze was cold, quietly observing the bloodied and battered, scarred face in the cabin. Yage leaned against the seat, gasping heavily, his eyes vacant, filled with confusion and disbelief. He had lost. Lost utterly. His pride, the giant bear, was instantly turned to charcoal in a single encounter. His convoy was dismantled by an invisible force, then eliminated like a target. His final trump card, the siege hammer that was meant to perish together, hadn't even scratched the opponent's paint, and he had become a pile of scrap metal. He couldn't understand what kind of monster he had provoked. It was only then that fear surged within him, leaving him cold all over. But when he saw Qin Mo's icy gaze and the slowly raised arm, his survival instinct compelled him to muster the courage to shout. You dare to kill me. I tell you I. He tried to use his backing to intimidate Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo showed no interest in listening to his threats. Bang! A crisp gunshot interrupted all of Yegues's threats. Within the cabin, Yegues's roar abruptly ceased. A bleeding bullet hole had appeared in the center of his forehead. The expression on his face was forever frozen in astonishment and unwillingness. Qin Mo withdrew the smoking gun, too lazy to glance at Yegues's corpse. He blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle and cast a cold gaze towards the distant members of the Black Crow team, who were so frightened they had dropped their weapons. Through the loudspeaker, his calm voice resonated throughout the area, reaching every ear. Who's next? Qin Mo's cold voice echoed through the quiet service area via the loudspeaker. Next, who is it? These 4 words struck at the hearts of every survivor of the Black Crow team. No one dared to respond. The outlaws who had been fierce just a moment ago were now pale and trembling, as if something had gripped their throats. They looked at the heavily damaged truck in the ruins, then at the intact black RV, their minds going blank. Extreme fear tightened their hearts. Clang! Someone's weapon fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The sound seemed to ignite a fuse. Clang! 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 The noise of weapons hitting the ground echoed as those guns they once regarded as lifelines were now hastily tossed aside. Some people buckled at the knees and went down. Others completely collapsed on the spot, a foul liquid flowing from their pants. Yegues was dead. Their ace, the giant bear, had been turned to char upon their first encounter. Their proud fleet of over 30 war vehicles was now either toppled or had drivers who were precisely shot. And all of this had occurred in less than 10 minutes since the RV had appeared. It was a massacre. In the convenience store of the gas station, Lei Gu and his surviving subordinates were equally stunned. They all gaped at the scene before them in a daze, feeling that everything was so unreal. Just a moment ago, they were waiting for death. In the next moment, the enemy had already surrendered. This huge reversal left their minds in a standstill. Hiss! In this eerie silence, the RV's door let out a slight hissing sound as it slowly opened. A tall figure stepped out of the vehicle. He wore simple casual attire, his face expressionless, and his dark eyes were calm. It was Qin Mo. This was his first appearance before everyone since arriving here. Qin Mo did not look at the terrified outlaws or at Lei Gu and the others. He slowly walked to the pile of smoldering wreckage of the truck, bending down to glance at Yegues, whose forehead had been shot and eyes still open. Then Qin Mo slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the nearly 100 members of the Black Crow team who had already given up resistance. Those who met his gaze trembled all over, instinctively lowering their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Among the crowd, a few men still standing had flickering eyes, quietly shifting backward, their hands reaching for daggers at their waists. They were Yegues' trusted subordinates, accustomed to being domineering. Surrendering was more painful than being killed. They thought with so many of them, if they all attacked together, even if they couldn't kill him, they could create chaos and escape. However, how could their small movements escape Qin Mo's eyes? Qin Mo's gaze instantly locked onto those few restless figures. He said nothing, only slowly raised the gun that had just killed Yegues. Those few trusted subordinates stiffened, their hearts sinking. They wanted to plead for mercy, to kneel and surrender. But it was already too late. Bang! 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 The 3 crisp gunshots were particularly jarring in the quiet battlefield. The 3 men who had just tried to resist had blood flowers erupt from their foreheads at almost the same moment, their bodies falling straight back, hitting the ground hard, convulsing twice before going still. These bloody and decisive 3 shots completely shattered the remaining people. All the surviving outlaws were terrified, kneeling on the ground in unison, burying their heads deeply, not even daring to breathe. Only then did Qin Mo slowly lower his pistol, his cold voice once again ringing out clearly in everyone's ears. From today onward, the Black Crow team is disbanded on the spot. He paused, allowing time for these people to digest this fact. Join my ark, obey my rules, and prepare for the impending crisis. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Otherwise, go down and accompany your leader. The threat of death and the divine-like power left these outlaws with no room for second thoughts. I am willing. I am willing to join the Ark. Please don't kill me. I am willing to obey the rules. I can do anything. The pleas for mercy and loyalty rang out together as those fierce outlaws just moments ago now scrambled to express their loyalty, fearing that if they delayed, they would be shot on the spot. For these people struggling in the apocalypse, loyalty meant nothing. Power was the only truth. And Qin Mo had shown them what true power was. Qin Mo looked at the group of people kneeling before him, his gaze betraying no emotion. He turned around to see Lei Gu, who had walked out of the convenience store, looking at him with awe and excitement. Lei Gu. Yes. Lei Gu's body trembled, instinctively standing up straight. These people are now your responsibility. Qin Mo said indifferently, screen them, reorganize them, disperse them, and integrate them into our ranks. Lego was taken aback upon hearing this. He looked at the hundreds of kneeling outlaws, then at Qin Mo, feeling a storm of emotions. Mr. Qin actually entrusted such an important task to him. What a tremendous trust. Lego felt a rush of excitement, nodding vigorously, his voice trembling with eagerness. Yes, Mr. Qin, I promise to accomplish the task. Qin Mo said no more, his gaze sweeping over the group of surrendering people. He pointed at a few individuals. You, the one who just tried to start the truck. And you, the one hiding behind the vehicle fixing weapons. And that one who knows how to handle wiring. The few individuals he pointed out stiffened, thinking they were going to be taken out, and killed, their faces turning pale. You few stepped forward. The few of them trembled as they walked out from the crowd, kneeling before Qin Mo, shaking all over. Qin Mo ignored them and spoke through the communicator to Su Man in the RV. Su Man, come down for a moment, I've found a few helpers for you. Soon the RV door opened again, and Su Man, dressed in work clothes, carefully stepped out of the vehicle. She looked at the scene before her, her face slightly pale, but quickly walked to Qin Mo's side. Boss, these people are skilled craftsmen and drivers. They will be under your command from now on, Qin Mo said, pointing at the kneeling men. We should have enough manpower for the base's upgrades. Su Man was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up. She had been worried about not having enough manpower, and many major projects couldn't be carried out. She hadn't expected Qin Mo to directly send her a technical team. The few men who had been singled out were also dumbfounded. They had thought they were doomed or would be used as cannon fodder, but unexpectedly, because of their unremarkable skills, they were noticed by this new boss and directly assigned to the core team. For a moment, they felt both fortunate and confused, even a hint of anticipation. Qin Mo no longer concerned himself with these trivial matters. He trusted Lego to handle them well. He stepped toward Yag's wrecked truck. Lego, take a few people, check these vehicles, and move all usable supplies back to the warehouse. Yes. Lego immediately began to act loudly, directing his men and the recently surrendered captives to begin cleaning up the battlefield. The entire service area, after a brief moment of silence, became unexpectedly lively for the first time. Qin Mo walked to the truck that had crashed into the ruins, gazing at the menacing siege ram with contemplation. This thing is good. If it can be dismantled and mounted onto the RV or the defensive structures of the service area, it would surely be of great use. Just as he was inspecting the spoils, Lego hurried over. Mr. Qin, we have a major discovery. He held a sturdy black metal briefcase, which had a complex combination lock on it. It looked very secure. We found this in Yag's vehicle's cockpit. We couldn't open it after trying for half a day. Qin Mo took the case, weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He glanced at the combination lock, but didn't bother to break it. He took the case back to the RV. Su Man, take a look at this. Su Man took the case, and after just a glance at the combination lock, smiled. A piece of cake. She pulled out a small data terminal from her work attire and connected it to the lock's interface. On the screen, countless lines of code flashed rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, click, the briefcase popped open. Inside, there were no treasures or energy crystals, only a carefully rolled up parchment map. Qin Mo unfolded the map and laid it on the table. It was an incredibly detailed map of the surrounding area, far more precise than any version they currently used. In the northeast corner of the map, a location was circled and marked in red. Next to it were two large characters written in blood. Nest. Su Man leaned closer, looking at the coordinates and pulling up the airdrop announcement released by the system earlier for careful comparison. In the next second, her expression changed drastically. Boss, look, she pointed at the map, her voice laced with shock. The coordinates of the system airdrop are less than a kilometer in a straight line from the nest marked by Yage. Qin Mo took the heavy black metal box. The craftsmanship of the box was quite good, and the structure of the combination lock was complex. However, underlay guess violent cutting, the lock cylinder had been damaged, leaving an unsightly notch. Qin Mo did not pay attention to these details and reached out to directly lift the lid of the box. Inside the box, there were neither the energy crystals he expected nor any gold or jewels. There was only a rolled-up piece of parchment wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. Qin Mo took out the parchment and slowly unfolded it. It was a hand-drawn map with a stunning level of precision. The highways, national roads, and ruins of towns within hundreds of kilometers, even some inconspicuous small roads and buildings, were all meticulously marked. It was 100 times more detailed than any satellite map they had downloaded online. In the northeastern part of the map, an area was heavily circled in red marker. Within the circle, the words No. 7 military warehouse were indicated. Beside it, there was a hastily scrawled yet powerful annotation, Liquor's Nest. Qin Mo's pupils slightly constricted. Legu, who was beside him, also saw those words and couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Liquor's Nest. That guy Yagu actually found the lair of those monsters. His voice was filled with disbelief. He had only heard of the terrifying liquors said to be biological weapons, even more troublesome than tyrants moving in packs with incredible speed and nightmare for all survivors. Yagu is actually planning to attack their nest. Is he crazy? Qin Mo remained silent, his gaze slowly moving across the map as if evaluating something. Just then the door of the RV opened and Su Man rushed over holding a tablet. Boss, the plan for the base's power system modification is out, take a look. She had only said half of her words when her attention was drawn to the huge map in Qin Mo's hand. This is a map. Su Man curiously leaned over, and after just one glance her expression changed. Such high precision. This is more detailed than any map we currently have. She immediately understood the significance of this map, snatching her tablet and quickly operating it. She pulled up the system announcement that had echoed in everyone's minds not long ago, inputting the airdrop coordinates of the high-energy supply box into the map software. In the next second, a red dot began to flash on the electronic map. Su Man instinctively compared the red dot on the electronic map with the location on the parchment map. Her breath suddenly caught at that moment. Boss. Su Man's voice became sharp with shock as she pointed with a trembling finger at the same area on both maps. You. Look, the airdrop coordinates released by the system are right next to this liquor's nest. The straight line distance is less than a kilometer. Hearing this, Lei Guest's face drained of color instantly. What? This can't be a coincidence, right? Of course it's not a coincidence. Su Man's eyes flashed with a hint of terror, but she quickly figured it out. The system did it on purpose. It intentionally dropped the supply box that would attract all elite creatures right next to the monster's lair. It wants these two forces to erupt into a brutal conflict. She took a deep breath and stated a chilling conclusion. This is a selection, or rather a pressure test for all survivors in this area. Lei Gu felt his scalp tingle, a cold shiver running from his soles to his head. Are we supposed to compete with an entire nest of liquors for supplies? Isn't that the same as sending us to our deaths? In an instant, the good mood from just winning a battle vanished. The atmosphere became incredibly heavy. Yet Qin Mo remained calm, his finger gently tapping on the words liquor's nest on the map. His gaze fell on the edge of the map on the notes written in smaller handwriting. Those were Yagu's words detailing his long-term surveillance of that military warehouse. Observation Day 17, estimated number of liquors between 200 and 300, with clear activity patterns lurking during the day and foraging at night. Day 30, confirmed high-energy reactions deep within the nest, likely containing a mother body or high-tier energy crystals. Day 42, airdrop plan initiated. This is the only opportunity. Once those monsters are attracted by the airdrop and come out in full force, that's when I can raid their nest. After reading these notes, a barely visible smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. This guy has quite the ambition, he murmured, his tone ambiguous, neither mocking nor praising. Lei Gu and Su Man were both stunned. What time was it, and Mr. Qin still had the leisure to comment on Yagu's ambition. After all, it was an entire nest of liquors. However, in the next second, Qin Mo's words left both of them utterly dumbfounded. He raised his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, he has given me a good idea. Su Man was somewhat taken aback. What idea? Qin Mo didn't answer. His finger traced across the map from a small service area, finally stopping at the location of the liquor's nest. Being on the defensive, waiting for them to overwhelm our base, is too foolish. His voice was not loud, but carried a chilling power. Since we know where their nest is, their numbers, and their activity patterns. Qin Mo's eyes erupted with astonishing light, revealing ambitions 100 times greater than Yagu's. Then the rules of this battle should be set by us. He grabbed a red marker from the nearby workbench, swept aside all the clutter on the table, and laid the massive parchment map flat. Lei Gu and Su Man watched his actions, forgetting to breathe. They stared wide-eyed as Qin Mo drew a massive encirclement on the map with that red pen. This circle encompassed the liquor's nest, the airdrop landing point, and the vast area surrounding it for dozens of kilometers. At the center of the encirclement, the crucial strategic point, was precisely the ghost service area where they currently were. This was not a defensive plan. This was a annihilation plan. He didn't want to just hold the service area. He wanted to devour the entire liquor's population. Lei Guest's throat bobbed as he stared at the alarming red circle on the map, feeling his mind buzz. A madman. Yagu only wanted to take advantage of the fire and steal some things. But this man before him wanted to swallow the whole fire along with the arsonist. After finishing the last stroke, Qin Mo capped the pen with a crisp click. He raised his head, looking at the stunned Su Man and Lei Gu, and calmly announced, "There are 68 hours until the airdrop lands. I need you to turn this place." He pointed heavily at the center of the map, that small service area, into a war fortress. War fortress. Qin Mo's voice was calm, yet it left Lei Gu and Su Man's minds buzzing with blankness. The two stared blankly at the encirclement drawn on the map in red, then glanced at Qin Mo's calm face, feeling overwhelmed. Lei Gu opened his mouth, struggling to utter a word. He was going crazy. Mr. Qin had lost his mind. Those were lickers, at least 200 of them from a single nest. Just one of those could wipe out an entire fully armed squad, 200. What did that even mean? Let alone their small service area, even a regular army would find it hard to gain the upper hand. Ye Gu merely wanted to sneak in and steal something while the monsters were out. That was already audacious enough. But Qin Mo actually wanted to swallow this group of monsters whole, along with the supply crates falling from the sky. That was no joke. Su Man's face turned pale as she tightly gripped her tablet, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. As a technician, she understood better than Lei Gu what this entailed. It meant they had to transform this drafty service area into a military fortress capable of withstanding the assault of hundreds of lickers within less than 3 days. This was simply impossible. Qin Mo ignored the shock of the two and simply rolled up the map in his hand, handing it to Lei Gu. Gather everyone, including those who just surrendered. His voice was devoid of any emotion, as if stating a very ordinary matter. Lei Gu shivered instinctively, taking the map. His lips moved as if to persuade, but when he met Qin Mo's gaze, all his words were swallowed back. Qin Mo's gaze was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Understood. Lei Gu gritted his teeth and accepted the order. Soon nearly 200 people gathered in the open space of the service area. On one side were Lei Gu and his few surviving subordinates, who despite their apprehensions looked at Qin Mo with blind trust. On the other side were over 100 members of the Black Crow convoy who had just surrendered. They were disarmed, standing together obediently, their faces filled with anxiety and fear. When they heard Lei Gu's fragmented recounting of the crazy encirclement plan, the entire group erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? You want us to confront the lickers, Hedon? I've seen those things. One swipe can tear apart an armored vehicle. Isn't that just sending us to our deaths? Damn it. I knew surrendering wouldn't lead to anything good. This is just making us cannon fodder. The crowd stirred restlessly. Some rebellious daredevils even flashed a hint of ferocity in their eyes, as if ready to strike at any moment. Lei Gu and his men immediately grew tense, gripping their weapons tightly and keeping a vigilant watch on the group of prisoners. The atmosphere was on the brink of explosion. At that moment, Qin Mo stepped in front of everyone. He said no unnecessary words, not even glancing at the agitated prisoners. He simply turned around, facing the black RV parked in the center of the square, and gently pressed a button on the tactical tablet on his wrist. The next second, Virum. The vehicle's body suddenly lit up with a layer of blue arcs, emitting a sizzling sound. An invisible wave instantly spread from the RV to the entire square. Those members of the Black Crow convoy who had just been shouting suddenly felt as if their heads were pricked by needles, their bodies going weak, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over them. What's going on? I have no strength. A burly man terrifiedly discovered. He couldn't even stand, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. More people felt dizzy and disoriented. Before they could understand what was happening, clang, 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 clang. For crisp metallic sounds echoed. The 4 massive tires of the RV sprung, huge chainsaws gleaming with cold light, spinning rapidly and emitting a chilling shriek. Immediately after, whoosh. The electromagnetic crossbow on the roof silently extended, a blue light flashing as it accurately struck a distant abandoned fuel tank. Boom. The massive fuel tank was instantly penetrated, triggering a violent explosion that sent flames soaring into the sky. The power of this blast plunged the entire square into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the RV, which resembled an ancient beast come to life, feeling an oppressive sensation that left them breathless. The members of the former Black Crow convoy turned pale, their legs weak. They finally witnessed firsthand the kind of monster that had defeated and killed their leader. The immobilizing biofield chainsaws capable of shredding a person, the terrifying electromagnetic cannon, and the vehicle's electric net. Any one of these weapons was enough to ensure their demise. And now all these weapons were mounted on a single vehicle. Resistance? What could they use to resist? Would they charge at the rapidly spinning chainsaws with their heads? Qin Mo slowly retracted all the weapon systems of the RV, and the terrifying pressure disappeared along with it. He turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the silent prisoners. Now who still thinks this is a death sentence? No one dared to speak. The square fell into a silence so deep that a pin drop could be heard. What he wanted was obedience. From now on, everyone will follow my orders. He began issuing commands, his voice clear and undeniable. Lei Gu. Here. You and your men will be divided into 10 small teams responsible for setting traps in all areas within a kilometer of the service area perimeter. I want you to bury all the explosives and flammable materials you can find. Dig trenches, set up obstacles. Oh, I want this area to become a gigantic meat grinder. Understood. Lei Gu was filled with excitement, responding loudly. Su Man. Boss. I need you and your tech team to connect the service area's power system with the RV's unlimited energy core within 60 hours. All the rooftops must be equipped with high-power searchlights and high-voltage electric nets. I want this place to be as bright as day, a lightning prison that no monster can approach. Su Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. I guarantee the task will be completed. Finally, Qin Mo's gaze fell on the group of kneeling prisoners. As for you, his voice made all the prisoners tense up. You will be responsible for all the physical labor. Reinforce the buildings, transport materials, and dig fortifications. Anyone who dares to slack off or play tricks will face only one fate. Qin Mo pointed at the distant burning fuel tank. Death. The cold words sent a chill down everyone's spine. But before they could despair, Qin Mo's next sentence instantly lit up their eyes. Of course, I never shortchange those who work for me. For this operation, I will establish a wartime contribution system. Whether participating in construction or combat, every action you take will be recorded and converted into contribution points. After the battle ends, you can exchange your contribution points for anything you want from me. Qin Mo's voice carried a deadly temptation. Clean water, ample food, sharp weapons. He paused, throwing out a heavy bombshell that made everyone's breaths quicken. Even the chance to become a reinforcer like me and gain extraordinary power. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd erupted. Become a reinforcer. Gain extraordinary power. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. In their struggle for survival in the apocalypse, they desired power more than anyone. The fear brought by the threat of force was instantly swept away by this immense temptation. They saw hope, a chance to rise to greatness. They'll do it. A prisoner suddenly raised his head, shouting with red eyes, as long as it can make me stronger. They'll do anything. They'll do it too. It's just digging trenches. They'll dig through them today. Count me in. I want to exchange for an electromagnetic gun. The crowd, which had just been lifeless, was instantly ignited. Everyone was like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting loudly, eager to rush out and work. Looking at the scene before them, Lei Go and Su Man exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes, using both threats and incentives with decisive actions. Just a few words had transformed a group of desperate individuals into a pack of ravenous wolves. This ability to control hearts was even scarier than that terrifying RV. Under Qin Mo's unified coordination, the entire service area had turned into a massive construction site. Trucks roared, transporting steel and concrete from the ruins. Sparks flew from welding, fusing heavy steel plates onto the building's outer walls. Excavators roared, digging deep trenches around the service area. Everyone, whether old or young, whether Lei Guest subordinates or the newly surrendered prisoners, exerted all their efforts, frantically throwing themselves into this apocalyptic construction. A war fortress centered on the main building of the service area, layered with defenses and filled with traps and firepower, was rapidly taking shape. Time ticked away. Only 30 hours remained until the airdrop descended. The fortress' initial form had been completed and the outer traps and trenches were deployed. Only the last and most crucial part, the high-voltage electric net, remained. Just then, Su Man burst into Qin Mo's temporary command room, drenched in sweat, holding a blueprint. Boss, there's a problem. When testing the high-voltage electric net for the final adjustments, we found a fatal flaw. We lack a key core component, a military-grade high-power relay. Su Man pointed to a location on the blueprint, explaining rapidly. Without this, the electric net's instantaneous power can only reach 30% of the design standard. Let alone electrocuting the lickers, it might not even penetrate their skin. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. Is there no substitute in the warehouse? None. Su Man's face fell. Components of this level can only be salvaged from legitimate military equipment. And the only military facility nearby is... She didn't finish, but the meaning was very clear. The liquor's lair and military warehouse. No. 7. In the temporary command center, no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the map on the table. Military warehouse. No. 7. This place had now become a significant dilemma, weighing on everyone's minds. Su Man's face turned a bit pale as she had just finished calculating the data, and the results were not good. No, boss, I have tried all the backup plans, but we still can't replace that high-power relay. Without it, our high-voltage power grid will be reduced by more than 90%. Let alone killing the devourers, we might not even be able to hold them off for a few seconds. Her voice trembled. This indicated that after working tirelessly for dozens of hours, the most crucial component turned out to be a mere decoration. Brother Lei slammed his fist on the table, his face turning red. Damn it. Are we really going to lose everything just because of this one part? Everyone fell silent. Less than 30 hours remained. Once the airdrop arrived, the devourers would rush out, and without the power grid, our defenses would be utterly inadequate. In the midst of this dead silence, Qin Mo calmly spoke. I will go get it. As soon as these 3 words were uttered, everyone was taken aback. No. Su Man was the first to shout, grabbing Qin Mo's arm anxiously. Boss, are you crazy? That's the Devourer's stronghold. If you go now, it's like walking to your death. Yes, Mr. Qin. Brother Lei was also anxious, blocking Qin Mo's path with a firm attitude. You are our leader, you cannot take risks. If anyone should go, it should be me. I will bring the best brothers with me, and even if it costs us our lives, I will get that thing back for you. Qin Mo glanced at Brother Lei and shook his head. You can't. His words were blunt and unyielding. Driving a motorhome is too conspicuous. We would be discovered before even getting close. If you team up, your speed will be too slow and the noise will be too loud. It's no different from courting death. He pried Su Man's hand off his arm, his gaze unwavering. Only I can go safely. He patted his chest. Don't forget, my body now is no longer ordinary. The night is my domain. With his enhanced physique, he indeed had the confidence to say this. Seeing the unyielding look in Qin Mo's eyes, both Su Man and Brother Lei knew they could not dissuade him. Once this man made a decision, no one could change it. Su Man gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't persuade him and could only try her best to provide support. She turned and rushed into the laboratory in the motorhome. A few minutes later, she ran out with a pile of items. Since you insist on going, take these with you. She laid the items out on the table one by one. It was a set of pitch-black tactical combat gear made from a special material that did not reflect light even under illumination. This is the Phantom Stealth Suit, modified from a special coated fabric I found in the ruins of a hospital. It can effectively mask your scent and thermal signals. At night, as long as you don't actively expose yourself, no one will be able to detect you. Next, she picked up a uniquely shaped handgun. This is a silenced electromagnetic pistol. It can hit precisely within 50 meters and produces very little electrical noise, making it ideal for infiltration and assassination. Finally, she held up a palm-sized metal spider. This is the Spider Eye mini reconnaissance robot. It can transmit real-time footage to your tactical tablet and assist you in reconnaissance. After Su Man equipped Qin Mo with all the gear, she looked up, her eyes slightly red. Boss, promise me you will come back alive. Qin Mo looked at her worried expression, reached out to pat her head as he used to, but halfway through, he lowered his hand. He simply nodded, his voice steady. Don't worry, you'll be back. After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned to walk toward the edge of the service area. At that moment, the entire service area was brightly lit, and all the survivors were busy reinforcing the last bastion. Qin Mo stood at the edge of the light, glancing back at the camp he had built with his own hands. In the next second, his figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness. No sound, no trace, as if he had never existed. Without the burden of the motorhome, Qin Mo's strength could be fully unleashed. He moved swiftly through the wilderness, his speed remarkable. The enhanced body made him exceptionally agile, and his endurance was also impressive. Ordinary wandering zombies could not keep up with his pace. Occasionally, those who blocked his path were swiftly dispatched with a dagger piercing through their skulls, falling silently. He was like a hunter in the dark, calm, efficient, and deadly. The route on the map was clear. An hour later, Qin Mo arrived outside Military Warehouse No. 7. A tall barbed wire fence surrounded a large area. A warning sign hanging on the fence read, Military Restricted Area, no trespassing. But in the apocalypse, this was more of a joke. The barbed wire had already been torn apart in several places, revealing massive warehouses behind it. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood and decay, making one want to vomit. Qin Mo did not rush to approach. He hid in the shadow of an abandoned watchtower and took out the tactical tablet Su Man had given him. With a gentle press, the metal spider crawled down from his palm, its 8 slender mechanical legs silently moving quickly across the ground, soon passing through a gap in the barbed wire toward the largest warehouse. The screen quickly transmitted the first-person view from the spider eye. The image was a bit shaky, but very clear. The heavy iron door of the warehouse was slightly ajar, and the spider eye deftly slipped inside. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch black. Once the spider eye activated its night vision mode, the scene instantly became clear, and Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The ground of the warehouse was covered with bones, both human and animal mixed together. A layer of slimy, writhing, dark red fungal carpet covered the bones. The stench was so foul that it could be smelled even through the screen. Qin Mo controlled the spider eye, slowly moving the camera upward. In the next second, even Qin Mo, who was accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Hanging from the high ceiling of the warehouse were numerous huge figures. They were gripping the beams with their sharp hind limbs curled up and hanging upside down, all asleep. Streamlined muscles, exposed bones, giant claws as sharp as blades, and those signature wide mouths that almost stretched to the roots of their ears. They were the Devourers. The number. At a glance, there were at least 200 to 300 of them. Their chests rose and fell, slightly long tongues hanging from their mouths, occasionally dripping corrosive saliva that eroded the ground, making small pits with a sizzling sound. This was their nest. Qin Mo steadied himself and continued to control the spider eye to explore deeper into the warehouse. He had to find the storeroom where the relay was kept. However, when the spider eye crawled to the center of the warehouse, the image on the screen left Qin Mo completely stunned. Amidst the hundreds of sleeping devourers, a massive bloody heart was surprisingly hovering in the center of the warehouse. It was the size of a small car covered in pulsating blood vessels, slowly and powerfully beating thump-thump. With each beat, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by an invisible wave of energy that spread with the heartbeat. Below that heart, numerous thick flesh tendrils dangled down, deeply embedded in the strange fungal carpet, as if absorbing nutrients. What is this thing? The mother? Or the energy core of the entire nest? Several thoughts flashed through Qin Mo's mind. Qin Mo's breath halted for half a second. He stared intently at the images transmitted back from the tactical tablet, feeling a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. At the top of the warehouse, hundreds of sleeping tongue-eaters hung there, exuding an aura of death. In the center of the warehouse, that massive blood-red heart pulsated, causing Qin Mo's heartbeat to skip a beat with each throb. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thumping sounded as if it were directly striking his soul. With each pulse, an invisible ripple radiated from the heart of the nest, sweeping across the entire warehouse. Qin Mo noticed that every time the ripple passed, the bodies of the sleeping tongue-eaters would twitch slightly, seemingly maintaining their dormant state under this special biological wave's soothing influence. This thing is the main hub of the entire nest, isn't it? Qin Mo licked his slightly dry lips, a wave of heat surging in his chest. This object was undoubtedly a treasure, its value possibly exceeding that of the previous parasitic mother nest core. But he quickly calmed down, forcibly shifting his gaze away from the enormous heart. The primary objective now was the high-power relay. Qin Mo focused his mind, gently sliding his fingers along the edge of the tablet, controlling the spider-eye robot to quietly maneuver over the ground littered with bones and fungal mats. He had to find the parts room before the airdrop arrived, and all the monsters were awakened. The 8 mechanical legs of the spider-eye moved with the agility of a real spider, perfectly avoiding the corrosive saliva dripping from the tongue-eaters' mouths, weaving around piles of bones towards the warehouse's flank. The structure diagram of the military warehouse was already etched in Qin Mo's mind. According to the blueprint, the parts room should be located in the middle of the left wall. The spider-eye soon reached its destination. A heavy metal door appeared on the screen, painted in red with the words "High-Risk Parts Zone." This was exactly the place he was looking for. Just as Qin Mo felt a surge of joy, his expression froze. Because at the entrance of the parts room lay 2 awake tongue-eaters. They guarded the door motionless, their crimson eyes flickering slightly in the darkness, their long tongues occasionally flicking out from their mouths, exploring the air for scents. They were the guards. Qin Mo's brows instantly knitted into a frown. These 2 awake tongue-eaters possessed terrifying hearing and smell. The spider-eye managed to go unnoticed purely due to its small size and lack of life force. It was utterly impossible for him to cross the dozens of meters of open ground without alerting them, and then open that damned metal door. Once discovered, a pulse from the heart of the nest would instantly tear him apart by the hundreds of awakened monsters. What to do? A frontal assault? That would be suicidal. Give up. All efforts in the service area would be in vain. Qin Mo's mind raced, calculating every possibility, but the success rate of each plan was pitifully low. Just as he was about to control the spider-eye to retreat and think of another way, the camera inadvertently shifted, and he suddenly noticed something amiss. In the darkest corner of the deepest part of the warehouse, something seemed to be moving far from the group of tongue-eaters. Qin Mo's heart stirred. He immediately controlled the spider-eye to quietly crawl toward that corner. As the spider-eye drew closer, the scene in the corner became clearer. When he clearly saw what was there, Qin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted, forgetting to breathe. That was also a tongue-eater, but it was completely different from the monsters outside. Its size was a notch smaller, and its skin was not blood-red, but a strange silver-white. Most bizarrely, this silver tongue-eater was tightly bound to the wall by several arm-thick, specially made alloy chains. The chains were deeply embedded in its flesh, with the other end fixed deep within the concrete wall. It did not roar in a frenzy, it merely curled up quietly on the ground, burying its head between its claws. As the camera of the spider-eye zoomed in, it seemed to sense something and slowly lifted its head. Qin Mo's heart jolted. What kind of eyes were those? In those dark golden pupils there was no madness or bloodlust like the other tongue-eaters, but rather a clear expression of pain and anger. There was even a glimmer of indomitable wisdom. At that moment, Qin Mo even had an illusion that what stood before him was not a monster, but a highly intelligent soul imprisoned. Why? Why would a tongue-eater be imprisoned by its own kind here? With its silver-white skin, eyes completely different from its kin, and this state of captivity. A bold guess suddenly surfaced in his mind. An alpha individual. Genetic mutation. This silver tongue-eater was likely an alpha individual that had undergone an unknown beneficial mutation. It was very possible that it had produced a repulsive reaction with the biological control waves emitted by the heart of the nest, which was why it was locked up as an anomaly. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Qin Mo's gaze was fixated on the silver figure on the screen, his breathing becoming hurried. He thought of Su-Man, thought of that woman who was nearly obsessed with genetic research. If he could bring this living alpha tongue eater back, the research value was simply incalculable. A perfect evolution sample. The key to deciphering tongue eater genes. Even, it could serve as the foundation to create his own biological weapons. This was more precious than 10 high-power relays or 100 parts rooms. Qin Mo felt his blood beginning to boil. The original plan to grab the relay and run was instantly tossed into the trash can. Risk. In the face of enormous profit, risks are meant to be challenged. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A new, crazier, and more thrilling plan instantly formed in his mind. He would get the relay. He would also take away this mysterious alpha. Qin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his gaze returning to the tactical tablet. In one corner of the screen, the countdown to the airdrop arrival had less than 15 minutes left. He knew that his only chance was in the moment when the airdrop arrived and all the tongue eaters were attracted, flooding out. During that brief window of chaos, he had to infiltrate like a ghost, obtain the relay, rescue that alpha, and then safely retreat with a living tongue eater. This series of tasks was nearly impossible to complete. Qin Mo's lips involuntarily curled into a mad smile. This game was starting to become increasingly interesting. Qin Mo stared at the bloody heart displayed on the screen, glancing at the corner of the tactical tablet where the airdrop countdown was ticking down. 20 minutes. His heartbeat synchronized with the countdown, becoming steady and powerful. There was only one opportunity. Just then a flash of fire lit up the distant sky. The fire trailed a long tail of flame accompanied by a piercing shriek, crashing down a kilometer away in the northeast direction of the military warehouse. Boom! A loud explosion shook the ground. Even from several kilometers away, Qin Mo could feel the tremor beneath his feet. Almost at the moment the airdrop box hit the ground, the suspended heart of the nest in the warehouse began to pulse violently. Thump, 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 thump. Its heartbeat quickened significantly, each pulse emitting a wave of biological desire. In the next second, roar. Hundreds of sleeping feeders in the warehouse suddenly awakened all at once. Their crimson eyes opened simultaneously, issuing a chorus of excited and greedy howls. The cacophony of sound converged, nearly threatening to tear the roof off the entire warehouse. No longer hanging upside down, they all jumped down from the ceiling, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Without any pause, the more than 200 feeders rushed toward the warehouse's slightly ajar door, their target singular, the high-energy airdrop supply box. Watching the monsters surge on the screen, Qin Mo's pupils constricted. His moment had arrived. The instant the last feeder dashed out the door, Qin Mo made his move. He sprang from the shadows, transforming into a dark blur, silently rushing into the desolate warehouse. A nauseating stench of blood and decay hit him, but Qin Mo did not falter in his steps. His objective was clear. According to the previous reconnaissance from the spider's eye, the spare part storage room was located on the left side of the warehouse. He exerted force beneath his feet, reaching his maximum speed as he swiftly navigated the ground littered with bones and fungal mats. 1 minute. He had only 1 minute. Qin Mo dashed to a rusty iron door and kicked it open. Inside was a small room with various tools hanging on the walls and several metal cabinets toppled over, covered in dust. Qin Mo's gaze swept rapidly, finally landing on a cabinet labeled High Voltage Power Distribution. He yanked the cabinet door open, revealing an orderly array of spare electronic components. His eyes locked onto a silver cube, palm-sized and intricately structured. A high-power diverter relay. Found it. Qin Mo immediately grabbed the relay and stuffed it into his tactical backpack. The first objective was accomplished. Without a moment's pause, he turned and dashed out of the spare parts room. The second target was the captive silver-white feeder. Qin Mo exerted himself again, rushing toward the far corner of the warehouse. Soon he spotted the distinctive figure. The smaller silver-white feeder was chained to the wall with specially made iron chains as thick as an arm. Hearing the noise, it raised its head warily, revealing a pair of eyes glowing with faint golden light. Its gaze was not crazed with bloodlust like its kin, instead it carried wariness, pain, and a hint of intelligence. Upon seeing Qin Mo, the unexpected guest, it emitted a low, threatening growl, baring its teeth. Qin Mo had no time for conversation. Time was of the essence. He drew a fire axe from behind, muscles in his arms bulging, and struck down hard at the iron chain. Clang! A harsh metallic clash echoed, sending sparks flying. The specially made alloy chain only bore a shallow white mark. Truly tough. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed. He let out a low growl, unleashing all his strength. Gripping the fire axe with both hands, he swung down with all his might. Crack! This time the hard alloy chain snapped with a sound. The moment the bonds were broken, the silver-white feeder froze for a moment, seemingly surprised that this human would save it. But at that very moment, the gigantic heart of the nest in the center of the warehouse began to tremble violently. It seemed to sense the traitor's escape, and an angry biological wave instantly swept over the entire warehouse. Roar! Roar! Several wild howls erupted from the shadowy corners of the warehouse. They were the few remaining feeders on guard. Receiving orders from the heart of the nest, they instantly sprang from the shadows, transforming into dark figures that lunged toward Qin Mo from different directions. Qin Mo's pupils constricted, and his hand instinctively reached for the silenced electromagnetic pistol at his waist. However, the next scene left Qin Mo stunned. The silver-white feeder he had saved did not flee or attack him. It turned its head and let out a sharp howl at the approaching Qin, filled with anger and authority. In the next second it moved. Its speed was far greater than that of ordinary feeders. A silver-white figure flashed by. The leading feeder guard had yet to react before it was pinned to the ground by a claw. The silver-white claw easily tore through the hard skull of its kin. Red and white splattered everywhere. A single strike, and it was a kill. Having dealt with the first, the silver-white feeder did not hesitate, turning to pounce on the second and third. Its combat style was completely different from those who only knew how to bite. Its movements were swifter, deadlier, each attack precisely aimed at its opponent's vitals without a single unnecessary motion. In just a few breaths, 4 feeder guards lay dead on the ground. Qin Mo stood still, watching the blood-soaked, silver-white monster in front of him. It gazed at him with those faint golden eyes. This guy is so strong. Moreover, it is truly helping me. The bold plan in Qin Mo's mind had gained a few more chances of success. He whistled at the silver-white feeder, signaling it to follow, and turned to prepare for a retreat. But just as he turned around, boom, 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 the entire warehouse suddenly shook violently. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling, and the ground trembled so much that one could hardly stand. In the center of the warehouse, the gigantic heart of the nest was pulsing at an incredibly rapid rate, completely enraged. It abandoned commanding the hundreds of feeders outside the warehouse, pulling all its energy back to its core. A pressure far more terrifying than before swept in, locking onto Qin Mo and the silver-white feeder tightly. Boom! The massive steel door of the warehouse slammed shut with a deafening sound driven by an invisible force. Following that, countless blood-red tendrils sprouted from the ground and walls, sealing off all the gaps in the door. The escape route had been severed. The heart of the nest intended to take matters into its own hands to eradicate these 2 intruders who dared to challenge its authority. Close the door. Seal it tight. The flesh writhed and hissed, completely sealing the enormous steel warehouse door. The entire space instantly darkened. The only source of light came from the frantically pulsating flesh heart in the center of the warehouse. Qin Mo's expression darkened. He had been discovered and trapped. The massive heart suddenly throbbed violently, the entire sphere contracting and expanding fiercely. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of thick, meaty tendrils shot up from the fungal carpet, twisting as they lashed towards Qin Mo's position. The wind howled, carrying a strong stench of blood. If he didn't act quickly, once the outside swarm of feeders reacted, he would be trapped here and doomed. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he pushed off hard, with his feet swiftly darting to the side. Just as he left, several tendrils came crashing down, creating deep pits in the concrete floor and sending debris flying. What immense strength! Qin Mo was startled, not daring to be careless, unleashing his enhanced speed and strength to the limit. He no longer dodged, gripping the fire axe tightly, and charged towards the dense mass of tendrils. A tendril swept towards him with a whoosh. Qin Mo quickly ducked, swinging the fire axe from below. Thud! Green liquid erupted, and the tendril, thicker than a thigh, was cleaved in 2 with a single strike. However, more attacks were immediately on their way. All around him were waving tendrils, sealing off every possible escape. Qin Mo flicked his wrist, and the fire axe became a blur. Thud! 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 The axe blade flew, and tendrils were continuously severed, green, foul-smelling liquid splattering everywhere, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Each time he dodged or swung, it was perfectly timed. But there were too many tendrils endlessly emerging. For every one he cut down, 2 more sprouted from that heart, lunging at him. His stamina was rapidly being depleted. Just as 3 tendrils clamped down on him from the front, forcing him to take a step back, a silver-white figure darted in faster. Roar! The liberated alpha feeder let out a low growl, its pale golden eyes filled with brutality. It pushed off the ground with its limbs, launching its body forward, instantly closing in on Qin Mo. Its sharp claws glinted with a metallic sheen, striking fiercely at the 3 tendrils reaching for Qin Mo. Rip! Even cleaner than the fire axe. The 3 resilient tendrils were shredded like paper with a single swipe. Having resolved Qin Mo's crisis, the alpha feeder did not pause, twisting its body in midair, lunging at another tendril trying to sneak attack from the side and biting down hard. Crack! The tendril was bitten off completely. What incredible combat power! Qin Mo was also taken aback as he watched this unique feature. This creature's aggression and destructive power were levels above those of ordinary counterparts. Qin Mo faced the front using the fire axe to chop down the thickest tendrils, drawing most of the fire from the heart. Meanwhile, the alpha feeder moved rapidly beside him, using its astonishing speed and sharp claws to continuously clear the incoming attacks from blind spots, filling in the defensive gaps for Qin Mo. For a moment, in the center of the warehouse, axe light and claw shadows intertwined green liquid, and shredded flesh flew everywhere. The two of them managed to withstand the fierce assault from that gigantic heart. It seemed the heart of the nest was also enraged. It let out a piercing shriek, and all the tendril attacks paused for an instant. Then more than half of the tendrils quickly retracted, intertwining in front of the heart's main body to form a massive flesh shield. The remaining tendrils split at the tips, transforming into toothy maws, brewing streams of green, acidic liquid within. It was going to use a ranged attack. Qin Mo's pupils constricted. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he waited for the acidic liquid to spray or for the feeders outside to return, he would truly be finished. He had to break this stalemate. Now was the time. Seizing the moment when the tendril attacks halted, Qin Mo leaped back, creating a distance of several meters. He quickly unstrapped his tactical backpack, pulling out 3 high-explosive grenades. Without a moment's hesitation, he tied them together with zip ties at lightning speed and pulled the pins. Taking a deep breath, his arm muscles bulged as he calculated the parabolic angle, using all his strength to hurl the bundle of grenades towards the top of the flesh shield. The grenades arced through the air, soaring over the thick flesh shield, accurately landing on the massive body of the heart of the nest. Roar! The alpha feeder seemed to sense the danger, letting out a bizarre cry as it darted towards the edge of the warehouse, seeking cover. The heart of the nest clearly felt the deadly threat. It tried to retract the tendril defense, but it was already too late. Boom! Boom! The 3 high-explosive grenades detonated simultaneously. A massive fireball erupted violently in the center of the warehouse. The intense explosion nearly shattered eardrums, and the violent shockwave carried flames and debris sweeping out in all directions. The entire warehouse rocked violently from the terrifying explosion. The steel beams overhead groaned under the strain. Creak! The heart of the nest let out a wail unlike anything a living creature could produce. A horrific gaping hole was blasted in its massive body, and countless green blood gushed out like a waterfall. All the tendrils lost control in that instant, drooping weakly to the ground. The attacks ceased. Go! Qin Mo growled low, not even glancing at the explosion's aftermath, turning to dash towards the door sealed by flesh. The violent blast had torn a massive opening in the blood-soaked door. Qin Mo reached the gap and gave a loud whistle to the alpha feeder, which was also stabilizing itself amidst the chaos nearby. The silver-white monster did not hesitate at all, propelling itself with its limbs to closely follow Qin Mo. Man and beast, one ahead and one behind, charged out of the burning gap, escaping the death trap. As soon as he burst out of the warehouse, Qin Mo sprinted away, not looking back, fleeing towards the service area. Behind him, the entire military warehouse resonated with even more intense energy fluctuations. The heart of the nest was going to self-destruct. Boom! A sound 10 times louder than the previous explosion erupted. The massive military warehouse collapsed amidst the soaring flames, exploding. In the distance, the dark horde of feeders rushing towards the airdrop boxes seemed to sense the destruction of their mother nest, halting in unison. In the next moment, all the feeders turned around, their crimson eyes fixated firmly on the service area. The atmosphere in the temporary command center of the service area was oppressive. All core members were fixated on the images transmitted back by the drones. Moments ago, the light signal representing Qin Mo's life had vanished after the violent explosion in the military warehouse. All that remained on the screen was a sea of flames and thick smoke. Mr. Qin. Brother Lei's voice was dry, his lips trembling. That powerful man was just gone. Su Man's face turned pale instantly, her body swayed, and she had to be supported by someone beside her to avoid falling. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lip hard, refusing to let them fall. It couldn't be, the boss was so strong, how could he possibly be dead? Then another drone transmitted an even worse scene. The hundreds of feeders that had originally rushed toward the airdrop boxes all came to a halt. It seemed they sensed something turning in unison, fixating on the service area. With their nest destroyed, these monsters were enraged, and their current target was the only gathering place of living humans in this area. Roar! The collective roar echoed across the wilderness. The group of monsters began to accelerate toward the service area. It's over. Everyone in the command center fell silent. Qin Mo had sacrificed himself, and now they had to face an entire nest of frenzied feeders. Their last hope vanished along with the explosion. Panic spread among the crowd. Some newly arrived survivors' legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. We're doomed. Mr. Qin is dead. We're doomed. Run. We can't hold them back. Even Brother Lei and his veteran subordinates showed signs of confusion. At that moment, a hoarse roar resonated throughout the command center. It was Su Man. Her eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She forced back her tears and shouted into the communicator with all her might. Qin Mo took risks for us. He sacrificed himself for this camp. You want to run now? You want his sacrifice to be in vain. Prepare for battle. Everyone get to the city walls. Pick up your weapons. Even if we must die, we will die standing. We must let those monsters know we are not lambs to be slaughtered. We cannot let the boss down. Her hoarse voice stunned everyone. Brother Lei trembled all over. He looked at the approaching monsters on the screen, then at Su Man's tear-streaked but resolute face, and his gaze sharpened once more. Yes, Miss Su Man is right. He grabbed his rifle, pulled the bolt, producing a crisp sound. Brothers, Mr. Qin saved us, gave us food and dignity. Now that he's gone this home, we will protect ourselves. Prepare for battle. For Mr. Qin. To the last breath. To the last breath. The survivors were also infected by the spirit. They wiped their tears and charged toward their respective positions. Those still afraid of belief straightened their backs. But everyone knew there was little hope for this battle. With no high-voltage electric fence, relying solely on trenches and explosives, they could last at most 10 minutes. Su Man stood at the control panel, watching the screen filled with swarming feeders less than 3 kilometers away from the service area. She closed her eyes, preparing to face the end. Just then, a sentinel on the watchtower suddenly exclaimed, "What? What is that?" He rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was seeing things. A dark spot was rapidly enlarging on the distant horizon. It was a figure. His speed was fast, kicking up a cloud of dust across the wilderness. Following closely behind was a silver figure, equally swift. It's a person. Someone is coming. The sentinel shouted incoherently into the radio. Everyone in the command center was stunned. Su Man's eyes flew open immediately, pulling a drone's camera toward the figure. As the image zoomed in and revealed the rushing figure, the command center fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud cheers. It's Mr. Qin. It's Mr. Qin. He didn't die. He's back. Brother Lei trembled with excitement, slamming his fist onto the table. Su Man gazed at the familiar figure on the screen, unable to hold back her tears any longer. He was alive. He was still alive. Qin Mo had returned. As everyone celebrated, Qin Mo's hurried voice came through the communicator, ringing in everyone's ears. Su Man, I got the relay. 2 minutes left. Prepare for the final upgrade of the electric fence. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Mo, while running, unloaded the tactical backpack from his back, swung it around, and with all his strength hurled it toward the service area. The black backpack traced a long parabolic arc in the air, speeding toward the service area. Quick, catch it, Su Man screamed. Brother Lei reacted the fastest, shouting into the radio, Team 1, stop the backpack. At all costs. Several standby enhancers immediately charged out from their positions, racing toward the backpack's landing spot. Su Man rushed to the core control panel of the electric fence, her hands hovering in the air, waiting for that critical component. At this moment, the foremost feeders were less than 500 meters from the first line of defense at the service area, their terrifying roars clearly audible. An enhancer leaped at the last moment, grabbing the heavy backpack in midair, then rolled on the ground a few times to dissipate the force before getting up and sprinting back. Got it, he shouted, tossing the backpack toward the control panel. Su Man caught it, not having time to unzip it, and cut it open with a dagger, pulling out the shiny silver precision component inside. Her fingers trembled, but her movements were quick. Installation, wiring, debugging. Faster. A bit faster, she urged herself. At the same time, Qin Mo and the silver alpha feeder charged to the edge of the service area. The first feeder had already leaped over the outermost trench, its claws poised to land on a guard's head. Boss! Su Man shouted hoarsely, finally pressing the relay into the slot. The green light turned on. Qin Mo and the alpha rushed into the service area just in time. Now's the time. Su Man looked at the red master switch on the control panel, summoning all her strength. She slammed down on it. All electric fences. Maximize power. Activate. Buzz. A deep buzzing sound resonated. Following Su Man's command, countless buried electrode piles around the service area sprang up from the ground. In the next second, blue-purple electric currents surged from the RV's infinite energy core. Thick arcs of electricity instantly connected between adjacent electrode piles, crackling loudly. Countless arcs shot up into the sky, intertwining and gathering, forming a 10-meter-high lightning barrier. A lightning cage had taken shape. The hundreds of feeders charging at the forefront could not avoid it, crashing headlong into this blue-purple light curtain. There were no screams, no struggles. The moment they came into contact with the electric fence, their bodies along with their exoskeletons were instantly vaporized and decomposed by the high temperature and pressure, turning into wisps of blue smoke, leaving no trace behind. This frenzied group of feeders was blocked outside the service area by this suddenly appearing defense line. The real war was only just beginning. The lightning prison has been activated. Blue and purple arcs of electricity danced wildly between the electrode piles, forming an electric net that protected the entire service area. The blinding blue light illuminated the night, filling the air with the smell of ozone and burnt protein. Outside the electric net, there was a large group of Tungers. With their nest destroyed, they had gone mad, losing the command of their nest's heart, leaving only the instinct to kill. Over 100 Tungers crashed into the electric net, turning to ash, while the remaining monsters learned to be more cautious. They no longer charged forward foolishly, but instead paced anxiously outside the electric net, their crimson eyes fixated on the survivors behind the light curtain, growling threateningly. On the city wall, all the survivors gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweaty. Although protected by the electric net, no one could truly relax while staring at the hundreds of fearsome monsters outside. The feeling of being surrounded by beasts was suffocating. "What are they doing?" A young guard's voice trembled. "They're looking for weaknesses." Lege's face was serious as he shouted, "Everyone stay alert and don't get distracted." Unlike the tense atmosphere on the city wall, Qin Mo's temporary command position atop the RV was remarkably calm. He sat in a chair facing several surveillance screens relayed by drones. The entire battlefield unfolded before him like a sand table, clearly visible. He saw that after a brief moment of chaos, the Tungers began to gather in several directions, seemingly aiming to concentrate their strength to attack specific points of the electric net. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He picked up the intercom, his voice steady and clear, reaching every ear. "Suman, follow my instructions and prepare to control the electric net by zones." "Received." Suman's voice immediately responded, a hint of excitement and nervousness in her tone. Legu prepared to open the door for guests in Area A. Legu was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking, "Mr. Qin, what are you saying? Open the door. Now. Isn't that asking for death?" Qin Mo did not explain, only repeated firmly, "Prepare to clean the first batch of guests in the Area A trap zone." Legu shuddered, instantly realizing Qin Mo's intention. He was going to hunt proactively. "Understood." Legu suppressed his shock and responded loudly, then shouted to the messenger beside him, "Firepower team for Area A, prepare for battle." Qin Mo's gaze was locked on the surveillance footage. Outside Area A, around 40 to 50 Tungers had gathered, a substantial group. Suman, turn off the electric net in Area A for 5 seconds. Executing. After Suman operated the controls, a 30-meter segment of the electric net disappeared in the northeast corner of the service area. A large gap appeared in front of the Tungers. Initially stunned, the Tungers soon roared with excitement, like sharks smelling blood rushing to fill the gap. They moved quickly, and within 5 seconds, all 40 to 50 Tungers had charged through the defense line. The guards on the city wall watched in fear, some instinctively reaching for their guns. "Everyone don't move." Lege's shout rang out just in time. The moment the last Tunger rushed in, Qin Mo's voice echoed again. "Close the door." Buzz. The vanished electric net lit up again, completely isolating the rushing Tungers from the large group outside. The Tungers seemed unaware that they had been trapped, roaring with excitement as they prepared to charge toward the main building of the service area. But the moment they charged in, the traps Qin Mo had prepared were activated. "Let's begin," Qin Mo said flatly. Legu sneered and pressed the red detonator in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The area known as the Area A trap zone erupted in flames. A series of explosions suddenly erupted among the group of Tungers. These were explosives seized from the Black Crow convoy, buried in stages by Legu and his men. The shockwave and shrapnel instantly tore apart a dozen Tungers, severed limbs, and blood splattering everywhere. The surviving Tungers were stunned by the sudden explosions, their formation thrown into chaos. Before they could react, crack, crack. Countless animal traps hidden underground sprang up, their sharp teeth biting fiercely into their ankles and calves. These specially made traps were each the size of a basin and had a strong biting force, instantly incapacitating 7 or 8 Tungers. They howled in pain, struggling madly, but could only watch as their legs were clamped deeper and deeper by the serrated edges. "Next step," Qin Mo said expressionlessly. "Open fire." At Lege's command, dozens of guards ambushed on the high ground on both sides of the trap zone simultaneously pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 tongues of fire swept from both sides simultaneously, densely packed bullets ensnaring the remaining 20 or so Tungers. Although these Tungers had thick skin, they couldn't withstand such an onslaught while trapped. Under the storm of bullets, blood flowers continuously exploded from their bodies, their exoskeletons shattered, letting out mournful cries as they fell one by one. In less than a minute, the once ferocious first batch of invaders had all turned into a sea of corpses. The entire process was smooth and well-coordinated. The city wall fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds blank. So this is how battles can be fought. They had previously thought they would have to fight for their lives, but under Qin Mo's command, exterminating dozens of terrifying Tungers turned out to be so easy, with not a single person injured. Everyone looked up at the calm figure atop the RV, their eyes filled not only with fear and respect, but also with admiration. This was no mere human, he was a god. He was a war god who could command the battlefield, clean up the battlefield, and replenish ammunition. Qin Mo's calm voice pulled everyone back from their shock. Lei Gu immediately organized personnel to quickly collect the spent shells and the energy crystals from the monster corpses on the battlefield. Outside the electric net, the remaining Tunger army seemed to have been frightened by the massacre. They roared uneasily, but dared not approach easily again. Qin Mo was not in a hurry. Like a patient hunter, he quietly waited for the prey to expose its flaws. 10 minutes later, the instinct to kill once again overpowered their fear. Outside Area C, another batch of over 60 Tungers had gathered, beginning to test the electric net. Suman opened the door in Area C. Lei Gu, prepare the traps in Area C. The same command was issued again. This time, everyone was much more familiar with the process. The electric net opened, monsters surged in, and the electric net closed. Detonate. Boom. The sound of explosions rang out again, but unlike last time, this explosion did not come from underground, but from the abandoned buildings on both sides of the trap zone. Countless modified gas canisters were detonated simultaneously, creating a firestorm that instantly engulfed half of the Tungers. Then the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing deep pits over 3 meters filled with sharpened steel rods. The surviving Tungers screamed in the flames, frantically falling into the pits pierced by the steel rods and hanging there writhing in agony. Finally, it was the ruthless harvest of crossfire. In just another minute, over 60 Tungers were completely annihilated. The entire battlefield had turned into a performance solely by Qin Mo. He was like a cold chess master observing the entire chessboard. Every move he made was precise and deadly. Area B, open the door and let 30 in. Area D, prepare the ground spikes and quicksand traps. Area E, reduce the electric net power by 30%. Let them think they've found a breakthrough, and the firepower team will focus on them. One command after another came from Qin Mo's mouth. The vast area outside the service area was divided into one killing field after another by him. Every flicker of the electric net signified that a batch of Tungers had stepped into a death trap. Sometimes it was explosions, other times flames along with ground spikes, quicksand, and poison gas. All the supplies seized from the Black Crow convoy were fully utilized by Qin Mo, who skillfully turned the terrain into deadly traps. The number of Tungers was rapidly decreasing. 300, 200, 100. An hour later, the once massive horde of monsters had dwindled to less than 80. Meanwhile, the Ark faction had only used some ammunition and trap materials with no casualties at all. All the survivors were both happy and impressed. They hadn't just won, they had crushed the enemy. They had truly eradicated the main force of the Tunger nest, relying on just one service area. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, Qin Mo's face showed no signs of relaxation. His gaze fell on the remaining few dozen Tungers. Those who survived until now were the strong and cunning individuals among the Tungers. Moreover, among these monsters, 3 stood out significantly larger than their kind, drawing special attention. They were over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging their back spines more robust and fearsome, and their claws glinted with a metallic sheen. Tyrant-level Tungers. They seemed to be the leaders of this remnant group, no longer charging impulsively into the traps, but instead emitting low growls to command the remaining monsters. Among the horde of monsters, 3 massive tyrant-level devourers discovered a weakness in the electric fence. They ceased their assault on the light barrier and instead began to frantically attack and dig up the underground electrode piles with sheer brute force. These electrode piles are the cornerstone of the lightning prison, each buried 10 meters deep and crafted from high-strength alloys. Yet before these tyrants they appear far less sturdy. Boom. One of the tyrant devourers roared and slammed its shoulder into an electrode pile. The alloy pile shuddered violently, and the ground around it cracked open instantly. Not good, boss. They are attacking the electrode piles. Su Man's panicked voice echoed through the comms. The stability of Pile 13 is rapidly declining. Once destroyed, the electric fence in Zone C will have a gap. Qin Mo furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that this group of monsters would understand to attack the Foundation. Brother Lei, organize the firepower, focus on those 3 big guys. Qin Mo ordered. Understood. Brother Lei immediately gathered all heavy machine guns and opened fire frantically at the 3 tyrants. However, the exoskeleton of the tyrant devourers was too thick. The bullets from the heavy machine guns merely sparked upon impact, leaving behind white streaks without inflicting any real damage. Roar! One of the tyrants seemed enraged. It abandoned its digging and instead wrapped its claws tightly around the electrode pile, its muscular hind legs pushing against the ground as it let out a roar. Crack! Squeak! Ah! A harsh metallic distortion resonated. That deep-buried alloy electrode pile was actually yanked out of the ground by sheer force. Boom! The massive electrode pile, along with soil and cables, crashed to the ground. The lightning light curtain connected to it flickered violently a few times before going out with a pop. A 30-meter-wide gap appeared in the defense line. The gap has appeared. Charge! The remaining dozens of devourers howled as they surged into the breach. Stop them! Brother Lei's eyes turned red as he raised his rifle and was the first to open fire at the incoming devourers. The guards on the city wall reacted immediately, turning their guns and firing wildly at the gap. But these devourers were too fast, swiftly breaking through the fire blockade and engaging the guards in brutal close-quarters combat. One guard had just emptied his magazine and had no time to reload when a devourer pounced down from above, its claws piercing directly through his chest. Blood splattered. Screams and roars instantly mingled together. The once orderly defense line turned into chaos in an instant. Damn it! Brother Lei kicked the pouncing devourer away and glanced back at the gap, where more monsters continued to pour in. The traps he had meticulously set up could not be activated at such close range. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the defense line collapsed. All the hope that had just risen for the survivors was shattered once again. Ultimately, would they still lose? On top of the RV, Qin Mo silently observed the chaotic scene below, his expression impassive. He slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The time for cleaning up the rabble was over. Now it was time for the main character to take the stage. Qin Mo turned and descended from the roof of the RV, returning to the driver's seat, placing his hands firmly on the steering wheel. Virum! A powerful roar of the raging engine suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The sound was like a colossal beast awakening. Everyone, both in combat and monsters alike, paused in their movements, instinctively looking towards the source of the sound. They saw the massive RV, which had been quietly parked in the center of the service area, suddenly illuminate as its headlights pierced through the night. The armored panels around the vehicle emitted a mechanical grinding sound, beginning to morph and assemble, revealing the weapon systems below. Suman switched to backup energy and maintained the electric fence. Understood. Suman immediately executed the command. The next second, boom, the RV's engine erupted with a roar as the entire vehicle surged forward. The temporary barricade in front of it was crushed to pieces. This steel behemoth, measuring over 10 meters long and weighing several tons, charged into the most chaotic battlefield with an unexpectedly violent demeanor. My God! Brother Lei stared in shock at this rampaging war fortress, his mind blank. This is the boss vehicle. This was no RV, it was clearly a land cruiser. The RV that crashed into the battlefield ignored the ordinary devourers, its target clear, directly rushing towards the 3 tyrant-level monsters that were destroying the electric fence. Biological interference field, maximize power, activate. Qin Mo coldly pressed a button. An invisible force field radiated outwards from the RV, instantly expanding. The 3 tyrant devourers froze in their tracks. Their speed and strength were reduced by at least 70% under the pressure of the force field. They roared in frustration, but could not break free from this invisible restraint. In Qin Mo's eyes, they had become 3 live targets. Showtime began. A smirk crept onto Qin Mo's lips as his fingers danced rapidly on the control panel. Vehicle-mounted electromagnetic crossbow lock onto target 1, explosive arrow launch. Whooshed! The turret atop the RV silently rotated, locking onto one of the tyrants. A faint sound of air being pierced echoed as a specially designed crossbow arrow trailing a blue flame instantly crossed 100 meters and accurately struck the tyrant's head. Boom! A muffled explosion. The tyrant's head was instantly blown apart, red and white matter mixed with black shell fragments flying everywhere. Its massive body swayed and then collapsed to the ground. A one-shot kill. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. That was a tyrant-level monster that even heavy machine guns couldn't harm. It was actually killed in a single arrow. Before they could recover from their shock, Qin Mo's second command was already given. Target 2, enter attack range, tire chainsaw, activate. Qin Mo sharply turned the steering wheel, and the enormous RV carved an arc on the battlefield, executing a beautiful drift. Vroom vroom vroom. The monstrous chainsaws on both sides of the tires sprang out, spinning rapidly and emitting a nerve-wracking cutting sound. The locked-on second tyrant, under the influence of the force field, couldn't evade in time. It could only watch helplessly as the steel behemoth charged towards it with its deadly flank. Uft! Without any obstruction, the high-speed rotating chainsaw easily sliced through the tyrant's tough exoskeleton and flesh. The RV roared past, and the tyrant's body was cleanly sliced in half at the waist. Its upper and lower halves separated, spilling a large amount of intestines and foul blood all over the ground. It hadn't even fully died, yet its upper half crawled on the ground in agony, letting out a mournful cry, but soon fell silent. 2 tyrants down. Only 1 remained. The third tyrant seemed frightened by the fate of its companions, abandoning its destruction of the electric fence and turning to flee. Trying to escape. Qin Mo sneered. Rear impact into the electric fence, activate. Instead of pursuing, he slammed the brakes, shifted into reverse, and floored the gas. The tires of the RV screeched against the ground as it violently charged back towards the fleeing tyrant. Blue and purple arcs of electricity crackled on the rear bumper, making a sizzling sound. Bang! The rear of the RV crashed solidly into the back of the third tyrant. Eek! The tyrant let out a piercing cry as its massive body convulsed violently. Thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity surged through its body, utterly destroying its internal organs and nervous system. A strong, burnt odor filled the air. Just 2 seconds later, the tyrant became a charred husk, emitting smoke, and slumped helplessly to the ground. Triple kill. The entire process was smooth and decisive. In less than a minute, the 3 tyrant-level devourers that had left the entire camp helpless were easily dealt with by the RV in a crushing manner. With the elite monsters dealt with, Qin Mo turned the vehicle and set his sights on the ordinary devourers that had surged into the service area. In his eyes, these monsters were no different from chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered. He drove this war fortress armed to the teeth, beginning a bloody sweep. Boom! The massive front of the RV sent 3 or 4 devourers flying, their bones shattered in midair, landing as nothing but a heap of mush. One devourer attempted to leap onto the roof from the side, but was directly repelled by the automatically deployed high-voltage electric net, igniting into a fireball. Another fearless one lunged from the front, trying to attack the windshield with its claws. What awaited it were dozens of sharpened alloy spikes that shot out from the front grille after Qin Mo pressed a button. That devourer was nailed to the front of the RV. Crush. This was a complete domination. Ordinary devourers had no right to even scratch this moving fortress. Their speed, strength, and claws were a joke in front of the heavy alloy armor and the ferocious weapon systems. Wherever the RV passed, blood and flesh flew and severed limbs scattered. The horde of monsters that had just put the guards in a tough battle was swept apart by this unstoppable steel torrent. One by one, turned into mush. On the battlefield, the surviving guards had ceased firing. They stood dumbfounded, watching the RV rampaging through the horde of monsters, each face filled with shock, and their eyes gradually ignited with fervor. This was the true power of their leader. With such a leader, what were they afraid of? The battle was quickly nearing its end. Under the merciless slaughter of the RV, the invading devourers were completely cleared out. The entire battlefield fell silent. Only the engine's heavy idling sound and the bloody carnage remained. However, the battle was not yet entirely over. Just when everyone thought victory was assured. Outside the electric fence from the last batch of surviving devourers, a colossal monster far larger than all previous tyrants, comparable to a small car, slowly emerged. It did not flee, nor did it rage. It simply stood quietly, its dark, golden vertical pupils distinct from other devourers, shimmering with intelligence and brutal light, fixated on the RV, smeared with the blood of its kin in the center of the battlefield. Roar! It opened its massive jaws and let out a roar. That sound was not just a roar, it felt like a declaration of war. The battlefield was eerily silent. Only the engine of the RV continued to rumble dully, and the stench of blood hung heavily in the air. All survivors ceased fire, staring blankly at the scene. In the clearing filled with the corpses of the feeders, the RV, scratched and stained with blood, stood silently. Opposite the vehicle stood the last enemy. This creature was much larger than the 3 tyrants that had been taken down in seconds, almost the size of a small car. Its skin was not blood red or dark brown, but a dark golden color resembling metal. It stood there quietly, not roaring like its kin, nor pacing anxiously. Its vertical pupils were no longer red, but dark golden, exuding a calmness that was uncharacteristic of a beast. With the heart of the nest destroyed and the tyrants dead, it seemed to have become the last king of this group. Inside the RV, Qin Mo's gaze was fixed, piercing through the reinforced glass, locking onto the feeder. He could feel that the sense of danger this creature brought was stronger than all the previous monsters combined. Creak! A harsh metallic grinding sound rang out. The dark golden monster raised its scythe-like claw and lightly scratched the heavy alloy armor of the RV. A clear white scratch appeared on the armor. In the command room, Su Man stared at the monitor, her eyes wide. How is this possible? This layer of armor can withstand even anti-material sniper rounds. On the city wall, Lei Guest's mouth was agape. He had witnessed the strength of this RV's defenses firsthand. Now this monster had left a mark on it with just its claws. What are the claws of this beast made of? After this demonstrative action, the king of feeders moved. Unlike other monsters, it did not charge in a straight line. Whooshed. Its body suddenly crouched down, limbs exerting force, and it shot forward like a golden shadow racing around the RV at high speed. Its speed was so fast that the human eye could only catch a blur of its figure. Target is evading at high speed. Unable to lock on. The automated turret on the roof emitted a mechanical warning sound. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened as he manually operated the turret, attempting to predict its position. Da-da-da. A series of electromagnetic machine gun bullets swept by, but only kicked up dust on the ground it had just raced past. It dodged. It actually predicted the trajectory of the bullets. The dark golden shadow did not stop, it leaped high, while moving at high speed, pouncing towards the side of the RV from its shooting blind spot. Watch out! Su Man's scream echoed in the communication channel. Qin Mo slammed the steering wheel while activating the tire chainsaw on the side of the vehicle. Vroom vroom. The screech of the chainsaw rang out, but the king of feeders seemed to have anticipated it. It pushed off the RV with its claws changing direction, midair rolling to land several meters away, creating distance once again. With one failed strike, it retreated immediately, showing no inclination for battle. Cunning. Calm. Qin Mo furrowed his brows, realizing his war fortress felt somewhat constrained against this agile and intelligent boss, which possessed both speed and wisdom. The RV's advantages lay in its crushing power and fire coverage, but against such a formidable single enemy, it felt limited. Boss, don't waste time with it. Su Man's urgent voice came through. I captured its movements with a high-speed camera. Its left hind leg is a bit stiff when it exerts force. It must be an old injury. That's its weak point of balance. She continued, moreover, after each heavy strike with its claws it experiences a stiffness of 0.2 seconds. That's your opportunity to counter. Listening to Su Man's analysis, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. But he knew that 0.2 seconds of stiffness was hardly enough time for the RV to react. If he wanted to eliminate it with this behemoth, it would come at a great cost. Since that's the case, Qin Mo suddenly smiled. He released the steering wheel and picked up the fire axe stained with monster blood from beside his seat. The RV was his weapon, but his strongest weapon had always been himself. He intended to conclude this defensive battle with the purest of fights. Boss, what are you planning to do? Su Man seemed to guess his thoughts, her voice filled with disbelief. Creak, the RV's door slowly opened. Everyone was stunned. Lei Gu, Su Man, and all the survivors on the city wall stared blankly at the opening door. Opening the door at a time like this. What does he intend to do? In the shocked gazes of everyone, Qin Mo held the fire axe in one hand and stepped down from the driver's seat. He wore no heavy armor, just a simple combat uniform. He fully exposed himself to the terrifying king of feeders. A survivor let out a groan. Mr. Qin, get back. It's dangerous. Lei Gu shouted hoarsely, his heart in his throat. To abandon the solid steel fortress and face a creature that could tear through steel with his flesh. This was suicide. The dark golden king of feeders also ceased its movements. It seemed taken aback, not expecting that this human who had hidden inside the iron shell would dare to step out on his own. Its dark golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, a hint of confusion flashing across, which then transformed into intense cruelty and disdain. In its view, this tiny human, having left the iron shell, was utterly fragile. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar, no longer probing, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, its massive body charged straight towards Qin Mo like a golden cannonball. The sharp, giant claws were already raised high during the charge, aimed at Qin Mo's head. It intended to shred this creature that dared to provoke it in one blow. Watching the charging monster, Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged. His gaze was as calm as ice. At the moment the claws were about to descend, he made his move. He twisted his body sharply to the left, narrowly evading the deadly claw at an incredible angle. The whistling claws grazed just past the tip of his nose, the wind from it stinging his cheek. With a missed strike, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the king of feeders. Now was the moment. The 0.2 seconds of stiffness. Qin Mo's body erupted instantly. He did not retreat, but instead surged forward, the fire axe in his hand slicing through the air with a tearing sound as it struck fiercely towards the waist of the king of feeders. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying. The fire axe struck solidly against the king of feeders, but it felt like striking a steel plate, leaving only a shallow white mark. The massive recoil left Qin Mo's arm numb. So hard. Qin Mo did not stop his movements, using the recoil to perform a backflip, once again creating distance between himself and the king of feeders. The first clash between man and beast occurred in the blink of an eye. Everyone watching held their breath, their hearts racing. What had they just witnessed? Qin Mo had actually relied on his strength and speed to dodge that fatal strike, and even retaliated. The King of Feeders seemed enraged, letting out an angry roar as its massive body lunged forward once again. This time its attack transformed from broad swipes to a flurry of claw shadows. Quick, too fast. Countless sharp claw strikes sealed off all of Qin Mo's evasion routes from all directions. Qin Mo's pupils shrank to the size of needles, his neural reaction speed reaching its limit. His figure became elusive amidst the dense claw shadows. Dodge, block, sidestep, duck. The fire axe in his hand danced like a whirlwind, constantly colliding with the metallic claws, producing a series of rapid clang-clang sounds. Between the flashes of blades and claws, man and beast fought in a chaotic melee. This scene was more thrilling than any battle before. Everyone felt their scalp tingle. They couldn't imagine that a single human could engage in such a primal and bloody close-quarters combat with such a monster. In the command room, Su-Man gripped her hands tightly together, not even noticing her nails digging into her flesh, her heartbeat racing as if it would leap out of her chest. The battle continued. Qin Mo began to accumulate cuts on his body inflicted by the edges of the claws. Meanwhile, the King of Feeders also bore several deep axe marks. This was a pure contest of strength, speed, and skill. Qin Mo's breathing grew rapid, the intensity of the fight rapidly depleting his stamina. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. He deliberately exposed a flaw, slowing down slightly, while blocking a horizontal sweep from the opponent. The King of Feeders indeed took the bait. Seizing the opportunity, it gave up other attacks, opening its mouth wide. Its long tongue shot towards Qin Mo's chest like a spear, accompanied by a whistling sound. This was the moment Qin Mo had been waiting for. At the instant the tongue was about to pierce him, he sank his body down at an odd angle, dodging the lethal blow aimed at his heart. At the same time, he channeled all his strength into the fire axe, striking with all his might at the injured left hind leg of the King of Feeders. This was a move aimed at mutual destruction. A muffled thud sounded as the weapon sank into flesh. The King of Feeders' terrifying tongue pierced through Qin Mo's left shoulder, resulting in a torrent of boiling blood. Crack! Almost at the same time, Qin Mo's fire axe also struck fiercely against the left hind leg of the King of Feeders, shattering its hard bone. Excruciating pain. A sharp agony shot through his left shoulder as the long tongue of the King of Liquors pinned Qin Mo in place. Blood instantly stained half of his body. Boss! Mr. Qin! From a distance atop the city wall, Su-Man and Brother Lei exclaimed simultaneously, their hearts racing with anxiety. However, Qin Mo's gaze remained unwavering, instead growing even more resolute. He did not pull away the long tongue, nor retreat. Qin Mo's empty left hand shot up, firmly grasping the tongue that pierced through his body, stabilizing himself. The King of Liquors did not expect this human, despite being gravely injured, to not only survive, but also dare to resist. The pain of its severed hind leg and the humiliation of having its tongue held enraged it completely, and it opened its massive jaws, preparing to swallow Qin Mo whole. Now is the time. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes, and with the force of his left hand pulling, he leaned forward, channeling all his strength into his right arm. The fire axe in his hand, infused with all his will and strength, cleaved fiercely into the gaping maw of the King of Liquors that lunged toward him. PFF. The sharp blade embedded deep into the monster's upper jaw, slicing upwards, nearly splitting its head in half. Ugh! The King of Liquors emitted a muffled sound, all its movements halting at that instant. Its dark, golden vertical pupils instantly lost all their brilliance, becoming dull. Qin Mo did not stop. He exerted the last of his strength, twisting his wrist fiercely and stirring it. Boom! The massive head of the King of Liquors exploded. Red and white matter mixed with dark golden blood splattered everywhere. Its massive body twitched violently twice before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The last king has fallen. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the man standing beside the monster's corpse, drenched in blood, with a severed tongue still protruding from his shoulder. He was silent, yet imposing. After a brief moment of silence, someone spoke in a trembling voice, "We won." In the next moment, "We won." Cheers erupted throughout the entire service area. "We won. We really won. Oh, we survived." The survivors tossed aside their weapons, rushing out of the crumbling structures, embracing each other tightly, laughing and crying. They screamed with all their might, releasing the exhilaration of having survived a disaster. Brother Lei was the first to react, his eyes red. He shouted as he rushed down the city wall, "Medical team! Quick! Hurry and save Mr. Qin." A large group of people hurriedly rushed towards the center of the battlefield. After confirming that the King of Liquors was completely dead, Qin Mo's tense nerves finally relaxed, and an irresistible fatigue and agony swept over him. His vision darkened, his body swayed, and he knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the fire axe to avoid collapsing. "Boss." Su-Man rushed to the front, and upon seeing the horrific wound on Qin Mo's shoulder, tears immediately streamed down her face. She wanted to help, but was afraid to touch the wound, feeling anxious and helpless. "I'm fine." Qin Mo's voice was somewhat weak, but still steady. "It's just a surface injury." Everyone looked at the blood hole that almost pierced through his entire shoulder, their mouths twitching. "Is this a surface injury? Then what counts as a serious injury?" Qin Mo, with the assistance of the medical personnel, yanked the severed tongue from his shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. After a simple bandaging, he stood up, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield as he issued orders. "Clean up the battlefield and tally the spoils." After the celebration of victory, it was time for harvest. This time the harvest was astonishingly bountiful. Hundreds of liquor corpses covered every inch of land inside and outside the service area. Under Brother Lei's organization, all the survivors joined in the cleanup effort. "My God, this energy crystal is huge." "What are you talking about? Look at mine. At least it's a second-tier one. We've hit the jackpot. We're rich." Exclamations echoed one after another. Fist-sized energy crystals glowing red were excavated from the monster's corpse and then sent to the conveyor belt bound for the RV. Before long, a small mountain had formed in the square. Brother Lei held the statistics sheet, his hands trembling. "Mr. Qin, preliminary statistics show over 1,000 ordinary energy crystals and more than 100 second-tier energy crystals. This should be enough for us to upgrade the RV to level 5. Everyone gasped in shock. This number had already exceeded their imagination. However, this was still not everything. Qin Mo walked over to the enormous corpse of the King of Liquors, enduring the pain, and personally used the fire axe to split open its tough chest. Deep within the bloody chest cavity lay a unique core quietly resting there. It was a massive core the size of a basketball, glowing with an eerie blood-red hue. Third-tier mutated core. When Qin Mo held this core in his hands, everyone felt a wave of violent energy fluctuations rushing towards them. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Just as they were still immersed in the shock brought by the third-tier core, a peculiar sight made their hearts race again. The silver-white alpha liquor that had been following Qin Mo throughout the battle did not die or flee. It quietly walked to Qin Mo, who was gasping for breath, carefully avoiding his wounds, and gently nudged Qin Mo's uninjured thigh with its fierce head. In its pale golden vertical pupils, there was no longer cruelty or bloodshed. Instead, there was dependence and submission. What is happening?" Brother Lei looked on in shock. This ferocious monster had actually been tamed. "Boss." Su-Man pushed her glasses up and hurried over, her eyes sparkling with the light of a researcher. She stared intently at the alpha liquor, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "We've struck gold. It's alive. Its genetic sequence has not collapsed like that of other liquors due to the violent energy. Instead, it has achieved a perfect balance. This is a perfect evolution sample. Its value is 100 times greater than that pile of energy crystals. A pet with limitless potential." This was another monumental gain. However, the surprises of the day were far from over. Once all the corpses had been cleared, the survivors finally remembered another prize from the fierce battle. The gigantic airdrop supply crate that had fallen from the sky. It remained intact after the previous battle and was now quietly standing in the corner of the service area, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Under everyone's gaze, Su-Man stepped forward, took a deep breath, and entered the password she received from Heya on the crate's control panel. Click. A soft sound. A heavy alloy door on the side of the crate slowly rose upwards with a sound of hydraulics. A gentle white light leaked from within the crate, illuminating everyone's faces in a snowy hue. Everyone held their breath, stretching their necks to see what was inside. As the light dissipated in the center of the crate, a meticulously structured silver-white metal sphere floated quietly atop an energy pedestal. Su-Man was the first to step in. She picked up the nearby electronic instruction board and began reading line by line. When she reached the last line, her entire being froze, and the instruction board slipped from her hands with a thud. "Su-Man, what's wrong? What is that thing?" Brother Lei asked anxiously. Su-Man slowly raised her head, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Her lips trembled, and with all her might she managed to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "Basic. Energy shield. Generator." Inside the RV, an eerie silence hung in the air. Su-Man, her hands clad in specially designed sterile gloves, cradled the silvery metallic sphere with meticulous care, her gaze intensely focused. Primary energy shield generator. This device signified technological supremacy. With it, the RV finally possessed genuine defensive capability, a decisive first step toward greater strength. Beside her, Qin Mo took a far more direct approach. He dumped every energy crystal scavenged from the battlefield onto the upgrade platform at the RV's core, a glittering crystalline mound that nearly brushed the ceiling. Atop the crystalline heap rested a blood-red core the size of a basketball, its interior churning like molten lava radiating intense energy fluctuations. A Tier 3 mutated core. This was the focal point of the entire upgrade. Boss, are you absolutely certain you want to invest all the energy at once? Su-Man stared at the mountainous pile of energy crystals and involuntarily swallowed hard. The scale was staggering. If not all at once, are we saving it for New Year's? Qin Mo curled his lip dismissively and placed his hand upon the upgrade button. Though the battle had exacted a heavy toll, its reward surpassed even the wildest expectations. To delay converting these spoils into tangible power would be senseless. Why let them gather dust? Without further hesitation, Qin Mo drew a deep breath and issued the command to the system. Core upgrade. VRRM. The moment the order was given, the upgrade platform blazed with light, and a tremendous suction force surged forth. Over 1,000 ordinary energy crystals dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of pure crimson energy that flooded violently into the RV's core. On the control panel's display, the progress bar surged upward at an unprecedented pace. 10%, 20%, 30%. Within mere seconds, the bar breached the 50% threshold. The speed left Su-Man utterly dumbfounded. After all, their last upgrade, from level 1 to level 2, had required scouring an entire service area, gathering every available resource just to barely meet the threshold. Yet now crystals dropped by mere common liquors alone had already supplied over half the required energy. The torrent continued unabated. Next, over 100 higher-grade Tier 2 energy crystals followed suit, melting into a thicker, purer beam of radiant energy that slammed fiercely into the core. The progress bar leapt again. 60%, 70%, 80%. Finally it slowed, halting steadily at 89%. All energy crystals had been fully consumed. Just 11% remained. We're so close. Su-Man whispered, her palms slick with sweat. Qin Mo's expression remained impassive. His eyes settled upon the final formidable Tier 3 mutated core. Time for the big one to take the stage. He reached out and firmly pressed the scorching, pulsating blood-red core into the designated recess on the upgrade platform. Boom. The instant contact occurred, the entire RV shuddered violently. An overwhelming wave of raw, chaotic energy erupted, far exceeding anything before. The Tier 3 core unleashed unimaginable power, and the progress bar, previously stalled, surged forward with astonishing velocity. 90%, 95%, 100%. The bar filled completely, and blinding golden light erupted from the screen, bathing the entire cabin in radiant gold. A rapid cascade of system notifications detonated within Qin Mo's mind. Ding. Sufficient energy detected. Divine Class RV system upgrading. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The Divine Class RV core has ascended to Level 3. Level 3 permissions unlocked. Detected specialized accessory, primary energy shield generator, module auto-adapting. Adaptation successful. New module energy shield unlocked. Core level increase detected. Gene optimization chamber automatically upgraded to advanced gene optimization chamber. Core level increase detected. Basic material conversion platform automatically upgraded to intermediate material conversion platform. It was done. The upgrades delivered comprehensive across-the-board enhancements, especially the energy shield, which had been his true objective. Su-Man, install it now. Qin Mo's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Yes, right away. Snapping back to focus, Su-Man clutched the silvery sphere and dashed to a newly appeared socket beside the RV's core, carefully slotting it in. Ding. Energy shield module installed successfully. Current shield value 1000, 1000. Energy conversion efficiency 10i. 10 of incoming damage is converted into shield energy. Gazing at the full 10th sandpoint shield value displayed on screen, Qin Mo's grin stretched almost ear to ear. 10,000 points. That was equivalent to adding 10,000 hit points to the RV, out of thin air, and not merely static health. It regenerated automatically, even absorbing damage. Let's go outside to test it. Qin Mo seized Su-Man's hand and rushed down from the RV without delay. In the service area's plaza, Brother Lei directed the final cleanup of the battlefield. Every survivor's face glowed with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Spotting Qin Mo emerge, everyone paused mid-task and bowed respectfully. Mr. Qin, Brother Lei, come here for a moment. Qin Mo gestured him over. Mr. Qin, what are your orders? Brother Lei hurried forward, his face brimming with reverence. Qin Mo pointed casually toward the RV behind him and said coolly, I have a task for you. Fire your most powerful weapon directly at my vehicle. Huh. Brother Lei froze, convinced he'd misheard. Fire his most powerful weapon at the boss's vehicle. What kind of bewildering directive was this? He wasn't the only one stunned. Those nearby who overheard exchanged baffled glances, utterly perplexed by their savior's latest enigmatic move. MMR. Qin, you're not joking, are you? Brother Lei wiped sweat from his brow, hesitantly asking. My most powerful weapon is an RPG launcher. Then use the RPG. Qin Mo replied, his tone brooking no dissent. No, that's impossible. This vehicle is priceless. One shot, and it'll be. Brother Lei waved his arms frantically near panic. Qin Mo grew impatient and turned back toward the RV, issuing a crisp command to its AI system. Xiaoming, activate the energy shield. Command acknowledged. Primary energy shield activated. VRRM. A soft hum resonated. Before everyone's horrified wide-eyed gaze, a semi-transparent shield unfurled instantly around the RV, a shimmering lattice of countless pale blue hexagonal energy cells. It enveloped the entire vehicle, completely glowing with an unmistakably futuristic aura. What is this? Heavens above, magic. A force field, like in the movies, eh? Every survivor stood frozen, mouths agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They simply could not trust what they saw. This defied everything they understood. Brother Lei's eyes bulged from their sockets as he stammered, pointing at the shimmering barrier. MMR. Qin, this. Enough talk. Qin Mo cut him off impatiently. 3 seconds. If you don't fire, your canned rations for this month are halved. At the mention of ration cuts, Brother Lei jolted upright. Hesitation vanished. He snatched an RPG launcher from a nearby soldier, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and aimed squarely at the RV. Mr. Qin, I'm really firing now. Fire. Receiving Qin Mo's firm confirmation, Brother Lei clenched his teeth, steeled his resolve, and yanked the trigger. A rocket streaked forward, trailing a blazing afterburner and shrieking with piercing intensity, hurtling straight toward the RV. Every heart in the plaza leapt into throats. Some of the more timid survivors instinctively shut their eyes. Then, in the next second, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded. The rocket, carrying devastating kinetic force, struck the Azure shield, but instead of the expected cataclysmic explosion, its warhead silently disintegrated, melted, and vaporized upon contact, without even a single spark. And the seemingly fragile blue shield merely flickered faintly, rippling outward like water disturbed by a pebble, before settling back into serene stillness. A tomb-like silence fell across the entire plaza. Everyone stood paralyzed, jaws slack, as if petrified by some ancient spell. Brother Lei remained rooted in place, shoulders still bearing the smoking launcher, his mind utterly blank. What had he just witnessed? A rocket capable of obliterating an entire building, just gone, without so much as a sound. Impressive performance. Qin Mo nodded approvingly. Glancing at his system interface, he noted the shield value dip momentarily, from 100 to 9980, then rebound instantly to full capacity. Not a single point of damage. In that moment, Qin Mo truly felt the unshakable confidence to dominate this apocalyptic wasteland. From today onward, his RV would stand impervious to any conventional thermal weaponry. This was a quantum leap, not incremental but transformative. As Qin Mo savored this newfound invulnerability, Su Man gently tugged his sleeve. Her eyes blazed, not with the awe she'd shown moments earlier at the energy shield, but with a 100-fold fiercer, almost feverish intensity. Her gaze pierced past the shimmering barrier, locking unblinkingly onto a silver-white alpha licker crouching quietly in the plaza's corner, docile, obedient like a well-trained hound. She leaned and closed, her voice dropping to a low magnetic whisper beside his ear. Boss, our true treasure may not be this shield. With the advanced gene optimization chamber and Alpha's near-perfect genetic sequence, perhaps I can forge for you an elite legion, bound solely to your command. A liquor Imperial Guard. As Su Man's voice fell, everyone in the square became excited. The idea of the Devourer Royal Guard was too outrageous and enticing. All eyes instinctively turned to the silver-white Alpha Devourer, quietly lying at Qin Mo's feet, which appeared very docile. Their gazes towards Qin Mo had changed, filled with awe and fervor, even a hint of fear. This man could single-handedly wipe out a horde of corpses and commanded that massive war fortress. Now he even intended to turn that terrifying monster into his army. Was he a god or a demon? Lei Gu took a deep breath and stepped out of the crowd. He approached Qin Mo and without a second thought knelt down on one knee with a thud. This man who had struggled in the apocalypse and had never bowed to anyone was now lowering his head. Mr. Qin. His voice was hoarse, yet resolute. Please give us a name. We want to be your warriors, your people. As Lei Gu knelt, those core members behind him, the men who had crawled out from heaps of corpses with him, also knelt down with a clatter. Please, Mr. Qin, give us a name. Then came the survivors rescued from the Black Crow convoy, the soldiers who had just survived the defense battle. 1, 2, 10, 100. In the square, everyone still standing knelt down. They gazed at the bloodied figure standing tall, their eyes sparkling with the same light. That was hope, the hope of surviving in this apocalypse. Please, leader, lead us. The mighty roar converged, shaking the entire service area. Qin Mo quietly watched the sea of kneeling people before him, his face devoid of any expression. He knew that from now on he could no longer think only of himself. He bore the future of all these people on his shoulders. He slowly climbed up onto the tall head of the RV, standing at the highest point, his gaze sweeping over each hopeful face below. The square fell silent instantly, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath, waiting for their god to issue commands. Qin Mo's voice, through the RV's broadcasting system, clearly reached everyone's ears. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. From today onwards, we are no longer scattered survivors running around. We will have our own names. He paused, his gaze directed towards the distant land, shrouded in darkness. I declare the survivor organization Ark officially established. I, Qin Mo, will be the sole leader of Ark. In this forsaken land cast aside by the gods, I will lead you to become the last hope in this apocalypse. Ark. The moment these two words were spoken, the entire square fell silent for a second. Then a wave of enthusiasm erupted, more fervent than ever before. Ark, Ark, long live the leader. Everyone roared, shouting with all their might, venting their excitement and thrill. They had a home. In this cold apocalypse, they finally had a real home. And Qin Mo was the guardian of this home. Qin Mo raised his hand and pressed it down. The fervent cheers immediately ceased. Everyone looked up at their leader with the utmost admiration. Rewards for merit. Qin Mo's voice rang out again. Lay good. Here. Lega straightened up abruptly and responded loudly. From today onwards, you will be the Minister of Combat for Ark, overseeing all combat personnel and responsible for the base's defense and external operations. You and all the core members who contributed in this battle will receive the first batch of gene optimization qualifications. Lega shook with excitement and disbelief. Gene optimization. That represented greater strength, faster speed. It meant better protection for the home behind them. Thank you, leader. He shouted those three words with all his might, his voice breaking. Behind him, the group of strong men had red eyes trembling with excitement. Suman. Here. Suman pushed her glasses and quickly stepped forward, her face stained with tears. I will build you an independent, well-equipped laboratory. From today onwards, you will be the minister of the research department for Ark. I need you to turn all your crazy ideas into reality as quickly as possible, including that. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon the silver-white Alpha Devourer. Devourer Royal Guard. Suman's breath quickened instantly, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining with the light of seeing the perfect experimental subject. I promise to complete the task, she nearly shouted this statement. Qin Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone once more. All who participated in this defense battle will each receive 10 cans of meat, a box of purified water, and double ammunition supplies. Boom. The crowd erupted again. Canned meat. Purified water. These supplies, more precious than gold in the apocalypse, were distributed by their leader as if they cost nothing. At this moment, all of the last doubts in everyone's hearts vanished completely. With such a leader who feared they wouldn't survive, Qin Mo looked down at the excited, fervent faces, feeling tranquil. Winning people's hearts was just the first step. What he desired was not just to build a barely surviving camp here. His goal was far beyond that. He raised his hand, pointing towards the distant horizon. At the end of that darkness, a larger city outline could be faintly seen. There lies the center city. Qin Mo's voice carried a tremendous aura. There we will find more resources. We need secrets that can make us stronger, and certainly stronger enemies. The system has issued the next task. Our next objective is right there. I will lead you to seize that city and turn it into the first mobile fortress of Ark. Do you dare to follow me there? Dare, dare, dare. Everyone's blood-ignited fists raised, unleashing thunderous roars. Fear. After witnessing their leader's godlike power, those two words had vanished from their minds. What remained was only endless fervor and loyalty. Looking at the high-spirited crowd below, a faint smile finally appeared on Qin Mo's lips. A new chapter had begun. However, while the Ark base was in celebration, with everyone thinking of a bright future 100 kilometers away from them, in the dead city that Qin Mo referred to as Center City, on top of the tallest skyscraper, a man in a clean white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a gentle demeanor, stood before a huge astronomical telescope. The telescope's lens was accurately aimed at the brightly lit service area in the distance. He saw the cheers there, the fervor, and that figure standing on top of the vehicle like a god receiving worship. His face bore no expression, his gaze as calm as a still pond. Interesting. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold yet playful arc. It seems my experimental subject B-17 has been completely annihilated. It appears an interesting variable has emerged. Behind him in the dark shadows, a massive figure gradually straightened up. It was a humanoid monster over 4 meters tall wearing a tattered trench coat bound with numerous chains and bullet belts. One of its arms had been transformed into a 6-barrel Gatling gun, while the other was a massive mechanical claw glinting coldly. Its face was covered by a cold metal mask beneath which were a pair of crimson electronic eyes gleaming with cruelty and the lust for slaughter. Avenger. Does a primitive man who has just learned to play with fire also wish to touch the realm of gods? The bespectacled man gazed at the scene in the telescope, softly muttering to himself, both stating and mocking. I hope you can bring me more surprises. After all, it has been a long time since I had any new toys in my paradise. As soon as he finished speaking, the Avenger behind him, its crimson electronic eyes suddenly flashed. A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto the distant service area. An even greater crisis was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, the newly established Ark was completely unaware of it. At night, the service area was brightly lit. After a fierce battle, the survivors gathered around a bonfire celebrating. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat and beer, and the noise of people temporarily drowned out the danger. Qin Mo stood atop the RV, observing the lively scene below. He understood that having a blueprint alone was insufficient. Our rewards and punishments must be clear. He picked up the microphone and cleared his throat quiet. The noisy square fell silent in an instant, with everyone putting down their drinks and food, their gazes turning towards the figure on the roof. Today's battle, everyone has contributed. Qin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it made the breaths of everyone below quicken. I announced the distribution of the first batch of gene optimization quotas. The crowd erupted with excitement. Gene optimization. That was something that could transform a person completely. Everyone's eyes were filled with desire, fixated on Qin Mo, afraid of missing a single word. Battle Minister Brother Lei. Qin Mo read out the first name. Brother Lei was taken aback, his hand trembling around his drink as he looked up at Qin Mo in disbelief. Research Minister Su Man. Su Man adjusted her glasses. Usually calm, she couldn't help but clench her fists at this moment. Additionally, 3 battle captains who performed the bravest in combat will also receive this optimization qualification. As soon as Qin Mo finished speaking, 3 men wrapped in bandages behind Brother Lei almost jumped up with excitement. Thank you, leader. The 5 shouted in unison, their voices filled with uncontrollable excitement. The surrounding survivors cast envious glances. Heavens, Brother Lei and the others are going for gene optimization. I heard the last optimization turned an ordinary person into a superhuman. This time the RV has been upgraded and the optimization chamber has been replaced with a high-end model. The effects will definitely be more powerful. I wonder how strong they will become. Amidst the discussions, Qin Mo spoke calmly. Brother Lei, you're first. Yes. Brother Lei tossed aside his drink and strode towards the RV, each step firm. He entered the RV, gazing at the brand new optimization chamber, took a deep breath, and lay down without hesitation. The goal this time was second-tier enhancement. Buzz. The chamber door closed, and a light blue nutritional liquid quickly filled it. An energy 10 times more intense than the last enhancement surged into Brother Lei's body. Ugh. Even a tough guy like Brother Lei couldn't help but let out a painful howl. His skin cracked inch by inch, muscles were repeatedly torn apart and restructured, and his bones creaked under the overwhelming energy. This kind of pain an ordinary person couldn't endure for even a second. But Brother Lei gritted his teeth. He wanted to get stronger to clear all obstacles for the leader. The pain didn't last long. 5 minutes later, the flow of energy gradually calmed. Crack. The chamber door opened. A brand new Brother Lei emerged from within. His muscular upper body radiated strength, and his skin even glowed with a faint bronze hue. What was most shocking was his gaze. His eyes were not only fierce, but also held a beast-like sharpness. How do you feel? Qin Mo asked. Brother Lei clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, grinning as he said, I feel like I could punch a cow to death. As he spoke, he casually threw a punch at the air. Bang! A muffled sound of air bursting rang out, and the air in front of his fist was visibly rippled. The onlookers gasped in shock. Was that what it meant to punch a cow to death? That punch could pierce through an armored vehicle, not just strength. Brother Lei frowned, suddenly turning to look at a corner of the crowd. There, a former member of the Black Crow team who had just joined the Ark was mumbling to himself. It's just a bit of strength. What's so impressive about that? Under Brother Lei's oppressive gaze, the person stiffened, cold sweat instantly pouring down as if their thoughts had been seen through. I can sense the malice from others towards me, Brother Lei said uncertainly. Qin Mo nodded. This was the initial awakening of mental strength brought by the second-tier enhancement. Next, Su Man. Everyone curiously looked at the research minister, speculating whether she would enhance strength or speed. However, Su Man's choice left everyone astonished. I choose to activate the brain domain, Su Man said to Qin Mo, for her intelligence was far more important than muscles. Qin Mo agreed. Su Man lay down in the optimization chamber, her selected enhancement mode completely different from Brother Lay's. Inside the optimization chamber, there was no wild energy, only countless gentle golden light, threads seeping from the chamber walls slowly wrapping around her head and merging into her temples. The entire process was very quiet. 10 minutes later, Su-Man emerged. While her appearance hadn't changed much, the eyes behind her lenses seemed to transform into a deep starry sky, with countless data streams flashing within. She merely glanced at the RV's control panel and immediately pointed out 3 previously unnoticed tiny flaws in the energy circuit. Then she closed her eyes simultaneously, beginning to formulate several complex plans: how to modify the Devourer guards, how to enhance the energy shields, and the new version of the service area defense system. Countless blueprints and data raced through her mind, organized and not interfering with each other. Multitasking superbrain computing. This was the power she gained belonging to a scientist. Watching her transformed companions, the survivors' gazes changed. They were glad they made the right choice to join this miracle-creating ark. However, Qin Mo's next decision left everyone stunned. Bring Alpha in as well. Qin Mo pointed to the silver devourer that had been injured in battle and was now quietly lying in a corner. What, boss, are you going to optimize this monster? That's too dangerous. What if it goes out of control? The crowd discussed anxiously, their faces filled with worry. Enhancing a human was a miracle. Enhancing a monster was inviting trouble. Follow the orders. Qin Mo's tone left no room for doubt. However, Su-Man was the first to express her support excitedly, saying, "Boss is wise." Alpha's gene sequence was a perfect evolutionary sample. If the optimization chamber could compensate for its energy deficiency, it might undergo an astonishing super-evolution. With the support of the research minister, others stopped voicing their concerns. A few bold warriors worked together to lift the half-dead Alpha Devourer into the optimization chamber. Qin Mo did not hesitate, directly tossing in a captured third-tier Devourer King Core as the energy source. Boom. The moment the chamber door closed, the entire optimization chamber shook violently. Inside the chamber, it was no longer blue or golden light, but a blinding blood red. The frenzied energy surged within like boiling magma. Alpha's massive body, enveloped in the crimson energy, alternated between swelling and contracting, emitting a series of suppressed low growls. Everyone nervously watched this scene, their hearts in their throats. This gamble would either give birth to a more terrifying demon or an unprecedented guardian. 20 minutes later, the blood light dissipated and the chamber's trembling stopped. Crack. The door slowly opened. A majestic and oppressive aura spread from within. Everyone instinctively took a step back, gripping their weapons tightly. A fearsome claw rested on the edge of the chamber door. The claw was no longer bony but exhibited a muted metallic sheen. Then a brand new figure slowly emerged from the chamber. It was larger than before, its streamlined body a perfect blend of strength and beauty. Its silver skin now glinted with a cold, hard metallic luster, as if wearing a layer of fitted alloy armor. Most importantly, its gaze. The chaotic and brutal essence had vanished from its faint golden vertical pupils, replaced by calmness and wisdom. It scanned the surrounding tense humans before finally locking eyes with Qin Mo. In the astonished gazes of everyone, this killing machine gradually lowered its head and knelt on one knee before Qin Mo. A series of submissive rumbles emanated from its throat. It was pledging allegiance to its king. Qin Mo approached with satisfaction, stroking its metallic glossed head. From this day forward, he possessed his first non-human guardian, one that belonged solely to him. The strength of the Ark had once again taken a qualitative leap. Watching the dramatically strengthened Brother Lay, the remarkably intelligent Su-Man, and the subservient super-biological weapon, all members of the Ark were filled with hope for the future. However, just as the atmosphere was at its height, a cold mechanical voice unexpectedly exploded in everyone's minds. Area announcement: the final trial of the biochemical apocalypse chapter is about to begin. Countdown 72 hours. The voice was like a cold wind, instantly extinguishing all flames. The joyous laughter in the square came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was frozen in place, their smiles frozen on their faces. Final trial. These 4 words were like a mountain pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Qin Mo's brows instantly knitted together. Before him, on a virtual screen invisible to others, a massive 3-dimensional map was unfolding. At the end of the map, a huge city shrouded in thick blood mist was marked with a glaring red by the system. Next to it, there was a line of cold text. Final task: Central City. Task objective: within 72 hours, enter Central City and eliminate the final Biotses, the Avenger, located on the top floor of the municipal building. Task reward: key to the world unique. The holder can unlock the portal to the next stage of the world. Special warning: once the trial begins, Central City will become a gathering place for all high-level mutated creatures in this area, with the danger level increasing exponentially. Beneath the warning, there were 2 lines of small text marking 2 special avatars. Hidden Boss 1 Red Queen. Central City Defense AI controlling the city's surveillance and weapon systems with the directive to eliminate all unauthorized entrants. Hidden Boss 2 Gallus. An ultimate biological weapon lurking in the city's underground system possessing the perfect virus is the backup body for the Avenger. Qin Mo looked at this task, briefing, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. This is not just a battle, it is a war. A war that must confront the entire city, countless high-level monsters, 2 mysterious hidden BOSSs, and the final Avenger all at once. What should we do? A survivor trembled as he spoke, breaking the dead silence. His words acted like a fuse, igniting panic among the crowd. Central City. Isn't that a death sentence? We have barely managed to establish ourselves here. Why force us to go to such a place? Isn't it better to stay here? We have walls, we have a strong leader, we can hold our ground. I won't go. If you want to go, then go. I'd rather die here. The sentiment of retreat spread like a plague. The hope and fighting spirit that had been kindled with great difficulty appeared so fragile in the face of the threat of death. Even Brother Lei and his battle captains wore grave expressions, their fists clenched tightly. They were not afraid of death, but they feared leading their brothers to death. Looking at the restless crowd below and the pairs of eyes that shifted from excitement to fear, Qin Mo's expression showed no change. He slowly walked to the edge of the RV, overlooking the people below. There was no anger or disappointment on his face. He spoke in a tone that was almost coldly calm. Do you think you can survive by hiding here? His voice clearly reached everyone's ears through the broadcast. Have you forgotten who threw us into this world? It was that lofty system. The Liquor's Nest is merely the first appetizer it arranged. Even if we do not go to Central City today, tomorrow, it will directly airdrop the monsters of Central City upon us. In this world, comfort equals death. Moving forward may lead to death 9 times, but at least there is one chance to live. But if we do not advance, we will only be slowly ground to death in this place by this world, without even a chance to resist. Qin Mo's voice grew louder, like thunder striking hard at everyone's hearts. Qin Mo will go to Central City. Because that key to the world is our only hope of leaving this cursed place. I will not force everyone to go to their deaths with me, so I give you a choice. He opened his arms as if to embrace the entire world. Those willing to stay guard our home. I will leave enough supplies for you to survive. And those willing to follow me to that battlefield of life and death to fight for a future. Now, immediately, back to your vehicles. Qin Mo suddenly withdrew his arms, pointing towards the road leading into endless darkness. Start your engines. Fill the tanks. The Ark is about to set sail. The square fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Qin Mo's words. They looked at the figure atop the vehicle, not particularly tall, yet seeming capable of holding up the sky. Their fears slowly began to be replaced by a more fervent emotion. Indeed, how long can we hide? In this damned world, only by following the strong can we survive. A dull roar of an engine broke the silence. Brother Lei wasted no time jumping into his off-road vehicle, modified to resemble a hedgehog, starting the engine and parking it steadily behind Qin Mo's RV. His actions were a signal. The voice of Su Man, filled with determination, echoed in the communication channel. Research department ready to depart at any time. Boom, boom, boom. One modified vehicle after another roared to life. The battle captains who had just completed their second stage enhancements, the veterans who survived the battles, the survivors whom Qin Mo saved from despair. They rushed towards their vehicles, their eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. In just a few minutes, all the vehicles in the service area that could move lit up their blinding headlights. More than 30 various modified battle vehicles quickly assembled behind Qin Mo's Ark, forming a steel dragon. In the night, the convergence of headlights created a silent roar. Qin Mo gazed at the steel dragon formed by countless lights below, and a smile finally crept onto his lips. He picked up the communicator and issued a command with a voice full of grandeur. Ark convoy, all present. Depart. Boom. With a command from Qin Mo, the engine of the Ark roared with a deep rumble. 2 massive beams of searchlight shot straight toward the dark highway ahead. Set off. Qin Mo's voice echoed through the communication channels, reaching the entire convoy. Boom, boom, boom. Following the Ark were over 30 modified vehicles awakened from slumber. Lei Guess off-road vehicle was equipped with a heavy machine gun. A heavy truck with a rocket launcher welded atop its roof. Modified pickups outfitted with cutting blades on both sides. Over 30 vehicles, more than 60 headlights, all illuminated the night sky of the service area at once. Ark convoy. All personnel accounted for. Target Central City. Set off. The Ark was the first to leave the service area, its massive frame plunging into the endless darkness. The convoy followed closely behind. This newly formed convoy carried hundreds of warriors charging towards that city of death. The highway was no longer calm. With the opening of the final trial, the activity of the mutated creatures in this area had significantly increased. Looking out, the roads and fields were filled with hordes of wandering zombies and various mutated beings. Upon seeing the convoy, they roared crazily, surrounding from all directions. My God, so many monsters. In a modified bus, a new recruit who had just joined the convoy gazed out at the dark tide of corpses, his face pale, his hand trembling on the gun. What's there to be afraid of? An old soldier next to him scoffed, even too lazy to reach for his weapon, merely gesturing towards the front of the vehicle. Watch closely, rookie. Let me show you how the Ark travels. Travel. The recruit was momentarily taken aback. To him, facing such a wave of corpses meant a bloody battle. However, in the next moment, his expression turned blank. The Ark leading the way showed no signs of slowing down as it faced the oncoming tide of corpses. Virum. A blue energy shield swiftly unfolded, enveloping the entire Ark. That mobile fortress-like RV plunged headfirst into the tide of corpses, protected by a layer of blue light. There were no violent collisions, nor the anticipated splatter of flesh. The zombies charging at the front disintegrated and vaporized the instant they made contact with the blue shield. Not a trace of blood was left on that blue halo. The Ark maintained its high speed, carving a wide path through the dark tide of corpses. Anything that stood in its way, whether ordinary zombies or towering mutated dogs, met only one fate: complete disintegration. The convoy following behind didn't even have a chance to fire. They only needed to press the accelerator and move along the safe zone carved out by the Ark. The new recruit gaped, staring at everything in a daze, his mind blank. What kind of technology is this? He stammered. Divine technology. The old soldier grinned, proudly. No, this is the power of our leader. In the face of absolute technological disparity, the zombie C tactic became a joke. The morale of the Ark convoy instantly surged. Excitement was written across everyone's faces. They looked at the massive vehicle, clearing all obstacles ahead, filled with a sense of safety. With a leader present, with the Ark leading the way, what final trial could possibly be feared? The convoy surged forward, advancing over 30 kilometers in just half an hour. However, just as the convoy was about to exit the highway and enter the city outskirts, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. A loud explosion. On the right flank of the convoy, an armed pickup responsible for surveillance was struck by a tremendous force, sent flying through the air, rolling several times before crashing to the ground, a pile of burning scrap metal. Enemy attack. Lay Guess roar exploded in the communication channel. The convoy immediately halted. All vehicles quickly regrouped to form a temporary circular defense. Countless searchlights simultaneously pointed toward the direction of the attack. At the end of the beams, several massive figures slowly rose at an abandoned construction site. These were terrifying humanoid creatures, standing over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging their skin a grayish white. Their left arms were human hands, while their right arms had morphed into gigantic bone claws over 2 meters long, glinting with metallic sheen. Roar. One of the monsters threw back its head and roared, slamming its fist into the nearby concrete wall. Boom. The thick concrete wall was smashed through, leaving a large hole. It's a tyrant. Su Man's voice echoed with seriousness in the channel. There's a record in the system database, a type of virus evolved entity, immensely powerful with tough skin, making it difficult for ordinary firearms to inflict effective damage. As soon as she finished speaking, the tyrants began to stomp forward, charging at the convoy. Each step they took sent a slight tremor through the ground, the pressure causing the warriors, who had just been high-spirited, to feel a sense of unease. Fire! Legu roared. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. In the convoy, dozens of heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, instantly enveloping the leading tyrant. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. The bullets, capable of tearing through steel, merely sparked against the tyrant's grayish-white skin, producing a series of ringing sounds, utterly failing to penetrate. What the hell? Is this guy's skin made of titanium alloy? A machine gunner's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The tyrant seemed enraged by the attack, roaring fiercely, its massive bone claw raised high, crashing down towards a truck that stood in its way. The warriors on the truck's deck turned pale. However, just as the claw was about to land, a silvery shadow flashed out from the open door of the Ark. Its speed was astonishing, so swift that all that remained on everyone's retina was a fleeting shadow. The tyrant's movement froze abruptly. It slowly lowered its head, discovering 5 bloody holes had appeared on its chest without it noticing. Blood gushed forth. Before it could react, the silvery shadow had already appeared behind it. Swish! A flash of cold light. The tyrant's massive head was sent soaring. Bang! The headless corpse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Alpha! It shook off the blood on its claws, its dark, golden vertical pupils sweeping over the remaining tyrants, letting out a low growl of disdain. Well done. Qin Mo praised over the channel, then issued a command: don't let it steal the spotlight. Lei Gu let the brothers witness the power of a second-tier enhancer. Yes. Lei Gu shouted excitedly, leaping down from the off-road vehicle. His muscles visibly swelled, making him appear much larger, his eyes bloodshot. He charged straight towards another tyrant without flinching or dodging. Roar! Lei Gu let out a roar mimicking the tyrant's stance and threw a powerful punch. The two fists, one large and one small, collided midair with a thunderous crash. Boom! A deep resonant sound echoed. A shockwave spread outward from the two. In the astonished gazes of all, the tyrant, weighing over a ton, was actually pushed back 3 or 4 steps by Lei Gu's punch. As for Lei Gu, he merely swayed slightly before stabilizing his stance. Holy crap! Lei Gu is amazing. Is this the power of a second-tier enhancer? It's terrifying. The warriors in the convoy were dumbfounded. The remaining tyrants were also entangled by other second-tier enhanced captains. Merely 2 minutes later, the battle was over. The tyrants were easily torn to pieces by Alpha Lei Gu and others. The convoy set off again. This time no one harbored any underestimation, while their confidence had also solidified. With Qin Mo Alpha and Lei Gu leading, what could this team not conquer? The convoy successfully entered the outskirts of the city. However, when the legendary central city finally appeared before their eyes, everyone's breath halted at that moment. It was a city shrouded in death. Strangely, there were no monsters or zombies visible at the entrance. Instead, they saw a massive barrier towering dozens of meters high, composed of numerous thick laser beams and a force field net crackling with blue arcs. This barrier was like an impassable chasm, completely sealing off all roads into the city. As the Ark convoy halted 100 meters from the barrier, a massive red holographic female head slowly emerged at the center of the barrier. She had a blank expression, her eyes hollow, exuding a coldness that looked down upon all. Detection of unknown armed unit intrusion. A cold, mechanical, synthetic voice echoed through the city's broadcasting system, resonating in everyone's ears. According to Article 7 of the Umbrella Corps Act, classified as a maximum threat level. Elimination Protocol. Initiate. Purge Protocol. Initiated. Knock-hold synthetic electronic voice echoed across the desolate city skyline through omnipresent loudspeakers. Every member of the Ark convoy felt an icy chill surge from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. At the center of the colossal energy barrier floated the holographic visage of a little girl in a crimson dress, her hollow eyes flickering with a crimson torrent of data. The next instant, in clank, 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 an ear-splitting screech of grinding metal erupted from the skyscrapers flanking the city's entrance. Before everyone's horrified gaze, the sleek glass facades of the towers began to disintegrate and reassemble. In countless black, gaping gun barrels extended from within the walls, densely arrayed, covering the entire surface of each building in seconds. Not just these two towers. In deep within the streets, on distant buildings atop lampposts, even behind abandoned billboards, thousands of autonomous targeting turrets emerged one after another, their metallic barrels swiveling in unison, crosshairs locking unwaveringly onto the Ark convoy. What the hell is this? None soldier stared at the armada of weapons, his rifle trembling so violently he nearly dropped it. This spectacle utterly surpassed their comprehension. And this was no battle, it was outright slaughter. And before they could even process the shock, the little girl in red parted her lips and uttered 2 words. Open fire. In rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. At the moment the command was issued, 10,000 cannons roared as one. An avalanche of bullets interlaced with searing energy beams descended from every direction, converging midair into a lethal curtain of death that shrieked downward upon the Ark convoy. Raise shields. All personnel, take cover now. Qin Mo bellowed over the comms channel. He slammed the accelerator. The Ark's massive chassis lunged forward, shoving several smaller vehicles caught off guard directly behind it as improvised shields. VVVVRRRMM. Na pale blue energy shield blazed to maximum intensity. In the next second, the death curtain crashed down. And boom, 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 boom. A deafening, unbroken rattle, like hailstones on a tin roof, erupted instantly. And thousands of rounds and energy beams slammed ferociously into the Ark's shield, rippling outward in concentric waves of light. The shield's luminescence dimmed rapidly on the system display, its integrity plummeted hundreds of points per second. And meanwhile, the other vehicles trailing behind were far less fortunate. Though the Ark drew the brunt of the assault, the strays remained lethally precise. A modified cargo truck's roof was instantly perforated by dozens of rounds. Its heavy machine gunner vanished without a cry, shredded into crimson mist. Another SUV was struck heat-in by a searing energy beam, its armored plating melted like paper, and the vehicle detonated in a thunderous fireball. Leader, the firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold. And Lei Gu, gripping the wheel of his SUV, clung desperately behind the Ark, his eyes bloodshot, as explosions bloomed all around. They hadn't even reached the city's heart, hadn't laid eyes on a single enemy, yet losses mounted catastrophically. And this battle was unwinnable. Su-man, do you have a solution, eh? Qin Mo shouted into the channel while wrestling the RV's controls. And no, this AI's tier is too high. Its firewall is impenetrably complex. I need time. Su Man's voice crackled with urgency. Her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, blurring into afterimages. Yet the defenses stood unyielding, impregnable. All units, follow my order. Reverse immediately. Create distance. Qin Mo decided without hesitation. Charging headlong meant certain annihilation. The Ark convoy began retreating slowly, under relentless withering fire. But Red Queen had no intention of granting them escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. From the highway behind them, rows of alloy barricades erupted from the earth, sealing their retreat completely. A net stretched wide above, walls of steel sealed behind. Were trapped, cooked in a pot. Despair began spreading like poison through the convoy. Don't panic. Qin Mo's voice cut like a whip, jolting every soul back to awareness. Xiaomeng, activate the biointerference field. Command acknowledged. Biointerference field activated. VVVVRRRM. An invisible wave pulsed outward from the Ark's core, expanding instantly. Designed originally to disrupt biological weapons, the field also exerted subtle destabilizing influence upon these mechanical constructs. The turrets, previously unerring, now trembled faintly at their mounts. Their projectiles veered wildly off target. The previously impenetrable barrage fractured, revealing slender, fleeting gaps. Opportunity. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened. All drones, launch now. Find the city's power nodes. Dozens of camouflage drones surged skyward in that split-second lull, slipping through gaps in the firestorm, darting at sharp angles into the city's upper airspace. The drone feed froze every viewer's breath. The entire metropolis was a colossal war fortress. Countless defensive emplacements dotted every street corner, rooftop, and alleyway. Yet under Su Man's rapid analysis, a pattern soon emerged, a shared vulnerability. Boss, I've got it. Su Man's voice held a spark of triumph. All citywide power flows from 4 major substations, north, south, east, and west. Destroy them, and at least 80% of the automated weaponry will go dark. Na flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Qin Mo's eyes. Na full-scale assault was impossible. The target was too conspicuous. The only viable path, a surgical strike by elite operatives. Lei Gu, select 5 top-tier Tier 2 enhanced soldiers. You're coming with me. Everyone else, hold position. Draw their fire. Qin Mo's orders were terse, absolute. Yes, sir. Lei Gu didn't hesitate. Moments later, a heavily modified assault vehicle rolled out from the Ark's rear bay. Qin Mo took the driver's seat. Lei Gu rode shotgun. 5 elite warriors stood armed and ready on the open rear platform. 7 souls. 1 vehicle. A suicide squad. We breach through the western commercial ruins. That sector's defenses are weakest. Target west substation. Qin Mo wrenched the steering wheel. The assault vehicle shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, weaving between shattered buildings toward the city's flank. Yet they had gravely underestimated Red Queen's computational acuity. In the moment they entered the city, she detected their intent. High-energy signature detected. Designation decapitation unit. Initiating urban combat countermeasures protocol. The frigid electronic voice resonated simultaneously across every street, every corridor, every silent window. Qin Mo guided the assault vehicle into a narrow commercial avenue. Clang, clang, Null shopfront roller shutters along both sides slammed down in perfect unison. Ahead at a crossroads, traffic lights flashed crimson, and from beneath the asphalt a row of vicious tire-puncturing spikes shot upward. Brace yourselves. Qin Mo snarled, hands whipping the wheel. The vehicle screamed in protest, tires shrieking as it executed an impossible drift, skimming millimeters past the spikes before surging forward. Damn it, the city's alive. Lei Gu cursed, sweat beading on his brow. This was more harrowing than facing a zombie horde. They were like viruses infiltrating a titan's body, while the titan's immune system awakened fully lethally. Woof, 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 Na frantic guttural bark echoed from a shadowed alley ahead. Then, out of the darkness, leapt a dozen cybernetic hounds, rotting flesh clinging to reinforced limbs and spinal frames grafted with gleaming mechanical prosthetics. They moved with terrifying speed, red ocular sensors blazing, as they hurled themselves at the assault vehicle. Fools. The warriors on the rear platform roared, rifles erupting in thunderous bursts. Bullets sparked wildly against their armored hides. These abominations possessed far greater resilience than ordinary zombified canines. One hound launched itself skyward, jaws agape, aiming for a soldier's throat. Get back. Lei Gu leaned halfway out. His fist crashed into the creature's alloy skull. Thud. Na's sickening muffled impact. The reinforced cranium caved inward under sheer force. and the beast howled once, then flew backward limp and broken. This was the raw might of a Tier 2 enhanced warrior. And under the coordinated onslaught of 7 elite fighters, the cyberhounds were eradicated in moments. Yet a pall of dread settled over them all. And this had been merely the appetizer. And how many more surprises had this AI prepared? Press forward. We're out of time. And Qin Mo glanced at the map and stomped the accelerator again. And the assault vehicle carved through the city's labyrinthine streets, dodging traps laid by Red Queen at every turn. Yet their path grew steadily wider, and surrounding structures thinned noticeably. An ominous premonition tightened in Qin Mo's chest. It was too smooth, and too seamless, almost as if deliberately guided. And when the assault vehicle burst from the alleyway, the sight before them stole every breath. They stood at the edge of a vast circular urban plaza, and the moment they entered, in boom, 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 from all directions, massive alloy gates descended from above, sealing every exit with final crushing authority. And they were locked inside a colossal iron cage. VVVVRRM, VVVRRM, VVVRRM. And from rooftops encircling the plaza, dozens of colossal laser turrets, each thrice the size of standard models, slowly pivoted their barrels. In ghostly blue light coalesced in their muzzles, everyone trained unerringly upon the lone assault vehicle stranded at the plaza's center. Red Queen's hologram reappeared, centered above the plaza. And her gaze remained hollow, but her lips curled into a faint mocking smile. Trapped in a jar. And execute. Final purge. A turtle in a jar. Executing. Elimination program. The emotionless electronic voice of Hong Ho echoed in the circular square like a final verdict. On top of the buildings surrounding the square, dozens of heavy laser turrets had charged their barrels, gathering a ghostly blue light that exuded an aura of destruction. Inside the assault vehicle, Lei Gu and several of his second-tier enhancers turned pale. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to die in such a suffocating manner. Damn it, let's fight her. Lei Gu's eyes turned red as he grabbed the rocket launcher beside him, preparing to jump out of the vehicle for a last stand. However, Qin Mo's face showed no sign of panic. He simply stared intently at the ground in the center of the square, his expression grave and somewhat puzzled. Since earlier he had sensed a faint but familiar vibration coming from beneath the ground. That feeling was like the heartbeat he had experienced when he encountered the parasitic nest in the underground shopping mall. But this was the city center. How could there be? Just as the laser cannon was about to fire, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted, not from the turrets above, but from beneath their feet. The assault vehicle shook violently as the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. A pit over 20 meters in diameter appeared in an instant. What a... Lei Gu and the soldiers in the vehicle barely had time to scream before they felt a wave of weightlessness. The entire assault vehicle, along with the 7 of them, seemed to be yanked by a hand plunging straight into the unfathomable darkness. Alert! Alert! Abnormal ground structure detected. Unknown high-intensity biological energy reaction detected below. Jurisdiction area under unknown force invasion. Recalculating. Calculation failed. Elimination protocol. Interrupted. In the sky above the square, Hong Hao's cold little girl avatar flickered violently for the first time, her hollow gaze revealing a hint of astonishment and anger. It was clear that this collapse far exceeded its calculations. The fall didn't last long. Bang! A muffled sound. The assault vehicle crashed hard onto the solid ground, deforming the body and shattering all the windows. The occupants were thrown around, their heads spinning. Cough, cough. Is everyone still alive? Qin Mo was the first to struggle up from the driver's seat, shaking his dazed head. Not dead. Lei Gu spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, leaning against the door to stand up and check his body. The others gradually stood up as well, aside from a few unfortunate ones with minor injuries. Their second-tier enhanced physiques were sufficient to keep them combat-ready despite such impact. Where are we? A soldier turned on the tactical flashlight, looking around in confusion. Before them lay a wide underground tunnel, but it appeared long abandoned. The iron tracks were rusted, the walls covered in moss and water stains, and the air was filled with the smell of mold and decay. Looks like an abandoned subway. Lei Gu frowned, looking up at the large hole they had fallen through. The entrance was at least 30 to 40 meters high, and the broken concrete and steel had signs of being corroded by strong acid. Clearly this ground had not been blown apart, but had been melted from beneath. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Qin Mo scoffed coldly. It seems we've been made the unwitting prey of something underground, snatching food from Hong Hao's mouth. At that moment, a faint, pitter-patter sound came from the darkness deep within the tunnel, as if someone was barefoot wading through water. The sound was quiet, drawing closer. Who? Lei Gu's heart tightened as he raised his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the direction of the sound. The other soldiers in the vehicle immediately entered combat mode, anxiously staring into the darkness. A thin figure slowly emerged from the shadows. As the tactical flashlight illuminated the figure, everyone froze. It was a girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16, wearing a tattered white hospital gown and barefoot. Her face was pale, her long black hair disheveled across her shoulders, her vacant gaze lacking focus, as if she were in a trance. Little girl. A soldier rubbed his eyes in disbelief. They had expected to encounter some monster, and yet this was it. However, both Qin Mo and Lei Gu felt a pressure from this seemingly harmless girl that was 100 times more terrifying than facing a tyrant. It was a kind of suppression that emanated from the very essence of life. The girl stood about 10 meters away from them. The water pooling at her feet was being corroded by a colorless liquid seeping from her soles, emitting a hissing sound and rising in white smoke. Hidden BOSS Alice. Qin Mo enunciated the name slowly, his entire body tensing. He never expected to encounter this top-tier biological weapon, even more mysterious than Hongho, in such a manner. As if sensing the hostility of Qin Mo and the others, Alice tilted her head slowly, and for the first time, there was a flicker of emotion in her hollow gaze. She did not attack, nor did she make any sound. However, the environment around her began to undergo bizarre changes. Sizzle. Sizzle. The walls of the tunnel began to ooze that terrifying corrosive liquid. The hard concrete walls met the liquid and melted away as quickly as ice and snow. Thorny dark red vines sprouted wildly from the melting walls, twisting like gigantic pythons wrapping around the entire tunnel. On the ground, vast expanses of bioluminescent fungus blankets rapidly spread, covering the cold iron tracks and ground. In just a few seconds, this abandoned subway tunnel transformed into a living, terrifying biological nest. My God! What is this ability? She's altering the environment. She's turning this place into her territory. The soldiers in the vehicle were dumbfounded. This ability to reshape the world had completely surpassed their understanding. They had no doubt that if this girl wished, those vines and fungal blankets would engulf them entirely. They had just escaped the technological web laid by Hongho, only to plunge headlong into another death trap woven by a biological technology boss. Out of the wolf's den into the tiger's mouth. Everyone felt an immense weight on their hearts. Just then the girl named Alice suddenly locked her hollow eyes precisely on Qin Mo. She seemed intrigued by the powerful, gene-optimized life energy within Qin Mo. Slowly she opened her small mouth. However, what emerged from her mouth was not sound. Instead, it was an invisible mental shock. Buzz! Qin Mo felt as if his head had been struck violently by a heavy hammer. A wave of excruciating pain erupted in his mind. His vision went dark and he nearly collapsed. Countless chaotic illusions and piercing shrieks surged through his consciousness, making him feel as if his soul were about to be torn apart. This was the first greeting from a top-tier biological weapon in the realm of the mind. An invisible mental shock swept through, causing Qin Mo's head to feel as though it were about to explode. His vision went dark, blood trickled from his nostrils and ears, and his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. The excruciating pain made him feel as if his consciousness were being torn apart. Boss! Leader! Seeing Qin Mo bleeding from his 7 orifices, Brother Lei's eyes turned red as he raised his assault rifle and began to fire angrily at the small monster. Fire! Kill her! Da-da-da-da-da. A barrage of bullets instantly engulfed Alice's frail body. However, the next scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The bullets struck Alice's skin, sinking only slightly before stopping, then clinking as they fell to the ground, as if hitting a thick hide. Aside from leaving a few bullet holes in her tattered hospital gown, the bullets failed to inflict any harm on her. How is this possible? A soldier exclaimed in disbelief. Alice seemed utterly unconcerned by the hail of bullets, not even glancing at Brother Lei and the others who were firing. Her hollow eyes remained fixed on Qin Mo, who was still enduring great pain. Seeing Qin Mo in agony, a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she prepared to launch another attack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the control room of the Ark on the ground was extremely tense. Report. We have lost contact with the leader's team. The drone signal has been interrupted, and we cannot detect their life signs. The series of bad news made the hearts of the soldiers left behind tighten. Su-Man stood before the massive holographic map, arms crossed and brow furrowed. On the screen, the light representing Qin Mo's team had disappeared, replaced by a flashing red high-risk energy source deep underground. The intensity of this energy source was a level higher than the previously recorded King of the Devourers. They are not dead. Su-Man adjusted her glasses, her tone very certain. Her mind raced, analyzing all the data. What dragged them down was not the Red Queen, but a stronger enemy lurking underground. Right now, Qin Mo is battling that thing. A collective gasp echoed in the command room. An enemy stronger than the Red Queen. What kind of monster could that be? What do we do now, Minister Su-Man? A commander asked anxiously. Su-Man's expression hardened, transforming completely from her usual gentle demeanor. With Qin Mo absent, she was the highest commander. Everyone listened to my orders. Her voice echoed throughout the entire Ark convoy. Zhang Yuan, you lead Combat Team 1, continue feigning an attack on the eastern defense node. Don't worry about ammunition, the louder it gets the better draw all of the Red Queen's attention. Yes. A roar came from the communicator. Combat Teams 2 and 3 abandon non-essential vehicles, and all heavy engineering equipment rally to my position immediately. Our only mission is one. Su-Man's gaze was fixed on the flickering red energy source on the map. Break through this damned crust and rescue the boss. Our leader from below. Xiaoming, transfer all of the Ark's computational power to me. Su-Man returned to the control panel, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. I can't break through your core firewall, but your minions won't escape. Lines of code raced across the screen. Su-Man bypassed the Red Queen's core defenses and began to violently dismantle its peripheral systems. B7 district power grid intrusion, successful, energy cut off. C4 district traffic control system permissions seized, obstacles removed. D9 district weapon targeting system has been interfered with, forced into sleep mode. With Su-Man's commands, large areas surrounding the Ark convoy fell into darkness as the red-lit machine gun turrets fell silent one after another. She managed to clear a safe operation area for the ground troops under the Red Queen's tight surveillance. Below ground, Qin Mo roared as he relied on his stronger mental strength to forcibly shake off the searing pain. He was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The girl's method of attack was too bizarre, he simply couldn't defend against it. Use fire. Use flames. Qin Mo shouted the order. Any biological weapon would certainly fear fire. Switch to incendiary rounds. Only then did Brother Lei and the others react, hastily changing their magazines. Moments later, several incendiary rounds trailed orange flames as they shot towards Alice. Boom. The searing flames instantly engulfed her. Alice let out a sound that was not human for the first time. Her hollow gaze was no longer calm. She frantically slapped at the flames on her body, careening wildly in place. Effective. Qin Mo and the others quickly realized. However, the enraged Alice became even more dangerous. She opened her arms in fury. Rumble. The entire underground lair seemed to come alive. Countless thick vines lashed out from all directions. The fungal carpet on the ground spewed hallucinogenic toxic mist. Corrosive liquid seeping from the corners of the walls also formed streams spreading towards everyone's feet. For a moment, the tunnel turned into a hell of death. Hide behind the vehicle. Qin Mo shouted, pulling Brother Lei and the others back behind the deformed assault vehicle. Incendiary rounds and bullets rained out, temporarily blocking the vines and toxic mist. But everyone knew that this wouldn't hold for long. In this place, they would eventually be worn down to death. Amidst the chaos, Qin Mo's gaze locked onto the girl screaming in the flames, not missing a single one of her movements. Soon he noticed a detail. While Alice slapped at the flames, her movements were frantic, yet her left hand always instinctively covered the spot on her back left side. There must be something more important than the flames there. A weakness. Right there. Everyone. Focus fire on her back. Shoot all the bullets over. Qin Mo found the opportunity and shouted with all his might. However, just as Brother Lei and the others turned their guns, a deafening drilling sound suddenly erupted from above. The entire tunnel trembled under this force. Large chunks of concrete and dirt began to fall. What is that sound? Brother Lei looked up, bewildered. A sudden jolt surged through Qin Mo's heart as a thought sprang to mind. The next second, a blindingly bright, thick laser beam suddenly descended from the sky, carrying the momentum of annihilation. It accurately pierced through the thick rock layers, slamming down onto the screaming Alice. It was the main cannon of the Ark. It was Su-Man. She descended with reinforcements. A massive energy beam descended from the sky, piercing through the dense layers of the earth and the tunnel's dome. Wherever the beam passed, steel and concrete silently evaporated. Boom. The beam precisely penetrated Alice's small body from above her head. Time seemed to slow down. Brother Lei and his subordinates were about to turn their guns, but their fingers froze in midair, mouths agape. What did they see? A beam of light from the sky penetrated that little monster. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had guessed that Su-Man would come, but he never expected her to directly use the main cannon of the Ark for a pinpoint strike through dozens of meters of earth. This woman is too insane, even more decisive than he was. Ah! Alice let out a piercing scream, the sound sharp enough to hurt the eardrums, emitted for the first time on a physical level. Her body was pinned in place by the energy beam, unable to move. Starting from the wound where she was pierced, her pale skin gradually turned to charcoal, then into flying ash. The main cannon of the Ark used energy with annihilation properties specifically designed to deal with high-level beings. The emptiness and indifference in Alice's eyes vanished as she felt her life being erased from its very source. She was unwilling as she hadn't yet turned this city into her paradise and her evolution was still incomplete. In the last second before her body collapsed, Alice unleashed all of the primal virus within her. Buzz. A dark green energy storm erupted around her, not harming Qin Mo and the others, but surging upstream along the path created by the beam rushing towards the surface. On the surface in the Ark's bridge, Su Man looked at the screen displaying target hit, and a slight smile finally appeared on her tense face. Using powerful computational abilities and energy detection, she successfully locked onto Alice's position and dealt a fatal blow. She hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Alarm! Alarm! Detected ultra-high concentration biological energy reaction rapidly surging from the drilling hole. Energy level. SSS class. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the entire bridge. Su Man's pupils constricted sharply. She saw a visible dark green storm erupting from the hole blasted open by the main cannon. Wherever the green storm passed, the steel and concrete of buildings and the metal barriers on the streets were quickly corroded and liquefied. Hissing corrosion sounds constantly rang out, and a nauseating sour smell filled the air. Not good. Quickly activate the energy shield. Su Man ordered loudly. But it was already too late. The target of the biological energy storm was not the Ark, but this city. It rapidly spread along the city's cable and fiber optic networks. Sizzle. Crackle. The entire city's power system was invaded by this biological corrosive energy. Countless circuits within the walls short-circuited and burned out in an instant, and the lights of block after block extinguished. Those automated turrets that Su Man had just disabled randomly shot out sparks before falling completely silent. In the circular plaza, the massive red projection flickered violently, and for the first time the cold expression on its face showed signs of distortion. Warning. Unknown biological contamination. Erosion of core lines. Power grid system. 70%. Paralyzed. Database. Overload. Overload. Core AI. About to. Burn out. The intermittent electronic voice echoed over the silent city. A few seconds later, pop, a soft sound, and the red projection completely vanished. The massive laser barrier shrouding the city's entrance flickered twice before extinguishing completely. The entire city fell into a deep silence. The super AI Hong Ho, which had controlled the entire city and made the Ark fleet immobile, was thus paralyzed by Alice's last desperate counterattack. Su Man stared blankly at all of this, her mind struggling to comprehend. Her original plan was to rescue Qin Mo and then focus her efforts on fighting with Hong Ho. But now did the two bosses end up fighting each other to mutual destruction? The corners of Su Man's mouth twitched involuntarily, feeling that this windfall was a bit unreal. But the next second she reacted and immediately shouted, "Xiao Meng, now's your chance. Take control of the highest authority in the city." In the underground, Qin Mo and the others watched as the dark green storm disappeared through the hole above their heads. In the tunnel, Alice had completely vanished, leaving only a charred human-shaped mark and a small pile of smoking ashes. Next to the ashes, there was a fist-sized crystal core. It was translucent, flickering with dark blue light seemingly formed from pure life energy. This was the evolution core. Qin Mo's breathing quickened. Just one glance was enough to feel the immense life energy contained within this object was definitely more precious than the previous parasitic mother nest core. He stepped forward quickly, carefully picking up the still warm core. As soon as the core touched his hand, a surge of pure life force rushed into his body, making his soul, which was damaged by mental shock, feel a wave of relief. Good stuff, definitely good stuff. Boss, did we just win? Brother Lei shook his head, still somewhat unable to believe it. No. Qin Mo stored the core and looked at the large hole above him that Su Man had opened, which was shining with light. We just picked up a bargain. Qin Mo led the team back to the surface quickly along the steps melted out of the tunnel wall. The sight before them left everyone stunned. The entire city was in a state of silent desolation. The previously dense web of fire had disappeared without a trace. The Ark fleet had already entered and was clearing the battlefield not far away. Su Man hurried over, and upon seeing that Qin Mo was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief, then handed him a tablet like a treasure. It's done. Hong Ho is completely paralyzed, and I took the opportunity to take over the control of the central urban area. Now the defense systems around the municipal building are under our command. Qin Mo took the tablet and looked at the map on it, which was lit up with numerous green dots, and couldn't help but smile. Although this journey was dangerous, the gains had far exceeded his expectations. Both troublesome bosses had been dealt with, and they had conveniently taken control of the entire city. Well done. Qin Mo praised. Send my orders. The fleet will immediately take position in the square in front of the municipal building and turn it into our forward base. Yes. With Qin Mo's command, the massive Ark fleet triumphantly entered the central city, which had once been regarded as a death zone. Qin Mo handed the evolution core to Su Man for immediate analysis. He stood on top of the Ark, gazing at the towering building in the distance, shrouded in blood-red mist. He knew that the last enemy in this area was waiting for him atop that building. Avenger. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth curled into a cold smile. Now it was time to settle the score. The Ark convoy surrounded the municipal building. The defense turrets that had previously been controlled by the Red Back now turned their cannons to guard the Ark base. Qin Mo stood in the square looking up at the tall building before him. At the top of the building, a layer of blood-red mist enveloped it. Boss, the brothers are ready. As long as you give the order, well, drive right up. Brother Lei stepped beside Qin Mo, his voice filled with battle intent. Taking over a skyscraper was something that had been unimaginable in the past. But now in front of their leader, it seemed nothing was impossible. Qin Mo shook his head, his gaze never leaving the blood mist. No, the main force is too conspicuous. We can't move freely. He withdrew his gaze, looking at Brother Lei, then at Alpha, who was quietly crouching by his feet. This time we're doing something different. Qin Mo's decision was simple yet audacious. He wanted to form an elite team to charge straight in. There would only be 3 members. Him, Brother Lei, and Alpha. Superhuman would stay on the Ark as support, providing remote technical assistance. Leader, this is too dangerous. Brother Lei exclaimed. Danger? Qin Mo chuckled, patting Brother Lei on the shoulder. What kind of danger do you think can stop the 3 of us? Brother Lei was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. Indeed. One was a powerful leader, another was a second-tier evolved being, and the last was a top-tier biological weapon. This combination was undeniably strong. 10 minutes later, Qin Mo, Brother Lei, and Alpha charged toward the glass doors of the municipal building. Superhuman, prepare to open the door, Qin Mo said over the communication channel. Understood. However, before Superhuman could act, the heavy bulletproof glass door suddenly opened with a humming sound. Inside was a spacious and bright hall, the smooth marble floor reflecting the shadows of the 3. It was remarkably clean, unlike a place that had been in the apocalypse for months. Qin Mo's pupils constricted slightly. Something was amiss. Without hesitation, he was the first to step inside. Brother Lei and Alpha followed closely behind. Just as the 3 of them fully entered the hall, the glass door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. At that moment, the lights in the entire hall transformed into an unsettling red. A mocking male voice echoed through the hall's broadcasting system. Welcome, distant challengers. I must say your performance has surprised me greatly. You even destroyed 2 of my fine experimental subjects. As a reward, I've prepared a welcome party for you. The game starts now. As the words fell, alloy gates disguised as walls rose abruptly around the hall. Roar. With a series of roars, numerous zombies surged wildly from behind the gates. These zombies were completely different from those outside. Some zombies had their arms transformed into bone blades, others had swollen bodies brimming with muscles. There were also fast zombies that left afterimages on the ground. Genetically enhanced mutants. Superhuman's voice echoed in the channel, somewhat heavy. Be careful. Their overall combat power is at least 3 times that of ordinary zombies. 3 times. Brother Lei smirked, his muscles starting to swell. I'm 10 times stronger now. He roared and charged into the tide of zombies. Boom. A powerful mutant zombie was hit squarely in the chest by his punch, its hard breastplate caving in as it was sent flying like a cannonball, knocking over several companions. Alpha also darted through the horde of zombies. Its shining claws claimed the head of a zombie with each swipe. Qin Mo merely watched with crossed arms, intrigued by the battle. These so-called mutants were utterly no match for Brother Lei and Alpha. On the top floor in the monitoring room, the man known as the Doctor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely sipped a glass of red wine, reclining on the sofa. Dozens of large screens in front of him displayed live footage of the battle in the hall. Impressive strength, good speed, and a pet of fine lineage. The Doctor took a sip of his red wine and smiled. The warm-up is over, it's time for the second course. He pointed his finger at the virtual console before him, tapping lightly. In the hall. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of enhanced zombies had been wiped out. Is that it, eh? Brother Lei shook the blood from his fists, feeling unsatisfied. At that moment, the elevator door leading to the upper levels slowly opened with a ding. Let's go meet this elusive fellow, Qin Mo said casually. The 3 stepped into the elevator, which began its ascent automatically. However, as they reached the 10th floor, the elevator suddenly jolted and came to a halt. The elevator door opened. What appeared before them wasn't a corridor, but a sealed metal chamber. The walls of the room were covered in countless small holes. Qin Mo, get out quickly. Superhuman's urgent voice rang out. This is a gas chamber. I've detected high concentrations of nerve toxin in the air. Too late. In the instant they realized, the elevator door had already slammed shut. Hiss hiss, yellow-green gas sprayed out from the holes. Damn it. It's a trap. Brother Lei's face changed, and he immediately held his breath. However, this nerve toxin couldn't be avoided just by holding one's breath. It could permeate through the skin. Brother Lei felt dizzy, his strength rapidly draining away. Not a bad trap, Qin Mo's face showed no sign of panic, but unfortunately it won't work on me. His genes had long been optimized. This level of toxin was no different from inhaling car exhaust for him. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth wide. Roar! A stream of windblade-like air burst forth from his mouth. The toxic gas in the room was sucked back into the holes by this force. Boom! Qin Mo punched the metal wall in front of him. The half-meter-thick alloy wall was smashed open, creating a large hole. The three squeezed through the hole, discovering yet another new corridor outside. From the 30th to the 60th floor, they encountered various traps. First, a passage filled with laser beams, then a room where gravity suddenly increased tenfold, and finally an abyss where the floor could disappear at any moment. With the brute force of the three and Su Man's technical support, they broke through each trap one by one, carving a path to the top floor of the building. From the 60th floor onward, traps disappeared. In their place were stronger enemies. Roar! A mutated dog king larger than the one they encountered in the city emerged from the shadows with a dozen minions. Oh, an old friend. Qin Mo smirked. He was too lazy to make a move himself, merely giving Alpha a look. The next second, a flash of silver appeared. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. The head of the mutated dog king was kicked around like a ball between Alpha's claws. On the 80th floor, they encountered a familiar face. The King of Liquors. Although it was just a severely weakened clone, its appearance still made Brother Lei's breath catch. The battle they had fought back then had left a deep shadow on them. Leave it to me. Qin Mo slowly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. He wanted to test just how much stronger he had become after merging the combat instincts from that guy. The battle erupted in an instant. This time Qin Mo relied on no external force. He fused his second-tier enhanced strength, the mental power gained from fighting against Alice, and the combat skills learned from the King of Liquors into one. With each dodge, he moved perfectly. With each strike, he aimed directly for the weak spots. The clone, though still formidable in Brother Lei's eyes, was thoroughly suppressed by Qin Mo, unable to fight back. Bang! Qin Mo delivered a whip kick to the clone's neck, the immense force snapping its neck cleanly. The battle was over. Qin Mo stood beside the corpse of the clone, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. This feeling of fully harmonizing his power felt incredibly satisfying. Monster! Boss, you're a monster. Brother Lei couldn't help but exclaim while witnessing this scene. They had fought their way through. They finally stood before the last door leading to the top floor. On the 99th floor, this door appeared quite ordinary, just an alloy door. But just as Qin Mo was about to push it open, a line of blood-written, twisted words slowly appeared on the door. The final gift: face your inner fears. Qin Mo's brow furrowed sharply. Before he could grasp the meaning of the words, a familiar, yet feared voice, nearly forgotten, drifted from behind the door. Xiao Mo. What? Why don't you come save us? It was his mother's voice. Qin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The twisted words written in blood on the door exuded a sense of malice. The final gift: confront your deepest fears. What does this mean? Before he could ponder it, a familiar, yet terrifying voice drifted from behind the door. Xiao Mo. What? Why don't you come and save us? Qin Mo's body instantly froze. That voice. Impossible. He violently pushed open the cold alloy door and stepped inside. The expected top-floor office was absent. Instead, he was met with darkness and cold rain. The sounds of rain, the shrill screech of brakes, the deafening metallic clatter, and screams echoed around. This place is... Qin Mo glanced around, and Lei Guo and Alpha had vanished. Only he remained standing alone at a crossroads. Beneath his feet lay a wet asphalt road. Beside a flickering traffic light, a severely deformed car emitted black smoke. This was a scene he could never forget. The day his parents had the car accident during a stormy dusk. Why? Don't you come? We are about to die. It hurts. Xiao Mo. Two bloodied, ambiguous figures slowly floated out from the wrecked car. They reached out their hands step by step, approaching Qin Mo. Their mouths repeatedly echoed that question. This is an illusion. Qin Mo roared in anger, trying to wake himself up. But everything felt too real. The cold sensation of rain on his face, the smell of blood and gasoline in the air, and the deep resentment in the eyes of the two figures. No, not me. Qin Mo's breath quickened as he stepped back, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It's all your fault. If you had come home earlier, if you hadn't gone to the internet cafe, we wouldn't have had an accident. It's all your fault. The two figures suddenly became grotesque and lunged at him. No. Qin Mo howled in agony, clutching his head and collapsing into the icy puddle. Regret and pain instantly drowned his sanity. He felt his spirit about to collapse, being torn apart by an invisible force dragged into the abyss. At the top floor of the municipal building, the bespectacled doctor gazed blissfully at the screen before him. On the screen, Qin Mo knelt on the ground, screaming in pain, his mental defenses on the verge of collapse. What a beautiful sight. The doctor adjusted his glasses, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The mental pollution technology derived from the host is indeed a good trap for the strong. No matter how strong the body, it cannot withstand the fragility of the heart. Struggle, wail, and then self-destruct in regret. He raised a glass of red wine, preparing to enjoy the final act of this play. However, at that moment, a cool and powerful voice suddenly broke through the illusion's blockade, through a special encrypted channel, exploding directly in the depths of Qin Mo's mind. Qin Mo, wake up. This is all fake. It's an enemy trap. Think of our promise. We still have to conquer the stars and the sea. Your parents would never want to see you in this pathetic state. It was Su Man. Her voice struck fiercely at Qin Mo's sinking consciousness. Qin Mo's body jolted violently. The eyes, once filled with pain and confusion, suddenly regained a glimmer of clarity. Promise. Stars and sea. That's right. I'm not alone anymore. I still have Su Man, Lei Gufeng Zhou, and hundreds of family members waiting for me to lead them to survive. How could I fall here? Who are you? Qin Mo slowly raised his head, and the two figures of his parents, ready to tear him apart, froze abruptly. They saw a pair of eyes that held no pain or confusion, only coldness and murderous intent. My parents would only feel proud of me. They would never torment me in this way. You are not them. Qin Mo roared, and a powerful spiritual force erupted explosively around him. Get away. Crack. The surrounding illusion shattered like a broken mirror, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Cracks radiated outwards from Qin Mo's center, quickly spreading in all directions. For the first time, fear appeared on the faces of the two figures as they screamed, trying to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! The entire illusory space shattered. It transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Qin Mo gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing before the alloy door. Lei Gu and Alpha were right behind him. Lei Gu's face was pale, his eyes still holding a hint of fear. Alpha was anxiously scratching the ground with his paws, emitting low growls. They had just fallen into their respective illusions as well. Boss, are you alright? Lei Gu shook his head, still shaken, asking, I think I just saw my wife and kids. Qin Mo did not answer, his gaze penetrating through the open door, locking onto the figure at the end of the room. The shattered illusion revealed the true face of the 99th floor. Here lay a vast monitoring room, filled with futuristic technology. Opposite them stood the bespectacled doctor, clapping enthusiastically in front of a massive cultivation chamber, filled with green nutrient liquid. Clap, clap, clap. Truly remarkable. The doctor adjusted his glasses, a sickly smile on his face. This is the first time I've seen someone break free from mental pollution with their willpower. Your mental strength is far beyond what I imagined, truly. Perfect material. Qin Mo's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. You are the mastermind behind all this. You may call me the doctor. The man elegantly bowed, his tone filled with condescension and mockery. As a reward for successfully clearing all the games, let me show you my most perfect creation in this life. He turned and gently pressed a red button beside the cultivation chamber. Buzz, the green nutrient liquid inside began to drain rapidly. As the liquid receded, a figure over 3 meters tall with bulging muscles and one arm transformed into a multi-barreled rotating machine gun slowly revealed itself. When the nutrient liquid was completely drained, all the tubes connected to him snapped with a loud pop. The figure slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were covered by a cold metallic mask, leaving only 2 electronic eyes flickering with scarlet light. An overwhelming pressure far surpassing all previous enemies erupted from its body. Under this momentum, Lei Gu, who had just escaped the illusion, was pushed back uncontrollably. Even Alpha tucked his tail and emitted anxious whines. Let me introduce. The doctor displayed a fervent and proud expression. My greatest masterpiece. The Avenger, activate. The Avenger emerged from the cultivation chamber. With each step it took, the pressure it exuded intensified. The air in the top monitoring room felt as if it had solidified. Brother Lei struggled to breathe, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he took a step back. Even Alpha tucked its tail between its legs, letting out a low growl, fear flickering in its vertical pupils for the first time. From this cyborg it felt an overwhelming force of suppression. Do you see? This is art, the doctor said, arms wide open, his face alight with fervor as if introducing his prized creation. He observed the grave expressions on Qin Mo and Brother Lei's faces, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, it's a pity that this farewell performance has only 3 spectators, you two. He snapped his fingers. The lights in the monitoring room dimmed, and the surrounding walls instantly transformed into enormous holographic projection screens. On the screens was the scene of the square beneath the municipal building. All members of the Ark convoy nervously gazed up at the building, waiting for their leader's return. In the next moment, the doctor broadcasted the scene from the top floor to the outside via the building's external projection. He wanted those below to witness their leader being torn to shreds. In the square, Man and all the Ark members saw the clear projection. When they recognized the terrifying figure standing before Qin Mo in the projection, all cheers ceased. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. What is that monster? A young warrior stammered. Leader. Man clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, her face pale. The battle erupted in an instant under everyone's gaze. The Avenger moved. Its figure disappeared from its original spot. So fast, Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. He barely had time to cross his battle blade in front of him. Clang! A tremendous force surged from the blade. Qin Mo's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he slid back several meters, barely managing to steady himself. Meanwhile, the Avenger merely flicked its mechanical claws the previous attack, seeming like a casual swipe. Roar! Brother Lei shouted in anger, muscles bulging, wanting to rush forward to assist. But the Avenger didn't even glance at him, aiming its multi-barrel rotary gun at him. Da-da-da-da-da. The gun spat out bioweapon rounds wrapped in dark green liquid. The bullets struck the ground, corroding the hard alloy floor and creating hissing pits. Brother Lei hurriedly rolled and crawled behind a load-bearing pillar, looking quite disheveled. Alpha attempted a flanking sneak attack, but the Avenger didn't even turn its head, swiping back with a claw and sending Alpha flying into the wall, creating a large dent. This was pure power crushing. Useless, the doctor said, shaking his wine glass and smirking contemptuously. In the face of my masterpiece, you are like a few slightly stronger insects. Qin Mo gazed at the formidable foe before him, glancing at Brother Lei and Alpha, cornered, yet his expression remained calm. He knew that in this confined space they had no chance of winning. He needed a larger battlefield. A battlefield where he could unleash all his power. Brother Lei, Alpha, retreat. Now, Qin Mo commanded through the communicator. Brother Lei paused in surprise, but gritted his teeth, helping the injured Alpha and retreating down the passage they had come from. Trying to run, the doctor scoffed, preparing to have the Avenger pursue them. Yet Qin Mo suddenly laughed. He looked at the doctor and said slowly, "You've made a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have chosen your laboratory as the battlefield." The doctor's brows furrowed. "What do you mean? You should have locked me and my vehicle inside." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Mo suddenly turned, facing the massive floor-to-ceiling glass wall, and shouted, "Man, come here." The next moment, boom, a massive explosion sounded from below the building. The hundreds of meters high glass curtain wall of the municipal building shattered entirely from bottom to top in an instant. Before the astonished eyes of countless people in the square, the steel behemoth, known as the Ark RV, forcibly climbed up from the ground. On both sides of the vehicle's front, dozens of cables with high-strength alloy grappling hooks shot out, firmly anchored to the building's load-bearing structure. Underneath the vehicle, 4 massive turbo boosters extended, shooting out blue flames, providing tremendous thrust. The tires, reinforced countless times, now spun like furious chainsaws, gnawing into the concrete exterior, carving out a path upwards. The RV climbed the building. This scene utterly shattered everyone's perception. The people in the square were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. In the top monitoring room, the doctor's smile froze. His wine glass fell from his hand with a loud crash and shattered. What is that thing?" he exclaimed. Boom. The massive front of the Ark smashed through the last glass curtain wall of the top floor, charging into the laboratory. Qin Mo darted inside the driver's cabin. The vehicle's door slammed shut. Now, Qin Mo sat in the familiar driver's seat, gazing at the equally stunned Avenger outside. A cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. The game has just begun. The Avenger's crimson electronic eye flickered, enraged. It roared, and the Gatling gun on its arm spun wildly, unleashing a dense barrage of bioweapon rounds toward the Ark. However, a faint blue energy shield appeared on the surface of the vehicle, blocking all bioweapon rounds. Corrosive liquid splashed on the shield, creating ripples, yet it could not harm the vehicle. "Xiaomeng, bring out all our toys and show this doctor a good time." Qin Mo slammed on the accelerator, charging the Ark toward the Avenger. The electromagnetic crossbow on the roof automatically locked onto the target. Whooshed! A specially made alloy crossbow bolt thicker than an arm shot out, trailing blue lightning, precisely embedding itself in the Avenger's shoulder, the tremendous impact forcing it to stagger back. The Avenger roared in fury, yanking out the crossbow bolt. The wound, oozing as flesh, began to visibly squirm, attempting to heal. "Seems resilient." Qin Mo scoffed, spinning the steering wheel for a drift. The tire chainsaw on the side of the vehicle screamed towards the Avenger, aiming to slice it in half. The Avenger blocked with its mechanical claws, sparks flying as the sound of metal grinding echoed. Its strength was astonishing, managing to halt the rapidly spinning tire chainsaw. It leaped up, landing on the roof of the Ark, sharp claws descending fiercely, attempting to tear through the layer of metal. Naive. Qin Mo pressed a button. The impact electric net on the roof activated. Zzz. The blue-purple high-voltage current instantly engulfed the Avenger. The Avenger let out a pained roar, its body convulsing and releasing clouds of black smoke as the powerful current sent it flying off the roof, crashing heavily into a distant wall. The biological interference field is fully powered. An invisible force field enveloped the entire rooftop. The Avenger's terrifying regeneration speed was noticeably suppressed, slowing down. The entire top floor had become a gladiatorial arena interwoven with energy and flesh. Qin Mo pushed the RV's capabilities to the limit, launching wave after wave of assaults. In a series of explosions, the Avenger's massive body was finally severed in half. Its left arm and half of its chest turned to char. Yet it still did not fall. The lone remaining crimson electronic eye locked onto the Ark, filled with fury. Cells within its body continued to regenerate, stubbornly twisted flesh sprouts wildly emerging from the wound. Meanwhile, a piercing alarm blared inside the Ark's driver's cabin. Alarm. Energy shield is under sustained high-intensity attack energy overload. Remaining 3%. 2%. The once solid blue shield now flickered violently, with red light cracks spreading like spider webs across its surface, about to shatter at any moment. In just a few minutes of confrontation, both sides had been pushed to their limits. Alarm. Shield remaining at 1%. The sharp sound of the alarm struck Qin Mo's nerves in the cockpit. On the screen, the faint blue shield was covered in cracks flashing with red light. Outside, the Avenger, half of its body blown apart, dragged its wreckage from the ruins and stood up. The flesh at its wound squirmed rapidly, with severed bones and muscles regrowing at an astonishing pace. The solitary red electronic eye fixed its gaze on the Ark, which was barely holding up. It's over. In the monitoring room, the doctor watched the projection of the Ark approaching, its end, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Your tin toy has run out of power. My masterpiece is invincible. The Ark members watching the projection felt their hearts sink. The shield was about to shatter, yet the monster was regenerating. No one could utter a word. The atmosphere was heavy. Leader. Su Man's face went pale, her hands tightly gripping the console, knuckles turning white. At that moment, boom, the Avenger unleashed another barrage, and the energy shield finally gave way, exploding into a multitude of blue light particles before disappearing. Without the final defense, the technologically advanced body of the Ark was exposed to the enemy for the first time. Die. The doctor let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. Seizing the opportunity, the Avenger crouched slightly, and the alloy floor beneath it cracked open. In the next second, it transformed into a shadow, charging fiercely toward the defenseless Ark. If it hit, the Ark would surely fall apart. Everyone's heart raced. But Qin Mo in the cockpit showed no signs of panic. His gaze was cold, filled with determination. You think this is the end? A slight smirk appeared on Qin Mo's lips as he slammed his right hand onto an inconspicuous groove in the center of the control panel. He had never used that interface, which was engraved with intricate patterns. This was the final trump card Su Man had prepared for him based on the energy characteristics of the evolution core. Overclock synchronization. In my name, coexist with me. Qin Mo growled, channeling all the biological energy and mental power within him through the interface into the core system of the RV. Buzz. Qin Mo felt his consciousness merge with the RV. He was the vehicle, and the vehicle was him. Every part and circuit of the RV felt like his own body. All the lights on the Ark instantly changed from blue to red. The armor plates on the exterior opened layer by layer, and red energy flowed from the seams, forming an unstable crimson shield on the surface. Biological energy shield. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic crossbow on the roof activated, and a specially designed arrow glowing red rose into the air. It contained all the biological energy and mental power of Qin Mo as a second-tier enhancer. This arrow was a funeral song for the Avenger. All of this happened in an instant when the massive body of the Avenger collided with the crimson shield. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated, shaking the entire municipal building violently. The crimson shield shattered in less than a second, but the rebounding energy slowed the high-speed charging Avenger. Now's the time. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened. Die for me. He mentally pulled the trigger. Whooshed. There was no sound. The red arrow vanished in an instant. The next second, it pierced directly through the regenerating heart of the Avenger. The Avenger's movements halted. It looked down at the large hole in its chest with red energy cracks rapidly spreading throughout its body. It opened its mouth, seemingly trying to roar. But it was too late. Bang! A wave of destructive energy erupted from within its body. The Avenger's massive form was blown apart into countless charred fragments. Blood rained down. The monster was eliminated just when victory was within reach. No. No. In the monitoring room, the doctor's smile froze on his face. He stared at the blood rain on the screen, watching his creation turn to nothing, feeling utterly dumbfounded. A few seconds later, he dashed to the safe like a madman, trembling as he input the password and retrieved a briefcase. Inside the case was a syringe containing a dark green liquid. It was not diluted virus, but the original virus raw solution. I will kill you. I will turn you into a worm beneath my feet. The doctor removed the needle cap, his eyes filled with madness as he prepared to inject it into his neck. But before the needle tip could touch his skin, a white shadow silently appeared behind him. In those dark golden slit pupils was a deadly intent. It was Alpha. It had climbed up at some point and reached behind the doctor. The doctor seemed to sense something and turned around in terror. It was too late. Swish. In a flash of cold light, Alpha's claws sliced open the doctor's throat. The doctor's movements froze. He clutched his neck in disbelief, blood spurting from between his fingers. He wanted to say something, but could only let out a raspy sound. He turned his head and saw Alpha's indifferent face and its emotionless golden eyes. He ultimately died at the hands of the pet he looked down upon. How ironic. He collapsed weakly, the syringe dropping to the ground. Crash. The syringe shattered. The dark green virus raw solution spilled out. Qin Mo, recovering from the weakened state of overclock synchronization, gasped for breath and witnessed a scene that made his scalp tingle. This is bad. He was about to start the RV to burn the virus. But what happened next exceeded his expectations. The leaked virus raw solution did not spread. Instead, it seemed to be attracted by something, all flowing toward the same place. There lay the only remaining fist-sized core fragment of the Avenger after it was blown apart. That was the most essential part of its biological core. All the virus raw solution was absorbed by that fragment. The next second, thud, 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 the fragment began to pulse violently like a heart. With each beat, a strange wave of energy radiated outward, soaring into the sky. Boom. As the Avengers were torn into a blood rain, the red alert light of the Ark finally extinguished. The RV emitted a metallic groan, and all auxiliary power systems were shut down, dimming the lights inside. Qin Mo slumped in the driver's seat, feeling utterly drained. The aftereffects of the hyper-frequency synchronization were severe. He found it difficult even to lift a finger. A strong sense of weakness engulfed him. Yet he dared not rest, his gaze fixed on the area not far away, a region fused from virus liquid and fragments of the Avenger's core. The fist-sized fragment throbbed rhythmically like a heart. With each beat, it emitted a wave of energy that distorted the entire top-level space. The Doctor was dead and the Avengers had been eradicated. But this thing posed the greatest hidden danger. Boss. Brother Lei limped over, supporting himself against the wall, followed by the equally injured Alpha. Seeing Qin Mo's pale face, Brother Lei looked worried. Are you okay? Don't come over. Qin Mo's voice was hoarse, but left no room for argument. He pushed the car door open, forcing himself to stand. His body swayed, almost toppling over. Brother Lei instinctively wanted to help, but was stopped by a glance from Qin Mo. In the square, everyone watched this scene through the giant projection of the building. The victory cheers gradually came to a halt. They saw their leader, the invincible man, dragging his weary body step by step towards that ominous object. Each step was exceptionally arduous. What does the leader want to do? What is that? It looks dangerous. Su-Man's heart raced as the Ark's sensors detected that the energy of the core fragment was violent and unstable. It was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Qin Mo ignored the outside world, focusing all his mind on that pulsating heart. The closer he got, the stronger the energy fluctuations became, filling the air with a sweet and bloody scent. Finally, he stood before the core fragment, extending his trembling right hand and gently pressing down. The crowd in the square gasped. Su-Man nearly stood up from her command chair. Just when everyone thought Qin Mo would be consumed by the energy, a change occurred. The moment Qin Mo's fingertip touched the core fragment, the entire world fell silent. That wildly pulsating heart instantly calmed. All the chaotic energy rolled back into the core. A blinding white light erupted from the core, its glow soft and not violent. The light flashed by. When everyone opened their eyes again, the blood-red heart, covered in veins, had vanished. In its place was a crystal key floating in the air. The surface of the key flowed with a white halo, emanating a warm aura. It was like the first piece of art born from this wasteland. Qin Mo stared at the key in a daze, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a series of cold system prompt sounds exploded in his mind. Congratulations, trial taker Qin Mo, for successfully defeating the final boss of the biochemical chapter Avenger and obtaining the unique item World Key. World Key. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could process this information, an even more shocking prompt followed. World Gift Settlement in progress. Detecting trial taker Qin Mo's performance rating in the biochemical chapter as perfect. Evaluation criteria: defeated all hidden bosses, parasitic mother body Alice, completely controlled the initial central city established, and maintained the survivor force Ark base, obtained all key plot items, evolution core, parasitic nest core. Due to your outstanding performance, you will receive the following additional rewards. Reward 1. A core member of the Ark faction evaluation criteria loyalty contribution will gain the qualification to enter the next world with you. Reward 2. Your God-level RV system will undergo a free adaptive evolution based on the rules of the next world. Qin Mo's mind buzzed. He could take people with him, and the RV could also evolve for free. These two rewards quickened Qin Mo's breath. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This meant that the foundation he had worked hard to establish with partners like Su-Man, Brother Lei, and Alpha would not be abandoned by this world. He was no longer alone. He would bring his team his Ark to conquer the next world. This was the greatest affirmation of his efforts over the past few months. The crystal key slowly fell into his palm. A warm current surged from the key, spreading throughout his body. The weakness brought on by the hyper-frequency synchronization quickly recovered under this energy. Qin Mo tightly grasped the world key, unable to contain his excitement. He raised his head to look down at the building, the projection still clear. In the square, the Ark members did not understand exactly what had happened, but they saw the boss disappear, the soft white light, and Qin Mo standing unharmed. They had won. They had truly won. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. Countless people cried tears of joy, embracing each other and expressing their elation. Brother Lei grinned widely, excitedly pounding his chest with his large hands, producing a series of muffled sounds like a proud gorilla. Alpha happily wagged its tail, nudging Qin Mo's pant leg with its head. In the Ark's bridge, Su-Man looked at the figure on the screen. Her nerves, which had been tense for months, finally relaxed as she leaned back in her chair, a tear sliding down her cheek. Watching this scene, Qin Mo felt a sense of guardianship for the first time in his heart. These people were his partners, and they were his family. This chapter had finally ended in a perfect way. Qin Mo took a deep breath, picked up the communicator, and prepared to share this good news. However, just as he was about to speak, the world key in his palm suddenly became scalding hot. A sharp pain shot through his hand, almost causing him to drop it. What's happening? Qin Mo's pupils contracted. Before he could think further, the sky suddenly darkened. 1 second, it was clear. The next, a mass of lead gray clouds obscured all sunlight. Within seconds, the world transitioned from dusk to night. An oppressive aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire city. Cheering in the square abruptly ceased. Everyone instinctively looked up, fearfully gazing at the swirling, eerie cloud layer which was so low it seemed within reach. The joy of victory was instantaneously washed away by an inexplicable dread. Qin Mo was about to announce victory to everyone when the world key in his hand suddenly burned with searing heat. A scalding pain shot through his palm, forcing his brow to knot. What is happening? He had no time to ponder. The sky itself changed. One moment it had been gilded. Within seconds, vast black clouds devoured it. All light vanished. The world was torn from dusk into an impenetrable night. A crushing, oppressive aura descended from the heavens, bearing down on every heart. On the plaza beneath the municipal building, the roar of celebration stopped as if a switch had been flipped. Everyone instinctively looked up, faces still marked by the relief of survival, but their eyes full of shock and bewilderment. They stared at the heaving clouds so low they seemed almost within reach. Why is it dark? Why do I feel so cold? As a survivor finished speaking, a tiny white snowflake drifted down from the pitch-black sky and landed on his cheek. A short, sharp scream broke out. He clutched his face and cried in terror. Hot. No, it hurts. Like being pricked by a needle. Everyone froze in astonishment. Then a second flake, a third. Thousands upon thousands of snowflakes began to fall. Each flake carried a bone-deep cold, stabbing the skin like needles. The temperature plunged with alarming speed. It's so cold. How can it be this cold? My hands. I can't move my hands. The survivors in the square were still dressed in the thin garments of summer. Moments before they had sweated with the thrill of victory, now the air they exhaled had already turned into thick, white vapor. In minutes, the lingering warmth of midsummer was utterly consumed. The world felt hurled into an Arctic waste. Water left by the battle began to harden, with audible brittle cracks freezing before the eye. Cars parked along the curb quickly acquired a heavy frost on their windows. Panic erupted through the survivor camp in an instant. Quick, get back in your cars. Start the engines. Turn on the heaters. People screamed and shoved frantically, rushing toward their vehicles. They scrambled into the cold metal shells and fumbled the keys desperately. The engines gave a few weak, wheezing attempts and then fell silent. With the sudden plunge in temperature, batteries had already drained and dashboards could not light. Even the few cars that did manage to start produced only a faint, futile warmth against a cold that could crack steel. The temperature inside the cars plummeted just as fast. The exhilaration of victory was washed away by this abrupt white death. In its place came a deeper despair. People curled into themselves in the freezing vehicle's teeth, chattering uncontrollably with a rattling sound. Their body heat was being mercilessly stripped away. Those with weaker constitutions ceased to tremble, Their faces and lips turned a bluish-purple, and their minds began to cloud. Death was descending silent and invisible upon each person. On the top floor of the municipal building, Qin Mo stood by the shattered curtain wall and felt the same chill. Snowflakes landed on his battlesuit with a fine whisper. His physicality exceeded that of ordinary men, yet even he felt a thread of cold under the wrath of heaven and earth. At that moment, a calm electronic female voice sounded inside the Fangzhou. External temperature drop detected. Survival, threat level high. Automatic activation of the thermal regulation system. A low hum, and all the vents within the vehicle began to blow warm air. On the control console, the cabin temperature readout was locked at a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. Outside the windows lay a white world sealed by ice. Inside the windows, it was as warm as spring. Qin Mo opened the door and stepped in. The cold capable of freezing the soul was shut out completely. He shrugged off his snow-dusted coat, tossed it aside, and went to the counter to pour himself a cup of hot water. The warm liquid slid down his throat and expelled the last of the chill from his body. Qin Mo stood at the window holding the cup, watching the hellish tableau unfolding on the plaza below. He saw someone in despair banging their head against the steering wheel, another clutching a child, and using their own body to shield them from the cold, and many more who lay motionless like sculptures in the snow. This was the end of days. Survival of the fittest. Then, without any prelude, a cold, utterly emotionless mechanical voice sounded simultaneously in the minds of every survivor, Qin Mo included. Warning: the extreme cold phase has commenced. Global temperatures will fall to -50 degrees within 24 hours. All survivors make preparations. The cold voice of the system pronounced the death sentences for all survivors. -50 degrees. 24 hours. These two phrases combined signify a countdown to death. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos with uncontrollable cries and screams echoing throughout the snow-covered city. -50 degrees. What nonsense. We're going to die? We'll all freeze to death here. The heating. There was still heating in my car. No, it's gone now. Some survivors turned their gazes towards the only shining beacon of hope, the steel fortress, the Ark. It seemed to stand apart from the icy world, becoming the sole path to survival. It's Qin Mo. He must have a way. Charge. His vehicle is so big it can surely fit us. Let him save us. It was unclear who shouted first, but dozens of nearly frozen survivors rushed towards the Ark on the rooftop of the municipal building like moths drawn to a flame. They longed to enter that warm place. Even standing by the car door would be enough to keep them alive. However, just as they reached the building's entrance, a towering figure blocked their path. Brother Lei, accompanied by a dozen soldiers who had just completed genetic enhancements, stood like an iron wall in front of everyone. His face bore no expression, his eyes as cold as the raging snow outside. Halt. One more step and you'll die. On what grounds? We are all going to die. Why does he get to monopolize such a good vehicle? A man at the front shouted with bloodshot eyes. Brother Lei had no time for idle talk. He stepped forward, his enhanced arm gripping the man's neck like a vice, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Because he is the king. And you are nothing at all. Crack. A light sound echoed as bones shattered. The man's scream ceased, his head hanging at an odd angle. Brother Lei casually tossed the corpse into the snow, where it quickly became covered with a layer of frost. This bloody and direct method instantly quelled the unrest among the crowd. They looked at Brother Lei's emotionless eyes, a chill rising from their feet, more terrifying than the storm outside. At that moment, Qin Mo's voice came through the municipal building's broadcast, clearly reaching every ear. His tone was calm, devoid of emotion, filled only with a series of undeniable commands. Everyone listen. You have 1 minute to abandon your useless tin cans and gather all the fuel, clothing, and food you can find immediately to the first-floor hall of the municipal building. Repeat, execute immediately. The commands were short and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. The survivors were stunned. Were they to abandon their vehicles? Wouldn't that mean losing their last refuge? Suman. Qin Mo's voice rang out again. Received. Suman, far away in the Ark's bridge, immediately responded. Unlock the municipal building's backup power and heating system. I need you to make the central air conditioning of the entire building overload within an hour. Can you do it? Yes, but the backup energy won't last long. Make it last as long as it can. Brother Lei. Here. Brother Lei stood tall. Organize the manpower, take down everything that can be dismantled in this building. Doors, window frames, desks, chairs, all wooden items, and gather them in the hall to prepare for a fire. This series of commands jolted the panic-stricken crowd into awareness. They finally realized that complaining and waiting for death was futile. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. Moved. Brother Lei bellowed as he rushed into the building, kicking open the door to an office and tearing the solid wooden desk apart with his bare hands. The survivors awakened from their stupor, exchanged glances, and saw the fire of survival ignited in each other's eyes. They frantically sprang into action. Some rushed back to their cars, hauling out the last remnants of gasoline and supplies. Others stormed through the building's various floors, frantically dismantling anything that could burn. The entire municipal building transformed into a battleground racing against death. One man fought with another for an extra wool coat until a patrolling soldier knocked him unconscious with the butt of his gun. A gaunt mother silently stuffed half a biscuit into the mouth of her child, whose lips were turning purple from the cold. A young man fell while carrying wood, but was ruthlessly trampled by those behind him. Everyone had only one goal: survival. Inside the Ark, it was warm as spring. Qin Mo sat in the cockpit, coldly observing everything through the building's extensive surveillance. He did not intervene, nor show any signs. For him, these last 24 hours were not just a natural selection, but also a test of humanity. What he needed were sheep that could adapt to the rules, and a head wolf to help him manage the flock, not fools who only created trouble. He turned around and walked to the material conversion station in the middle of the RV. The cold mechanical whirring began. Qin Mo sorted through the large quantities of weapon scraps and the corpses of monsters seized during the battle, categorizing them as he fed them into the conversion station's entrance. A pale blue light flashed. On the other end of the conversion station, well-packaged dark brown energy bars and neatly folded silver-gray combat suits were continuously produced. High-calorie energy bars provide essential energy for the human body in extreme cold environments. Graphene thermal insulated combat suits are lightweight and tough enough to withstand -50-degree temperatures. While outside people struggled for a biscuit or a coat, Qin Mo had already begun accumulating his initial capital, preparing to control this brand new world of ice and snow. Time ticked away second by second. The sky grew darker. Or rather, this world had lost the distinction between day and night, existing only in eternal darkness and snow. The 24-hour countdown was steadily approaching its end. The world outside had long turned into a pure white expanse. The howling cold wind swept through the dead city. The thermometer on the building's exterior indicated a temperature of -42 degrees. The first-floor hall of the municipal building was crowded with survivors. Suman successfully activated the heating system, but the old pipes creaked ominously, feeling as if they would fail at any moment. In the center of the hall, dozens of makeshift bonfires made from old oil drums blazed, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the people. Everyone huddled together around the fire, yet the deep-seated chill remained unvanquished. They all fell silent, their eyes filled with fear, waiting quietly for the final judgment to arrive. The final second of the 24-hour countdown arrived. In the hall of the municipal building, there was a deathly silence. The only thing flickering was the fire pits made from dozens of oil drum lids, offering no warmth at all. Survivors huddled together, their faces illuminated by the firelight, casting flickering shadows, their eyes vacant. In the corner, the old heating pipes emitted a mournful whine. The time had come. In the next second, a visible white cold wave surged from all directions of the city, crashing violently against the outer walls of the municipal building. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of massive tempered glass windows shattered simultaneously upon encountering the cold wave. Countless shards of glass mixed with the knife-like cold wind poured into the hall. The howling wind drowned out everything. The dozens of fire pits in the hall were extinguished in an instant. The flickering flames seemed frozen, shattering into countless sparks that quickly vanished in the darkness. The few hundred survivors nearest to the windows did not even have time to let out a scream. Their bodies stiffened instantly, their faces contorted in terror, a layer of white frost swiftly covering their skin, turning them into ice sculptures. A mother was about to feed a cookie to her child, her arm frozen in midair. A couple tightly embraced, their faces still reflecting their reliance on each other, yet they were forever frozen. Crack! Boom! The building's heating system let out a final mournful cry, completely breaking down the pipes, exploding in segments, spewing not warm air, but cold mist. The temperature in the hall began to plummet towards -50 degrees. The survivors were buffeted by the cold wave, staggering about, huddling in the center of the hall, letting out beast-like cries. But the cries grew weaker. One by one, people collapsed, their bodies twitching a few times before falling silent, quickly covered by the drifting snowflakes. Originally thousands of survivors, now fewer than 1/10 remained. And this number continued to dwindle rapidly. Just when everyone thought they would perish, a deep rumble of an engine pierced through the wind and snow. Two blinding beams of light shot in from the shattered doorway, illuminating the dark hall. A massive steel vehicle slowly drove in. It was the Ark. Its enormous tires crushed the glass shards and frozen bodies on the ground, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The vehicle stopped in the center of the hall. The heat radiating from its body formed a warm circle with a diameter of about 20 meters. Inside the circle, the ice and snow melted, and the cold wind could not penetrate. The last survivors numbered fewer than 200. They stared blankly at the vehicle, and then, as if seizing a lifeline, scrambled towards the warm spot. They crowded at the edge of the warm circle, feeling the warm air dispelling the cold, greedily breathing in the warmth, many bursting into tears which froze on their faces as soon as they flowed down. Virum. The door of the RV opened slowly with a slight hissing sound. Qin Mo stepped out of the vehicle. He was wearing an unfamiliar silver-gray combat suit, simple in design, yet exuding a sense of technology. The negative 50-degree temperature seemed to have no effect on him. He did not even exhale a puff of white breath. His gaze calmly swept over the disheveled survivors before him. No one dared to meet his gaze. Under Qin Mo's stare, they all lowered their heads. Qin Mo remained silent, standing quietly, allowing the panic and oppression to continue simmering. Until a middle-aged man, looking like a small leader in tattered police uniform, mustered his courage to crawl to Qin Mo's feet, trembling, as he pleaded, "Save us. Please save us." His plea seemed to ignite a fuse. All the survivors knelt down, crying out and pleading towards Qin Mo, the only hope. Qin Mo's face remained expressionless. He raised his hand and pressed down. All the cries immediately ceased. His voice, amplified by the RV's speaker, clearly reached everyone's ears. It was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. "From today onwards, if you wish to survive, you must exchange your value for it." Qin Mo looked at the crowd crawling at his feet, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Welcome to my world." The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank from this statement. The middle-aged man who had led the pleas turned pale, trembling lips asking in despair, "Value? What? What should we do now?" Qin Mo did not answer. His gaze fell on his outstretched palm. The long-dormant key to the world was now radiating a searing warmth and faint light. Under Qin Mo's gaze, the key shot out a pale blue beam of light, piercing through the darkness of the hall, accurately pointing to a heavy metal gate on the ground marked with a subway symbol in the distance. "The system will not leave us with no way out." Qin Mo's voice echoed in every survivor's mind. That is the new starting point. In the lobby of the municipal building, the massive Ark was parked in the center. The heat emanating from its body barely countered the biting cold of the outside, where temperatures plunged to -50 degrees. Fewer than 200 survivors were huddled around the Ark, either sitting or lying down in this meager warmth, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. The value exchange rules recently announced by Qin Mo caused the newly liberated crowd to feel a weight in their hearts. Though they had regained their freedom, there was no sense of ease. Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Qin Mo's gaze passed through the shattered doors of the building, looking out at the dark city, shrouded in snow and wind. The subway entrance, guided by the key of the world, was not far away. However, charging directly into the unknown underground was too risky. He needed information. "Suman," Qin Mo called from the driver's seat. Suman's face appeared immediately on the bridge screen. Though her complexion was pale, her eyes were calm. "Leader, what are your orders?" "Follow me to a place." After finishing his sentence, Qin Mo picked up a graphene thermal combat suit and tossed it to Lei Gu, who had just arrived. "Put it on and bring 10 trustworthy people with me to the top floor." Lei Gu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Sure thing, boss." He quickly donned the lightweight and warm combat suit, feeling warmth envelop him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Soon an armed squad had assembled. The survivors looked on with a sense of awe as Qin Mo led them out of the Ark and into the frigid air. The group took the emergency elevator directly to the top floor. The doctor's laboratory had been reduced to a pile of rubble. The walls and ceiling were riddled with holes from the battle, and the floor was littered with shattered parts of the Avengers and frozen blood clots, all covered in a thick layer of white frost. "Split up and take everything that might be useful." After giving the order, Qin Mo walked directly towards the desk in the center of the laboratory. The desk was made of some kind of black metal, remarkably unharmed despite the fierce battle. The surface was clean save for a black electronic panel the size of a laptop. Qin Mo reached out to grab it. It felt icy to the touch. He attempted to power it on, and the screen flickered to life before displaying a complex password input interface. "Suman." Qin Mo returned to the Ark, tossing the electronic panel to Suman, who was waiting on the bridge. "Crack it. Easy." Suman replied with a confident smile as she connected the electronic panel to her console. Her fingers flew over the virtual keyboard, and countless lines of code scrolled rapidly across the screen. In the lobby, the survivors watched through the Ark's portholes, dazed. Though they couldn't understand, this high-level operation only deepened their awe for Qin Mo. In less than 5 minutes, Suman snapped her fingers effortlessly. The password window on the electronic panel vanished, replaced by a document icon resembling a diary. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened. He had a premonition that the secrets of this world lay within. He opened the document, and entries dated appeared on the screen. His eyes fell on the first entry. Year 37 of the new era, month of pollution. "I have failed again. The Apocalypse Legion shattered my throne, and I lost everything. I thought death was the end, but the observers found me. They made me choose to become a failure, to struggle for survival. I will remain in this initial world codenamed Cradle 7A, becoming the examiner of the biochemical chapter. My task is to use my knowledge to create qualified gatekeepers filtering valuable seeds to provide excellent participants for their next round of games. Upon reading this, Qin Mo and Su Man exchanged a stunned glance. Observers, examiners, games. The information conveyed in these few lines left their minds blank. Qin Mo forced himself to calm down and continued reading. Year 38 of the new era, month of budding. The core of the biochemical chapter's trial is the individual and accumulation. I want this group of newcomers to struggle under the law of the jungle to kill each other for survival, battling against the monsters I create. Only powerful individuals are qualified to advance to the next level. My Avenger plan is progressing smoothly. It will be my prideful work and a merciless examiner. Year 38 of the new era, month of withering. Everything is proceeding as planned. The seeds have been sown, and soon this world will welcome its first batch of trial participants. Once they determine the victor, the observers will initiate the purification process, thoroughly cleaning this testing ground. The theme of the next chapter is extreme cold, testing unity and energy. How ironic it is, how will a group of individuals used to fighting alone learn to huddle for warmth? Just thinking about it is amusing. Everything on the surface will freeze, and then it will be the underground's turn. Qin Mo's breathing quickened. Extreme cold, unity, energy, underground. The doctor's diary was essentially a strategy guide laying out the core of the next chapter. It turned out that this heavy snowfall was not an accident, but a forced map change in this game. His gaze shifted to the last entry dated not long ago. Year 39 of the new era, month of harvest. A variable has emerged. A trial participant named Qin Mo. His rate of growth has exceeded my calculations. More importantly, that vehicle of his. It is not something this world should possess. It is a bug, an external factor beyond the observer's design. Unlimited energy material transformation. This is outright cheating. I should be angry, as he has destroyed my most proud creation in an unreasonable manner. But I, surprisingly, feel a bit excited. Perhaps it is this very variable that provides a chance to break this damned cycle, a chance to reach that throne. I am somewhat looking forward to it, but unfortunately I will not see it. The diary ends here. The bridge was eerily silent. Su Man's mouth hung open, her mind blank. Qin Mo meanwhile slowly closed his eyes, processing all the information in his mind. The apocalypse was not a natural disaster, but a meticulously designed, endless game of civilization selection. All of them were merely pawns in the game. The so-called chapters were merely successive examinations. Pass and you advance to the next level. Fail and be formatted along with this world. Observers. Qin Mo murmured this name, his gaze growing cold. After a long moment, he reopened his eyes. The confusion and bewilderment in his gaze had vanished, replaced by calmness and determination. Since this is a game, all he had to do was one thing. Break through it. Then drag out those self-righteous observers hiding behind the scenes and twist off their heads one by one. He stood up, walked down the bridge, and approached the Ark's vehicle door again. Outside lay a world of ice and snow with the dark entrance of a tunnel in the distance. He looked ahead, his gaze resolute. This path he must walk down for himself and for those who trusted him behind. Qin Mo closed the doctor's diary. The cold electronic panel felt heavy in his hands. The truth pieced together from words like observer, game, exam, and seed sent a chill down his spine. Everything they experienced was actually a selection game manipulated by a higher dimensional existence. The biochemical chapter had ended, but the next exam was just beginning. Qin Mo raised his head, his gaze passing through the cabin's porthole and landing on the group of survivors huddled together in the heat field of the Ark. They appeared numb, crowded together, yet there was still a glimmer of survival in their eyes. They were the fortunate students who had survived this exam. And he, Qin Mo, was the examinee with an external advantage. Su Man. Qin Mo called through the internal communication, his voice calm, but carrying an unmistakable tone of authority. I'm here. Su Man's figure appeared on the screen, her eyes still showing shock, clearly unable to recover from the contents of the diary. Notify everyone to prepare, we're going underground. Qin Mo paused before continuing. Additionally, the doctor's diary mentions that the core of the next chapter's test is energy and unity. If we can't survive on the surface, the real stage is underground. This information can be appropriately disclosed to Brother Lei and those trusted core members. Understood. Su Man nodded heavily. She knew this information would fundamentally alter everyone's survival strategy moving forward. Qin Mo turned off the communication, stood up from the driver's seat, and slowly walked toward the central core room of the Ark. There was the heart of the entire vehicle. His gaze fell on the world key in his hand. It felt like jade, yet was incredibly hot to the touch. The system would perform a free, comprehensive, adaptive evolution based on the next world's laws. The system's words echoed in his mind. The doctor's diary had already pointed him in the right direction. He would not hesitate any longer. He approached the vehicle's core, a silver metallic sphere formed by converging pipes, emitting a soft blue light. In the center of the sphere was a keyhole. Qin Mo had never seen this keyhole before. It seemed to have appeared alongside the world key. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo slowly inserted the world key into the keyhole under the astonished gazes of Su Man and Brother Lei. Click! A soft sound echoed as the key aligned perfectly with the keyhole. The next moment, with a hum, all the lights in the Ark went out instantly. The constant temperature system also halted. The frigid air from outside at -50 degrees rushed in. Oh, so cold. What happened? Why has the heating stopped? We're going to freeze to death. The survivors, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, panicked once more. The hall filled with screams. It wasn't over yet. A rumbling noise came, and the entire Ark began to shake violently, as if something inside was about to explode. The metallic shell of the vehicle creaked ominously, twisting and deforming. Countless glaring electric arcs danced across the surface of the vehicle. The survivors watched in terror, scrambling backward, fearing that this place might explode at any moment. Boss, what's happening? Brother Lei's face turned pale. He could feel the vehicle beneath his feet undergoing changes he could not comprehend. Don't panic. Qin Mo's voice remained steady. He fixed his gaze on the rapidly refreshing data on the control panel screen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Detected changes in world laws: extreme cold, underground confined space. Detected core item world key biochemical chapter has been integrated. Free adaptive evolution program. Starting. Roar. A deep roar echoed from within the Ark's engine, completely unlike any mechanical sound. The evolution had begun. The first to change was the underside of the vehicle. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, 4 massive off-road tires along with the suspension system retracted into the chassis armor. The tires are gone, a survivor exclaimed. Without tires, how will it move? Just as he finished speaking, a series of mechanical clicks echoed. The chassis armor slid open, revealing an extremely complex new locomotion system. This system consisted of countless gears and hydraulic rods with a row of glimmering tracks at the bottom. This system was designed to run on underground tracks. Mobility system evolution completed. All-terrain off-road tires have been upgraded to a track chain adaptive switching system. Next, the vehicle body began to change. The originally boxy RV shape started to twist and stretch. Armor plates automatically decomposed and recombined. The vehicle visibly became longer and narrower with smoother lines. The windows no longer appeared square. They transformed into diamond shapes deeply embedded in the armor, leaving only a narrow slit. The electromagnetic crossbow and other weapons on the roof were also retracted into the body. The entire vehicle became sleek, with only armored weapon interfaces remaining, ready to open up for attacks at any time. Finally, the front of the vehicle. The original collision grille slowly retracted. The armor in the center of the front opened to the sides, revealing a huge drill composed of numerous rotating blades that slowly extended out. The tip of the drill gleamed with blue light, appearing capable of drilling through anything. Main attack system evolution completed. Added module barrier-breaking drill capable of penetrating 5 meters of ice or 3 meters of granite. Auxiliary system evolution completed. Intermediate material conversion table has been upgraded to energy refinement table capable of directly absorbing geothermal radiation and various environmental energies, with an energy conversion efficiency increase of 300. Weapon blueprints unlocked. High-frequency sonic cannon for targeted structural destruction. Thermal cutting gun for close combat in tunnels. As the final word fixed in Qin Mo's sight, all vibrations and noises ceased. In its place came a powerful and steady hum of energy. A warm breeze, much warmer than before, blew out from beneath the vehicle, dispersing the surrounding cold air and melting the thin ice on the ground. A brand new steel creation came to a stop in the center of the hall, its appearance exceeding everyone's imagination. This was no longer an RV. This was an armored train that stretched endlessly, exuding a sense of oppression. Its entire body was pitch black, its lines smooth yet imposing, with the massive drill at the front slowly rotating, glimmering coldly. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded, their minds blank. They gaped, unable to utter a single word. The previous Ark was a mobile fortress, while the armored train before them was a steel monster born for war. My God! In the bridge, Su Man stared blankly at the energy data on the console, which completely exceeded her understanding. She muttered, It evolved on its own. This isn't a modification, this is creation. Brother Lei stood beside the vehicle, reaching out to touch the cold, hard armor, feeling the power contained within. He swallowed hard, finally managing to squeeze out a few words. Is this still a damn vehicle? Qin Mo ignored the shock of the crowd. He stood in the new driver's seat, which was more spacious and technologically advanced than before. The steering wheel and dashboard were gone, replaced by a semi-enclosed control panel made up of several holographic screens. Before him, the world key provided a massive and complex underground track map, that was slowly unfolding. Qin Mo's gaze fell on the starting point of the map, the subway entrance covered in snow and ice. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He grasped the new train control lever, the cold metal sensation transmitting through his palm. His voice echoed through the train's external speakers, clear and reaching every survivor's ears. Everyone board the train. Our next stop is the Earth's core. The new armored train had a space larger than one could imagine. After the evolution, the layout, originally designed for a recreational vehicle, had been completely transformed, divided into living quarters, a command area, and an energy zone consisting of several levels. Brother Lei and Su Man, along with the genetically enhanced core members, were curiously gazing at this technologically advanced metallic space, their faces still etched with shock. The smooth alloy walls, the automatically rising and falling platforms, and the glowing energy conduits above their heads. All of these things surpassed their understanding. Everyone gather in the command room. Qin Mo's voice echoed through the internal broadcast. Brother Lei and the others immediately put away their curiosity and hurried to the command room located at the front of the train. In the command room, Qin Mo stood before a gigantic holographic screen. The screen displayed the scene of the first-floor hall of the municipal building. Fewer than 200 survivors were huddled tightly around the train, warming themselves with the heat radiating from it, their faces filled with confusion and fear. "Boss, are we really not going to take care of them?" Brother Lei, looking at the screen, couldn't help but ask. Although he was decisive in killing, seeing these fellow beings stirred unease within him. Qin Mo did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the screen. He calmly said, "I gave them a choice." After speaking, Qin Mo pressed the button for external broadcasting. His cold voice clearly reached the ears of every survivor in the hall through the train's loudspeakers. "I am Qin Mo. I am about to leave this place and enter the underground. I will not take you with me." These few sentences chilled the hearts of all the survivors. The glimmer of hope that had just risen vanished in an instant. Despairing cries echoed throughout the hall. "Why? Don't leave us behind. Please take us with you. We are willing to do anything. The underground. It's so dangerous, how can we survive there?" Qin Mo ignored their pleas and continued in that emotionless tone, "Noise is pointless. Listen to me finish." The cries gradually subsided, and everyone raised their heads, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope fixated on the steel beast. Virum, the door of a storage compartment on the side of the train slowly opened. Several large boxes of sealed high-calorie energy bars and neatly stacked graphene temperature-regulating combat suits were delivered by mechanical arms and piled on the ground. "These supplies are what I leave for you. They are enough for you to survive in this building for a while. I have given you the means to live. How long you survive depends on yourselves." Qin Mo's voice paused, becoming even colder. "Now choose for yourselves. Will you stay here and struggle with these supplies in a familiar environment? Or—" His words trailed off, but everyone understood his meaning. Staying might allow them to live a while longer, but the future was still bleak. Leaving meant stepping into an underground world fraught with unknown dangers. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The survivors looked at each other, their faces reflecting their struggles. They feared the underground, which was dark and rumored to house monsters. Yet staying above ground meant waiting for death. At -50 degrees, even if there were supplies, how long could they last? The crowd began to part. I will stay." A middle-aged man stammered, "I'm scared. I don't want to go down there." His words resonated with many. More than half the people instinctively took a few steps back, moving away from the subway entrance leading to the underground, their eyes filled with fear. They preferred to cling to those meager supplies and wait for death in a familiar place rather than venture into an entirely unknown world. However, another part of the crowd shone with a different light. A young man who had lost an arm in the previous battle struggled to step forward from the crowd. He approached the pile of supplies, not to take food or clothing, but directly knelt on the ground and heavily bowed his head to the armored train. "Mr. Qin." His voice was hoarse yet exceptionally firm. "I choose to follow you. I don't know what lies underground, but I know that only by following you can there be a future. You saved my life, from now on it belongs to you. I am willing to walk in front of the train and clear the obstacles with my body. I only ask that one day in the future you can grant me the qualification to board." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately stirred. "That's right. I am willing to. Staying here is waiting for death. It's better to take a gamble. We are willing to be the vanguard. Clear the path for the train." More and more people stood up. Their eyes were no longer filled with fear, but rather a resolute determination. They gathered behind the one-armed young man kneeling in a dark mass, pledging their loyalty to Qin Mo. Watching the clearly divided groups on the screen, Brother Lei opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He understood this as human nature. Some were content with the status quo, while others yearned for change. Qin Mo's face still bore no expression. He did not persuade or stop them. He simply gazed deeply at the frozen city displayed on the screen. This was the starting point of his rise and the end of countless lives. Everything in the biochemical chapter would end here. Close the door. Qin Mo turned and issued the final command. The thick main door of the train began to close slowly with a heavy mechanical sound. The cold wind outside, the cries and pleas along with the fearful or resolute gazes of those people were gradually shut out. At the moment the cabin door was completely closed, the entire world fell silent. Everything from the past was left behind. Qin Mo walked to the new control panel where there was no steering wheel, only a highly technological metal joystick. He placed his hand on the joystick. The cold sensation brought him a sense of reassurance. Start, he whispered. Viru. The entire armored train let out a deep, powerful roar. The gigantic drilling head at the front began to rotate, slowly producing a low howling wind. The train moved. It crushed the broken ice beneath, unhesitatingly heading towards the dark entrance of the subway tunnel. The survivors left in the hall stared blankly at this scene. They watched as the steel beast was gradually swallowed by darkness, observing the tail lights turning into a smaller and smaller red deep within the tunnel until it completely disappeared. Endless darkness once again enveloped them. Boom. Behind the train, the heavy alloy gate slowly descended, stirring up a flurry of ice particles. The last ray of pale light from the surface world was completely cut off. Inside the train, it was as bright as day. Soft energy light bands stretched along the ceiling, illuminating every inch of the alloy walls clearly. Lei Gu and a dozen core members were almost pressing their faces against the portholes, staring intently at the rapidly passing dark tunnel walls. Their faces were complex, filled with tension and curiosity, but mostly in excitement that couldn't be hidden. A brand new world was unfolding before their eyes. Qin Mo did not look outside. He stood in the center of the brand new cockpit, his gaze fixed on the holographic control panel before him. Xiao Ming, initiate geological scanning and resource detection array at full power. Command received. Scanning begun. A silent ripple spread outwards from the train, expanding in all directions. The next second, a massive three-dimensional map slowly unfolded on the huge main screen in front of everyone. My goodness. Lei Gu's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popping out. The screen displayed an incredibly vast and complex underground world. Countless abandoned tracks intertwined like a web, connecting enormous underground cavities of varying sizes. Some of these cavities even contained ancient ruins resembling the remains of a city. Further away, dark red lines meandered deep underground, representing rivers of molten lava that bathed the surrounding rock walls in a fiery glow. Heavens! There's another world hidden down here, a soldier murmured. Su Man's eyes sparkled as she quickly walked to the screen, her fingers sliding and zooming in on it. These geological structures, these faults. It's incredible. This is completely like an independent ecosystem. Before they could digest the massive information, numerous light points began to appear on the map. The vast majority were glaring red points representing danger. Qin Mo zoomed in on an area dense with red points. The scanning image clearly displayed hundreds of white skeletons crawling and sneaking along the walls of an abandoned tunnel. Their eye sockets burned with eerie green flames. Species: scan underground skeleton. Energy level F. Threat assessment low. Characteristics: group action, fearless of death. He switched to another area. It was a massive nest occupied by countless mutated spiders the size of small cars, their abdomens flickering with a strange green light. Species: scan radiation giant spider. Energy level E. Threat assessment medium. Characteristics: highly toxic, can spit strong acid webs. Even deeper at the edge of the map, several enormous red points shone like small suns, with the system only able to label them as unknown high energy reaction, unable to assess their levels. Upon seeing these bizarre monsters, the command room fell silent. This underground world was far more dangerous than they had imagined. However, it's not all bad news. Su Man's fingers traced the map, illuminating several areas, emitting a soft green light. Look here, this is a mine covered by ice layers. The scan shows it is rich in combustible ice with an energy density over 10 times that of gasoline. If we can extract it all, it would be enough for us to use for a year. And here, a natural geothermal vent cluster, the energy refining station, can directly extract heat energy from it, achieving nearly infinite energy circulation. Everyone's eyes lit up. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Lei Gu rubbed his hands and excitedly asked, "Boss, which one should we tackle first? Should we go for the spider nest or mine the combustible ice?" Qin Mo did not answer. His fingers slowly traced across the screen, passing over the red and green points, finally resting on the largest underground cavity, approximately 50 kilometers away. He continuously zoomed in on the map. In the center of the cavity, an area composed of countless faint light points appeared. These light points were arranged in a very orderly fashion, resembling lights. There are survivors. Qin Mo's voice was calm. The command room instantly fell silent. Survivors. In this pitch-black underground there were actually other people alive. Their numbers are considerable. Su-man's expression grew serious. From the distribution of energy signals, there are at least thousands of people, and they have formed a nascent stronghold. Lei Guest's brow furrowed. Boss, this is not good news. Where there are many people, there are more troubles. Should we bypass them, or... Let's go take a look. Qin Mo interrupted him, his tone resolute. I need intelligence about everything concerning this underground world. With the order given, the armored train steadily accelerated on the tracks, heading toward the enormous underground cavity. The wheels grinding against the tracks produced a rhythmic clanging sound that echoed far in the silent tunnel. In the command room, Su-man was fully focused on analyzing the energy signals from the survivor stronghold, her brow growing more furrowed. Strange. She muttered, the overall energy response of this stronghold is very weak, showing almost no signs of heavy machinery or high-power equipment operation. How are they sustaining the survival of thousands of people? She magnified the signal source, attempting a deeper analysis. Moreover, within these faint signals, there's a very peculiar energy fluctuation. It's not any known form of energy, it feels like a mental force field. Before she could finish speaking, alarm. Abnormal tunnel structure ahead. Collapse expected in 3 seconds. The piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the command room. Qin Mo's pupils contracted as he abruptly pushed the joystick forward. Emergency brake. Boom. Before the words fell, massive rocks suddenly crashed down from the top of the tunnel 100 meters ahead, completely blocking their path. In the swirling dust, the strong light of the train's spotlight illuminated the collapsed ruins. Crack. Crack. A chilling sound of grinding stones echoed. A white skeletal hand suddenly shot out from the pile of rubble, pressing onto the tracks. Following that, a massive figure slowly stood up from the debris. It was a giant skeleton over 4 meters tall, wearing ancient rusted armor, holding a gigantic battle axe wider than a door. What was chilling was that within its hollow eye sockets 2 bluish flames burned quietly, fixating on the steel behemoth before it. Roar. Another roar came from behind the ruins. A warhorse, also made of bones with blue flames burning in its eye sockets, stepped forward heavily, stopping beside the giant skeleton. The skeletal knight mounted the warhorse, dragging the giant axe along the ground, creating long scratches and sending sparks flying. It made no sound, but that cold, murderous intent was clearly transmitted through the mental force to everyone in the train. It was the master of this road, the first welcoming gift that this underground world bestowed upon Qin Mo. In the command center, every breath stilled. On the holographic display, a skeletal knight, astride a bone warhorse, stood defiantly amid the collapsed tunnel. Twin flames of eerie cobalt burned within its hollow eye sockets. A chilling aura pierced the screen itself, lowering the temperature in the command center. This thing seemed plucked from myth. Lei Guest stared rigidly at the screen, muscles coiled tight, face grave. Boss, this one feels even more sinister than the Avenger. He spoke in a low, measured tone. Su-man strode swiftly to the control console, fingers flying across its surface. Energy signature intensity, Class C. But its psychic resonance is overwhelming, pressing down on us. This is an attack method we've never encountered before. Her words clarified the source of that bone-deep cold. Qin Mo's expression remained impassive. His gaze was calm, detached, as if observing nothing more than an ordinary object. An elite monster, or perhaps a dungeon lord. He had no interest in speaking to it. He had just entered this subterranean world, and had no time to waste words on every stray dog barring his path. He would announce his arrival in the most direct way possible. Xiaoming, Qin Mo said calmly, deliver a welcome gift to our new friend. Command acknowledged. Activating high-frequency sonic cannon. Target locked, enemy directly ahead. High-frequency sonic cannon. Lei Guo and Su-man exchanged startled glances. This weapon schematic had been part of the train's evolutionary upgrade, long designed but never built. When had it been installed? Even as the thought crossed their minds, armored plating retracted from the train's roof, revealing a horn-shaped emitter rising into view. No barrel, no ammunition, no visible energy buildup. The next second the world fell utterly silent. No explosion, no flash. An invisible force surged forth. The skeletal knight sensed peril. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets flared violently as it raised its massive axe in desperate defense. But it was already too late. The intangible sonic wave swept across its form. A soft, brittle crack echoed. Starting from the hooves, the warhorse's skeletal frame dissolved inch by inch into fine ash scattered by the ambient airflow. Its armor crumbled alongside, reduced instantly to dust. Roar. A psychic roar erupted, not through air but inside every mind present. In the command center, everyone except Qin Mo and Su-man staggered backward, vision blurring, ears ringing. The sonic aftershock sent violent tremors through the knight's bones, fissures spiderwebbing across its frame, nearly collapsing it entirely. Is that it? Lei Gu shook his dazed head, disbelief etched across his face. One shot, or rather one pulse, and the imposing warhorse vanished without trace. Not even ash remained. Was this the power of the new weapon? Su-Man steadied herself against the console, eyes blazing with exhilaration. She understood. Structural disintegration, ultra-high-frequency vibration shattered the target's physical integrity at the molecular level. Astounding. This weapon is the ultimate counter to any high physical resistance unit. The skeletal knight fixed its hollow gaze upon the train. The cobalt flames blazed brighter, and then poured themselves into the massive axe. A resonant hum filled the air. Blue light seared across the axe blade, illuminating countless arcane sigils that shimmered into existence. With both hands the knight raised the weapon and cleaved downward, across empty space, toward the train. A crescent-shaped blade of sapphire energy detached from the axe and screamed forward, tearing through the air with such force it warped the very atmosphere, carrying with it a wave of freezing, soul-rending psychic pressure. Another psychic assault. Qin Mo sneered. Trivial artifice. He didn't even bother raising an energy shield. His hand pressed firmly onto the console. Engage windspeed cruise mode. With a deep thrum, dozens of small nozzles opened beneath the train's flanks and rear, expelling streams of pale blue plasma. At the precise instant the azure energy blade was about to strike the locomotive's prow, the entire armored train weighing hundreds of tons slid smoothly several meters to the left. The motion was unervingly graceful. Boom. The energy blade sheared past the hull and slammed into the tunnel wall behind, carving a bottomless gash into the stone. The ghostly flames in the knight's eye sockets flickered, stalled, as if its rudimentary cognition had momentarily crashed. Qin Mo granted it no chance to reboot. The game ends now. His voice was glacial. Then, his hand slammed the control lever forward, driving it fully down. Ruawar. A wholly different roar erupted, not from outside but from the train's core. At the front, the colossal drill head, over 3 meters in diameter, began to spin. Thousands of alloy blades whirled at blistering speed, shrieking like banshees, tearing white shockwaves from the air. At its tip, friction had heated the drill to incandescent crimson. Charge through. That was his final order. The armored train, the steel leviathan, had finally bared its fangs. It surged forward toward the skeletal knight. No finesse, no evasion. Only raw, unrelenting annihilation. The knight finally reacted. As the spinning drill rushed toward it, growing larger, faster, impossibly inevitable, a primal dread seized it. It raised its axe for one last stand. Against such overwhelming force, resistance was meaningless. Rurum. A deafening thunderclap reverberated through the tunnel. The alloy drill collided with the knight's body. Its skeleton, capable of withstanding artillery shells, shattered like glass beneath the drill's 10 softhisens RPM fury. The axe-armed skull torso, all disintegrated. The soul fire burning in its eye sockets met the drill's edge, and was torn apart by chaotic energy before even a wisp of smoke could rise. It emitted no cry, not even a gasp, before being pulverized into a swirling cloud of bone dust. The armored train did not slow. It plunged straight into the rubble ahead. The colossal drill effortlessly churned thousands of tons of rock and earth, flinging them aside. Within seconds, the train emerged from the collapse zone, back onto smooth, intact track. Behind it stretched a perfectly cylindrical borehole, smooth, seamless, and the faint, acrid scent of calcined ash hung in the air. Silence gripped the command center. Lei Gu and every core member stood slack-jawed, staring blankly at the unobstructed path ahead on screen, minds utterly void. Was it over? That foe radiating the aura of a dungeon lord, capable of psychic assaults and energy slashes, simply erased, flattened under sheer momentum. Not a single fragment remained. Their eyes turned to Qin Mo's back, and something fundamental in their perception shifted. Cough, cough, cough. Su-Man was the first to stir, her violent coughing born of pure, breathless exhilaration. She stared at the console, where the enemy's signal had vanished entirely, her cheeks flushed. Too perfect. This is true violence. Qin Mo paid no heed to their stunned awe. Slowly he released the control lever and leaned back into his seat, exhaling deeply. That impact had consumed 30% of the refined energy reserves, but the result was flawless. Authority had been established. He needed not only the subterranean world's native denizens to know he had arrived, but also his own people to believe unshakably in him, and in the invincibility of the newly reborn Ark train. Just then a cold mechanical system chime rang out, unbidden inside his mind. Not Xiaoming's voice. Pristine, unclaimed soul energy detected. Quality faint. Initiating absorption and conversion for host. Conversion complete. Host's divine sense strength has increased marginally. Qin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Divine sense. What was that? When had his system acquired such functionality? He immediately summoned his attribute interface. And there at the very bottom appeared a new line he had never seen before. Divine Sense inactive 0. 100-inch Qin Mo stared unblinking at those tiny characters, and a chill raced up his spine from soles to crown. He had always believed his system belonged purely to the technological domain, yet Divine Sense sounded unmistakably arcane. What was truly happening? Dr. Zhao's journal. The Observer's Game. The convergence of science and sorcery. The truth of this world proved far more intricate than he'd imagined. Before he could dwell further, a second system prompt resonated, vast solemn echoing across his entire consciousness. Phase 1 Trial Biohazard Cataclysm. Completed. Comprehensive evaluation perfect. In initiating Phase 2 Trial. In welcome to Phase 2 Frostfall Abyss. Frostfall Abyss.